Martial Peak Chapter 2051. Chapter 2051. Back. Female itself is not a normal Void King stage. Now it is on the edge of breakthrough. The natural formidable power delivered by a blow is extraordinary, which can be resisted by an exactly normal Void King stage. Yang Kai picked her up without incident, and even retreated faster with the help of impulse, giving the female a general guess about his strength. Small Maplewood City actually has this kind of martial artist. The female frowned and her expression looked quite surprised. But soon, she didn't have time to think, because breakthrough a Great Elm baptism is coming soon. She can only hold her breath and concentrate on it. Not long after, in the sky, one after another huge energy strikes down like thunder and falls towards the place where the female is. Yang Kai has been away for 100 miles before slowly stopping. He didn't know whether the female he encountered in this three-layer was Who Are You, and what method was used to enter this place. But since Own has robbed others of a lot of benefits, of course it is better to withdraw first. The opponent is at the juncture of the breakthrough, and obviously impossible to chase over, so Yang Kai is not too worried. In the distance behind, there was a thunderous sound. Looking back, it seemed that he could still see the natural phenomenon of heaven and earth. The Yang Kai knew immediately that the other party was already suffering from the baptism of heaven and earth energy. Once successful, you can be promoted to principal source stage. From the previous state of the female, it is obvious that she has been preparing for this moment for a long time, but the chance of success is not small. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai stepped forward again and went to the position opposite to the female. In the next few days, Yang Kai gained little, and even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a monster beast of 11-step peak for a long time. 11-step peak, almost equivalent to principal source 3-layer martial artist. It's not that Yang Kai's current strength can be low level. If it weren't for Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, and a clearly understood space principle, I'm afraid it would really be a big trouble. After finally getting rid of the chase of the ominous beast, Yang Kai just resumed his half-day time, and suddenly felt that the surrounding space was tight, and a vague force of heaven and earth squeezed from all around, making him completely unable to move even a little bit. His complexion was greatly changed, and before he was able to resist, a mysterious formation suddenly appeared under his feet. The formation whirled round and round, and there was a suction force that firmly nailed Yang Kai in place, the next moment, and swallowed him completely. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai relaxed, because he knew that this should be the closure of the Five Colors Treasure Tower, and all the martial artists still living in the pagoda were teleported out. So he relaxed his resistance and let the force of the formation pull his own. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, he had already returned to the square above of City Lord's mansion. All around the densely packed crowd, shoulder to shoulder, all with painful expressions. Obviously they have not been relieved from the transmission. In order not to be too maverick, Yang Kai also pretended to be uncomfortable and slowly woke up. All around there was a noisy voice immediately. The martial artists of Maplewood City entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower this time. Naturally, some people got great opportunities, some came back empty-handed, and others fell among them. Now that everything is over, the scene is of course a few happy and sad. However, Maplewood City martial artist entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower in tens of thousands, but now only half of them are back alive, and the rest are buried inside the pagoda. It can be seen that although the Five Colors Treasure Tower there are many opportunities, but in fact it is also extremely dangerous. Those Emperor Senior stage seem to have been sitting on the high stage above and haven't moved. The middle Xiao Yuanyang's eyes are like electricity. Just a slight sweep among the crowd, and he freezes in a blue gauze mask. The body of a lithe and graceful female. The female's pair of star-like eyes also happened to look at Xiao Yuanyang, and the two looked at each other. The female gently nodded. Xiao Yuanyang immediately let out a hearty laugh of hee-hee, which seemed very happy. Master Xiao seems to be in a good mood. Chen Wenhao, who was sitting next to Xiao Yuanyang's right hand, gave him a suspicious look. Xiao Yuanyang said with a slight smile, So, Brother Chen has an opinion? I dare not dare. Chen Wenhao's cheeks twitched and he quickly showed weakness, although it is the powerhouse of heavenly martial Holy Land, and it also has the powerful cultivation level of Emperor Senior 1 layer, but Xiao Yuanyang is the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, and even the cultivation level is higher than his 1 layer. In front of Xiao Yuanyang, Chen Wenhao how dare to be impudent. However, this small Maplewood city has so many martial artists able to emerge from the 5 colors treasure tower alive, which is quite surprising. Feng Ming of Plain Palace glanced back and forth in the crowd. As if looking for a good seed, he said, Blessed is City Master Juan, and Maplewood City can be regarded as a wealth of talents. Although the loss is not small this time, these people who survived will definitely be able to help Maplewood City in the future. Prop up another broader sky. Senior Feng praised, thanks to the blessings of a few adults. Maplewood City Master Duan Yuanshan smiled from ear to ear, and his tone was very humble. As a Feng Ming said, this time 5 colors treasure tower opened in Maplewood City. Although the martial artist of Maplewood City suffered a huge loss, it is definitely valuable. Among the people who came back alive from the 5 colors treasure tower, as long as 0.1% can go further in the future, it will be enough to improve the strength of Maplewood City by several levels. He was still in the crowd and saw Juan Dancy, the son of On, with a divine-like look. Obviously he has gained a lot. How can he be unhappy? At this moment, Duan Yuanshan suddenly frowned and took out a communication compass from his own arms, and spiritual mind poured it into it. Then, the expression changed drastically. He suddenly raises the head, looking at Duan Dancy in the crowd, only to see the latter nodded towards him. At this moment, several other pieces of information came out from the communication compass. They were all the same thing, and all these pieces of information came from the patriarch of the great family in Maplewood City. City Master Juan, what happened? His face is so ugly. Feng Ming looked at Duan Yuanshan strangely and asked. Several adults. The major event is not good. Duan Yuanshan heard this and quickly stepped forward and bowed. Feng Ming smiled. City Master Juan, don't be alarmist. With me sitting here, what's the major event? It's no wonder he has this confidence. After all, there are 5 Emperor Senior stages here, and one of them is Emperor Senior 2 layer. As long as they are not one of the top 10 Emperor Seniors coming to slaughter the city, they can all handle it. Duan Yuanshan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, opened the mouth and said, It's this kind of, my martial artists from Maplewood City broke a seal at the 2nd layer of the pagoda. Release an ancient wood demon from the seal. What? Feng Ming hearing this, complexion changed. Huodi stood up. Is this serious? It's true that this Duan has just received a report from the major patriarch, so I will report it without any delay. Wood demon, there is wood demon in the 2nd part of the pagoda. A young who has never spoken woman, black eyebrows frowned, asked in surprise. This young woman is impressively exuding from Azure Sun Temple, and she also has a strong cultivation level of Emperor Senior 1 layer, which can be on par with Feng Ming and the others. Wood demon is not easy to deal with, and it is actually an ancient wood demon. Master Xiao, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Wenhao glanced at Xiao Yuanyang complainingly. Xiao Yuanyang rolled the eyes and said, 5 colors treasure tower is not as simple as you think. The inside of it is the great emperor himself, which cannot be inspected. Clear. Many seal restrictions are hidden. It is extremely deep. Even if the great emperor visits in person, it may not be possible to discover it. This wood demon that was released is very likely to be sealed in a hidden place. Explain. It's hard for others to say anything. Please also ask some adults to take action to get rid of the wood demon, otherwise it will be a great disaster for me in Maplewood City. Duan Yuanshan begged to look at the 5 Emperor Senior stage. Trifling is just a wood demon. What does City Master Duan fear about it? Moreover, it has been sealed for countless years. and its strength must have fallen severely. No need for us to act. City Master Juan owns it. Kill. Feng Ming looked indifferent. Duan Yuanshan said bitterly, Senior Feng knows something. According to the news received below, this wood demon can swallow the essence of martial artists' flesh and blood, quickly restore its strength, and it can also spread wood. Kind of, lurking in the martial artist within the body. When the time is right, it will break out of the shell and occupy the martial artist flesh body. Myriad incarnations. Among the martial artists in Maplewood City, I am afraid that someone has been recruited. Is there such a thing? At this moment, the 5 Emperor Senior Stage couldn't help but change the countenance slightly. It's true, this news was informed by Inutsi that he almost encountered the poisonous hand of a companion whose flesh body was lurking in the wood species. Duan Yuanshan replied quickly. If it's this kind of, then the situation is a bit serious. Xiao Yueyang expressed a sigh, and said in a deep thought, okay, since Wood Demon is from the 5 Colors Treasure Tower of my Star Soul Palace, if you come out from the inside, then this Xiao can't just sit back and watch. Let's just turn on the Maplewood City restriction and close the city gate first. Let's stay here and don't leave any martial artist. Let's close the door and hit the dog. Yes. Many thanks, my lord. Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed, turned around and raised his breath, shouted, everyone, take the order of Lord Star Envoy, please stay here for a while. The adults have something to deal with. After the matter is dealt with, I will let you go. Please cooperate with me. The noisy square suddenly silenced, all stunned looking towards Duan Yuanshan. Yang Kai, who was using sound bead to contact Moxioki, couldn't help but raised his head, eyebrows slightly frowned. I don't know what Duan Yuanshan and the Emperor Senior Stage are going to do. However, the name of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse is really too big, so even though the martial artists who stayed in the square are a little bit dissatisfied, they dare not show a bit of it, but rather stood in place obediently. I saw the 5 Emperor Senior Stage on the high stage get together, and after a brief discussion, 3 of them suddenly flickered and disappeared in place, leaving only Xiao Yueyang and the young woman Gao Xuting is still in place. At this moment, the entire Maplewood City suddenly buzzed, and in the sky, a 1-layer dazzling energy shield immediately appeared, like a big bowl, covering the entire Maplewood City. Martial Peak Chapter 2052. Chapter 2052 The Bane of Wood Demon. This mutation makes the faces of many martial artists who stay in the square look hard to look, but they are awed by the strength of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse and dare not be disrespectful. Local. At the moment, each and every one is guessing what all this is for. At this moment, Xiao Yueyang and Gao Xuting, who were sitting on the high stage above, looked at each other, and simultaneously stood up. The next moment, the 2 huge spiritual mind, sweeping all over the square as if they were real, shrouded the huge square. Almost everyone was stiff at this moment. After all, they were scanned by the spiritual mind by the 2 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. Whoever will not be too comfortable in front of the powerful spiritual mind, own body within the body, there seems to be nowhere to hide his secret, and it is about to be revealed. But soon, these 2 spiritual minds were taken back, letting everyone relax. It looks like a lot of people have been recruited. Xiao Yueyang suddenly smiled slightly, stretched out his hand a little forward, and at the fingertips, a flowing light suddenly shot out. The speed of the flowing light is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to a male martial artist wearing blue clothed and shot straight at his abdomen. The blue-clothed martial artist has the cultivation level of Void King 2 layer. Seeing the Emperor Senior Stage shot at him, he was shocked by the change's countenance and shouted, Master Star Envoy, you. He couldn't figure out how, if own Xiao, a Void King Stage, has any qualifications to provoke the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. He personally shot the owner. Before the words were finished, the flowing light hit his lower abdomen, and the blue-clothed man couldn't help groaned. If hit by a huge force, the whole person flew out and fell into the crowd. At the same time, from his back, that flowing light laced out. But at this moment, there seemed to be something wrapped in the flowing light. Everyone looked carefully, and suddenly discovered that the thing was an oval cyan seed. A light sound, a flowing light burst, and the kind also disappeared in the burst and turned into ashes. There was a vaguely sharp chirping sound, which came out of the seed. Seeing this scene, everyone can't help but complexion greatly changed. Everyone knows that the blue-clothed man within the body should be abnormal. The reason why Xiao Yuanyang attacked him was just to get rid of this abnormality. Turning his head to look again, the blue-clothed man whose body was pierced by the mysterious light, although looks pale at this moment, as if Yuan Shi was badly injured, he stood up swayingly without worrying about his life. Xiao Yuanyang not at all looked towards him, but with a cynical sneer around the corner of his mouth. His fingers flicked again and again. One after another the flowing light laced everywhere as before, hitting different martial artists in the crowd. At the same time as Xiao Yuanyang's actions, Gao Xuting also took action. This young woman has a solemn expression with one hand, and casts a battle with one hand, transforming into a pattern of one after another rune. Then, it splits into small nets and shoots out in all directions. Those small nets seem to have an own spirituality, and they quickly found their respective goals, directly netting the body of each and every one martial artist. Those martial artists shrouded in small nets are all groaned, but the small nets appear to pass through intangible things, coming out of the behind of these martial artists. But at this moment, among these small nets, actually there are also more cyan seeds. The young woman pinches the trick again, and the small nets burst open, and the seeds contained in the net burst to pieces. What is this? A martial artist shouted in horror. Retreat again and again. Although the two Emperor senior stage powerhouses did not intend to take human lives, many people were still frightened after seeing such weird seeds in the martial artist within the body nearby. At this moment, in the square, a mournful scream came from all directions. After that, violent power surged. In the crowd, each and every one suddenly appeared strangely shaped like trees. At first glance, these things are no different from trees, but they exude an extremely evil aura, and they are in the center of the tree trunk. There are still faces. Yang Kai was also taken aback at the moment. He saw with his own eyes a martial artist next to own undergoing a tremendous change in a very short time. This martial artist was originally talking and laughing with his own companion, discussing the chance of entering the Five Colors Treasure Tower this time, with a look of excitement. But just now, he suddenly became extremely painful. At the same time, cyan rays of light lit up on his abdomen. His skin was cracked, and the fresh blood was flowing, and from his flesh and blood, it seemed that something else had come out. In just a blink of an eye, the martial artist turned into a tree-like existence in front of him, and the martial artist's face was inlaid in the center of the tree trunk with a hideous expression, struggling and howling. Soon there was no movement. Kai. The inside of the tree shoots out one after another cyan vines, frantically pumping all around. Several martial artists nearby did not notice for a while. One of them was pierced by the vine, and there was a clanging sound from the vines, as if something was being swallowed, and the pierced body the martial artist actually shriveled in a very short time. Wood Demon! Yang Kai exclaimed in exclamation. How familiar is this scene? It was the scene where he met Wood Demon in the second two-layer of the Five Colors Treasure Tower before. But he didn't expect to see him again in the square of Maplewood City. While yelling this sentence, Yang Kai quickly retreats, and at the same time urges the fire sword chi of 5 elements indestructible sword to chop the vine that stabbed to own. With a hit to the ground, the burning sword of fire chopped off the top thorns of the vine. Yang Kai used this strength to float and then withdraw. At this time, many martial artists have recognized the culprit of this mutation, and the name of Wood Demon spread in the square above in an instant. Give this king the power to resist. Don't let the wood seed invade within the body. otherwise your fate will be the same. Xiao Yuanyang's angry loudly shout was suddenly uploaded from high stage. Yang Kai hearing this immediately understood something, and hurriedly used his power to cover the whole body, so as not to accidentally get hit. Other fast-reacting martial artists are like Yang Kai. Those slow-reacting martial artists have some good luck escaped, and some bad luck. They are invaded by small wood species within the body, and then became wood demon's clone in a very short time. High stage above, Xiao Yuanyang cold snort, violently surging in strength, pointed his hand, and killed several wood demon clone in the air. That Gao Xuting is also extremely powerful. Seeing that the scene is already a little uncontrollable, he naturally no longer shows mercy when he shoots, and slays the wood demon clone very neatly. At the same time, the other 4 Emperor Senior stages are doing the same thing throughout Maplewood City. When many martial artists returned to the plaza from the 5 Colors Treasure Tower, many people immediately left. And among these people, naturally there was Marshall, who was eroded by wood demon within the body. The artist, seeing the opportunity at the moment, all revealed their prototypes. For a moment, the 6 Emperor Senior stages are like cutting melons and vegetables, killing those wood demon clone. As the martial artists of Maplewood City realized wood demon's difficulties, they also used their strength to protect themselves. For a moment, the entire Maplewood City is in chaos, but the overall situation is still very clear. These wood demon clones are not powerful, but the methods are too weird and disseminate. The wood demon that comes out can invade martial artist within the body silently, but if the martial artist is prepared, the chance of being hacked will be much lower. With the cooperation of many martial artists, Wood Demon's crisis seems to be resolved soon. Half a day later, in Maplewood City, clone corpses of Wood Demon were lying everywhere. These corpses were originally Maplewood City martial artists, but after being eroded by wood species, they were transformed into another kind exist. In order to avoid cutting weeds and eliminate the roots, the 6 Emperor Senior stages deliberately split up and patrolled the entire Maplewood City. Sure enough, during this inspection, some hidden wood species were found. This situation lasted for 2 days before the chaos in Maplewood City gradually subsided. Within these 2 days, Maplewood City martial artist died as a result. There are thousands of them. Wood Demon's terrifying can be seen. It doesn't even need to do it in person, it only needs to spread wood seeds. To this extent, if it really grows up, I am afraid that the entire Maplewood City will have a loss of life. Yang Kai also finally realized the terrifying point of this guy, and felt that Moxioki said that the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse Falls was in the hands of Wood Demon, which is probably not groundless. In the past 2 days, he has been actively cooperating with other martial artists to behead and find Wood Demon clone. After all, the martial artists of Maplewood City have done this. If he doesn't do it, he will definitely be treated as an alien and hostile. In the process, both Moxioki and Kang Saran asked him about his safety many times. After receiving all the news that he was in good condition, the two people felt relieved. After all the dust settled, Yang Kai went to the Spirit Pill workshop to meet with Kang Saran and agreed on the next time to come to pill refining, and Shishiren rented it to the owner. Go to Cave Mansion. He needs to tidy up his own this time from entering the 5 Colors Treasure Tower. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion, the 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses gathered together, and Duan Yuanshan was still standing at the bottom. The expressions of a few Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses are not as easy as before, but they are a bit solemn. Several adults. That Wood Demon, is it really wiped out? Duan Yuanshan hesitates for a long time before cautiously asked. He had personally killed 2 of Owen's confidants before, and he also fully realized that Wood Demon was difficult to destroy, so he was very heavy. If I said to completely eliminate, you would definitely not believe it. Xiao Yuanyang raises the head and glanced at him. My lord means. Duan Yuanshan complexion slightly changed. Xiao Yuanyang sighed saying, there are many types of Wood Demon, and their natural talents are different. This Wood Demon is indeed beyond this king's expectations, and this king cannot guarantee whether it really doesn't exist in the world. Perhaps, there are some hidden wood species that we haven't noticed. Duan Yuanshan expression was horrified, and said, with the means of a few adults, actually can't be sure? Gao Xuting said, I can't be sure, unless you gather all the martial artists of Maplewood City and let me wait one after another to check with spiritual mind, so that I can be sure. How dare you bother the 6 adults so much? Duan Yuanshan was taken aback, and quickly guilty. Martial Peak Chapter 2053 Chapter 2053 Quota. How many martial artists in Maplewood City? There are tens of thousands of Void King stage and Void Return stage in 5 colors Treasure Tower alone this time, let alone the people below. Although there is no exact statistics, the number of martial artists in Maplewood City is as large as 4,500 even if there are not 1 million. There are so many martial artists, if you let the 6 Emperor Senior stage one after another check, not to mention whether they have the mind and energy. Even if they do, the duration is definitely not short. In such a long time, maybe there is another mutation. So this approach is completely impossible to achieve. Although we cannot be sure whether the wood demon is dead, you can rest assured that it has lost so many wood species. Even if it is not dead, I am afraid that Yuan Shi is already badly injured. It may be impossible to come out and make a mess in a short time. You only need to ask the martial artist in the city to check your own situation more, so that you can take precautions. Gao Xuting indifferently said. Follow the order of Senior Gao. This is the end of the matter, and Duan Yuanshan also knows that there is no good way other than this method and can only nodded his promise. Okay, you go out. I still have something to discuss. Xiao Yuanyang suddenly waved his hand instructed. Duan Yuanshan complained again and hurried back, not daring to show any respect. Although this is his city lord's mansion, the Emperor's senior stages in front of him have huge backgrounds and they are not something he can provoke. Normally, it is extremely rare to meet one of them. It was 6 people gathered, how could he dare to disobey? After Duan Yuanshan left, Xiao Yuanyang suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. The invisible force of 1 layer went up and down, covering the room where the 6 people were. Vice President Zheng Yuan of 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce narrowed his eyes and asked a little surprised, what else does Mr. Xiao need to be so careful? Could it be is that because of Wood Demon? Vice President Lu Kai of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce also asked in surprise. Xiao Yuanyang slightly smiled. Naturally not. How can this king take this king so seriously after trifling a wood demon? The next thing this king has to discuss with you is Star Fragments C. P Star Fragments C. As soon as this statement came out, the other 5 Emperor Senior stage couldn't help but change the countenance slightly. Feng Ming of Plain Palace's Feng Ming looking thoughtful authentically said, Master Xiao means ... The entrance to Star Fragments C is about to open? Others also looked excited. Looking at Xiao Yuanyang, he seemed to be extremely concerned about Star Fragments C. Not a few days ago, I received a message from the Great Emperor, and the entrance to Star Fragments C is indeed about to open, but the specific time, the Great Emperor cannot be calculated for the time being. I only know that it should be soon. Xiao Yuanyang expression Su, looking to the south, slightly holds the fist saying, everyone naturally knows that the Great Emperor in his mouth is who. In the entire South Territory, the Great Emperor can be used as the title, and only one of the top 10 Emperor Senior, Helmsman of Star Soul Palace, Bright Moon Great Emperor. Since what the Great Emperor said, it should not be wrong. Gao Xuting slightly nodded. Master Xiao, do I know about this until sect? Xiao Yuanyang once said with a smile, Junior Sister Gao, don't worry, the Great Emperor has sent people to sect where you are, to inform you of this, and the Great Emperor is sending you a message. Since I have the destiny to gather here, then I will simply discuss the matter. So that's how it is. Chen Wenhao nodded and said, although I am all in South Territory, it is not easy to gather together in normally. even more how his 6 great influences gather together. It's really good to take this opportunity to discuss it. The Great Emperor means exactly that, and it saves us another time. Xiao Yueyang smiled and said, you all know that this star, the birth of Fragment C, has a great relationship with the Heavens Devourer Great Emperor. Back then, that Heavens Devourer Great Emperor was able to move unhindered in the whole world. How arrogant and comfortable. Devouring heaven and earth, all things turned into a powerful body. Even the sun, moon and stars can't escape from the capital of China. In the end, it provokes anger and resentment, and is not tolerated by the world. Cough. Feng Ming coughed lightly, and said, Master Xiao, we don't have to take these false news that the world knows. Xiao Yueyang laughed. This is natural. The martial artist at the bottom knows that the reason for Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor falls is for the world can't tolerate it. In fact, everyone knows what is really going on. But that battle, the world collapsed, the world changes countenance, and Star Fragment C was born, become one world. It's a pity, Star Fragment C, although it is huge. The limit that can be accommodated is Principal Source Stage. I wait for no luck to enter. If I enter it rashly, it will only make Star Fragment C collapse. You know, there are many broken stars in there, and there are many star sources. If they can absorb 1 or 2, it will be of great benefit to us. As soon as this statement came out, the other 5 Emperor Senior Stage were very excited. But soon, everyone sighed again. Gao Xuting said, for this reason, the Emperor Senior Stage is not allowed to enter the Star Fragment C all the time since Star Fragment C has been opened. If it weren't for this, I would have a good place to go. Junior Sister Gao, if you are interested, you can also go in and try. Feng Ming laughed. Gao Xuting cold snort. The Great Emperor's order is there. I don't want to be killed by the Great Emperor. If Senior Brother Feng doesn't take the life of the owner seriously, it's a big deal. Test. Feng Ming touched a nail, his face was stunned, and he didn't say more. Although we can't enter, the Hanger and Disciple can bring Star back from it. Source, why do you bother? When the time comes, if any one of you wants to sell, I bought them all at 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce, whatever the cost. Zheng Yuan faintly smiled and said, I want to say that too. My Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is a big business, and I can afford to buy some Star Source. Lu Kai hurriedly continued. The vice president of the 2 chambers of commerce glanced at each other. Although they are both smiling, sparks are faintly splashing. You 2 people are really true wishful thinking. Xiao Yueyang laughed. That's all. Let's not talk about this first. The specific opening time of Star Fragment C has not been determined yet. Don't you think it is too early to discuss this? It's just that the opening of Star Fragment C has always been a grand event in my South Territory. Once the news comes out, even people from the other 3 domains will come. However, this quota is limited every time. What we need to discuss now is the quota. See which sect can send a few people in. In Cave Mansion, all restrictions are turned on. Mysterious boundary bead is left on the ground, and Yang Kai has entered the mysterious small boundary. He transplanted several spirit grass wonderful medicines from 5 colors treasure tower this time into his own medicine garden one after another. These spirit grass wonderful medicines, he can only after recognizing a little under half. Most of them don't recognize them, let alone what they do. Among them, several spirit mushrooms, continuously changing colors, are his number 1 in the 5 colors treasure tower. The harvest was collected from under the quagmire. Judging from the spiritual energy it emits, this is a kind of principal source grade medicinal herbs, which should be of great value. Although so many days no treatment, but these spirit mushrooms are still vitality, and they adapt instantly after being transplanted to medicine garden. After all, in the medicine garden in mysterious small boundary, there are already 5 earth arteries beads to condense the world's spiritual energy, and a huge amount of heavy earth. These spirit grass wonderful medicines are planted here, which is more appropriate than planting in the medicine garden of any force. I believe that in time, these spirit grass wonderful medicines will thrive. The ground grows up. The 5 gold crystal grass, Yang Kai knows they are doing, and so on. But if you want to refine the gold crystal pill, you need to purchase other medicinal herbs, not for the time being in a hurry. Yang Kai will be one of them and transplanted into the medicine garden. Except for this, in addition to these gains, there are various monster beasts body materials. Yang Kai sorted it out a bit, and prepared to sell it in a few days. Anyway, he doesn't need to refine any secret treasure now. These monster beast body materials are useless in his hands. It is better to exchange them for source crystal. There is also a principal source fruit. Yang Kai took it out and looked at it for a while, then put it away again. He is not really eager for principal source fruit, but now that it has been obtained, it is naturally adding flowers to the brocade. I believe that as long as it is refined into principal source pill, it can help him faster promoted to principal source stage. Of course, the premise is that all his strength within the body must be transformed into source strength. Next, Yang Kai took out another jade bottle and stared at it with expression grave. To say that he entered the 5 colors treasure tower this time as the most important thing to gain, then in addition to absorbing a large amount of broken heaven and earth law in the 3rd layer, not only did he have a preliminary understanding of law power that clearly understood, which also makes up for the law power of mysterious small boundary, is the only jade bottle. This jade bottle was surprisingly obtained from the first 1 layer Soaring Dragon Altar. The dozen or so treasures on Soaring Dragon Altar are basically all fake, formed by illusion technique, but only the things in this jade bottle are real. At that time, he also urged Life's exterminator Demon Eye, and he could only be sure after breaking the falsehood. When Duan Dancy and Zong Zijin were checking a dozen items on the Soaring Dragon Altar, Yang Kai had already quietly taken out another jade bottle to steal the beam and replace it. At that time, everyone was immersed in disappointment and fooled anger, and almost no one noticed Yang Kai's small movements. Only the Kinya from Qin family seems to have discovered something. Later, I also asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai almost thought she had discovered it, but after thinking about it carefully, she should only suspect it, not sure. Yang Kai doesn't know what exactly is in the jade bottle. In the days in the 5 colors treasure tower, he never took it out to investigate, but he vaguely guessed that the contents of the jade bottle should be related to True Dragon, because at that time and at the moment, the real dragon scales on his chest were slightly hot, as if it forms a strange resonance with the stuff in the jade bottle. Taking a breath, Yang Kai put the jade bottle in front of his eyes, and then slowly opened the bottle cap. At this moment, mutation protrudes. A high-pitched dragon roar sound suddenly came from the jade bottle. Yang Kai complexion was shocked. Before he could find out what was going on, he saw the jade bottle go. A small silhouette appears. That little silhouette is only 1 finger long and short, like a little snake. At this moment, it was burning with hot flames, shaking its head, and rushed straight up. After getting rid of the shackles of the jade bottle, it turned out to be a wagging tail and immediately wanted to escape. Martial Peak Chapter 2054 Chapter 2054 Gongsun Mu. Yang Kai completely didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. If it is outside, maybe this thing will run away. But this is mysterious small boundary of mysterious boundary bead after all. So Yang Kai just froze for a moment, then reached out and grabbed it. The world's spiritual energy in mysterious small boundary moves according to the heart, and the small silhouette only flies less than 30 feet away, and is set in place by invisible power. Even so, it was still struggling restlessly, and a high-pitched dragon roar came out from inside. Until now, Yang Kai could not see its face clearly. This is a true dragon that has shrunk countless times, and it is a red fire dragon full of flames. Yang Kai was taken aback, and said in amazement, "Young dragon?" But soon, he realized that it was not the case. It seemed like a young dragon in a twist. It turned into a drop of yin hong. It's about the size of a small fingernail, but it's like a lava. Even if it's 30 feet away, Yang Kai can feel the hot power from it. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and soon he seemed to think of something. cry out in surprise, "Dragon blood! It is the blood of true dragon." The jade bottle was filled. It's not a young dragon, but a drop of real dragon blood. From the previous scenario, this is the blood of one drop fire dragon. If the martial artist with the power of practice fire attribute gets it, it will definitely be a huge benefit. But it is not without effect on Yankai. Although Yankai is not majoring in fire attribute power, he can integrate True Dragon secret treasure through monster art. The real dragon scales is merged into the body by him, and is blocked the key position of the heart. He was also prepared to integrate Dragon Bone Sword into within the body. Dragon Bone Sword is made of a real dragon spine bone and a dragon bead refining. Back then, it was just a rough refining, not at all hurting its roots. So there is no problem in fusion. The fusion of the dragon scales has given Yankai a huge benefit. He has always been obsessed with the Dragon Bone Sword, but he was not strong enough to be able to merge in the past. Later, his strength was almost improved, but there was no time. At this moment, I actually got one drop true dragon blood. If you can integrate properly, you might be able to make own a part of true dragon power. After all, he within the body has golden holy dragon source power. Yankai expression changes, but deep in one's heart is a big surprise. Until now, he realized that the jade bottle with dragon blood is nothing mortal. After a little sense, he noticed that the restriction in the jade bottle is densely covered, and it's extremely cold. Holding on to the palm doesn't feel the slightest. But when using spiritual mind to detect it, it seems to freeze divine consciousness. Only this kind of rare treasure can restrain one drop dragon blood. Complexion pondered for a while, and Yankai not at all rushed to merge. The use of monster art to integrate dragon scales in those years caused him a lot of suffering, so he was going to check some information before making plans. After making up his mind, he put the dragon blood cautiously away again, shook his figure, and left the mysterious small boundary. In the next few days, Yankai has been wandering around the major shops in Maplewood City, and even went to the black market a few times. Those monster beast body materials brought out from the Five Colors treasure tower were sold by him in exchange for the expensive source crystal. After that, he spent a lot of source crystal to buy many strange things. The ancient book, returned to Cave Mansion, and read it behind closed doors. The experience since entering Star Boundary let him know that the owner must understand all kinds of information in Star Boundary as soon as possible, so these ancient books are messy, but they are what he needs right now. It contains an introduction to Star Boundary's major sects, secret boundary, power distribution, topography, and even some medicinal herbs illustrations. These, as everyone knows, information is not difficult to find out. After Yankai spent a few days reading it, he finally has a general understanding of Star Boundary. Some of the ancient books also record some secret information, but Yankai doesn't know true or false. Unfortunately, he didn't find many records about the true dragon family, but only knew in this Star Boundary, there is a Dragon Island. On that Dragon Island, there are many Dragon Clan. He found a lot of information about integrating True Dragon secret treasure into the body. Most of them say that they need special cultivation technique assistance, and it varies from person to person. Even if someone may merge successfully, if physique fails, they will be killed by the True Dragon secret treasure backlash. Yankai thinks that owning should be fine. Special cultivation technique. He has the monster art, physique. He is also strong enough, but also has the golden holy dragon source power, fusion of true dragon secret treasure conditions blessed by heaven. However, this matter is not in a hurry. His top priority at the moment is to be promoted to principal source stage. The improvement of a great realm is enough to change his strength from heaven and earth turning upside down. Time flickered. Half a month passed. Yankai walked out of the cave mansion and came to the spirit pill workshop. According to the previous agreement with Kangsaran, he entered pill refining in the alchemy expert of the spirit pill workshop. 10 days later, when Yankai had refined enough spirit pill and walked out of alchemy expert, Kangsaran was already standing there waiting with a smile on his face. Storekeeper Kang. Yankai said hello. cup one fist in the other hand. Pill Master Yang, I'll do you this time. Kang Saran seemed to be in a good mood, and his smile wrinkled the old face. It's just a matter of agreement. Storekeeper Kang doesn't need to care. Yang Kai said with a slight smile. Look at Storekeeper Kang's expression. Is there something happy happening? This is not true, but the two pill masters dispatched from the headquarters have arrived 5 days ago. So that's how it is. Yang Kai knows his heart clearly, and Kang Saran has been worried. Spirit Pill Workshop's medicine pill supply problem. Previously, all the pill masters in the workshop were dug by the opponent pill pavilion. If Yang Kai had not refined the pill for him several times, Spirit Pill Workshop would really be closed. Now the pill master dispatched from the headquarters of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce has finally arrived, which can be regarded as solving Kang Saran's worries. Congratulations to Storekeeper Kang, Yang Kai said with a slight smile. Kang Saran said with a smile, if Pill Master Yang can stay and continue pill refining for Danfang, then the old man. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Storekeeper Kang, I'm afraid it's not going to work. I told you before that I didn't live by pill refining. The reason I promised you last time was because I needed a pill recipe. Now it's dispatched from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. My two pill masters have arrived, so I won't come to pill refining again in the future. Kang Saran heard this and sighed. It's a pity. In fact, with Pill Master Yang's ability, if you can focus on the pill refining technique, I am afraid that your future achievements will not be any worse than the Huang Fu Great Master in the headquarters. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Since Pill Master Yang has no intention of going away, the old man will no longer persuade. The spirit pill you refined before and this time is very large, and how much source crystal old man should be divided into will be carefully settled. Let someone send you your cave mansion at that time. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded. That's goodbye. Kang Saran nodded, and Yang Kai and go to the layman. In the middle of the journey, Kang Saran suddenly said, Pill Master Yang. The old man took the liberty to ask, do you really need various pill recipes? Yes. Storekeeper Kang, is there a way? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If Storekeeper Kang has a pill recipe that I don't know about, I can buy it, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Kang Saran said with a smile. Pill Master Yang is great to old man. If old man really has a pill recipe, why not give it to you? Why bother to say the price? Storekeeper Kang does not have a pill recipe? Yang Kai face stunned. Kang Saran mysteriously smiled and said, although the old man doesn't have it, the old man knows that there should be a place, and if that place is true, not only will there be a lot of pill recipes, maybe there is also the inheritance of the pill refining Grand Master. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Let's do it. Pill Master Yang, follow me, I'll talk to you carefully. Kang Saran thought for a while and led Yang Kai to walk towards the owner's room. In a short while, two people entered the room, and Kang Saran asked people to serve tea. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai realized that Kang Saran had a piece of information in his hands and knew the existence of a cave mansion. And that cave mansion is most likely a cave mansion left by a pill refining Grand Master. And this piece of information, he has known it many years ago, but he has been limited by his strength and has no ability to go deep. But he has also inquired a lot, and even personally investigated it. Basically 80% the certainty is sure to be true. Surely it is pill refining Grand Master's cave mansion? Yang Kai was fierce, and asked urgently, then I don't know which Grand Master is from? Gong Sun Mu. I don't know if Pill Master Yang has heard of this person. Kang Saran replied slowly, Gong Sun Mu? Yang Kai frowned, thinking back to the ancient book that owner had read a few days ago. It seemed that he had seen this person's name vaguely, but not at all. The description was too detailed. Kang Saran saw his expression, faintly smiled and said, if Pill Master Yang has never heard of Gong Sun Mu, then I must know that among the top 10 Emperor Seniors, there is one pill refining technique major perfection. Wonderful pill Great Emperor? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Among the top 10 Emperor Seniors, only the wonderful Pill Great Emperor entered the Taoist way with his alchemy and achieved supreme peak. which is admired. Storekeeper Kang said, "What is the relationship between Gongsun Mu and Wonderful Pill Great Emperor?" Yang Kai asked, looking thoughtful. The Gongsun Mu is one of the three major disciplines of the Wonderful Pill Great Emperor. Kang Seren slightly smiled. Yang Kai can't help changing countenance. Originally, Old Man was not qualified to know such top secrets, but I have been inquiring about Cave Mansion for these years, so I know more than others. Gongsun Mu is Wonderful Pill Great. The Emperor's closed or discipline is also the youngest one. The Wonderful Pill Great Emperor seems to be very fond of him, but I don't know where Gongsun Mu offended the Wonderful Pill Great Emperor. He was expelled by the Great Emperor 3,000 years ago. Finally lived in South Territory and ended up in a foreign land. It's really sad. Gongsun Mu has such a big background. How can Storekeeper Kang be sure that it is his cave mansion? Although Yang Kai was shocked, he asked cautiously. Kang Seren said with a smile, "Naturally, there is an old man reason. Let's put it this way. When Gongsun Mu was expelled from the Wonderful Pill Great Emperor, he brought a servant with him. The servant only responsible for taking care of his daily life, but was later driven away by Gongsun Mu, whose temperament changed drastically. The information that the old man got was from the servant's descendants." Marshall Peak Chapter 2055 Chapter 2055 Jiang Family. Gongsun Mu had a prominent identity back then, so even the servants around him were not low in strength. After being driven away by Gongsun Mu, he owned and retired in South Territory and married the wife, gave birth to children, opened up branches and scattered leaves, and created a family belonging to own. But this generation has been passed down from generation to generation, and the descendants of the family have mixed good and bad aptitude, and eventually declined. Until more than 100 years ago, there was only one heir left in this family, and that heir was saved by Kang Seren when he was hunted down by his enemies. Unfortunately, that person was hurt too much. Seriously, Kang Seren is fundamentally powerless. Before he died, the heir gladly told the family secrets passed down by word of mouth. This is also the reason why Kang Seren was able to get the information about Gongsun Mu Cave Mansion, which is quite bizarre. But Yang Kai listened, but he didn't doubt it. Once, he had been in contact with Kang Seren for so many days, and he felt that Kang Seren was a pretty good person, not a wicked person, and there was no need to coax the owner. Secondly, there are many coincidences in this world. Even if he owns it, he has experienced it many times. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "If it is really the cave mansion of Gongsun Mu, it would be necessary to explore it." But why did Storekeeper Kang come to me? The Chamber of Commerce is full of talented people. There are many people with my strengths, right? Ask those people to come and grasp it. Isn't it bigger? Kang Seren laughed. Pill Master Yang is worried. My Chamber of Commerce headquarters is indeed full of talents. Principal source, there are countless stage powerhouses. If you invite them to go together, both success probability and safety will be improved a lot. But if it is true, how much benefit can an old man get? Pill Master Yang, you know, this is my personal action, not Chamber of Commerce. If the powerhouse at the headquarters really knows about it, the good things in it, old man can't even drink the soup. The old man has always planned to find someone who is about the same as me to go with him. Please Pill Master Yang to understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly, said, "I understand Storekeeper Kang's concerns." Pill Master Yang is considerate. It is really old man. Fortunately, I don't know what Pill Master Yang means. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since Gongsun Mu, the alchemy grandmaster, is involved, of course I am also very excited." Kang Seren was overjoyed and said, "If this is the case, that's the case. But the old man has one more thing to ask for." Storekeeper Kang, please tell me. Kang Seren expressed a sigh, and said in a condensed voice, "If there is still a principal source pill in the cave mansion, the old man needs to take one first." This is okay. Yang Kai thought. Without thinking, readily agreed. Kang Seren startled. It seems that Yang Kai didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so quickly. A trace of gratitude appeared on the face. "Many thanks Pill Master Yang, The old man knows that aptitude is dull, if nothing principal source pill. I don't want to be promoted to principal source stage in my entire life, but principal source pill is this thing so rare. This time 5 colors treasure tower is opened, and the old man has no chance with the 3 principal source fruits. If not, old man, I don't rush to explore the cave mansion. But Pill Master Yang is assured, regardless of whether there is principal source pill in it, all things related to pill refining belong to Pill Master Yang. As for other things, you and me, when the time comes, we will discuss the allocation. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. When will we leave? Tentatively, 1 month later. 1 month later, the old man is waiting for Pill Master Yang in Danfang. The old man also has to make some preparations during this month's time. In addition, the city is also preparing to hold an auction. The old man wants to join in the fun and see if he can gain something. I wonder if Pill Master Yang is interested in going to get there? Kang Saran asked. Our auction is going to be held in the city? Yang Kai stunned. Yes. Kang Saran laughed and said, this time, the martial artist of Maplewood City got a lot of good things from the 5 colors treasure tower. So the city master wanted to hold the auction allows everyone to communicate with each other. Maybe in this auction, the old man can still see the principal source fruit. Pill Master Yang is now also a Void King 3 layer. I am afraid it is time to prepare the principal source pill in advance. It should be, when and where does this auction start? Yang Kai asked. After 1 hour, Yang Kai walked out of the Spirit Pill workshop. For the auction Yang Kai, he didn't say whether he must go or not. He just told Kang Saran to join in the fun if he had time. Kang Saran naturally had no opinion. Out of the Spirit Pill workshop, he thought about it, not at all, and returned to the cave mansion of One, but went straight to the outside of the city. After a short while, after leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai recognized the downward direction, and flew towards the northern Yukong. In the location about 30 li from Maplewood City, there is a manor-like existence. The internal houses of the manor stand in great numbers, covering a vast area, with small bridges and flowing water, and the environment is quiet. Quite elegant and quiet. Yang Kai fell from the sky alone. Spiritual mind swept over part of this manor, muttered, it should be here. He came here naturally because fulfill the previous agreement with the guy named Jang Goksuan in the 5 colors treasure tower. Jang family is also considered a somewhat famous family in Maplewood City, so he just inquired a little and knew where Jang family was. Jang family's foundation is not at all located inside Maplewood City, but outside Maplewood City. After all, Maplewood City has a lot of money in it, and it's not a small amount to house a large family. But building a house outside is different. Although the world's spiritual energy here is not too rich, it is not a problem for a small family to use it. Yang Kai glanced at it and knew that someone in the Jang family should have a little understanding of formation. Some simple formations were arranged in this manner to gather the world's spiritual energy. Get a principal source fruit from Jang family patriarch Jang Goksuan. Yang Kai reasonable in every circumstance. You have to come here to take a look, and bring Jang Goksuan's other relics and instructions. Before there was no time, so it is here today. When he came to the front entrance, Yang Kai was about to shout, but he didn't want to suddenly shoot 2 flowing lights from the inside of the front entrance, in a sharp imposing manner, and straight to his face. After the 2 flowing lights, the 2 silhouettes also rushed out. Each hand pinched spirit art, the eyes were red, as if there was an absolutely irreconcilable hatred with Yang Kai, and they were killed. Quick look. Yang Kai is stunned for it, but he hasn't paid attention to the other party's attack. After all, the cultivation level of these 2 people is really not high. 1 void return 2 layer and 1 void return 1 layer. Even if the full strength attack is correct, how much threat can he pose? So he didn't move at the stove in place, bend a finger, and swing forward. Papa made 2 crisp sounds, and the 2 flowing lights that hit his face suddenly shattered. Seeing this situation, the 2 people who immediately followed had a blank expression, but soon, they rushed up with their faces looking sinister. looking like they were dead, and they didn't know what secret they used. Technique. Each opened his mouth and spouted a sip of blood essence, and the aura skyrocketed. Yang Kai frowned suddenly, and before the two people took out some secret treasure, his domain was leisurely to release outside. In an instant, these two people were as if they were being held down by a mountain, their bodies stiff, unable to move even a little bit, but everyone's expressions were extremely angry, and they looked at Yang Kai's Spitfire. This is the Jiang family? Yang Kai maintained the power of the domain, suppressing the two, lightly asked. These two people are men who seem to be about 30 years old, one fatty and one thin. Hearing this, the fatter man cold snort said, why to ask a question, when already knows the answer? Kill if you want, no nonsense. Although the thinner man didn't speak, the angry look from his eyes obviously meant the same. What's the matter with Jiang family? Yang Kai is not a fool either. Seeing this, he has not guessed where he can't help but frowns. You are really long-winded. Since you are here to work for the Lu family, why bother to act? The fatter martial artist cold snort has a look of contempt. The thinner martial artist continued with a sneer, Lu Bikuan's old fogey is so good-looking, and the people who invited are naturally all the same. So why is the third brother strange? Fat Marshal the artist said with a big smile, yes, it's the third brother, Imdal. After the words fell, I spit at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai sighed, too. I am afraid I have some misunderstandings. I don't know what Lu Bikuan or Lu family you are talking about. I just fought back because of your sudden sneak attack. You don't know the old thief of Lu Bikuan. Why come to my Jiang family again? At this moment, a very angry voice suddenly came from inside the manor. Tight then, an old woman with silver hair, with a tall wooden staff in her hand, walked out step by step with the support of a young female. Behind the old woman, I followed many other people. The old woman is not young, her face is full of wrinkles, and there are some brown age spots. Her eyes are thunderous, staring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's spiritual mind swept away, and immediately understood that this old woman had the cultivation level of Void King 1 layer, and it should have recently hurt her roots with people, so Saint Yuan within the body was a bit disordered. But what makes him more puzzled is that these people who came out of the old woman are all females, middle-aged women, young females, and even a few who have not grown up. The child. The only men present were the one fatty and one thin martial artist who had previously sneak attacked him. It seems that the men in this family are all dead except for the fat and thin two people. Yang Kai waved his hand, dispersed his own domain, and released two fat and thin men. The two men also knew each other. They seemed to realize that there was a huge difference in strength between On and Yang Chi, so they didn't get entangled anymore. Instead, they came to the old woman right away, guarding, looking at Yang Kai. Under Yang Kai, I have seen old lady, dare to ask if this is Jiang family? Yang Kai cup one fist in the other hand salutes. Yes, this is the Jiang family. The old woman put a stick in her hand, solemnly replied. Jiang family is good. Yang Kai slightly smiled, and groaned. Old lady, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Why do I take a sneak attack when I come here? Misunderstanding? Old woman sneered. Is it a misunderstanding? It depends on who you are here to do business. You said you didn't know Lu Bikuan's old thief? Yang Kai shook the head, saying, never heard of it. Marshall Peak Chapter 2056. Chapter 2056 with letter. Grandma's grandmother, don't listen to his nonsense. If it weren't for Lu Bikuan to invite him, why would he come to my Jiang family at this time? The old woman hadn't spoken yet, and the fat martial artist previously imprisoned by Yang Kai suddenly screamed. Yang Kai smiled wryly. The old woman glared fiercely at the fat martial artist, and sternly said, I need you to tell me when I do things. The fat martial artist was taken aback, and even said not dare. The old woman turned her gaze on Yang Kai again. Spiritual mind scanned, and when she noticed that Yang Kai's cultivation level was much higher than her face changed slightly, and she said, your cultivation level profound. If it's really invited by Lubikuan, I'm afraid I won't wait. Too much nonsense. Okay, I believe you, but I don't know why your excellency came to my Jiang family. Here it is entrusted by others, please. See, old lady. Yang Kai, while speaking, threw a space ring at the old woman. The old woman stretched out her hand to catch it, and took a deep look at Yang Kai. Then she poured spiritual mind into the space ring. The next moment, the old woman's face turned pale, and her body suddenly swayed, as if she had suffered a serious injury. She opened her mouth and spit out a blood arrow. Her old face suddenly became even older. How dare you sneak attack? The fat martial artist shouted furiously. It's no wonder he had such a misunderstanding. After all, the old woman suddenly had this change after catching the space ring. Anyone would think that Yang Kai did something on the space ring. Sneak attack, old woman. Some of the remaining females also have a fierce expression, and they look at Yang Kai with indignation. Each and every one within the body has ups and downs. The more impatient has already taken out own secret treasure. Start to Yang Kai. Faced with such a group of women soldiers, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scalp feeling numb. Stepping a little, retreat, and distanced themselves from them. Stop. The old woman suddenly shouted. These females are also very obedient, although they don't feel angry about Yang Kai's behavior, but under the order of the old woman, none of them made another move. Grandma, how are you? Don't you? This time, the young female who has been supporting the old woman asked worriedly, and stretched out her hand to stroke the old woman's back continuously. Old woman shook the head, raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai's. Her eyes were no longer hostile, but full of sorrow. She said desolately, dare to ask little brother, this space ring, who can get it? Yang Kai squirmed his mouth, sound transmission into the ear of the old woman. The old woman listened for a while. The whole person staggered again, and then she gave a wry smile. Fate. Although the old woman had expected it, but didn't expect it. It's really like this. Mother, what happened? A middle-aged woman with a Void King 1-layer cultivation level asked. Look at this. The old woman passed the ring in her hand to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman took it, and after taking a closer look, her pretty face also turned pale suddenly. When she was exploring the inner space with spiritual mind, tears suddenly flowed down her eyes. As Jiang Gokxuan's family, he naturally recognizes those things in space ring. Now Jiang Gokxuan's space ring is here, but no one is seen. Anyone can guess how it will end up. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling touched when he watched this scene. He didn't even urge him. He just waited quietly for Jiang family to digest the news that Jiang Gokxuan had been killed. Although other people did not clear within the body screen, seeing the old woman and middle-aged woman look like this, naturally they also had guesses in their hearts, and each and every one expression became sad now. For a long time, the old woman took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai and said, the distinguished guest is here, and the old body is rude. Please come in. All right, there is still something for you. Yang Kai nodded. At the moment, under the leadership of the old woman and the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai came to a hall of this manner. At this moment, everyone else is already waiting outside. Only the old woman, the middle-aged woman and the young female entered inside. The young female seems to be dedicated to serving old women, so follow closely. Now standing behind the old woman, she looked at Yang Kai curiously with a pair of beautiful eyes. After ordering people to serve tea, the old woman said, little brother, I had a misunderstanding before, but I hope that little brother reads that my Jiang family has changed dramatically. Don't be surprised. It's okay, old lady, please also be sorrowful and change. Yang Kai nodded. You just said that there is something to give to us. I don't know what it is. The old woman asked. This. Yang Kai took out another jade slip, handed it to the old woman, opened the mouth and said, before the lord of Jiang family died, he left some information inside with spiritual mind. The old lady will know if she has seen it. The old woman thanked for accepting it, and released spiritual mind to check it out. After a while, she passed it to the middle-aged woman in a calm manner. After the middle-aged woman was investigated, gnashing teeth said authentically, sure enough, It is Lu Bikuan's old thief's murderous hand to the husband. Mother, I am going to avenge the husband. Listening to what she said, Yang Kai knew that this middle-aged woman was Zhang Goksuan's wife, and it seemed that this old woman was Zhang Goksuan's mother. When I am old to lose a child, see one's child die before oneself, how sad the mood is, but this old woman can adjust in a short time, so Yang Kai can't help but admire a little. The grudges, of course, are to be reported. But do you have this ability? The old woman gave the middle-aged woman a coldly look. The daughter-in-law is indeed not the opponent of the old thief, but even if she dies, she must chew the old thief's flesh and blood. The middle-aged woman yin-yabbed at her, beautiful eyes full of hatred. It's beautiful. The old woman sneered, I'm afraid that when the time comes, you won't die if you want to, and you have to be insulted. The middle-aged woman couldn't help turning pale. Don't you sit back for me. The old woman beat her cane fiercely, shouted majestic. The middle-aged woman didn't dare to disobey, fell back to her seat feebly, and her beautiful eyes seemed to lose a trace of glamour. When Yang Kai saw this, he sighed, Old lady, dare to ask the nobles, apart from Brother Zhang's misfortune in the Five Colors Treasure Tower, is there anything else? Old woman hearing this, her face darkened, nodded and said, let little brother see it. The family is unfortunate. For a moment of silence, the old woman talked about what the family had recently encountered. In Maplewood City, Zhang family and Lu family have always had a good friendship, because the old ancestor of the two came to Maplewood City together and worked hard together. After hundreds of years of inheritance, it can be regarded as it's been several generations. This time Five Colors Treasure Tower opened, and two Patriarch Zhang Goksuan and Lu Bikuan joined them together. Just after the opening of the Five Colors Treasure Tower, the juniors of the two families met to go to one place to practice. I never thought that all this turned out to be the conspiracy of Lu family. In that dangerous place, the heirs of the Zhang family were killed and injured, but everyone in the Lu family returned safely. This created the situation where Zhang family is now a woman, two fat and thin men. The martial artist was also spared because of the practice of retreat at the time. Otherwise, Zhang family would be afraid that there would be no male. After the Five Colors Treasure Tower closed, only Lu Bikuan returned, and Zhang Goksuan disappeared. And Lu Bikuan also changed his previous attitude. After returning, he frequently tried pressure on Zhang family, wanting to let one of his own son marry a young female Zhang Yuoxi of Zhang family this generation as his wife. Zhang family patriarch disappeared suddenly, and everyone in the family was worried. How could they agree to such a request this time? Even more, how? The old woman herself also had doubts about Lu family, and felt that her previous experience was very problematic, so she immediately refused. I didn't know that Lu Bikuan had directly torn his skin, and wanted to take away that Zhang Yuoxi forcibly, and even fought against Zhang family. Lu Bikuan is the same as Zhang Goksuan. Both have the cultivation level of Void King 3-layer. Zhang family is now a lonely family. Where is his opponent? If it weren't for the old woman, he took some prohibition of drugs to enhance strength, with the remaining power of the family to temporarily repel Lu Bikuan. I am afraid there is no Zhang family now. Now I get the jade slip brought back by Yang Kai, which contains the message left by Zhang Goksuan before his death. The old woman knows that the death of On's son was indeed the murderer of Lu Bikuan. All the doubts before, also suddenly see the whole thing in a clear light. The sadness and hatred in the old woman's heart can be imagined. Yang Kai listened and was silent for a while. I thought to myself that this should be the usual method for one family to annex another family. There are very few males left in the family, how can we inherit it? Just take the opportunity to get married, and Zhang family will slowly be swallowed by Lu family in the future. From then on, there will be no Zhang family in Maplewood City. However, there are some doubts in his mind. As the so-called human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food, Zhang and Lu's two families have been together for hundreds of years. How come they suddenly changed their faces in this generation? He didn't know if anything else was involved in this, and he didn't have the mind to ask more. Old lady, since you have read the information in the jade slip, You should already know the agreement between me and the Jiang family master. Yang Kai suddenly said. Old woman nodded. Goksuan has already said very clear in the jade slip, saying that as long as little brother still lives in Maplewood City, he can do his best to promise me 3 Jiang family request, and, after Principal Source Fruit refines pill success, he will give me Jiang family a Principal Source pill. Principal Source Fruit? The middle-aged woman is hearing this, terrifying surprised. He said suspiciously, husband, did he get Principal Source Fruit? Yes. Yang Kai is nodded, and there is no concealment. The Lord Jiang family is in the 5 colors treasure tower. I got a Principal Source Fruit and now it's in my hands. This is also one of the agreements between me and the Jiang family master. Old woman glanced at the middle-aged woman. Cold Snort said, an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. My Jiang family is not able to keep the Principal Source Fruit. This treasure, even more how, is now a little brother's thing. Middle-aged woman complexion was startled, and said solemnly, Master Mother taught that Gongyi understands. The old woman turned her head and looked at Yang Kai and said, little brother, don't worry about the Principal Source Fruit. Only the 4 of us in this world know about it, and no one else will know about it. Little brother is able to fulfill the promise to come to Jiang family. The old man is grateful, and I also admire little brother for your character and credibility. I will never give it to you again. What is the trouble? Marshall Peak Chapter 2057. Chapter 2057 Welcoming Relatives. Listening to the old woman, Yang Kai nodded and said, it's best to be like this. Although his attitude towards Principal Source Fruit is not, it is optional. But for other Void King stage martial artists exactly this kind of, once the news comes out, I am afraid that countless Void King stages will be chased by him, and it may even cause the powerhouse of Principal Source stage. Shot. Principal Source Fruit is useless to Principal Source stage powerhouse. But which Principal Source stage powerhouse does not have an own junior and heir? The old woman said again, little brother, if you don't abandon it, you might as well spend a few days in my Jiang family, so that the old man will be a landlord. Yang Kai frowning for a while, I feel that it is a bit wrong for Ona to leave now. Although Ona has no friendship with this Jiang family, there are some agreements between Ona and Jiang Goksuan. Now Jiang family is facing a crisis. If Ona leaves, if Lu Bikuan kills someone again, this lonely family may be powerless. Withstand. It's better to take advantage of this now and let them make a request. It's better to have a worry. When I was thinking this way, a strange sound suddenly rang in my ear. What sound? The woman expression moved, leaning her ears to sound. Yang Kai said with a smile, it seems to be the sound of gongs and drums. The woman startled with a blank face. But the old woman seemed to have thought of something. She grew up and shouted in a deep voice, Lu Bikuan, little bastard, bully intolerably. Although Lu Bikuan's cultivation level is higher than her, but the woman is older than Lu Bikuan by a generation, so it's no problem to scold him like that. The woman complexion changed and said, could it be that old thief? The old woman took a look at the young female who had been standing next to the owner and was dedicated to serving the owner, lightly patted the back of her hand with her hand, saying, don't be afraid. The great-grandmother is here. Lu family wants to grab you, and the great-grandmother will not agree. The young female is also cute, although I vaguely knew what was going on, but the expression didn't see much panic. Instead, he shook the head and whispered, great-grandmother, if Nuoxi can save the family, let Nuoxi go. What the hell? The old woman cold snort, slamming the crutches hard, your grandfather, your father and brother died at the hands of the Lu family. The enemy of Lu family and my Jiang family is absolutely irreconcilable, and the grandmother is also. How can I push you into the fire pit? Don't worry, the great-grandmother will keep you safe today. When they talked like this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the young female who has been serving the old woman is Lu the Jiang Nuoxi that family wants. Before, Yang Kai used spiritual mind to investigate her cultivation level. Only Saint King 1 layer, not even the Void Return stage, and the low cultivation level, depending on her age. probably at 1415 years old. This kind of age, this kind of cultivation level, is actually very common among Star Boundary. Also, although she is delicate and pretty, she is not bringing calamity to the country and the people, inverting the color of all living beings, and she doesn't know what special place she has that can actually let La Family is so caring. Or, she is simply a pawn chosen by La Family as a pawn to annex Jiang family. Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle, some unknown reason. At this moment, the old woman turned her gaze to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, the old man has a presumptuous request." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old lady, please." The old woman said, "Little brother, cultivation level is good, but Lubikuan's cultivation level is comparable to yours. It is not good for you to fight really hard. I don't ask you to kill this person to avenge my Jiang family. I just want you to come forward and keep my Jiang family safe this time. I am grateful." "Is this a request?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Exactly." The old woman nodded sternly, and the middle-aged woman and Jiang Yuoxi also looked at Yang Kai together, with a pleading expression. After all, currently the two people with the highest strength in Jiang family are only Void King One Layer, and the old woman herself is badly injured by the last time she performed secret technique Yuan Shi, and now she has no ability to compete with Lu family. If Yang Kai lets go, then Jiang family will be in serious trouble this time. However, Lubikuan's cultivation level is the same as Yang Kai. They are not sure whether Yang Kai can really fulfill the agreement with Jiang Goxuan and bless Jiang family. After all, which martial artist is willing to do nothing offend someone who owns the same realm for no reason? For a moment, I was very worried, but I dared not say anything. This request. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, so that the hearts of the three people in the hall were raised in his throat. "I can agree." The old woman suddenly exhaled. The woman and the young female are also in a relaxed mood, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes are full of gratitude. "But old lady, I happen to be in Jiang family this time, so I can keep you safe once. But what if I'm not in Jiang family next time? What should you do if there is another challenge from La family? Impossible to live here all the time." Yang Kai said indifferently. Old woman frowned, sighed majestically. "You can only take one step and count one step." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Old lady never thought about cutting weeds and eliminating the roots." "Cut weeds and eliminate the roots." The old woman's seemingly muddy eyes suddenly lit up, and said in a condensed voice, "Little brother is sure? Lu family is crowded. Exactly, Lubikuan one person. You can try it." Yang Kai squinted. The old woman, startled, looked at Yang Kai up and down, as if she was about to re-examine him, hesitates for a moment and said, "If this is the case, then Jiang family will regard little brother as a benefactor." 5 minutes sooner or later, knocking his head 3 times in the morning and dusk, "I pray that God will keep little brother safe." "It's not necessary." Yang Kai laughed, "but we have to discuss the terms again." "The conditions?" The old woman startled, and immediately said with a bitter smile, "I don't know what little brother wants." "I'm afraid there is nothing in the Jiang family that can get your way." Old lady misunderstood. "I don't want anything." Yang Kai waved his hand. "It's just that doing so is also a certain risk for me, and I don't like to be bound by any agreement. So if I can really get rid of Lu family, then even if the previous agreement between me and brother Jiang is completed, don't you ask me anything in the future." "How?" "Little brother means." The old woman looked thoughtful. "Either, I will keep you safe this time. It is considered to complete one of your requirements. You still have 2 opportunities to request me, or I will avenge you, which is a combination of 3 requirements. Fulfill. You own your choice." Old woman hearing this, big happily said, "I will naturally choose second. If little brother can really avenge my Jiang family, there is no need to trouble you in the future. There is a place. You can regard it as you have completed the agreement with Goxuan. Not only that, but the old man also has a big thank you." "Okay, then it's a deal." Yang Kai laughed, in a great mood, got up and said, "Just wait for the good news." While speaking, he has already walked out the door. "Little brother, This mistress will take you." The middle-aged woman volunteered. At the end of the conversation, Yang Kai is nowhere to be seen while his figure is shaking. "Help me out and have a look." The old woman stood up excitedly and rushed to Zhang Yuoxi, who was beside her. The latter hurriedly helped the old woman and hurried to the outside. Outside the Zhang family manor, it is very lively. A team, beating the gongs and drums, grandiose, came to the entrance of the manor, and there were 8 others, carrying a sedan chair, and many boxes covered with red cloth. This kind of team is used for welcoming relatives at a glance, and the things in those boxes are naturally the bride price. At this moment, the team stopped outside the manor. The leader was a middle-aged man with a moustache. He looked more than 40 years old, with bright eyes, aura and a deep and void. The cultivation level of King 3 layer. Behind this middle-aged man, there is another young man wearing a red robe and standing though with a smile. The cultivation level is not high, Saint King 3 layer is only, and he is not too old. He looks 1617 years old, with a joyful face, and looks quite dazzled by happiness. The welcoming team is confronting Zhang family. Zhang family. Everyone looked at the 8-character man and the young man wearing a red robe behind him. Each and everyone looked angry. Within the body, the power kept rolling, but they were frightened by the power gap. Dare to make a move rashly. Lu Bikuan, you still have the face to come to my Zhang family. The previous sneak attack by Yang Kai's fat martial artist gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm in vain, Zhang family, and your Lu family for generations. Well, you are still so wolfish. Ambition and cruel means to kill my Zhang family disciple. If I don't take revenge, I promise not to be a man." Lu Bikuan lightly glanced at the fat martial artist and said, "Junior, the old man is here to welcome your relatives today, and don't care about you. Let Aunt Cheng come out and talk." "You still have the face to call Aunt Cheng." The thin martial artist couldn't help but sneered. "Lu Bikuan, Lao Tzu has a long experience today, only to realize that your Lu family people have a thicker skin than the city wall. I admire it." Junior courting death. Lu Bikuan is also a Void King anyway. 3-layer powerhouse, was clamored in person by the Void Return stage of the 2 younger generations. "How could I bear it?" and immediately shouted, "In front of whom do you call yourself Lozi? No big or small." While speaking, reached out and grabbed at the thin martial artist. The thin martial artist complexion changed, desperately urging his Saint Yuan and Shiba, and at the same time hurried towards retreat, trying to avoid Lu Bikuan's attack. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push his own power. The strength gap between Void Return 1 layer and Void King 3 layer is really too big. To put it bluntly, Lu Bikuan can crush a thin martial artist with his fingers. Compressed to death. The eye looks at that hand is about to grab the head of Own, and the thin martial artist suddenly bursts out with a frantic look. "Lu Bikuan, even if I die today, it won't make you feel better!" Exclamation mark. While speaking, the spirit art was strangled, and the power that was suppressed within the body suddenly went up and down. Self-destruction? Lu Bikuan's eyes twitched, cold snort said, "In front of old man, do you still want self-destruction?" Not to mention, today is Tower's day of rejoicing. "Happy, kid, take your life." He shook his big hand, and it instantly turned into a covers the sky black screen, covering the thin martial artist in it. The skinny martial artist was immediately ashamed, and the complexion was astonished. He realized that the owner was too late for the self-destruction at this moment. At this moment, the thin martial artist suddenly noticed that a little rays of light exploded out of the black screen covering the Own, and it shattered like a mirror. At the same time, it exerted pressure on the owner. Suddenly disappeared. He was overjoyed. His footsteps continued, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. At the same time, the power within the body became violently disordered, and he was about to explode. Martial Peak Chapter 2058. Chapter 2058 is Insidious. Void Return 1 layer martial artist's self-destruction. Although the formidable power is good, but it is impossible to threaten the Void King 3 layer powerhouse. So the self-destruction of a thin martial artist can only make Lu Bikuan covered in dirt at best. However, his madness makes Lu Bikuan one of them, and what made Lu Bikuan feel more suspicious was a young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as this young man appeared just now, he collapsed the owner's domain and offensive with beckoned, and saved Jiang family. The thin martial artist, the rung is in front of the owner, the aura radiating from the opponent. Lu Bikuan feels that this person is no worse than own. When did Jiang family add another Void King 3-layer? Lu Bikuan was puzzled and didn't dare to rashly retreat. Yang Kai looked at him lightly, and didn't mean to chase him. Instead he stretched out his hand and patted the skinny martial artist. The violent power of him within the body instantly disintegrated, and the whole person staggered, almost fell to the ground. Lifts the head up. The thin martial artist looked at Yang Kai, who appeared suddenly with a blank face, and it took a while before he came back to his senses. Old Third is not coming back soon. The fat martial artist was out of cold sweat, and quickly rushed into the thin martial artist to greet him. Seeing that he didn't move, he rushed over and the thin martial artist pulled back into the crowd. "Who is your excellency?" Lu Bikuan stared at Yang Kai, instinctively feeling that the other party was not to be trifled with, and solemnly asked, "You don't seem to be a Jiang family, right?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head and said, "No." "Then you are who? Why do you care about Jiang family?" Lu Bikuan frowned. Just now Yang Kai's casual move made him realize that Yang Kai's strength is not inferior to his own. So he doesn't want to be an enemy of Yang Kai too much. He can only find out his origins and Jiang family's relationship. For some reason, Jiang family matters are now mine. Yang Kai laughed. Lu Bikuan said, "What is the meaning of my friend? Since I have to deal with Jiang family's affairs, I should always give a reason. Moreover, old man is going to welcome his relatives today, and it is exactly difficult to deal with Jiang family. My friend has misunderstood something. Lu Bikuan, you have to talk with your words. My husband was killed by you in the Five Colors treasure tower. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable." At this moment, I held my hand. The middle-aged woman who was killed from the manor with a sharp sword screamed and appeared beside Yang Kai. Lu Bikuan, hearing this one, said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, Brother Zhang's death. This Lu is also very sorry, but this matter really has nothing to do with this Lu. How can I explain you to believe it? This little brother has brought back the last words of his formalist death. Do you still want to quibble?" The middle-aged woman pointed her hand at Yang Kai, gritted her teeth and shouted. Lu Bikuan narrowed his eyes, and immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai. "Have you seen Brother Jiang in the Five Colors treasure tower?" When he asked this sentence, there was some surprise in the expression, as if the news was good news for him. Yang Kai said calmly, "I have seen it, but why are you so happy?" Hey, did you think of something?" Lu Bikuan's face changed several times, and he whispered, "If that's the case, isn't that thing on you?" "You really thought of it?" "Yes, that thing is on me. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at me. "Hold him." At this moment, a trace of annoyance appeared on the middle-aged woman's face, secretly blaming the owner for speaking without careful diction, which revealed the secret that Yang Kai had obtained principal source fruit. After all, Lu Bikuan and Jiang Goxuan entered the Five Colors treasure tower together, and they also had contact inside the pagoda. Maybe it was the principal source fruit that two people discovered together. Even if the woman did not personally reveal the news about principal source fruit on Yang Kai, with Lu Bikuan's shrewdness, where can't it be inferred? "It seems that you are the one who murdered Brother Jiang because of that." Yang Kai looked at Lu Bikuan with contempt. "HMPH. Even if I don't have that thing, I will do it. But this is my Lu Jiang family business. Now that the thing is on you, this Lu has something to say to my friends." "What are you talking about?" Yang Kai looked at him with interest. Lu Bikuan's expression suddenly shrank, his lips squirmed, and sound transmission started. And at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously, jumped up and flew up into the sky, and at the moment he took action, a small black snake appeared from the ground, biting towards Yang Kai's calf silently, but biting empty. No one at the scene found out what the black snake had sneaked into the ground, until it revealed its whereabouts. They shouted nervously, "My friends are sinister enough." Yang Kai was condescending, looking at Lubikuan with a sneer. "It seems that Brother Jiang was attacked by your sneak attack and then poisoned to death, right?" While speaking, Yang Kai to grasp a swing, a golden blood silk thread lashes out and turns into golden threads, and if there is spirituality, it usually wraps around the black. Lubikuan also didn't expect Yang Kai to be so alert and able to avoid such a concealed blow. He did it in a single shot when he conspired against Zhang Goksuan in the Five Colors Treasure Tower. Seeing that the situation was not good, he whispered, and the black snake immediately wanted to go into the ground again as if it had received any order. But it was too late, and the golden blood silk thread entangled and strangled the spirit snake. Kai Kai. The snake core is swallowing. No matter how the black snake struggles, it still can't get rid of the entanglement of the golden blood silk thread, and with the golden blood silk thread more and more the tighter, the black snake's skin and flesh were strangled out of the wound, and fresh blood gurgled out. "Stop!" Lubikuan shouted, suddenly took out a small hammer. Within the body origin force poured into the hammer, the surface of the small hammer immediately twinkling a dim blue arc, and then it turned into fierce plasma and moved towards Yang Kai strikes. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, realizing that the small hammer must be a good quality secret treasure, and did not rush to resist, avoiding his body shaking from the spot. The sound of CC came, and with a few crisp sounds, the black snake strangled by the golden blood silk thread was finally cut into several sections, and the corpse fell on the ground. The body of the snake twisted and squirmed, and the core of the snake on the head was still vomiting, looking fierce and vicious. But this kind of injury, it is bound to die. "My spirit snake." Lubikuan opened his mouth as if he had been robbed of his wife and daughter. His eyes suddenly became red, and he looked angrily at Yang Kai who was hiding in the air. Raw said, "Kill my spirit snake, I want you to die." While speaking, source strength poured into the small hammer in his hand desperately. The sound of crack came, like thunder on the ground, the rays of light flashed wildly on the hammer, and the surrounding world's spiritual energy suddenly turbulent. Lubikuan threw the small hammer in his hand, and the hammer carried the terrifying power like destroying heavens, exterminating earth, and turned it into a power grid to cover Yang Kai. "Little brother, be careful. Lu family's Thunder Hammer is a Void King grade high rank secret treasure. Don't shake it hard." The exclamation of the Jiang family old woman came from below. She was in Jiang Ruoxi. He also finally came out, just to see this scene, and immediately reminded, where can Yang Kai harden the power of secret treasure? The power of thunder attribute has always been violent and domineering. Even though his flesh body is strong, he dare not be light-hearted. 10 fingers to flick, dozens of golden blood silk thread flew out, turned into a golden net in midair, and met the thunder hammer. Hong long long. There is a loud noise. The rays of light of golden blood silk thread are constantly disillusioned, and the roaming thunder arc is also sputtering void. 2 people fight. The scene of the fight looked so thrilling, which made other people be frightened. "Grandma, can this Mr. win?" Jiang Ruoxi, who supported the old woman, looked at Yang Kai. Although she is not very old, she also knows that Jiang family's current safety lies in Yang Kai. "I'm on the body, so I'm very nervous." The old woman didn't answer. After all, she didn't know much about Yang Kai. She only felt that he had a Void King 3-layer cultivation level, but Lubikuan was also a Void King 3-layer. Compared with the opponents of the same realm, the outcome is unpredictable. Looking at the situation right now, Yang Kai seems to have a serene face, while Lubikuan is expression violent. He is full of strength. I don't know what the black snake is. He takes it so seriously. In the sky, the golden net transformed by golden blood silk thread and the thunder net of lifing hammer are evenly matched. Lubikuan loudly shouted, opened his mouth and spit out, unexpectedly took out a secret treasure. At first glance, the old woman saw that the complexion greatly changed and she said in shock, "Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade." Jiang Lu. 2 people had been dating, So the old woman told Lu family some of the town's secret treasure knew a little bit. Seeing Lubikun took out the secret treasure, he quickly recognized it. Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade, like Lfengama, is Void King grade high rank secret treasure. It is the two most powerful secret treasure owned by the Lu family. Generally speaking, both are divided into two. People are in charge, but they don't want to gather in Lubikun alone now. Little brother, be careful. This Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade was originally a principal source grade secret treasure refined by an item refining great master. Unfortunately, it failed, so it fell into the Void King grade high rank. But it contains trace of law power. The old woman opened her mouth again. Old thing, shut up. Lubikun was furious. He is fighting with Yankai to death and life, but the old woman exposes all his family property here. How can Lubikun be not angry? With a wink, a few people from the team that came with him to welcome the relatives immediately rushed towards Jiang family. In this team, there are a total of 3 Void King stage. Although they are all martial artists of Void King 1 layer, they are more than enough to deal with Jiang family. Seeing the people of Lu family rushing, the old woman is also a crutches, and glanced at the middle-aged woman. Simultaneous running power. The people who led Jiang family and Lu family people fought. And after Lubikun took out Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade, he immediately held onto his right hand and sneered at Yankai. Sneered far away. Boy, I won't talk nonsense with you. You hand over that something. I won't die around you, otherwise you will never be able to resist this knife. Where are you so confident? Yankai laughed heartily, and hooked him contemptuously finger. If you want to do it, hurry up. I really want to see the formidable power of your broken knife. To refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lubikun anger, he raised his heart and said sharply, if this is the case, then let you see and see. When the words fell, he suddenly held the Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade flat in front of his chest, opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood essence and sprayed on it. The next moment, the blade of the blade suddenly vibrated, and a trace of law power went up and down. Martial Peak Chapter 2059. Chapter 2059. The Needle of Space. Feeling this unique law power, Yankai's eyes are raised, and his expression becomes a little more serious. The old woman said that the Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade was born because of the failure of refining principal source grade secret treasure. It is true. Otherwise, the general Void King grade secret treasure is basically impossible. Effect. Of course, thanks to Lubikuan's own cultivation level profound. Lubikuan's own cultivation level profound was able to motivate this trace of law power. He must have been transformed within the body source strength, and may even touch the threshold of principal source stage. I spied some profound mystery of laws. Otherwise, change to a separate Void King 3 layer to come here. Even if there is Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade, it is impossible to spur this kind of power. The law is the law of ice and cold. Although it is subtle and even unpredictable, it already requires the principal source stage to touch the level. Lubikuan has this secret treasure in hand, and its own battle strength for no reason. Raise a level. Crack. All around the space has faint signs of being frozen. With the place where Lubikuan is located as the center, the ground under his feet quickly spreads layers of ice frost. The patriarch of Lu family suddenly shouted loudly, stepped out in the air, and disappeared in place. The next moment came to Yankai inexplicably and slashed out. The twinkling of the sword is extremely powerful, and it makes people have an inevitable thought of avoiding. And the icy meaning exuding from the sword has sealed all the space in one side. Yankai in this way, he was slashed straight. Ha 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 ha. Lubikuan laughed up to the sky, with a happy expression on his face. It's really Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimate one's capabilities. He gave his all his strength. The shot he made was extremely confident, because there were already several Void King 3 layers under his attack. And he believed that Yankai was definitely not immune. But at this moment, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked forward in amazement. In front of that, Yankai, who should have been split in half and unable to resist, was unscathed at this moment. without any injuries on his body. He held a handle without a blade and a blade in the blue-green color longsword and longsword, something like a snake is swimming, standing in front of the owner, blocking the shocking blow of the silver moon purple frost blade. The cold and cold law power that made the Void King stage powerhouse helpless, did not affect him at all. Instead, he to grasp a swing green long sword, a weird power permeated out, instantly disintegrate the ice-cold law power. Lu Bikuan's face changed wildly under the horror, and he lost his voice. You can actually spur law power. The law is the most profound power, is the power of heaven and earth itself. In this world, except the principal source stage powerhouse can touch, the Void King stage martial artist is completely unusable. He also used the special secret treasure like Silver Moon Purple Frost Blade to get a glimpse. Mystery. But I don't want Yang Kai to be no better than what he did. Looking at Yang Kai, it will casually dissolve the owner's mortal blow. Obviously, Law Power's comprehension has exceeded 99% of the Void King stage, and even reached the principal source stage level. Without the Law Power bonus, a Void King grade high rank secret treasure attack, Yang Kai can naturally take it easily. The kid actually played the pig to eat the tiger, damn it. Lu Bikuan roared angrily. Yang Kai laughed heartily. It's your dog's eyes that look down on people. While speaking, press the dragon bone sword in your hand. Lu Bikuan, just like falling from the sky like a meteorite, it fell directly to the ground. After landing, Lu Bikuan immediately pinched Spirit Art, and the earth immediately rang a hong long long, and then, bang peng peng a few times, broke out of the ground. The three earth dragons opened their mouths and roared, shaking its head and wagging its tail to attack Yang Kai, and the scene suddenly rose up. Flying sand, running stone, earth dragon explosion dance. Lu Bikuan snorted sharply, and then turned around. Regardless of the life and death of the other members of the Lu family, he quickly retreated to the road. Mr. Yang, he is going to run. Zhang Yuoxi suddenly said softly. During the battle between Lu and Zhang's martial artists, this small girl with only Saint King 1 layer has no ability to intervene at all. She can only stand outside and watch from a distance. At this moment, I see Lu Bikuan. I didn't have the courage to remind me. He can't run away. Yang Kai cold snort, with the dragon bone sword in his hand, swept out, and the sword glow of jade green directly chopped the three earth dragons into ashes, and disappeared in place. Although he has no hatred with Lu family, he has an agreement with Zhang Goxuan, and he is not ashamed of Lu Bikuan, so being an enemy of Lu family is not at all burdensome. Lu Bikuan's release of the three earth dragon secret techniques seemed to be just to fight for time to escape, but it did not have any effect. By the time Yang Kai appeared again, people had already come not far behind him, and the dragon bone sword flared the sword glow. Yang Kai was about to give Lu Bikuan a fatal blow. This escaped Lu family patriarch suddenly turned around. A tricky smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Spirit Art flicked, and to grasp flicked towards Yang Kai. A strange wave of power came. Yang Kai's eyes shrank suddenly, and his expression suddenly became weird. After that, he twisted and snapped his fingers forward. Ha ha ha. Lu Bikuan stopped, as if seeing a very funny scene, looked at Yang Kai mockingly and said, "It's really bring about one's own destruction." Really? Yang Kai squinted at him coldly, shaking his fingers in front of him. Lu Bikuan's smile instantly stiffened on his face. His face twitched violently, and he said in shock, "Impossible. This impossible. You are impossible to crack the old man's secret technique that you have studied for a lifetime. This is the thing you are relying on, so it seems that you wanted to relax my vigilance when you ran away." Yang Kai, while speaking, with a strong hand, the strange power that was caught by him, it disappeared instantly. Seeing this situation, Lu Bikuan really changed his face and realized that On is definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. If he continues to fight, he will definitely die. Without hesitation, he immediately flees into the distance. Dare not stay. Interesting, it turned out to be Space Force. Yang Kai did not immediately chase, but stared at Lu Bikuan's silhouette and muttered. Just now, Lu Bikuan used the escape to Leona, and the power that turned his head back immediately turned out to be Space Force. Although it cannot be as powerful as Own's Moonblade, it also condenses a Space Needle. Space Force secretive is difficult to prevent. If the owner does not observe it for a while, it is really possible that Lubikuan will succeed. At that time, a needle in a small space can kill the owner. Unfortunately, Lubikuan actually used Space Force in front of his own. What's the difference between this and playing a big knife in front of Guangong? Looking back, the battlefield of Lu and Jiang's family was in chaos, and the Jiang family was a widow. Although the number of powerhouses was not as large as that of Lu family, everyone was determined to die and had fierce moves. Resolute will, especially the two Void King one layer of the old woman and the middle-aged woman, is almost a life-changing style of play, which really made the group of Lu family suffer a lot. But after all, they are much weaker. According to this momentum, it is only a matter of time before the people of Lu family destroy them. Now, Lubikuan has escaped from Yankai in less than 5 minutes. This makes the remaining Lu family people turn pale with fright. Naturally, each and every one has no fighting spirit and wants to escape here as soon as possible. Yang Kai saw this, waved dozens of golden blood silk threads, twisted and transformed into 3 golden spears. The golden spears were only slightly trembled in the void, and then laced towards the front and penetrated 3 respectively. The body of a Lu family Void King stage martial artist brings out a piece of fresh blood. The miscellaneous fish is handed over to you. I will chase Lubikuan. Yang Kai did not kill to the last one. After severely injuring the 3 Void King 1 layers, he took back the golden blood silk thread. As soon as the body flashed, he chased Lubikuan away in the direction he disappeared. Many thanks, little brother. The old woman was overjoyed and called out the clansmen with Jiang family to fight back fiercely. The 3 most powerful enemies of the Void King 1 layer have already suffered heavy losses. It is a good time for them to take revenge on their own. How can old women hesitate? While I was angry, I was also or 1 layer grateful to Yankai. Maplewood City Northwest, 100 miles away from the Jiang family manor, and another manor larger than the Jiang family. The plaque above the main entrance of the manor is impressive. The word Lufu is written, which is obviously the mansion of Lu family. Under Lu Mansion, today is beaming. The discipline and family members of the clan are busy preparing for the next marriage ceremony, but no one realizes that a catastrophe is imminent. Until Lubikuan suddenly appeared in the hall of the Fuzzhong as a ghost, only a few martial artists of the Lu family were aware of it. Patriarch, didn't you go to Jiang family to welcome you? Why did you come back at this time? The good time has not arrived. A Void Return stage martial artist of Lu family asked suspiciously. The order goes on, let everyone pack their things quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. After Lubikuan said a word, he didn't explain much, but immediately rushed inside. What? A few senior members of Lu family looked at each other in blank dismay. Although Lubikuan didn't leave much information, everyone inferred from his face that something bad might happen soon, and they didn't dare to violate Patriarch's orders. After discussing for a while, immediately sent orders downward. Lu family's backyard, in a secret room. Lubikuan hurried to this place, took out a token, opened the dozens of restrictions in the secret room, and entered it in a flash. The secret room is not big, but it stores various storages of Lu family over the years. Especially Source Crystal, the entire Lu family, most of the Source Crystal is stored here. In the center of this secret room, there is a piece of pitch black round jade suspended in the air, slowly rotating. From time to time, there are inexplicable rays of light in this circle. The jade above flows. As soon as Lubikuan rushed into the secret room, he hurriedly came to this round jade. It seems that in the whole secret room, this round jade is the most valuable. He was about to reach out and retrieve it, but suddenly he stopped when he noticed it, turned his head and shouted, "Who?" Because at this moment, I noticed an inexplicable aura and life fluctuation behind me. At the same time, a cry of surprise came. and Yang Kai showed his figure stunned behind Lubikuan. Martial Peak Chapter 2060 Chapter 2060 Space Spirit Jade. As early as halfway, Yang Kai had already caught up with Lubikuan. But he didn't at all immediately show up to attack the killer, but quietly followed behind. With the power of Yang Kai's divine consciousness, supplemented by secret technique Nihility, if the owner is deliberately hidden, even the principal source stage may not be able to find it, let alone Lubikuan who is running away. The reason why he didn't hit Lubikuan as a killer was because Yang Kai had some interest in him. Space Force exactly is so easy to master, even if Lubikuan can only condense an attack in the form of a space needle. It is enough to show that he has some abilities in Space Force. So I want to follow along and have a look. After noticing that Lubikuan had entered this secret room, Yang Kai also hurriedly followed in, maintaining the Nihility secret technique and hiding by the side. The thing that made him didn't expect happen. The moment he entered this secret room, his Nihility secret technique was cracked by a strange force. Thus exposed the whereabouts. He clearly felt that the power came from the pitch-black round jade suspended in the air. How did you come in? Lubikuan shouted at Yang Kai at the moment like a ghost for half a day. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze from the dark round jade and glanced at him, said with a smile, "Naturally follow you in." Damn it. You actually really want to kill to the last one. Little brother, old man and you have never known each other before, no grievances in the past and no enmity in the past. Why bother to force each other? Instead of fighting with old man on both sides, how about just giving up? Old man can let you leave safely. Lubikuan saw that Yang Kai didn't strike him immediately, and couldn't help but slow down his expression and said, "I'm leaving. Could it be that you need your consent?" Yang Kai sneered, "Moreover, although I have no hatred with you, but since I have agreed to Jiang Fam's request, I won't let you live anymore." Boy is bully intolerably. You really think that old man is afraid that you won't be successful? If that's the case, then no one should think about it. Lubikuan saw Yang Kai's oily salt enter, immediately know that it is useless to say more, can only fight to the death. While speaking, the power of the suit is running frantically, and the red eyes are rushed towards Yang Kai. The thunder hammer is taken out again, the thunder light twinkling is hammered, and the thunder arc will be a small secret room. The strikes are riddled with holes. Yang Kai slightly smiled, indifferently said, "Come out." While speaking, he waved casually. The monster insect queen, which is completely snow-white and wielding purple and blue swords, is shocked to appear. Monster Insect Queen received Yang Kai's order as soon as he appeared, waved the two long swords in his hands, and greeted Lubikuan. Before there were many people with mixed A's, Yang Kai didn't really want to expose the existence of Monster Insect Queen, but now in this secret room, there are only Own and Lubikuan, two people, so there is no problem. With Monster Insect Queen now has the powerful strength of Principal Source 2 layer, it must be very easy to deal with Lubikuan. Feeling the aura emanating from Monster Insect Queen, Lubikuan was shocked, and said in shock, 11-step monster beast. In an instant, his face turned, he suddenly turned pale, and his fighting spirit disappeared. He is just a Void King 3 layer now. Even if he encounters the normal 11-step monster beast, he still has to run away. Even more, how? The Monster Insect Queen in front of me is not the normal 11-step. With the ability to use two long sword secret treasure. Little brother, this will admit defeat. Please let little brother take my life around me. Lubikuan immediately begged for mercy without ambition. Yang Kai ignored him at all. Naturally, Monster Insect Queen wouldn't pay attention to him either. The icy domain was spreading, and the purple and blue swords swayed with two colors of light, towards the Lubikuan attack. Suddenly, the energy in the secret room was ups and downs, and Lubikuan was screaming again and again, and he couldn't protect himself on Monster Insect Queen with all his efforts. After a while, he was cut all over his body, with fresh blood dripping. The hard game in my heart had eaten Huanglian. But Yang Kai has already come to the pitch-black round jade at this moment, frowning and looking at it. This thing is extremely weird. Yankai's spiritual mind penetrated into it, but found that it could not be detected at all, just like throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea and disappeared. Moreover, it can actually crack its own nihility secret technique, and it doesn't know what strange ability it possesses. After watching for a while, Yankai extended the hand and grabbed the dark round jade. Unexpectedly, he grabbed it easily and poured the power of running within the body. As before, there was no sign, no feedback at all. Weird. Yankai shook the head. Little brother, forgive me. If you want to know the purpose of that thing, this Lu can tell me all. I just ask you to kill me. Lu Bikuan has been forced to the corner by Monster Insect Queen at this moment. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid. What made him feel angry is that this secret room was built for hidden treasury and was built by his Lu family ancestors to the extreme. Even the principal source stage powerhouse came and wanted to break open. With his ability, he can't break the secret room and leave here. Do you know the details of this thing? Yankai turned to look at him. Lu Bikuan said anxiously, know a little bit. Yankai nodded. The next moment, spiritual mind moves. Monster Insect Queen immediately freezes in place. That Ziking the two swords were only an inch away from Lu Bikuan's forehead, almost breaking him in two. But the Senran sword chi that spread out cut off his hair. The hair fell from the air and past Lu Bikuan's eyes, making him startled with cold sweat. Let's talk. What is this? Why can I crack my secret technique? Yankai remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, playing with the pitch black round jade on his hand, and asked. Lu Bikuan swallowed a mouthful of water, and weakly glanced at the Monster Insect Queen standing in front of the owner. He couldn't understand how Yankai, a trifling Void King stage, could utilize it so powerful. Monster Beast. Sly plan, or kill you immediately. Yankai saw his expression twinkling and couldn't help cold snort. Lu Bikuan, shivered, replies, old man, admit defeat. How dare you sly plan? But if old man can tell little brother some information, can little brother kill me? You still want to negotiate terms with me? Yankai laughed. I dare not dare. Lu Bikuan waved his hand quickly. It's just ... Old man really doesn't want to die. No one wants to die. Yankai nodded. If this is the case, then I will kill you. Lu Bikuan was overjoyed and was about to speak, but Yankai said, of course. The premise is that the information you provide can satisfy me. Lu Bikuan's face suddenly turned bitter. He opened the mouth and said, the old man must know that everything is endless. Very good. Yankai is satisfied, that nodded and beckoned. A stone bench in the secret room was recruited. He sat down unperturbed and raised the dark jade in his hand and said, what is this thing? Lu Bikuan said, Space Spirit Jade. Space Spirit Jade. Yankai raised his brow, as if thinking of something, and asked, what does it have to do with Space Spirit Crystal? Lu Bikuan hurriedly replied, Space Spirit Jade is produced at the core of the Space Spirit Crystal Mine. There are 10,000 Space Spirit Crystal Mines, and there may not necessarily be a Space Spirit Jade. Space Spirit Jade, the product of the core of the crystal mine? Yankai expression moved. Exactly. But this doesn't seem to be a pure Space Spirit Jade. It seems to be blended with other materials by some great expert guy. After refining it many times, it is already a secret treasure. Lu Bikuan explained again. Oh, you know a lot. Yankai looked at him somewhat unexpectedly. Little brother is overpraised, and the old man has been studying it over the years and reading a lot of ancient books, so he can speculate. Lu Bikuan chuckled. His expression changed a few times, hesitates, said, dare to ask little brother, is there a practice Space Force, aren't you? Yankai looked at him narrowly. Lu Bikuan said with a bitter smile, how can old man's Space Force compare with little brother? When you clamped the old man's space secret needle with one hand before, the old man had some guesses. Now it seems that it is so. If Space Force is not the same practice, how can you take my space secret needle like that? This insignificant ability is just that. Yankai hummed softly. Yes, Old Man Light of Firefly can't naturally be related to little brothers Hei or Yuzui mention on equal terms. Stop flattery, talk about it. Yours. How did Space Force practice come? Could it be that something to do with Space Spirit Jade? Yankai continued to ask. Little brother have good eyes. Lubicun nodded. The reason why I know some Space Forces from this Space Spirit Jade. Listen, when he said so, Yankai's doubts disappeared. When Ohm's Nihility secret technique was cracked by Space Spirit Jade, he guessed it. He felt that this thing was most likely to be related to Space Force, and Lubicun understood Space Force. Obviously, it can't be separated from this. As the old man said before, this Space Spirit Jade seems to have been refining into a peculiar secret treasure by a great expert. However, the old man is unable to exert its power, but he does not intend there is a trace of Space Force's practice clearly understood from it. So, Lubicun explained while watching the changes in Yankai's expression. But Yankai expresses ancient well without ripples, and he can't see any emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy, making him complain inwardly. Space Force practice is so difficult. If it weren't for aptitude, it would be impossible to get started even if you figured out countless years. I'm a little curious, what opportunity do you have? You can accidentally understand Space Force clearly, the practice technique. Yankai squinted at Lubicun, indifferently said, if you dare to tell lies, I tell you not to have the will to live and be unable to ask for death. A shivered from Lubicun hurriedly said, little brother, how dare I tell lies? But since little brother wants to know, the old man will naturally tell it one after another. The old man was able to spy on it for some special reasons. Space Force's practice method. This is a long story. In fact, this thing was originally not my Lu family's thing, but Jiang family's thing. Then how come your Lu family is here? Did you steal it or steal it? Yankai looked at him sneer. Lubicun said, little brother is wronged by the old man. This thing is the dowry brought by a female from Jiang family more than 200 years ago when she married Lu family. You also know that Lu family and Lu family Jiang family has been in friendship for hundreds of years, and it is normal to marry each other. What does this have to do with the chance you got? Yankai was confused. Little brother, don't be impatient. Listen to the old man speak slowly. Lubicun squeezed, and saw Yankai look cold and dare not hesitates. He quickly continued to explain. Marshall Peak Chapter 2061. Chapter 2061 Induction. After listening to Lubicun's explanation, Yankai knows the whole story. According to him, this Space Spirit Jade is the dowry of a female from Jiang family 200 years ago. After it was brought to Lu family's powerhouse at the time also studied its use many times, but it was nothing. I found that I only knew that this thing was extremely sturdy. At that time, Lu family patriarch also knocked to the side of Jiang family patriarch, and found that Jiang family didn't seem to know the purpose of this Space Spirit Jade, and only regarded it as a rare item refining material. I used it as a dowry and brought it into the Lu family. Lu family patriarch also believed it to be true, and then took the Space Spirit Jade to find some item refining great masters, and wanted to refine secret treasure. Unfortunately, those item refining great masters could not melt this rare item refining material, let alone its type and origin. Since then, this Space Spirit Jade has been hidden in Lu family's secret storehouse until Lubicun this generation. How did you discover its purpose? And you could still snoop on Space Force's practice technique. Yankai was immediately intrigued. This incident is also a coincidence. Lubicun gave a wry smile and continued. 10 years ago, when this Lu was practicing in this secret room, he accidentally discovered that Space Spirit Jade was unexpectedly with some energy fluctuations. At that time this Lu was surprised and went to investigate, but did not find any useful information, and it recovered after a while. At that time, this Lu also thought it was an illusion, that's all, not at all taking seriously. After half a year, it actually reacted again. When this Lu checked it for the second time, I realized that the last time was not an illusion. This time, it lasted for a long time. It's a pity that there is still no gain. 2 years later, it reacted for the third time, and it lasted for a full month. And it was at that time that this Lu learned its name and spied a trace of Space Force's practice technique. So tortuous. Yang Kai looked suspiciously at Lu Bikuan. This Lu never dared to deceive. It is indeed like this, Lu Bikuan said quickly. Yang Kai nodded. Go on. I would like to know why this space spirit jade responds every other time, and the time is not fixed. Lu Bikuan gave a wry smile. This Lu's thoughts at the time were the same as little brother's. Since this Lu got a trace of practice from it and knew its general purpose, naturally he didn't want to miss this opportunity. After careful investigation, this I know, it will react because a person came to my Lu family and was a guest in my Lu family. Which person? Yang Kai's eyes flashed lightly, Lu Bikuan corner of mouth twitching. It's a little girl from Jiang family. Yang Kai frowned. Soon, it seems that something has come to mind, and said, Jiang Yuoxi. It's her. Lu Bikuan nodded, explained. Every time this space spirit jade responds, this small girl is in my Lu family, and is not too far away from the secret storehouse. Far. If the first time and the second time are just coincidences, then the third time must be due to her, because at that time, she did stay in my Lu family for a month. After she left, this space spirit jade went silent again. After this Lu had this speculation, he kept his heart from then on, and as expected, since then, every time the small girl from Jiang family comes to my Lu family, space spirit jade will have some reaction, and as she grows older, Jade Bai's reaction seems to be getting stronger and stronger. This Lu has no aptitude on Space Force. The reason why she can practice the secret needle of space is also thanks to this Jade Bai. Does that small girl have feelings for this thing? Yang Kai is also a little stunned. Generally speaking, there are only two explanations for this kind of situation. One is what special physique Jiang Yuoxi bears, which can trigger the reaction of Space Spirit Jade, and the second is Jiang Yuoxi bears refining the bloodline strength of the great expert from Space Spirit Jade. However, Yang Kai has met Jiang Yuoxi, and hasn't found anything different about her. Whether there is a special physique, you have to check carefully. As for the second possibility, the probability is relatively low, because if Jiang Yuoxi stimulates Space Spirit Jade because of the bloodline strength, then other members of the Jiang family should be able to do it. Unless there is something special in Jiang Yuoxi bloodline that awakens and meets the conditions that others in the Jiang family do not have. Yang Kai frowned and thought. Lu Bikuan didn't dare to act rashly. He could only observe his words and expressions with fear. Putting it that way, you let the heir of own marry Jiang Yuoxi, for this Space Spirit Jade? Yang Kai suddenly opened the mouth and said. Lu Bikuan smiled awkwardly, nodded and said, exactly, as long as the small girl is in my Lu family, old man has a lot of time to study Space Spirit Jade, which may not be impossible in Space Force. Go one step further. When he said this, Lu Bikuan had a frenetic look on his face. But soon, he fell down again. Now he makes a mistake and loses all the time. Whether he can keep his life depends on Yang Kai's mood. How can he hope for the future? Little brother, I have said everything that should be said, and I also ask little brother to be kind and let me go. Lu Bikuan looked at Yang Kai restlessly. Yang Kai nodded, laughing said, this is naturally okay. Many thanks little brother. Lu Bikuan was overjoyed and bowed to his head. But tone barely fell. Suddenly there was a scream, and the whole person flew out like a rag sack and hit the wall directly. Most of his bones were crushed, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted, and he fell softly. Lu Bikuan looked at Yang Kai incredulously. It seemed that Yang Kai didn't expect the previous moment, and Yang Kai smiled, and the next moment shot him so viciously. I promise to go around you and not die, so naturally it won't kill you. So don't worry. Yang Kai continued to smile. The person who wants to kill you is in Jiang family. But that smile was printed in Lu Bikuan's eyes, but it was as terrifying as a devil. He immediately attacked his heart with a breath of blood, and blocked his throat. Ho 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 ho. He passed out without easing his breath for a long time. Yang Kai turned around, rolled up the source crystal in Lu family secret storehouse, and removed Lu Bikuan's space ring. then picked him up, opened the restriction of the secret storehouse, and Shishiren flew out. It took Yang Kai a little bit of time to crack the restriction of the secret storehouse. Even with the token of Lubikuan in hand, the dozens of restrictions are not so easy to open. After he flew out of the secret storehouse, time had already passed half a day. Sweeping spiritual mind out, Yang Kai couldn't help but stunned a little. This Lu family guy ran very fast, and no one was gone. Before Lu Wenbikuan asked the Lu family members to pack their things and leave as soon as possible, Yang Kai also hid in the sidelines, and naturally heard them all, but didn't expect them to be so efficient. But it doesn't matter anymore. Yang Kai promised the old women of Jiang family to avenge them. Now Lu Bikuan was captured by him, and only half his life is left. The three who went to Jiang family, it is estimated that Void King stage is also bodil rather than well at this moment, and it is also considered to have completed the task. Killed to the last one. Yang Kai has never thought about it. Lu family has 300 mouths in one door, many old and weak women and children. Even if they really stand in front of Yang Kai, I can't do it either. So after he realized that the Lu family had run out, he didn't mean to chase, but returned to the original road with peace of mind. At the moment, fresh blood is everywhere at the entrance of Jiang family manor. 3 bodies of Lu family Void King stage are lying on the ground horizontally, dead in miserable state. Apart from these 3 Void King stage, others are coming. None of the welcomers escaped. All of them were killed by the Jiang family. Old woman look pale, full of fresh blood, and I don't know whether it's own or enemy. The middle-aged woman is also aura and vain, holding the jade hand of the long sword tremblingly and tenderly. On the beautiful face, there is red fresh blood, which adds a touch of beautiful and alluring. Fat and thin martial artists are all sitting on the ground. One is holding his thigh, fresh blood is flowing out, and the other is holding his belly, and fresh blood is flowing out between his fingers. In this battle, although Lu family's welcoming team was destroyed, countless people were injured on Jiang family's side. Fortunately, not at all people died as a result, which is an acceptable situation. The women soldiers are cleaning the battlefield. Every time they spit on the dead body of Lu family martial artist, they will spit fiercely. Taking a short break, the middle-aged woman said, "My lord mother, little junior brother Yang has been there for most of the day, and has not yet returned. I don't know what the situation is. I want to take a while. What do you think?" "Okay." Old woman nodded. "Gonj, you go. Must be careful." "Yes." The middle-aged woman nodded sternly and couldn't wait for her to recover. Head towards the direction of Lu family. At this moment, Zhang Yuoxi suddenly said, "My grandmother does not need to go. Mr. Yang seems to be back." Listening to her, old woman and Zong the young woman quickly raised the head and looked over, and she saw that in the sky over there, one silhouette was flying towards this side quickly. "Sure enough, I came back." The middle-aged woman felt relieved. The old woman also said with a slight smile, "Little junior brother Yang is amazing. It's good to return safely." "Hey, he seems to be carrying something in his hand. It's a person." The middle-aged woman stared attentively. When Yang Kai was near, the lovable body trembled suddenly. "It's Lu Bikuan, that old thief." Brother Yang has captured Lu Bikuan's old thief back. "Really?" The old woman's eyes flashed light. She quickly got up, and stared at that side. After a while, she couldn't help laughing heartily. "It is indeed Lu Bikuan's old thief. It is indeed the law of heaven." "Zhao, retribution is unhappy. Goxuan my son, if you know it, you can look down." At the end, 2 tears rolled down. Zhang Yuoxi supported the old woman on the side, feeling sad, and his eyes flushed. The silhouette of the front flickered. Yang Kai had fallen in front of everyone, throwing the half-life Lu Bikuan in his hand to the ground, holding the fist saying, "You guys have been waiting for a long time." Okay, I have little brother, I am very grateful to Jiang family for this great favor." Old woman stern saying. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Old lady, you are welcome. I just fulfilled the agreement with brother Jiang, that's all." Listen to him when he mentioned Jiang Goxuan. The face of the old woman expression is another dark. "Ah, I have brought back Lu Bikuan, What should I do, old lady? You can discuss it with your own owner. Yang Kai turned off the subject. Marshall Peak Chapter 2062 Chapter 2062 Misunderstanding. In the middle of the night, Jiang family manor, in a large hall, the Jiang family old woman hosted a banquet in honor of Yang Kai to thank today's grace. There were only Yang Kai, the middle-aged woman and the old woman. The young female Jiang Yuoxi stood aside and waited eagerly, pouring drinks to the three of them with a hip flask, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai from time to time, full of gratitude and admiration. Young female is not very young, only 1617 years old. It is the cardamom years. When looking forward to heroes, today Yang Kai almost destroyed La family by strength of oneself and avenged her Jiang family. Why would young female not worship? Among the people she has come into contact with in her life, Jiang Goxuan is probably the strongest. Unfortunately, her grandfather died in the Five Colors Treasure Tower, and Yang Kai seems to be young, but has a stronger strength than her grandfather. Naturally, she will inevitably take a few more glances, perhaps with the aroma of wine. A young female at this moment, her small face was flushed under the candlelight, and she stood there with her head down. He would only walk about one or two when it was necessary to pour wine. He seemed extremely well behaved. My Jiang family is not very entertaining, so please don't be polite. Although the old woman is still injured, she still looks red-light and greets Yang Kai to eat food. Drink. The middle-aged woman also greeted her warmly. Old lady is polite, you really don't dare to use the word Ngong. If old lady doesn't mind, just call Junior's name directly. Yang Kai was yelled by the old woman with a benevolence from the left and the right. Is extremely uncomfortable. Previously, after Jiang family's widow killed Lu Bikuan, Yang Kai already wanted to leave. If it weren't for Jiang Yuoxi's relationship with the space spirit Jade, he would never agree. It's just that he doesn't know how to talk about it. He instinctively feels that space spirit Jade hides a lot of top secrets, and this is very likely to be related to Jiang family. It would be counterproductive, so I can only look for suitable opportunities. Thinking of this, he couldn't help raises the head and glanced at Jiang Yuoxi, just to see this small girl quietly watching On with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking towards the owner, Jiang Yuoxi was so scared that Jiang Yuoxi was shivered, and quickly lowered his head. The pretty face turned red when he brushed the ground. Yang Kai laughed, turning his gaze indifferently. The woman sitting on the left-hand side of Yang Kai caught this scene in her eyes, and she didn't know what she thought, but she smiled. Old lady, the Lu family matter has been settled. According to what we said before, even if I have completed the agreement with Brother Jiang. Yang Kai expressed a sigh, opened the mouth and said, "This is natural." Old woman nodded. As for that principal source pill, after I find alchemy expert and finish refining it, it will be handed over to Jiang family. Please rest assured, old lady. The old woman laughed. My old man's character is still trusted, and my Jiang family is not in a hurry. Now my Jiang family talents are dying. Even if I get the principal source pill, what can I do? So you don't need to mind this matter. Let's talk about when you have time to find someone to refine it. So the best. Yang Kai nodded. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who had not spoken much suddenly said, Brother Yang is young, but has such an amazing cultivation level, and the long Ying Y out of the ordinary. I want to come to admire your female. Are you afraid there are many? Yang Kai, hearing this, startled. Basically didn't expect the middle-aged woman to tell the owner about this. The old woman is also frowned. Although I feel that it's a bit wrong for a woman to talk to Yang Kai about this, I know that the daughter-in-law of On will not be aimless, so I didn't say much, but expressed lightly, the wine comes. The woman was also observing her words and expressions. After seeing Yang Kai for a moment, her eyes showed the expression of memories. The expression on her face also softened. She couldn't help but her heart burst, knowing that Yang Kai is definitely not a piece of affection. It's blank. But if you think about it more carefully, it's no wonder that Yang Kai looks not great. But since he can practice to the level of Void King 3 layer, his natural experience is extraordinary, and he will always be on the road of life. Meet some unforgettable females. If Yang Kai really doesn't know anything about relationships, that would be strange. The banquet seemed to fall into a strange atmosphere of silence because of Yang Kai's memories. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and stood up and said, "Old lady, it's late at night. The kid has to go back to rest first. Old lady, you were injured in the daytime battle, and you should rest earlier to prevent your injury from getting worse." The old woman smiled and nodded. Xian Gong hugs her arms. "And that's the case, Nuoxi. Take her to the guest room and serve her well." "Yes." Zhang Nuoxi, hearing this, put down the hip flask, and greeted Yang Kai yinningly and said, "Mister, please follow me." Yang Kai complained and left with Zhang Nuoxi. After Yang Kai left, the old woman glared at the woman. The woman looked embarrassed and said, "My lord mother, the daughter-in-law knows that she said something wrong." HMPH. Fortunately, the unhappy father-in-law, otherwise the old man will not go around you. Old woman cold snort. The woman repeatedly nodded and said yes. But ... what did you do about those things just now? The old woman frowned, asked again. The woman pursed her lips and said, "Didn't you find out about mother?" This benefactor seems to have seen Nuoxi several times in the dinner. "So what?" the old woman asked rhetorically. Women said, "Although Nuoxi is not the posture of a wild goose, but it is also a little beauty. This benefactor is only interested in Nuoxi." Old woman, hearing this, hesitates, said, "No way. Nuoxi is just sent king one layer. How can you get into the eyes of the benefactor?" The woman said with a smile, "Mother." The man looks at the woman. "It's not just about the cultivation level, but also the feeling. It's coming. No matter how low the cultivation level is, it doesn't feel right. No matter how high the cultivation level is, it's meaningless." Old woman ill-humored, saying, "Are you teaching old women that they don't understand the way of men and women?" The woman spit out her tongue and said, "Daughter-in-law, but now my Zhang family is weak. Goksuan died in 5 colors treasure in the tower. Although the Lu family is now gone, you don't have to worry about foreign enemies in a short time. But don't forget, my lord, there is more than the Lu family in the 10,000 Li neighborhood. If my Zhang family does not have any powerhouse shelter, in case, when a strong enemy comes, what should we do?" And the 3 requirements agreed upon between the benefactor and Goksuan have been exhausted by us all at once, and it is impossible to ask him to help in the future. "You mean?" Old woman looking thoughtful. "If I can get my Zhang family involved in some relationship with him, I will have trouble with Zhang family in the future. Could it be that he can still stand by?" The woman smiled. "And Nuoxi, just can the key to the relationship with your benefactor?" "I understand what you want to say." The old woman nodded, pondered for a moment. "If it's as you said, this may not be a good way. Goksuan, it's already dead. My Zhang family really should think about the future." "Yes, and he is so young that he has reached the level of Void King 3 layer, and he from the performance during the day, it seems that it is not the ordinary Void King 3 layer. The ordinary Void King 3 layer does not have the ability to go deep into the Lu family and capture Lu Bikuan alive. With his aptitude, promotion to the principal source stage in the future is not impossible. If my Zhang family can have something to do with him, it can be considered as a cool place under the big tree. Even if the family is alone, when the time comes, who dares to provoke?" Hearing this, the old woman is in front of her. "Bright, I am very excited. Around this Maplewood city, there are not many families that can be related to the principal source stage powerhouse. If there is a principal source stage powerhouse asylum, the family can at least guarantee 100 years of free." But she still has some hesitates and said, "That's what we say. I'm afraid it's our wishful thinking, in case it makes the benefactor unhappy." The woman said with a lovable smile, "Mother, we can do this." While speaking, he got up and whispered in the ear of the old woman. Old woman heard, nodded again and again, for a long while, said with a slight smile, Okay, what you said is very good. Just do what you say." Just this came, and it was a bitter Nuoxi, this girl. The woman said with a smile, "Why do you suffer her? I think the man who is gracious is by no means an evil person. If Nuoxi really follows him, I'm afraid I will never enjoy the happiness. Mother, don't worry, my wife will explain this to Ryuoxi in the evening. Well, if Ryuoxi disagrees, don't force it. I don't want her happiness in exchange for the future of my Jang family. Old woman nodded. Under the leadership of the young female, Yang Kai walked around in the manor. After a while, he came to a wing room, and the young female opened the door to enter, make beds and quilts, extremely skilled. On the way, Yang Kai deliberately asked her a few words, but judging from the young female's reaction, she is very easy to be shy. When answering Yang Kai's question, her voice trembled. His face flushed, and Yang Kai, who was doing it, was also sorry. After everything was processed, the young female bowed and said, "Mister, take a rest. Ryuoxi has retired." Work. Yang Kai nodded. The young female hurriedly walked past him, and it was in the moonlight. Yang Kai could clearly see the red color around her ears. After the young female left, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the wing room and found that the decoration inside the wing room was also luxurious. Soon he waved his hand. Within the body, strength and divine consciousness mixed. A restriction was formed in the wing room to isolate outsiders from detection. He shakes, comes to the bed, sits cross-legged, and starts to check today's harvest. Needless to say, what you got from the family secret storehouse is that the number of source crystals is huge, more than 600,000. Combining with Yang Kai's previous gains, he now has almost 1 million low-rank source crystal. There are also some secret treasures in the secret storehouse, all of Void King grade. Yang Kai just glanced at it and threw it into the space ring, and he stuffed some rare ores in the mysterious small boundary. Let embodiment absorbance melt with heaven's devourer battle lore. There are also some medicine pills. Yang Kai checked them one after another, and sorted them out in case of emergency. Next, Yang Kai checked Lu Bikuan's space ring again. What you get is basically the same as in secret storehouse. However, the Thunder Wind Hammer and the Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade made Yang Kai a little bit sweeter, and the Thunder Wind Hammer is fine. Although it can utilize the strength of thunder, it is arrogant and domineering. But after all, it is the Void King. Grade's secret treasure cannot be surpassed. But Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade can inspire a trace of law power. Marshall Peak Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063 Parting. Before he was promoted to Principal Source Stage, this Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade was still somewhat useful for him. The secret treasure in his hand is the most precious of the 4 Emperor treasures, but none of them can be easily revealed in front of people. Apart from this, only Dragon Bone Sword is left. However, Yang Kai has already decided to take time to integrate Dragon Bone Sword into the body, so this secret treasure is destined to disappear in the near future. The Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade just made up for the vacancy in this area. This secret treasure is not too high grade and won't be too eye-catching when used out. What's rare is that it can still attract a bit of law power. Thinking about this, Yang Kai put away the Sylvan Moon Purple Frost Blade, but did not focus on refining, so as not to waste time. In this way, when there is a better one, he can replace it at any time. After that, he solemnly took out the Space Spirit Jade from the space ring. As soon as the Dark Crowned Jade appeared, Yang Kai felt that it was different from the daytime. At this moment, this Space Spirit Jade trembled slightly, exuding a mysterious power fluctuation. There are more layer upon layer black ripples on the surface. The pitch black jade has become darker, like a black hole. I want devouring all living things. Sure enough, Yang Kai saw this. I don't know where Space Spirit Jade will have this kind of change. It is completely because Jang Ryuoxi is in the vicinity. Yang Kai looks at it during the day. By the time it came, this thing was ancient well without ripples. At this moment, he clearly felt that there were obvious space force fluctuations in Space Spirit Jade. If someone was immersed in such power fluctuations for a long time, he might not be able to spy on Space Force's practice. The law. At the time Jang Ryuoxi lived in Lu family for a month, Lu Bikuan had the opportunity of owning within that month to get started on Space Force. Thinking about it now, The reason why Lubikuan wants the heir of Ona to marry Jang Yuoxi is entirely because of Space Spirit Jade. It can even be said that his deliberate handling of Jang family may also be related to this. However, Yang Kai has not been able to detect anything with this kind of fluctuation. If Jang Yuoxi is allowed to contact this kind of jade by, I don't know what will change. It's just that although this thing is in his hands now, in the final analysis, it still comes from Jang family. Yang Kai took it as his own, and it didn't matter if he didn't return it to others. After all, this was his spoils, and Jang family had no stand to say anything. If you go to Jang family to find out the secret of this thing, it will be a little unreasonable. People of Jang family may not know the true value of this thing. Otherwise, 200 years ago, it would not be given to a family as a dowry. It seems that everything still depends on own. Yang Kai secretly pays attention. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai has been living in Jang family, and every time he left the guest room, he has been investigating the hidden top secrets in Space Spirit Jade, but he has found nothing. When he realized that such detection was not a way, he knew that it was meaningless to stay in Jang family, and immediately set off to say goodbye to Jang family mistress. The old woman and the middle-aged woman kept staying again and again. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of leaving, they did not force him anymore, but sent him out of the manor. Benevolence, please take care of yourself in the future. If you have free time, please be honored and honored. Come to my Jang family more and more. My Jang family will fall down. The old woman passed 2 days. The expression of her recuperation has improved a lot, but after all, she is old, and Yuan Shi suffered a lot from the last war, and it is impossible to recover. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Yang Kai said with a slight smile, if there is a chance, when the time comes, please don't dislike the old lady. Benevolence, this time you explain the danger of Jang family. I really don't want to repay my Jang family. This mistress is inconvenient to see my benefactor alone. Chang Chi will inevitably be inconvenienced. I want Yuoxi to be with my benefactor and take care of his life in the future. Please don't refuse. Please, the middle-aged woman said while pulling out Jang Yuoxi, who was hiding behind her. Huh? Yang Kai froze for a moment, completely didn't expect that the middle-aged woman would have this kind of proposal before leaving, and immediately looked at the young female subconsciously. However, seeing the young female with her head lowered, her hands playing with own clothes, her face blushing, but she was cleverly silent. Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, but soon understood the intention of the middle-aged woman. She obviously feels that Jang family is now seriously injured by Yuan Shi, and she is afraid that a powerful enemy will attack someday. She wants to have a good relationship with Ona and make Ona shelter for Jang family. When the time comes Jang Yuoxi, it can be a bridge between Ona and Jang family. If Ona really agrees, seeing Jang Yuoxi's face, he won't stand idly by then. After understanding this, Yang Kai frowned, instinctively a little repulsive, but couldn't refuse. According to his original idea, he wanted to deal with the affairs with Kang Suren first. After returning to Maplewood City, he would come to Jang family as a guest to study the Space Spirit Jade. Otherwise he would not tell the old woman that he would have a chance in the future. Where do I know that Jang family has already intentionally given Jang Yuoxi to the owner? This made him feel a little happy while rejecting this practice. He couldn't help but give birth to a feeling of traveling far and wide looking for something only to return and find it easily. Seeing Yang Kai groaning silently, Jang Yuoxi seems to be even more cramped. The middle-aged woman faintly smiled and said, the child Yuoxi has a low cultivation level and cannot help her in battle. What's busy, but she has a good talent, and she is quiet by nature and handy. If the benefactor takes her with her, she will not need to worry about some trivial matters in the future, but she can practice and go to the principal source stage as soon as possible. The young woman vigorously promoted Jang Yuoxi in front of Yang Kai, while observing her words and saying, I'm afraid the benefactor dislikes it. If so, I think Yuoxi doesn't have this blessing. Once it came out, Jang Yuoxi couldn't help but lovable body trembled, both small hands clenched into fists. The Yuoxi girl is so smart, how can I dislike it? It's just. Yang Kai frowned. While speaking, I glanced at the old woman, and when I saw the old woman, I looked at the owner with some expectation. I am afraid I know this. It was the old woman and the discussed together. Perhaps, during the dinner that evening, the owner looked at Jang Yuoxi a few more times, which caused them to misunderstand. Seeing Jang Yuoxi's head drooping, biting her thin lip, looking like weeping, Yang Kai sighed in her heart, and swallowed it back when she refused, opened the mouth and said, "It's just that I don't want to force others. I have to ask the opinion of Yuoxi girl's own. If she wants to follow me, I can take her away from Jang family. If she doesn't want to, then forget it." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman sighed in relief, said with a smile, "This is nature." While speaking, looked towards Jang Yuoxi, said, "Girl, my benefactor asks you something. You to be honest, would you like to leave with your benefactor, and serve your benefactor as a slave from now on?" Jang Yuoxi didn't even dare to lift his head, just lightly nodded. The middle-aged woman said with a smile, "You just talk, or the benefactor doesn't know your thoughts." Jang Yuoxi said like a mosquito, "Yes." The middle-aged woman pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai and said, "You see, Yuoxi, she is voluntary, but no one persecutes her." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Okay. In that case, then you will be with me." "Many thanks, Mr. Jang Yuoxi just gave a gift. Don't worry, if you have me in one day, you will definitely not be bullied for this. Please rest assured, old lady." Yang Kai turned to old woman, stern saying. Old woman said with a smile, "It is Yuoxi's blessing to be able to follow my benefactor. I believe in Jang family's character for my benefactor." Yang Kai nodded, looking at Jang Yuoxi. "Is there anything you have to say to your family?" "Now I can say it. I will go ahead and wait for you." After finishing speaking, Yang Kai flew not far away. Looking back, Jang Yuoxi lay in the arms of the old woman, choking on her sobs. The old woman also patted her shoulder continuously, comforting and telling something. Afterwards, Jang Yuoxi bid farewell to the middle-aged woman and the others one after another. Before leaving, he knocked 3 times at the place where Jang family was, and then walked back and forth towards Yang Kai step by step. When she got closer, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hand, and whispered, "Mister, I'm all right." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have to go to life and death. Same. I live in Maplewood City. If you feel homesick in the future, you can come back and have a look at any time. I won't restrain you." Jang Yuoxi shook his head and said, "Grandma said, I will. I'm not a member of the Jang family. Don't come back if you're okay. Just serve Mister with all your heart." Yang Kai startled, nodded and said, "Old lady has worked hard." The old woman would tell Jang Yuoxi like this, obviously because she was afraid of offending the owner, but she did not know that the owner simply didn't care about it. Moreover, the reason why owner agreed to bring Jang Yuoxi was not what they thought, but this kind of thing is not to explain. Yang Kai didn't bother to say it. Flying back all the way, Yang Kai didn't have any good flying secret treasure. It was just a star shuttle bought in his hometown Star Territory that year, and it has long been outdated as his cultivation level improves. Simply wrapped Jang Yuoxi with strength and took her back to fly. Jang Yuoxi only has the cultivation level of Saint King 1 layer, and he has never left Jang family before. Has he ever experienced such a fast flight? His eyes closed in fright. His fists clenched, the appearance of going to the execution ground. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head when he saw this, and said nothing. After a while, I came to the front of the Maplewood city gate, fell down, and took Jang Yuoxi into the city. Little girls seem to seldom go into the city. Normally, Jang family has been serving the old women. After entering the city, I look around. Everything is very strange. Yang Kai found out that she was wearing a simple dress and no jewelry on her body. Yang Kai wanted to add something to her, but was afraid of her misunderstanding, so he gave up. All the way to the cave mansion, Yang Kai took out the identity plate, and when he was about to open the cave mansion restriction, a person suddenly appeared next to him, and said anxiously, Pillmaster Yang, you can be regarded as coming back. It's up. Yang Kai hears that sound looking over there, seeing a familiar face, can't help but chuckle. It's you? This person is Spirit, a fellow of Pill Workshop, because Yang Kai often goes in and out of Spirit Pill Workshop to refine Spirit Pill, so he is somewhat impressed. It's the villain. The guy bowed at Yang Kai. After he got up, he gave Zhang Yuoxi a strange look, wondering why Yang Kai brought a Saint King one-layer female by your side. Marshall Peak Chapter 2064 Chapter 2064 Auction Assembly. What are you waiting for me here? Yang Kai asked while looking at the guy. The guy said, the villain is on the order of the storekeeper, waiting for Pillmaster Yang. The storekeeper said, I would like to invite Pillmaster Yang to this auction assembly. Auction assembly? Yang Kai raised his brows, and suddenly remembered that Kang Sren had indeed mentioned this to Own a few days ago, saying that this time the martial artist of Maplewood City got a problem in the Five Colors Treasure Tower. There are few good things, so City Master Duan Yuanshan thought about organizing an auction assembly to let everyone exchange what they needed. It's just that Yang Kai was shy before, and didn't have much interest in this. Not at all showed that he wanted to go, but he didn't want Kang Sren to invite people to Own. This time I got a lot of source crystals and goodies from the family. Yang Kai now has a lot of money, so it's okay to check it out. Thinking of this, Yang Kai said, what's the good thing about the auction assembly this time? What makes storekeeper Kang so obsessed? What kind of tone did he reveal? Mysterious smile, looked around for a moment, and leaned in front of Yang Kai and said in a low voice, storekeeper said, principal source fruit will appear on auction this time. Really? Yang Kai is astonished to the extreme. Yes, that's why storekeeper Kang is so interested in this auction. I also want to ask Pillmaster Yang to join him to gather funds and grab the principal source fruit together. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. In addition, storekeeper also said that among the auction items this time, there is an ancient pill stove. At least principal source grade low rank. If Pillmaster Yang can shoot this pill stove in the future, pill refining's success probability and the number of dans will increase. This ancient pill stove has a lot of appeal to alchemy expert. I am somewhat interested in this. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Well, where is the auction? When will it start? Men said with a smile. It will start at noon today. I have been waiting for Pillmaster Yang for 2 days. Pillmaster Yang, if you don't come back, I'm afraid you'll miss it. So it seems that it's just right for me to come back. So let's go back and tell storekeeper Kang, I'll clean it up and immediately go and look for him. Yes, the man responded, and immediately retreated. Although the voice of the two people is not loud, Zhang Yuoxi, who is curiously watching in the vicinity, still hears a lot. After the buddy, she looked at Yang Kai with an astonished face and said, Mr. Yu, it's still an alchemy expert. Yang Kai hesitantly said, understand a little. Let me talk about it first. Speaking, Yang Kai opens the cave mansion restriction. Then take Zhang Yuoxi into it. The cave mansion that he rented in Maplewood City is not the best, but it is not bad. It is considered to be in the upper and middle class. There are several rooms in the cave mansion, and the area is relatively spacious. Yang Kai Zhang Yuoxi was assigned a room to live here in the future. He gave her the cave mansion token of Own, and taught her some ways to turn on and off the restriction, telling her that apart from Own, anyone here should not open cave mansion. Zhang Yuoxi is naturally nodded. If you are bored, you can go for a walk. The law and order in Maplewood City is still good, but the black market is still not going. City Lord's mansion doesn't matter where it is. The place is rather chaotic. Your cultivation level will be dangerous if you go there. Yang Kai warned repeatedly. Yuoxi is not going anywhere. Yuoxi is here to wait for Mr. to come back. Zhang Yuoxi said softly. It's up to you, then you just rest first. I'll go out. Yang Kai gave an order and left straight away. Zhang Yuoxi is sending it from behind. After Yang Kai left, Zhang Yuoxi began to look around Cave Mansion, and found that the inside of Cave Mansion was tidy, but it was also very crude. Thinking about it, This will be where the owner lives. Thinking about how to remodel it. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly pursed his mouth and smiled. He already had an abdomen in his chest, and immediately began to take out some things from the space ring and arrange them. Spirit Pill Workshop, Yang Kai entered, and someone immediately notified Kang Saran. Not much time, Kang Saran stepped out of it, enthusiastically holding Yang Kai's arm and said, "Pill Master Yang, you can be considered as showing up. If you don't show up again, I'm afraid you will miss it." Fans Auction Assembly, walking around. The time is running out. We still go to City Lord's Mansion as soon as possible. Is the auction assembly in City Lord's Mansion? Yang Kai stunned asked. Naturally yes, after all, this time is the auction assembly organized by the City Master himself. The location is naturally at City Lord's Mansion. I will tell you on the way what good things will appear. Walking with Kang Saran all the way to City Lord's Mansion, listening to the inside information he inquired. Yang Kai learned that the martial artist of Maplewood City entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower this time. Although he suffered heavy casualties, he still someone really got something good. The principal source fruit, needless to say, it will surely become the auction item of finale. There will also be several principal source grade secret treasures. It is heard that principal source stage powerhouses from many nearby forces have come to participate in the auction. Moreover, there are some spirit pill wonderful medicine, the lost cultivation technique secret technique. In short, this time auction is unprecedentedly grand. The martial artists of Maplewood City are looking forward to it, but they have conditions to participate in the auction. After all, Maplewood City martial artist that many, City Lord's Mansion, even if it is big, it is impossible to place so many people in. If you want to enter the auction, apart from getting the invitation from City Lord's Mansion, there are only two kinds of people who can enter freely. One is a martial artist above the Void King stage, and the second is a martial artist with strong financial resources. Otherwise it is not allowed to enter the auction room. Kang Saran, as the storekeeper of the Spirit Pill Workshop, often deals with City Lord's Mansion. Naturally, he got the invitation card long ago. His invitation card can bring one person into the venue, so Yang Kai does not need to be checked for the cultivation level or financial resources. Heavenly Martial Holy Land has put 3 principal source fruits in the Five Colors Treasure Tower this time, and one will appear on the auction. I don't know who the remaining 2 are. Kang Saran has always been worried about principal source fruit, and he is very annoyed that there is no such opportunity in the Five Colors Treasure Tower. But now he has to compete with others. For this principal source fruit, he has brought almost all his savings. Now, get ready to go shopping. But he also knows that Own has no hope. After all, although he is the storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop, how can his financial resources be related to those sect family mentioned on equal terms? If he represents Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, can get the support of Chamber of Commerce, then the situation is completely different. But within a short time, where can he get the capital injection from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai sniffed, but didn't catch it. After all, one of the principal source fruits is still in the owner's space ring. That is, the third one is in the hands of no one knows, and it will achieve several principal source stages. 2 people walked while talking, and soon came to City Lord's Mansion. Before the City Lord's Mansion, the crowd was bustling, and one after another, many martial artists were rushing inward. The guards of Maplewood City were trying to maintain order. From time to time, people flew from high in the sky and shouted. Those who want to jump in the line. Void Return 3 layer also wants to participate in auction, or go back to practice and come back in a few years. What? Do you have source crystal? Let me see. Hundreds of thousands of source crystal are also called source crystal! There was shouting in front of him. It was obvious that there was an unqualified martial artist who wanted to get through the pass, but was caught by the guards and threw them away and fell covered in dirt. Void King 1 layer, I barely have the qualifications. Please do this, friend. Why are you from Saint King 3 Layer coming to join in the fun? Believing or not, I slapped you to death. Hey, I brought millions of source crystals. I told you earlier that you can get in. The martial artists of the guards are also very busy. Looking at auction is coming soon. At the beginning, there are still countless martial artists who want to enter the venue. Let them be the first two big ones. Ah, it's Storekeeper Kang. Kang Saran and Yang Kai squeezed in the crowd for a long time before they came to a city lord's mansion guard, who immediately recognized after leaving Kang Saran. He suddenly put on a smiling face. Storekeeper Kang, you have to follow the rules this time. You should have invitations. Of course there are. Kang Saran slightly smiled. Envied by many martial artists nearby with jealous eyes, Shi Shiran took out an invitation card and handed it to the guard. The guard took it, verified that it was correct, and said with a smile, "Okay, Storekeeper Kang, please come in. You only need to show the invitation card when you enter, and someone will come to greet you. Many thanks. By the way, Kang wants to take this friend in, no problem. Right?" Kang Saran pointed his finger at Yang Kai. "According to the rules, it's okay." The guard just glanced at Yang Kai and let him go. Kang Saran was nodded, and Yang Kai. Two people jumped out of the crowd, and they couldn't help being exhaled. "Let's go. The auction will start soon." Kang Saran, while speaking, speeded up a lot. In a short while, two people entered the city lord's mansion. After Kang Saran showed the invitation, a servant girl immediately led the two people to a private room numbered Yajiu Among. Kang Saran seemed a little surprised by this number. After all, he is considered to be a man with a face in Maplewood City. Although his cultivation level is not too strong, he is wearing the aura of one layer Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Even City Master Duan Yuanshan dare not underestimate him. But now, they are only assigned to the private room of Block B. It can be seen that the rooms numbered in the front have people who are stronger than him or have a larger background. Aware of this, Kang Saran frowned, feeling a little bad. The auction site is supposed to be a hall of City Lord's mansion. It was temporarily renovated. The area is quite large. The hall below is densely packed with people. Yang Kai has scanned it out. I think there are thousands of people, and there are hundreds of private rooms above. That's it. There are still many people who have not been able to enter. If it were not for Kang Saran's blessing, even if two people could come in, there would be no place to stay. At this moment, the hall is full of noisy, countless people in groups of 3 or 4 whispering, discussing spiritedly. The auction has obviously not started yet. Only in the 100 private rooms, there is a very quiet peace, absolute silence. Whether the martial artist underneath swept the private room, all looked envious. "Sit down." Kang Saran, while speaking, has found a place to sit down. Yang Kai also sat down peacefully. He might have participated in several auctions. Although it was the first time in Star Boundary, they all felt the same. Not much difference. Martial Peak Chapter 2065 Chapter 2065 Ink Jade Cauldron. Yang Kai and Kang Saran, two people, took their seats. After a short chat, they heard 3 gongs and drums in the hall. An old man with a short stature and white hair and beard suddenly jumped to the auction high stage. This person is very unique, with sloppy clothes and messy hair. He has a red brandy nose and a big bottle gourd with cyan on his waist. Thought it was a beggar on the street who made a living by begging. As soon as the old man came onto the stage, he laughed heartily, and he lifted the big bottle gourd on his waist without anyone else, opened the lid, and poured a sip of strong alcohol into his mouth. After a few screams, he burped loudly under the crowd. His eyes slightly narrowed, showing a satisfied expression even if he died immediately without regret. The aroma of wine quickly overflowed. Yang Kai looked at dumbstruck. His eyes were almost falling off. He participated in several auctions in his hometown, Star Territory, but the hosts of those auctions were either sophisticated or seductive, or charming and enchanting. There has never been a host like the old man on the high stage. Unique. Pill Master Yang came to Maplewood City soon. I'm afraid I don't know him. Kang Saran laughed heartily, And before Yankai could speak, he explained, "This person is the two Vice City Masters of Maplewood City. 1. No one knows what the name is, only that he calls himself Drunkard, and everyone calls him that. This person is one of the two Vice City Masters. Isn't it Principal Source Stage?" Yankai is astonished to the extreme. Yes, he is Principal Source 1 layer, but his specific strength is difficult to judge. It is rumored that his true strength is not worse than City Master Juan, and he should be able to jump over the ranks to fight. Kang Saran said. Yankai nodded, said with a smile, "Let him preside over the auction, is that okay?" "I think he is already drunk now," Kang Saran said with a smile. "Don't look at him like this. Drunkard is quite popular in Maplewood City. This person often does things like hoeing the strong and helping the weak, and losing money from justice. He is a good person." Yankai knows, nodded and said, "If it's this kind of, then there should be no problem." At this moment, Drunkard finally recovered from the taste of perfect wine, squinting small eyes swept around, holds the fist saying, "Who is the little old man?" Most likely all of you here will recognize it. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. The little old man is not here to date you, but to host the auction. So you don't have to stare at the little old man, just stare at the auction items. As soon as this statement came out, many martial artists in the hall burst out laughing, and Yankai also thought this man was very interesting. Yes, there is no shelf of Principal Source Stage powerhouse at all. It is very peaceful and close. Hey, the little old man is a lazy person, so I didn't want to come to this auction, but I couldn't bear to seduce the Lord City Master with a good wine, and he fell in love. City Master, the adults are really sinister, hateful. In short, the little old man is more anxious. Please be decisive when you wait to participate in the auction. Otherwise, the little old man won't wait. I have to go to the sun, Drunkard said quickly as he walked on the high stage. Listening to what he said, many people expressed their expressions. Okay, no more nonsense. Let's start the auction now, Drunkard shouted in a low voice, reaching out to show back. From behind the high stage, immediately there was a servant girl from City Lord's mansion carrying a jade plate and walked up. The jade plate above contained a white porcelain bottle. Look at this situation. An auction item should be a medicine pill, no doubt. One bottle of ancient spirit pill, spirit condensing pill, a total of 3, auctioned together. The reserve price is 30 source crystal, each increase of not less than 1,000. Please. After Drunkard finished, he went stay still. Spirit condensing pill. Actually spirit condensing pill. The spirit condensing pill comes up first. Then how many good things are the next? It is said that after taking spirit condensing pill you can tempering divine consciousness to make divine consciousness stronger. I don't know if it's true. This is the Void King grade high rank spirit pill. My Maplewood City's alchemy expert is average. It can't be refined under circumstances. As soon as I heard it was spirit condensing pill, the martial artists present suddenly became enthusiastic. After all, the power of divine consciousness is related to the safety of each martial artist, and the power of divine consciousness, if it is strong, it will have miraculous effects whether it is hiding, escape, searching or even confronting the enemy. So this spirit condensing pill is useful to any martial artist. 31, 32, 35. The sound of fair increase in the lobby one after another. Even the people in the private room were shocked. Not long after, this bottle of spirit condensing pill broke through the 50,000 source crystal level. It wasn't until someone called out 60,000 source crystal, that it was calm for a while. 60,000 once, twice, 3 times. Okay, this bottle of spirit condensing pill belongs to the friend who just made the bid. Please also bring the source crystal to the backstage for delivery. The next one, Drunkard, who was originally standing on the high stage with a closed pupil and restorative, suddenly finalized the deal at a very fast speed, and even went directly to the next item without giving others a chance to react. Under auction. It's too fast. Is this an auction or a forced purchase? Drunkard Senior did something unexpected. There was a sudden uproar in the hall. discuss spiritedly. I think that no martial artist has experienced this kind of auction. The previous auctions, and everyone presided over the auction. The martial artist of martial will ask again and again if there is a higher price, lest the auction item will not sell at a good price. But Drunkard seems to ignore this at all. He just wants to finish hosting the auction early, and then go to bed and sun. For a moment, the martial artists who hesitated not to increase the price before were extremely upset. But the guy who finally won the bid of 60,000 yuan stood up from his seat with a look of joy, as if he had picked up some big bargain, and rushed towards the backstage, apparently ready to deliver the property. After learning about Drunkard's impatientness, the passion of every martial artist in the next auction was mobilized. Whenever he meets what the owner wants, he will never hesitate, and the speed of the price increase one is faster than the other, for fear that Drunkard will fix the price of the auction item before it's his turn to bid. As a result, the speed of the auction assembly suddenly became extremely fast. In less than 1 hour's time, more than 40 items were auctioned. This is completely impossible in the auction that Yankai experienced before. Medicine pill, secret treasure, cultivation technique, secret technique, one after another debut, some of which are owned by martial artists to the auction, but the overwhelming majority are all brought out from the 5 colors treasure tower of. These relics from the ancient battlefield naturally caused a lot of people to rob it, and the atmosphere of the whole auction scene was extremely hot. Yankai also got a rough idea of the prices of these items. An ordinary principal source grade secret treasure unexpectedly needs 700-800 source crystal. If the grade is a little higher, millions and millions are normal. He thought that OWN had millions of source crystals as a base, and he had some confidence, but now it seems OWN is still poor. Principal source grade low rank, Tiger Ben battle armor, 100-800 once, twice, 3 times. Friends bidding, please bring source crystal to the backstage to deliver the item. Look at the next auction item. Drunkard finished speaking, and stood aside again, completely motionless. Up from the backstage, a servant girl walked out, dragging a mysterious auction item on the jade plate in her hand. The item was covered by a red cloth, making it impossible for people to see the true appearance. I only knew that it was about half a foot away. Tall look. And when the servant girl came closer, Drunkard suddenly laughed and looked down with profound meaning. This auction item is extremely precious. It should have been auctioned as a finale item, but under the strong request of the little old man, it appeared ahead of time. Presumably many people have already guessed what it is, so let's start. After that, the red cloth on the jade plate was lifted, and immediately the true appearance of the auction item was revealed to everyone. It is a human furnace, which can be supported with one hand. The human furnace is turquoise. The dragon and phoenix are carved around it, which is extremely out of the ordinary. A desolate ancient aura diffuse from the human furnace. Drunkard picked up this human furnace in one hand and chuckled. What kind of material is this ink jade cauldron made from? The little old man and the city master have studied for many days, but I can't judge. I just know it is a pill refining furnace, and it is the pill refining furnace of the principal source grade middle rank. Pill refining furnace of the principal source grade middle rank. An exclamation suddenly came from below. Although there are many good things on auction this time, secret treasure is even more numerous, but there are still very few of the principal source grade middle rank and above. In particular, this thing is still a pill refining furnace, and its characteristics will naturally cause alchemy experts looting. Alchemy experts are extremely wealthy. A good pill refining furnace can often allow alchemy experts to ruin their homes and compete for their production. Even more, how? The major sects, families, and so on, dedicated to cultivating own alchemy expert. So this principal source grade middle rank pill refining furnace will definitely make them tempted. Having a good pill refining furnace, alchemy expert can not only improve the pill success of the owner, the probability of pill production, but also the possibility of refining medicine pill that is usually impossible to refine. In this way, pill refining. The value of furnace can be imagined. Even Yang Kai, who has never taken a shot, couldn't help but his eyes became hot when he saw this pill refining furnace. Spiritual mind shot on the high stage and probed carefully. There are not a few people who do the same thing as him. Countless spiritual minds are coming from all directions in the auction hall, and they meet together, which seems very lively. Pill Master Yang wants this pill stove? Kang Saran asked, slightly smiled, observing his words. I have some thoughts. But Yang Kai shook the head with a wry smile. Probably I can't grab it. Kang Saran groaned for a while, and said, why don't you grab it? Do you know you can't get it? So, Pill Master Yang will do whatever it takes. If source crystal is not enough, Kang will lend you. When the time comes, look again. Yang Kai indifferent expression. Although he knows that Kang Saran also brought a lot of source crystals this time, the opponent was fighting for the principal source fruit. If the owner's affairs delayed him from grabbing the principal source fruit, Yang Kai also feels sorry. Although he likes the pill refining furnace, it is not necessary. Marshall Peak Chapter 2066. Chapter 2066. Soaring all the way. Everyone is optimistic. Well, although the little old man is not an alchemy expert, but because the practice cultivation technique is a fire attribute, it can also motivate this pill a little bit. The power of refining furnace, let's just show you how peculiar this thing is. Drunkard was while speaking. Suddenly, Ink Jade Cauldron, who had been holding on his hand, tossed and quickly picked up Spirit Heart. Come. With his one after another pure source strength breaking into the Ink Jade Cauldron, the small Ink Jade Cauldron stretched in the wind, and soon became a tall man, falling heavily on high stage above, making a sound of hitting the ground. After Pill Stove has become larger, the complex patterns on it have become more clear. Not only that, but under the sweep of spiritual mind, you can even see the inside of Pill Stove. There are 4 dragon's head inlays, and the brilliance of human furnace is flowing, making people look dazzling. The great master who refines this human furnace is definitely a strange person. He has carved countless spirit formations in this pill stove, which can be used for pill refining. If anyone can figure out the details, pill refining will not be necessary in the future. To characterize spirit formation again, you only need to inspire what you own in pill stove. Moreover, the design of these 4 dragons' heads in pill stove allows alchemy expert to master the fire extremely well. In addition, there are some magical functions. You are optimistic. Drunkard while speaking, he suddenly brought up the bottle gourd of his own and took a sip of strong wine. Then, his ruddy face became even more flushed. He patted his chest and opened his mouth to the Ink Jade Cauldron. Threw up. A fire dragon spouted out of the mouth. This fire dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail, hitting the Ink Jade Cauldron, just like throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea, plunged into it and disappeared. Drunkard flicked Spirit Heart again, with a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, in a dragon's head in human furnace, a raging flame was sprayed out. The flame seemed to be extremely hot, but it turned out to be a blue color, and with Drunkard's control, the heat was also variable. Big becomes smaller. Next, the second dragon's head also spews flames, and then the third, the fourth. Drunkard magic arts gathered up and stood beside him. But the flame in the human furnace did not go out. Instead it continued to burn. Looks it seemed to continue for a long time. This pill stove can actually store energy. A knowledgeable person suddenly saw the name. Exactly. This friend has a sharp eye. Drunkard laughed heartily. The little old man didn't use much power just now. It's just a normal blow, but it's this kind of power. Pouring into the human furnace is enough to keep it burning for half a day. And once the fire is controlled, it will definitely not change again. In this way, I am afraid everyone knows how much this will help alchemy expert. Drunkard's voice fell, and a loud noise suddenly sounded in the hall. Although he did not explain clearly, the martial artist present basically understood the preciousness of this pill stove. When an alchemy expert is in pill refining, he needs to observe the changes of medicinal herbs at all times, control the heat at all times, and pour strength into the pill stove. But if there is this ink jade cauldron, it will be different. Alchemy expert only needs to set a certain temperature, pour enough energy into it, and pill stove will keep it for the next period of time. In that state, alchemy expert can take advantage of this time to recover. In the process of pill refining, alchemy expert failed in many cases because the strength within the body could not keep up. With this ink jade cauldron, there is no need to worry about this problem. In addition to the various abilities of the general pill stove, it also has the characteristics of own, and it also has the principal source grade middle rank level. It is of great value. In the eyes of alchemy experts, it is almost the same. At Emperor Treasure, the time is limited, and the other features of pill stove will not be shown by the little old man one after another. But the little old man can guarantee that if any pill master can own this thing, it can be better level refining medicine pill. As soon as this statement came out, countless people caught their breath. The advancement of alchemy expert is more difficult than the advancement of martial artist, especially the advancement of great realm. Many alchemy experts are stuck in the Void King grade high rank and cannot make progress in their lives. But if according to Drunkard, as long as there is ink jade cauldron, a Void King grade alchemy expert has the opportunity to refine the medicine pill of principal source grade, and even the probability of pill success will not be too low. All kinds of temptations and all kinds of benefits not only made the alchemy experts present, but also made the representatives of the sect family fierce. Principal source grade middle rank pill stove, ink jade cauldron, starts at 1 million source crystal, and each increase must not be less than 50,000. Please. Drunkard screamed and walked to it with a smile aside. It starts at 1 million. Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitching. Just now he saw the extravagantly colorful description that Drunkard said, so he was naturally a little tempted by ink jade cauldron. The pill refining furnace in his hand is still the purple void cauldron that he got from the Emperor Garden when he went deep into the Emperor Garden. The grade is not low. The pill stove of the Void King grade high rank. He has been with him until now, but purple void cauldron is not on the same level as ink jade cauldron. But the price, starting at 1 million, still made Yang Kai smile. The source crystal in his hand is more than 1 million yuan, which is probably only enough to call a starting bid. This ink jade cauldron is so amazing. Aside, Kang Sarin also seemed a little surprised. Although he can rely on his good relationship with City Lord's mansion and get some information in advance, he obviously doesn't know much about this ink jade cauldron. At this moment, after listening to Drunkard, his expression can't help but become solemn. Stand up. If this pill stove can be photographed, the output of Spirit Pill Workshop's medicine pill will definitely increase a lot in the future. As the person in charge of this place, his performance will also increase. Maybe one day reward and promotion from Chamber of Commerce headquarters. But when I think of Finale's principal source fruit ... Kang Sarin is struggling again. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, and saw that Yang Kai was also smiling bitterly, and stunned. Pill Master Yang, are you not going to bid? No, watch the fun, right? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Kang Sarin knew it in his heart, so he was nodded and said nothing more. At the moment when the two people were talking, the auction has already started, but strangely, no one bids, and the hall is also very quiet. Obviously everyone is waiting for others to take action. Let's look at the market. For a moment, the atmosphere at the auction site is very strange. If you are someone else to host the auction, you probably won't be anxious, but will wait with confidence. After all, good things are not afraid that no one wants them, but this time it's Drunkard who is hosting the auction. After waiting for a long time, Drunkard couldn't help grinning when he saw no one bidding, and said, "It looks like the first sold objects of this auction will be born." That's it, then. Wait. Vice City Master, are you too impatient? A man's voice was heard in a private room immediately. Why don't you make an offer? If you don't make an offer, the little old man will buy it himself. When he sells it later, he will definitely make a lot of money. Drunkard smiled and looked at it. Sighed. Listening to him, many people can't help rolling the eyes. The person presiding over the auction actually wants to participate in the auction. They have never experienced this kind of thing. They have never even heard of it. Only drunkard can say it. Well, since all of my friends are so subtle, then I will give you 1 million. So let's throw a few thoughts away. The man in the private room said helplessly. 1 million is too little. 1.5 million. This ink jade cauldron, I want it for Do family. 1.5 million dare to lion's big mouth. It's ridiculous. I'm from Jiang family. 100-800. In that case, my kin family will join in the fun. 2 million. After the first bid, someone immediately increased the price, and the bidders represent the family behind. Think about it, too, with such a huge number of source crystals, ordinary martial artists can't get them. And only the sect family can afford them. All of a sudden, the big wing rooms were enthusiastically participating in the auction. Seeing this, drunkard laughed and said nothing more. He mentioned the big bottle gourd and drank, each minding their own business. Several great family opened strife and veiled struggle in Maplewood City. Now this ink jade cauldron looks like a good thing that can help the family improve its strength. Naturally no one wants to let it go. It was short of 30 breaths. The price of this ink jade cauldron was raised to 200 and 700, and it was still soaring. No one wanted to quit. After another 5 minutes, the price of ink jade cauldron has reached more than 4 million. It was not until this time that several families stopped speaking. Obviously the price has reached their limit. Although ink jade cauldron is good, the principal source fruit of finale can directly achieve the principal source stage. In contrast, those people can only give up painfully. At this time, Yang Kai has completely become a fun watcher. If the auction started in 1 million before, he still has some thoughts, considering whether he can sell some of his own things to gather together source crystal. Then now he has no hope. Ink jade cauldron, Jiang family, I will definitely get it. Please make it easy. 400 to 100. In the wing room of Jiang family, a man full of breath came out. Others really fell silent. Many people dare not continue to compete with Jiang family. After all, Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City, and the families that dare to compete with Jiang family are also because of source. The number of crystal was too huge and had to be given up. Seeing this, the vocal Jiang family NPC happily said, Master Vice City Master, is it okay to? He hasn't finished his words yet. He is charming suddenly. Uncle Jiang, don't be so anxious. The little sister hasn't made any bids yet. I'll just give 400 and 200. As soon as this statement came out, there was one in the Jiang family wing. The cold light flashed in the eyes of the man with strong features, and he looked towards the source of the sound, shouted, Zuo storekeeper. At the same time, Kang Saran is also a cold snort. Zuo Ningzai. This slut is indeed true. I can't help but want to shoot. As each other's rivals, Kang Saran can naturally hear who the owner of that charming voice is, and it is the Pill Pavilion who dug his corner before. Storekeeper, Zuo Ningzai. Marshall Peak Chapter 2067. Chapter 2067. A Spirit Pill. Yang Kai also had a deal with Zuo Ningzai. It was when he went to the Spirit Pill workshop to sign the Divine Soul contract with Kang Saran that day. At that time, Zuo Ningzai he wanted to win him over, but he refused. For this coquettish female, Yang Kai is naturally impressed. She will bid for Ink Jade Cauldron, which is reasonable. After all, it is the storekeeper of Dankaij. It will be useful to buy this Ink Jade Cauldron back. Kang Saran heard that Zuo Ningzai was bidding, and he was immediately furious. It seemed that he recalled the various grievances from 2 months ago that made him burn. On the other side, after distinguishing Zuo Ningzai's identity, the strong features man from Jiang family couldn't help being frowned, opening the mouth and said, Zuo storekeeper, I also have a lot of cooperation between Jiang family and your court. We have a lot of friendship with each other. Why do you need it? Zuo Ningzai giggled said, Uncle Jiang's words are natural and true, but friendship is friendship. Business is business. Little sister is now seeing others do what one loves to do. one is inspired to try it again. Of course, I have come up with a price, not as generous as Uncle Jiang. How about giving this ink jade cauldron to a little sister? If this is the case, the little sister must have a good dinner tonight. Entertain Uncle Jiang. Giggle. I just don't know if you have the courage to come. With one word, many martial artists in the hall kept booing. Slut. Kang Saran was also filled with indignation, quite disdainful of Zhao Ning's release. Swing. In the Jiang family private room, the man with strong features, cold snort, remains unmoved, indifferently said, "It seems that Zhao storekeeper must be right with my Jiang family. Oh, how dare your servant!" After this incident, your servant must personally come to the door to apologize to Jiang family, but let your servant give up this ink jade cauldron, which is absolutely impossible. Zhao Ningzai yelled, his voice Zong was full of grievances, and people couldn't help but moved their compassion, and couldn't bear to blame her. The last sentence said that she was determined to the extreme, as if she had some unavoidable difficulties. Jiang family man Cold Snort said, "If this is the case, then let's see the real chapter under our hands." 400 and 300. Zhao Ningzai said with a smile. He continued without flinching, 400, 400. Before Jiang family could increase the fare, another voice wafted from another wing, 400, 500. The man in Jiang family was stunned, and Zhao Ningzai was stunned, but Yang Kai, who was sitting in the private room of Yi Ninth, turned his head to look at Kang Saran stunnedly, and said suspiciously, "Storekeeper Kang, you are." The one who opened the bid and joined the competition sequence before was surprisingly Kang Saran. Kang Saran said with a smile, "Just pat it, disgusting that slut." Yang Kai nodded clearly. "Who killed me in the middle of the road?" It turned out to be Storekeeper Kang. "Why, your old body is still healthy." Zhao Ningzai said with a gun and a stick, which was a lot of teasing. Kang Saran hit ha and said, thanks to you, it's not bad." It turned out to be Storekeeper Kang. The Jiang family man apparently heard it too. Kang Saran's voice said with a smile, "Since you two Chamber of Commerce are interested in this pill stove, then my Jiang family has to withdraw." My Jiang family is exactly the opponent of your two Chamber of Commerce. He obviously mistakenly believed that both Zhao Ningzai and Kang Saran's bids represented the Chamber of Commerce behind him. He immediately retreated. Be worldly wise and play safe, and offended as Zhao Ningzai for an ink jade cauldron. It is acceptable. But if the two chambers of commerce are offended together, it is not what Jiang family wants to see. But he didn't know that Kang Saran was just bidding maliciously. As for whether Zhao Ningzai represents the seven bright chamber of commerce, she probably only knows. "You let me win." When Kang Saran saw his misunderstanding, he didn't explain much. He just rushed over there to cup one fist in the other hand. Zhao Ningzai said, "Storekeeper Kang, now there are only two of us left. I don't know what the bottom line of Storekeeper Kang is." "No comment, your own offer that is. If you don't bid, ink jade cauldron will belong to old man." Kang Saran Cold Snort. Zhao Ningzai at a soft nail, expressed annoyance, and stopped paying attention to Kang Saran, and bid again. For a moment, ink jade cauldron only competes between two people. Each increase in price starts from 100, and the price soars to 5 million. At this time, Kang Saran laughed and said generously, "As the storekeeper persists in this way, old man has no choice but to bow down." Well, old man quit. Damned old man. From the wing where Zhao Ningzai was, she heard her gnashing teeth cursing. Although the voice was not high, it still came out, making it clear to many people. Kang Saran laughed heartily, with a pleasant expression on his face, as if he was revenge. On the high stage, Drunkard smiled indifferently, took the first 2 steps, and was about to announce the ownership of ink jade cauldron, but heard the voice of a man in a private room of A block. "You are all over, right? Now that you are over, then ... 6,000,000. As soon as this statement came out, the entire auction hall suddenly fell silent. Even Drunkard, who was walking a few steps earlier, paused. After stopping, he looked stunned towards the source of the sound. And Zhao, who thought he had won the final victory, shrank suddenly after a moment, and his pretty face twisted. 6 million? I heard that right. Who is this guy? A markup is 1 million source crystal. Is he crazy? Shhhhhhhh. Keep quiet. This person is in a block private room. He must be a principal source stage powerhouse. If he hears you, you will die. What about principal source stage? The source crystal is not source crystal? 1 million are, if it is for me. After a while of silence, the hall suddenly became noisy, and martial artists were whispering about. After all of a sudden an increase of 1 million source crystal is really scary. After thinking about it for a while, Drunkard seemed to want to understand the identity of the person asking for the price. There was a look of dreading in his eyebrows, and he retreated slightly to retreat again and stood there quietly. On the scene, Zhao was in the worst mood. After all, he was about to pick the fruits of victory. But there was another troublemaker on the way. Whoever encounters this kind of thing will not be in the mood. Great. Although she only has the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer, it represents 7 bright chamber of commerce after all. So after a moment of silence, she asked coldly, "Dare to ask your name, Gao?" The bidder in a block's room did not at all want to answer her. Zhao annoyed, hiding the head and revealing the tail. "Could it be that you dare not show it by name?" After saying this, the bidder finally sneered, "A joke. I'm only participating in the auction. Why? I have to report my own name before bidding for something? Which auction has this rule?" "Mr. Vice City Master, does the auction in Maplewood City have this rule?" His last sentence was to Drunkard. Drunkard, hearing this, frowned, thought for a while and holds the fist, saying, "My friend laughed. The auction of Maplewood City does not have this rule." "That's it. Storekeepers. I think you are a member of the 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce. I will not talk to you. Lower oneself to somebody's level. If you still dare to speak impudent, don't blame me for being ruthless." While speaking, a huge divine consciousness power from other block private room diffused out, sweeping directly over Zhao body. Zhao face turned white, and he immediately realized that the other party did not sell her account at all, and if he entangled it again, I was afraid it would really annoy the other party. From the previous spiritual mind strength, it seems that the other party is not a powerhouse of principal source 1 layer, but a principal source 2 layer. The city master Yuanshan of Maplewood City is no more than principal source 2 layer. It is already the overlord of hundreds of thousands of miles. This person does not know where he came from. Ability to rival Yuanshan. Even if Zhao is wearing the aura of 1 layer 7 bright chamber of commerce, with this person's cultivation level strength, he can completely kill Zhao without knowing it. After realizing this, Zhao barely squeezed out a smile and said, "Since Senior is interested in this ink jade cauldron, then this mistress has to give up. Congratulations, Senior." Let's not talk about the price of 6 million source crystal, which has already exceeded Zhao bottom line. It is said that this man's temperament is also extremely perverse. If he continues to compete with him, Owen has absolutely nothing to eat. Zhao judges the situation and naturally does not dare open the bidding, but withdrew after saying a few words. Anyone didn't expect the ink jade cauldron, which was fought by many families before, will eventually fall into the hands of a mysterious person who only makes a single offer, but the price of a bite of 6 million does have this ability. After Drunkard came on stage 3 countdowns, the ownership of Ink Jade Cauldron was settled. Didn't expect. An Ink Jade Cauldron is already 6 million, and the principal source fruit behind it. Kang Saran looked sullen, even though he brought a lot of source crystal here, but at this moment, principal source fruit is afraid that he has nothing to do with him. I can't help but feel a little frustrated. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only remain silent. The next one to be auctioned is a spirit pill. On the high stage, Drunkard had a smile on his face and a mysterious look. As for what spirit pill is, please let the little old man sell it. Guanzi. When he was talking, naturally there was already a servant girl showing up the auction items. After he lifted the covered red cloth, everyone saw a Tibetan cyan spirit pill about the size of dragon eye, lying quietly above the jade plate. This spirit pill did not use jade bottle to bloom. It seems that there is no concern about the passing of medicine efficacy. When the sharp-eyed martial artist saw the spirit pill, he exclaimed, "Pill mark." The spirit pill who give birth to pill mark. What? Let me see. Hiss. It's really pill mark. It turns out that pill mark is like this. More than that, you see, this spirit pill seems to be a few years old. Could it be that? Many martial artists discuss spiritedly underneath. Drunkard on the stage is smiling and seems very satisfied with this kind of effect. Although some spirit pills appeared on auction before, none of the spirit pills had a pill mark. This one was the first one. Furthermore, many martial artists have never even seen a spirit pill with a pill mark. For a moment, they naturally find it very strange, and they keep watching. Martial Peak Chapter 2068. Chapter 2068 Shots. Master Vice City Master, dare you ask if this spirit pill was brought out from the Five Colors Treasure Tower? Someone in the audience shouted and asked. Drunkard smiled, nodded and said, exactly. Moreover, this spirit pill is not the spirit pill put in by the big sects, but the real ancient spirit pill. You have also seen it because of the existence of the pill mark. The medicine efficacy of this spirit pill has always been well preserved. Otherwise, after so many years, even the most powerful spirit pill would have been reduced to ashes. Spirit after the pill is refined. The jade bottle is generally used to preserve medicine efficacy and hinder the passage of medicine efficacy. But even the most advanced spirit pill, as time goes by, medicine efficacy will pass thoroughly and eventually become waste. But if spirit pill gives birth to pill mark, there is no need to worry about this issue. Pill mark can absorb the world's spiritual energy autonomously, thereby maintaining medicine efficacy. The pill clouds with pill mark above are even more impressive. Spirit pill with pill clouds can increase medicine efficacy step by step with the passage of time. The longer the time, the more terrifying medicine efficacy. If there is a spirit pill of Void King grade that gives birth to pill clouds during refining, after thousands of years of precipitation, the medicine efficacy contained in it may not even be the Emperor grade spirit pill match. Yang Kai has such a spirit pill in his hand. When he got the purple void cauldron in the Emperor Garden, there was a dragon flame purple mark pill that gave birth to pill clouds in the cauldron, which was refined by the owner of the pill way. True understanding. Yes, I don't know why I stayed in Purple Void Cauldron, but Yang Kai finally picked it up. Emperor Garden was silent for tens of thousands of years. This dragon flame purple mark pill was also nourished by pill clouds for tens of thousands of years, so although there is only Void King grade middle rank level, it contains even the Emperor grade medicine pill may not be able to compare with its medicinal power. Such a spirit pill is very useful for the Emperor senior stage. The reason Yang Kai has not dared to take it is because he is worried that the medicinal power is too strong to bear, so it has been preserved to this day. He dare not say that this kind of spirit pill is the only one in the world, but it will definitely not exceed 10. You can imagine how valuable it is. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he dare not take that dragon flame purple mark pill easily. He can only wait for his strength to improve in the future to see if he can bear the medicinal power. Master Vice City Master, what grade is this spirit pill, and what is it used for? The martial artist underneath asked, which is exactly what everyone cares about. Drunkard slightly smiled and said, don't ask this question. The little old man is about to explain it. After many experts in the city and some pill masters worked together for several days, the final result is, this spirit pill is the principal source grade middle rank spirit pill, and its function is also very attractive. Listening to Drunkard, the martial artists underneath suddenly came to their spirits and looked forward to it, looking towards the stage. What was the specific name of this spirit pill in ancient times? No one knows. The refined pill recipe has long been lost. The City Master named it Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill, and its specific purpose well. Hey, you know by the name, naturally it can wash the marrow and exchange the tendons, let people shed the body and exchange the bones, and improve martial artist practice aptitude. Drunkard said after falling. Many martial artists in the audience suddenly exclaimed, and the eyes of the Essence Developer Pill became fierce and violent. Even the powerhouses in the major private rooms have released Spiritual Mind to investigate the Spirit Pill. No wonder everyone has this kind of reaction. How wonderful is the Spirit Pill that can wash the marrow and exchange the tendons and improve practice aptitude. At the very least, apart from a few Spirit Pill wonderful medicines that only appear in rumors, there is no such kind of thing in Star Boundary. But this Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill has such an unbelievable effect. No one dislikes own aptitude. Everyone wants to go up a level. Why can't some Void King 3-layer breakthrough to the principal source stage? Some may be because of practice cultivation technique, or injury, or other various reasons. But the overwhelming majority is because aptitude is not enough. If you can improve a little aptitude, maybe you can shed the body and exchange the bones and easily enter the principal source stage level. And the Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill in front of me is obviously this kind of thing, which is naturally coveted. That's not right, Vice City Master. A man's voice suddenly rang from a private room. It was the Jiang family man who had bid for the auction many times before. If this Spirit Pill really has this with the magical effect, why would anyone be willing to take it out for auction instead of owning it? This Jiang believes that as long as a martial artist with a little brain will not make this choice, Master Vice City Master, this Spirit Pill isn't there anything wrong? Hearing this, those martial artists with fiery eyes suddenly heart-startled and secretly felt that Jiang family's words made sense. If you understand Essence Developer Pill, the effect is so amazing. Which fool would put it out for auction? It can even be said that City Master Duan Yuanshan will take it without authorization. It's just that the beauty described by Drunkard makes people subconsciously ignore this concern. Now when I was reminded by the Jiang family man, I suddenly woke up. Each and every one talking at once asked, Drunkard, explain clear. Drunkard glanced at the private room of Jiang family, laughed and said, Brother Jiang asked, well, although the Essence Developer Pill is magical enough, it does have some drawbacks. P.O. He'd like to hear the details. Jiang family men said solemnly. First, although this Spirit Pill can indeed wash the marrow and exchange the tendons, it can only be used on martial artists below Saint King stage and Saint King stage, and taken above Saint King stage it has no effect. Second, its effect will only last until the person taking the practice reaches the Void King stage level. Once the person taking the breakthrough to the Void King stage, he will be beaten back to his original form and return to his original form. Some aptitude. Of course, apart from these 2 points, this Spirit Pill is not harmful, and there will be no repercussions after taking it. Please rest assured about this. This strange Spirit Pill. Jiang family man stunned for a while. Drunkard said with a smile. The ancient things, who can say clear? The little old man does not know why this kind of Spirit Pill was born in the ancient times, but the world is different. There are so many scholars. It's not surprising that this kind of Spirit Pill has been researched out. This Jiang understands. Many thanks Vice City Master for answering. It's okay. This is what the little old man should say. Now that everyone has understood the purpose of Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill, let's start the auction now. The reserve price is 100 source crystal, and each increase should not be less than 5,000. 100, 105, 120,000. Although the Essence Developer Pill has many restrictions, it does not. But martial artists above Saint King stage are useless, and aptitude will return to its original form after being promoted to Void King stage level. But it still arouses many people's interest. Without him, The martial artists who come to participate in the auction all have junior or heirs of Own. Although Own is useless, it can be used for future generations. Saint King Stage to Void King Stage, but there are two major levels. If you can improve aptitude, you can also greatly shorten the practice time. However, its various restrictions doomed it to not have too high a price. The bidding price has also soared along with the quotations of many martial artists, and soon the breakthrough 200 mark. In the private room of Yi Ninth, Yang Kai expression moved and started bidding. Kang Saran looked at him stunnedly and asked, "Pillmaster Yang, does any of your friends need this?" Yang Kai groaned, nodded and said, "That's right, and come to participate in an auction. You can't come back empty-handed." "That's true." Kang Saran nodded. In the previous auction, he also took a few shots. The price of something useful to the owner is not high, but Yang Kai has been on hold. "Pillmaster Yang, do not hesitate to bid. If source crystal is not enough, old man has it here," Kang Saran said generously. "Then thanks storekeeper Kang first." Yang Kai slightly smiled, and continued to quote, 250. The reason why he participated in the bidding for the Essence Developer Pill, naturally it was auctioned for Jiang Yuoxi. This little girl of Jiang family happens to be Saint King 1 layer level and can take Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill. Although he doesn't have much friendship or affection with this small girl, after all, he wants to use her to unlock the top secrets on the Space Spirit Jade. Maybe a long time in the future, he will have to being with Jiang Yuoxi will allow her to grow up quickly and reduce the burden of the owner. The most important thing is that Yang Kai has other intentions for her, and it is not convenient to say clearly, "I just want to use this method to make a little compensation and relieve the guilt in my heart." As prices soar, fewer and fewer people participate in the auction. Although this is a rare thing, after all, Own is not needed. Except for some martial artists who are interested in cultivating future generations, others have already withdrawn. Until Yang Kai offered 300, only the last female was left to compete with him. The female was sitting in the lobby and did not look too wealthy, only Void King 2 layer, the cultivation level. She struggled with her expression for a while before she continued to increase the price. Yang Kai will naturally not give up. After Yang Kai called out the price of 320,000, the female finally sighed and looked like she had given up. Seeing this situation, Drunkard immediately walked onto the high stage, opened the mouth and said, 320,000 once, twice, 3 times. Please come to the backstage to hand over the property. Yang Kai hearing this smiled, stood up, and said to Kang Saran, "I will come as soon as I go." Pillmaster Yang as soon as possible. Principal source fruit is estimated to appear. Kang Saran has a face. Looking expectantly at high stage. Yang Kai nodded. Walking out of the wing, came to the backstage, paid 320,000 source crystal, and finally got the Essence Developer Pill. Spending so much source crystal to buy a spirit pill is indeed a bit uneconomical for Yang Kai today. After all, the price is equivalent to 1/3 of source crystal in his hand, and it is also not for own use. In the long run, it is still possible. Furthermore, Yang Kai can also study the ingredients of the Leopard Solution Essence Developer Pill a little bit. If you can work out its pill recipe, then it would be great. It is also a lost spirit in ancient times. Pill. If you can really consider the pill recipe, Yang Kai will be able to refine this kind of spirit pill to sell in the future. I believe that when the time comes, it will definitely make a lot of money. Martial Peak Chapter 2069. Chapter 2069 surprised Liu Yan. When Yang Kai returned to the wing again, it seemed that another auction item had settled down, and I didn't know who took it away. "You haven't arrived at Finale's principal source fruit yet?" Yang Kai asked, stunned after he took his seat. Kang Saran shook the head, said with a bitter smile, "There seems to be a lot of auction items this time, but it should be coming soon." Yang Kai nodded gently, "No, speak again, and focus on high stage." On the high stage, Drunkard once again showed a mysterious smile, looked around all around, and said loudly, The auction items to be displayed next are not trivial, and they are also extremely rare. It was not prepared for this time auction. The bidding item was temporarily submitted by a friend present. Although it is a bit of a bad rule, the city master has verified that the item does have the value of participating in the auction, so the auction was approved. Hey, everyone here. If you have practiced fire attribute cultivation technique or friends with fire attribute secret treasure, please pay attention. He said this, gestured backward, and immediately there was a servant girl holding both hands. A round bowl-like thing walked onto the high stage. In the auction room, countless martial artists looked at the round bowl, curious, especially those martial artists who practice fire attribute cultivation technique secret technique or fire attribute secret treasure. Get interested. The round bowl looks like a kind of restriction secret treasure. Twinkling on it is twinkling with rays of light of restriction. Occasionally there are runes the size of rice grains wandering around on it, like a live fish. Most martial artists present have extraordinary eyesight. Naturally, it is not the round bowl that is going to be auctioned, but the things in the round bowl. Interesting. I don't know what the seal is here. Kang Saran slightly smiled and paid attention to it. Yang Kai browsed tightly knit at the moment when the round bowl appeared. I don't know why. He always feels that there is an unfathomable mystery in the round bowl that is connected to the own mind, but because of the many restrictions on the round bowl above, this kind of induction becomes minimal, almost imperceptible. If it were not for the throbbing and anxiety in his heart, even he would not be sure. Yang Kai released spiritual mind to investigate, but he couldn't break through the restriction power to investigate the internal situation of Clear. He didn't dare to use force, only frowned constantly. Pill Master Yang, do you know what's inside? Kang Saran asked strangely when he saw that Yang Kai expression was wrong. Yang Kai shook the head subconsciously, but his eyes fixed on the round bowl. At this moment, Drunkard on high stage has already begun to explain. This auction item was deposited by a friend of principal source grade for auction, because this friend practiced water attribute cultivation technique. Just right, it is against this thing, so he has to reluctantly cut his love, otherwise, he won't take it out. Master Vice City Master, stop selling it, it doesn't fit your personality. The impatient martial artist urged. Drunkard he laughed for a while, nodded and said, yes, the little old man is impatient and really not suitable for being so slow. But what should be said is still to be said. You all know that the first few in Maplewood City, it was rumored that a fire attribute item spirit appeared in nearby Jade Clear Mountain, which attracted many martial artists to investigate, and finally confirmed that it was not a fire attribute item spirit, but a descendant of Vermilion Bird Phoenix. My Maplewood City martial artist was vying for the descendants of the Vermilion Bird Phoenix. I suffered a lot of casualties, but no one succeeded. In the end, the Holy Spirit Vermilion Bird Phoenix appeared, and the black flames of the world disappeared. Jade Clear Mountain is still burning. Holy, the power of spirit is really horrible. He sighed for a while, so that he seemed to see the dying black flame with his own eyes. Master Vice City Master, could it be that this auction item is actually a descendant of Holy Spirit? The martial artist underneath heard Drunkard's words, and suddenly started to guess with excitement. There are not a few people who think this way. In an instant, many martial artists were short of breath, and each and every one stared fiercely at the round bowl. Drunkard sneered. Holy Spirit descendants? You really dare to think that there are Holy Spirit descendants here? Not to mention you dare not bid, and I will not auction off Maplewood City. In case I am annoyed by any Holy Spirit, the status quo of Jade Clear Mountain is the end of my Maplewood City. At that time, loss of life. Who can take this responsibility? As soon as this statement came out, many people, there was a Cold War. Just think about it. In this world, who has the courage to put the descendants of Holy Spirit out for auction? This is simply fatal. Then Mr. Vice City Master, what did you just say? Drunkard said with a lip. The focus is not on the descendants of the Holy Spirit, but on the fire attribute item spirit. I really don't know how you people listen. Okay, old man will let you see what the auction item is this time. While speaking, pinch spirit art, go. The round bowl was hit continuously, accompanied by the restriction twinkling on the round bowl. A crisp bird song suddenly came from the round bowl, and then a fiery red rays of light shot out from it. With a cry. On the high stage, there suddenly appeared a strange bird with a body length of about 2 jang. The whole body was like a strange bird burning with flames. The strange bird looked a bit similar to the Holy Spirit Phoenix, but was somewhat different. In the flames, there is even a trace of purple thunder arc beating in twinkling. This strange bird actually possesses 2 powers of thunder fire. Moreover, the aura emanating from it within the body is also extraordinary. It has reached the level of Void King 3 layer. The flame-cast body is formidable, full of wings, and exceptionally beautiful. It raised its head up and hummed, and its voice was stubborn, angry and unyielding. Liu Yan. In the private room of No. 9th, Yang Kai got up suddenly, her eyes shrinking, and she exclaimed. Pill Master Yang Cancer in complexion looked at Yang Kai weirdly. He didn't know why he suddenly had such a big reaction, but when he saw Yang Kai's face, he was surprised and angry. As soon as he turned, he suddenly understood a little. Yang Kai didn't expect at all, and will meet Liu Yan again in this situation. In the Starlight Passage that day, he and his 2 big helpers, President Aiyu, the Red Moon Territory Lord and the others were separated, and I still don't know where they are. Apart from President Aiyu and the Red Moon Territory owner and the others, Yang Kai has always been worried about Xiao and Liu Yan, because one of them is Stone Puppet, who is not sane, and the other is Item Spirit. No matter which one is discovered by Powerhouse, Liu Yan must encounter some risks, especially Liu Yan. For some martial artists who practice fire attribute cultivation technique fire attribute secret treasure, it is extremely attractive. If Liu Yan's item spirit body can be absorbed by people who practice fire attribute cultivation technique, then martial artist can be greatly enhanced. If it is integrated into fire attribute secret treasure, it is enough to raise that fire attribute secret treasure to a higher level. Whatever Yang Kai is afraid of, he will come. Now, it seems that Liu Yan was caught by the Powerhouse, and he invested in this auction. It is conceivable that many martial artists will rob him in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai is also at the auction site now, and there is room for maneuvering. This is a blessing in misfortune. No wonder when the round bowl was first brought up, Yang Kai always felt a kind of spiritual connection with the sealed objects in the round bowl. Liu Yan. Back then when there was not much saneness, Yang Kai once practiced its body, and there will naturally be telepathy between the 2, which will never be cut off. As soon as Yang Kai got up, Liu Yan on the high stage seemed to be aware of it. A pair of fire eyes looked into the private room number Y9 where Yang Kai was located, and his mouth screamed. Getting louder, it waved wing vigorously, trying to fly towards Yang Kai. But when Drunkard saw this, only the magic arts in his hand changed, and a chain-like restriction suddenly appeared on Liu Yan's body, which directly bound its wings and caused it to fall heavily. Come, stop. Yang Kai couldn't help roaring when he saw this. But as soon as the words were spoken, he knew that the performance of Owen was too impulsive. Although Liu Yan originally belonged to him, he has now been captured and put in the auction house as an auction item. He has no position at all for Drunkard to show mercy to Liu Yan. If his performance is too obvious, maybe it will make people see something. The thoughts got to this point. He took a deep breath, indifferently said, Master Vice City Master, please be careful. I'm very interested in this item spirit. Please don't hurt it. Drunkard has a good temper. Hearing this, he glanced in the direction of Yang Kai, laughed and said, relax, old man has a sense of measure, and he will never really hurt him. Well, everyone, I have also seen that this fire attribute item spirit is going to be auctioned this time. It is exactly the ordinary item spirit. It has opened up spiritual wisdom. And spiritual wisdom is not low. If it can be absorbed or integrated into its own secret treasure, it's definitely useful. On the high stage, Drunkard promoted Liu Yan vigorously, describing its various unusual features. His an extravagantly colorful description also attracted countless people's interest. In the wing room, Yang Kai sat back on the chair with a gloomy expression. In this situation, if he wants to snatch Liu Yan back, he can only do it through auction, or he has the strength of the Emperor Senior Stage, and can ignore the thousands of Void King Stage and dozens of principals present. Source Stage, snatch Liu Yan with a powerful force. The latter method cannot be implemented. Although Yang Kai is now at the level of Void King 3 layer and has a few Emperor treasures in his body, if he really wants to do it here, it is no less than bring about one's own destruction. But if he wants to bid through the auction, he does not have that many source crystal at all. At the very least, it is definitely not enough to bid for Liu Yan. For a moment, he is anxious. Kang Saran seemed to have seen a knotted thread, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a low voice, "Pill Master Yang, do you have any relationship with that item spirit?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since Storekeeper Kang can see it, I won't hide it. It's called Liu Yan, and it was originally my item spirit." "Ah? It's Pill Master Yang item spirit." Although Kang Saran had expected it a long time ago, it was still startled when Yang Kai said it. "It is not only item spirit, it is also a friend to me." "Friend?" Kang Saran looked at Yang Kai stunned. His head stunned, confused. There are people in this world who regard item spirit as a friend, and he can hardly imagine it. Marshall Peak Chapter 2070. Chapter 2070 has another fierce guy. Stunned is stunned. Kang Saran didn't ask more, but said, "So it seems that Pill Master Yang wants to participate in the auction?" "Yes, but I don't have many source crystals in my hands." Yang Kai frowned. He was already circling secretly. He should take out what belongs to owner as a mortgage. "Perhaps ... you can take a piece of heavy earth out, and you don't need more. Just a heavy earth with the size of Dragon Eye should be enough to pay for this auction. But once heavy earth emerges, it may cause a lot of trouble." Since this item spirit has such a relationship with Pill Master Yang, then Pill Master Yang can be assured of bidding, because there are fewer source crystals. Old man will come out for you first, and Pill Master Yang will have it in the future. Give me back." Kang Saran said generously. Yang Kai looked at him, frowns saying, "But Storekeeper Kang, don't you want to bid for the final principal source fruit?" Kang Saran smiled and waved his hand. Old man originally had some thoughts about the principal source fruit, but now it seems that with the source crystal in old man's hands, it is not very hopeful. "I didn't expect that there will be so many principal source stages for this auction. Their financial resources are exactly comparable to old man. Now that Pill Master Yang is urgently needed, old man is not as beautiful as an adult. As for the principal source fruit ... don't we have to explore the cave mansion next? Maybe there is a principal source pill inside." "How many source crystals does Storekeeper Kang have?" Yang Kai solemnly asked. Kang Saran slapped a slap in motion, and said, "I don't have any more. I hope I can help Pill Master Yang." "Okay, so it's many thanks Brother Kang, I took note of this kindness." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Kang Saran's generous approach touched his heart, and he secretly decided that if Kang Saran is not involved in this principal source fruit, he will not get the principal in the next cave mansion exploration. In the case of source pill, wait until the owner refines the principal source pill in the future to give him one, so that he can repay the favor. In these days when I was in contact with Kang Saran, Yang Kai felt that this person was really good, and he was a person to make friends with. With Kang Saran's guarantee, Yang Kai has some confidence in his heart. After all, the previous pill refining furnace of the principal source grade middle rank only auctioned 6 million source crystal. It shouldn't be the value of Liu Yan, which shouldn't be higher than that of Ink Jade Cauldron. Even though it is an item that gives birth to spiritual wisdom spirit, only Void King 3 layer level, has limited effect for some true powerhouses. However, some exceptions cannot be ruled out. Just as Yang Kai's mind was changing, on high stage, Drunkard wiped his mouth and continued, This item spirit doesn't know what chance it had before. Not only does it possess abundant and pure fire attribute power, you can also utilize the power of thunder attribute. Don't underestimate it. If the General Void King 3-layer is set against it and fights alone, it is definitely not an opponent. Only the martial artist of Principal Source stage can use it. It is surrendered. Therefore, even if you are not a friend of fire attribute cultivation technique, it is very useful to shoot it. Its existence is equivalent to giving you a powerful helper for no reason. Listen to drunkard Liu Yan praised him so much, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black, and he kept cursing in his heart, wishing to rush to the stage and so drunkard's mouth. The more he praises Liu Yan, the more enthusiastic the bidders will be. This is exactly good news for Yang Kai. In addition, this item spirit ... Hey, there is another form. Drunkard showed a deep smile. His gaze swept down, and the magic arts in his hands changed immediately. The power of the restriction that tightened Liu Yan's chains was another burst of strength. Liu Yan screamed under the pain, and immediately transformed under the public gaze. It turned into a figure wearing a red-clothed shirt. Lithe and graceful, a great beauty that provokes the imagination. Hiss can be transformed into a human form. What opportunity does this item spirit have? It can be so magical. Obediently, her body seems to have become substantive, and she is a little out of the category of item spirit. I don't know how it feels to the touch. Many martial artists below saw Liu Yan showed a human appearance, and suddenly became uncomfortable, shouting one after another. Liu Yan stood on the high stage above. Her expression was extremely cold, and she looked like a stranger would not enter. The indifference that refused to be beyond 1,000 li made her more one layer beautiful and alluring. Feeling that, under the glance of the phoenix eyes, a lot of male martial artists howled wolves. Especially at this moment Liu Yan is bound by the chains-like restriction, which makes his plump figure more curvaceous. And some people with ulterior motives have been dazzled. Yang Kai patted his forehead and sighed heavily. Kang Suren took a sip of tea next to him. At this moment, he couldn't help but squirt it out, wiping it hurriedly, and looked at Yang Kai with a weird expression. Brother Yang ... Old man understands something. What do you mean by friends just now? Brother Kang, it's not what you think. Yang Kai weakly defended. Understand. They are all men. Kang Suren laughed, with a meaningful smile. Yang Kai rolled the eyes and stopped talking. You see, this item spirit can not only be a very powerful helper, it can be carried around at ordinary times. It is both eye-catching and face. Honestly, the beauty of her appearance is the only thing old man has seen in his life. It's a pity that old man is very old. If it's not like that, he has to compete. Drunkard chuckled. Okay. Let's not talk more nonsense. Fire attribute item spirit, a base price of 1 million source crystal, and every increase in price must be no less. At 50,000, please. Please. The starting price of Liu Yan is the same as the pill refining furnace of the principal source grade middle rank, which makes Yang Kai frowned, and there is a hint in his heart. Bad premonition. Sure enough, Drunkard's voice came to an end, and there was a sound of bidding. With the reserve price of 1 million, the breakthrough reached 2 million in just 10 breaths. 3 million. Suddenly, a clear voice came from a private room in A block, making everyone startled, and the martial artist who was going to bid the price suddenly went silent. One-time increase of 1 million, this has appeared once in the previous auction, and the sounds seem to come from the same private room. It's the senior. The owner who heard the sound was the principal source stage powerhouse that shot Ink Jade Cauldron, and couldn't help calling out. Wow, this senior is really rich. I just bought Ink Jade Cauldron for 6 million, and now I'm starting to bid on this item spirit again. What do you know? If so, if you can photograph both, it will complement each other. Integrating this item spirit into Ink Jade Cauldron, maybe it can make Ink Jade Cauldron upgrade to principal source grade high rank, and even touch the Emperor treasure level. So that's how it is. So it seems, this senior is determined to win this fire attribute item spirit. Hey, Then see this: what is the financial resources of the senior? There are a lot of people who are interested in this item. Spirit in the presence. When the voice shouted 3 million, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into his heart. He naturally heard who the owner of the voice was. The other party was interested in Liu Yan, naturally, because the ink jade cauldron was just shot. Just like those martial artists discussed, he should I want to integrate Liu Yan into the pill refining furnace to improve the quality of pill stove. The other party is wealthy, and as soon as he exits, many people who are preparing to bid are silenced. As a result, the auction on the spot is silent for a while and no one follows the price. When Yang Kai saw this, he had to make a move. Lang shouted, 4 million. Only Liu Yan. He can't give up anyway. Even bankruptcy is not hesitating. After Yang Kai's voice came out, Liu Yan's lovable body, who had been standing on the high stage and looking around coldly, couldn't help but slightly trembled, glanced at the private room of Yi Ninth, intentionally or unintentionally, and then quickly moved away. His gaze, but the corners of his mouth curled slightly. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai would not let her fall into the hands of others. Here is another fierce man. Haha, this is interesting. I don't know who will end up in the end. That it's up to see who has more source crystals. Yang Kai raised the price from 3 million to 4 million in one breath, and increased the price by 1 million just like that person. But this spirit is not lost to the other party. In the A-block private room, a lean and capable man who seemed to be about 40 years old couldn't help frowning. Spiritual mind burst into a beam and swept toward the private room of Yi Ninth. Although there are restrictions in these private rooms to isolate the general spiritual mind from detection, but because they are temporarily arranged, naturally there will be no too strong restrictions. The thin man's divine consciousness power suddenly just pushed the restriction breakthrough directly on the two people of Yang Kai and Kang Saran. Kang Saran immediately groaned, his face pale suddenly, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's body was also short, but divine consciousness turned around and he was safe. Principal source 2 layer. Yang Kai's heart sank, and then he inferred his true realm through the strength of the other's spiritual mind. Brother Han, on the high stage, drunkard, as the host of the auction, naturally can't let the powerhouse bully the weak. Seeing this situation, he immediately shouted, "Please stop." He called the thin man's last name. Apparently he knew the identity of the other person a long time ago. The thin man surnamed Han is hearing this, said with a sneer, "This Han didn't do anything, just look at them. Vice City Master, don't be nervous." Drunkard frowned, indifferently said, "It's the best." Brother Han is a distinguished guest. He naturally knows the rules of the auction. "You don't need to remind me." The man surnamed Han Cold Snort seemed quite unhappy. Drunkard faintly nodded, and said, "Then the auction will continue. This friend in the private room number 9 has already bid 4 million. Will Brother Han want to increase the price?" Drunkard, after questioning, the man surnamed Han hadn't spoken yet. In the private room next to him, a loud laugh came out. "This gentleman is out of 400 and 500. The laughter was extremely arrogant, and the tone that didn't put others in his eyes, made people feel disgusted. Even Drunkard standing on the high stage was also frowned. The face of the man surnamed Han is even more severe, and the spiritual mind that has just been taken back leisurely sweeps towards the private room next to him. Marshall Peak Chapter 2071 Chapter 2071 Scramble. The man surnamed Han has the cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer and has the ability comparable to City Master Yuan Shan. So even if he was warned by Drunkard just now, he still didn't care too much. This time naturally wanted to repeat the trick, put a little pressure on the person bidding for the private room next to him, and let the person bidding out. The power of divine consciousness belonging to Principal Source 2 layer burst out, breaking open the restriction of the wing room and rushing inward. But what made the man surnamed Han didn't expect in any case was that before he could exert his strength, there was a divine consciousness power that was not inferior to him immediately bursting out of the wing. "Come here." The man surnamed Han narrowed his eyes, and he had no time to take back his spiritual mind. He could only clench the teeth on top of his opponent. Invisible collision and ups and downs in the hall. The power of divine consciousness suddenly collapsed. The man surnamed Han groaned, caught off guard, and seemed to suffer a little loss. And there was also a cold snort in the private room next to him. This collision of divine consciousness strength is an evenly divided ending. There is also principal source 2 layer. The man surnamed Han, complexion sank, understands why the person who made the offer just now has an arrogant tone. It turns out that it is because of the shelter of the powerhouse. From this point of view, the other party may have some origins not simple. For a moment, the face of the man surnamed Han is gloomy and cold. Ha, this gentleman has already bid 400 and 500, is there any higher? The item spirit without higher is owned by this gentleman. The person who bid before did not concerned about the contest between the two principal source stage powerhouses, but still shouting arrogantly. In the private room, a middle-aged man, brows slightly wrinkle, whispered softly, "Less Palace Master. 400,500 for a fire attribute item spirit. It's not a good deal, it's not your practice fire attribute cultivation technique, and I don't have fire attribute secret treasure in my hand. What should I do when I buy it? If Palace Master knows about this, I'm afraid." "You know what a fart." Middle-aged opposite the man, a handsome young man with raw red lips, white teeth, holding a gold shaking fan, dressed as young master, heard this and said, "This gentleman really doesn't have practice fire attribute cultivation technique, and no fire attribute secret treasure, but don't you think this item spirit is very beautiful? In addition, this gentleman is more curious. I don't know if she feels exactly similar to Daoist. If so, hey, no matter how much you spent source crystal, this gentleman is also willing." Middle-aged man hearing this, frowned, but not much to say. He can only smile and shake his head. He knows that his young master likes female sex, especially the glamorous MILF. The image of item spirit is naturally in line with young master's appetite. 5 million. In the private room of No. 9th, Yang Kai expressionlessly shouted out the new price. "Asshole." As soon as Yang Kai shouted the price, the young man dressed up by young master stood up, ignoring the occasion, shouted, "This gentleman, look, do you dare to grab the things on the site? Are you trying to fight me against Flying Saint Palace?" This gentleman gave out 500 and 100. When he said that, many martial artists present immediately clearly understood him. Identity of the bidder is impressively the young palace master Ning Yuanxing of Flying Saint Palace. Yang Kai also looked stunned. No wonder he was a little familiar with this person's voice just now. It turned out to be Ning Yuanxing. Yang Kai has dealt with him more than once. The first time was to help Moxioki to break the siege, and the second time was in the Five Colors Treasure Tower. It was just that Liu Yan was so conscious of his mind just now. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to distinguishing him, so he didn't recognize him. The sound of in the Ning Yuanxing private room. The collision with the man surnamed Han divine consciousness should be the principal source stage powerhouse Liu Yi who has been guarding him. What about Flying Saint Palace? If your old man Ning Boyang is here, this Han might still sell him face, and this item spirit will be lost. As for you also not qualified, 500 and 200. In the private room next to him, the man surnamed Han said snurridly, "Who the hell is your excellency?" Ning Yuanxing gave a stern face with a gloomy expression. The man surnamed Han said with a big smile, "Go back and ask your father, he will tell you who I am." "Damn it, dare you look down on this gentleman?" Ning Yuanxing's complexion ashen. "Less Palace Master, this is someone else's place after all. This surnamed Han's not to be trifled with, or just forget it," Liu Yi advised. "Count? How? This gentleman can't swallow this breath. Dare to look down on this gentleman. Okay, let's see who has more source crystals, and dare to compare financial resources with this gentleman. Simply bring about one's own destruction." Ning Yuanxing looked mad and shouted, 500, 500, 500, 600. The man surnamed Han at a moderate pace increased the price, 6,600,000 and 100. In this auction, Yankai except for the previous except for a few bids, there was no room for him to interrupt at all. When the price soared to 6 million, Yankai knew that owner had no hope. Kangsran has only 5 million source crystals, and the owner has only a few 100 source crystals. The total amount is less than 6 million, unless you really take a bunch of heavy earth out to mortgage. However, heavy earth was too precious, and he did not dare to show it to others easily, so as not to get into any trouble. So after consciously there was no hope of competition, Yankai did not speak again. Kangsaran glanced at him and couldn't help sighed and comforted, "Brother Yang, just let the flow go." Yankai nodded lightly without saying much. At this point in the auction, anyone can tell that the auction at this time has some aura in it. If the Han surnamed Liu Yan is bidding for Ink Jade Cauldron, then Ning Yuanxing will bid. I really don't want to lose face. Although the man surnamed Han has amazing financial resources, he just spent several million source crystal auctioning in Ink Jade Cauldron. I am afraid there is not much source crystal on him at the moment. When the price rose to 7 million, the man surnamed Han's bidding voice had become gloomy. Finally, when Ning Yuanxing called out the high price of 700 and 500, the man surnamed Han finally fell silent. "Ha! Snatch things from this gentleman, and don't pay to see what virtue is own. This gentleman has never missed anything that I have ever seen." Ning Yuanxing sneered loudly. "Young master, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them." Liu Yizi whispered to the side. "I'm so scared. This guy doesn't put this gentleman in his eyes. Could it be that he wants this gentleman to kneel and lick him? Let's dream of his spring and autumn." Ning Yuanxing shakes his own. The fan with gold traced on it was lightly fanned, a face of spring breeze smug. Liu Yi sighed majestically, and it was hard to continue to say anything. Flying Saint Palace's lesser palace master bid 700,500. There is no higher price, right? Then 700,500 once, twice, 3 times. Fire attribute item spirit belongs to lesser palace master. Please also bring the source crystal to the backstage for delivery. Drunkard wrinkled his face with a smile. For him, the auction hosted by OWN is naturally the higher the selling price, the better, and he can also get more income from it. After finishing speaking, Drunkard expressed as solemnly and said solemnly, "The auction assembly is now coming to an end. As for the last auction item of finale, you must have already known it." Well, the little old man won't go into more details. Please submit the auction item. When the words were over, there was a servant girl dragging the jade tray up immediately. This last auction item is naturally the principal source fruit that Heavenly Martial Holy Land put into the 5 colors treasure tower. For a moment, it attracted countless people looking up with wide-eyed eyes. Many martial artists have never seen what principal source fruit looks like in their lifetimes. Even if they know that the owner is hopeless in bidding, it is better than eye addiction. In the future, there will naturally be one more before and after dinner. Talk about capital. Many of the guests in this auction came for this principal source fruit. In the previous auctions, many principal source stages in the A-block private room have never been sold. Even Ink Jade Cauldron appeared and Liu Yan did not get involved in the bidding. They will come here to participate in the auction assembly. And they have only one purpose: principal source fruit. One principal source fruit can make a furnace of pill. If you have good luck, you can produce 5 or 6 pill. Maybe you can create 5 or 6 principal source stage powerhouses. This is for any force. No small temptation. And this last auction is also destined to be a fierce, very fierce competition between great family sect forces. Yang Kai's mind is no longer in the auction room. Principal source fruit may be attractive to others, but it can be ignored for him. After all, he already owns a principal source fruit and does not have the financial resources to participate. Bidding. He silently senses Liu Yan's position. Although because of the restriction on the round bowl, the feeling between him and Liu Yan has become minimal, but after he calms down, he can still feel it. Since Liu Yan cannot be contested with strong financial resources in the auction, it can only be snatched secretly. Fortunately, Liu Yan was eventually auctioned away by Ning Yuanxing, and Yang Kai didn't have the burden of robbing him. He and Ning Yuanxing were more or less enmity. They were in the second two-layer of 5 colors treasure tower. At the entrance, Ning Yuanxing took a group of Flying Saint Palace disciple and took the initiative to act at him. The other people at Flying Saint Palace, Yang Kai is not in the eyes, but Liu Yi from Principal Source 2-layer makes Yang Kai feel a bit tricky. Principal Source 2-layer, exactly what he can now contend with. Fortunately he has Monster Insect Queen, and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal. One of the 2 major blood beasts has the strength of Principal Source 2-layer. One has Principal Source 1-layer. It should be no problem to restrain Liu Yi together. As long as Liu Yi is restrained and Yang Kai's method is used to grab a gold jade and Ning Yuanxing among the external defeats. Isn't it very easy? I think so. There must be some variables in the implementation, but we still have to plan carefully. Yang Kai Divine Movement Fangjian. The auction scene has already competed in a frenzy because of Principal Source Fruit. Even Kang Seren joined the bidding, but with his financial resources, he only had 2 chances to bid, and the bidding voice had just shouted out and was refreshed by a higher price. The price of Principal Source Fruit soared all the way to the point where Kang Seren was desperate. When someone shouted the high price of 8 million, Kang Seren fell into a chair and sighed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. In his induction, Liu Yan's aura had arrived in the private room of Flying Saint Palace, and it was clear that the delivery with City Lord's mansion had been completed. But Ning Yuanxing didn't mean to leave in a hurry. Instead, he stayed and watched the Dragon Wars, the Tiger Battles of Principal Source Fruit. Martial Peak Chapter 2072. Chapter 2072 coincides with each other. The auction of Principal Source Fruit can be described as fierce and unusual. At the beginning, there were bids from Void King Stage Martial Artist, but when it came to later stage, Void King Stage simply if you can't speak up, those who are eligible to bid are all powerhouses at the Principal Source stage level. While they are shouting prices, each and every one is also open strife and veiled struggle, one after another spiritual mind intertwined in the sky above the auction site. From time to time there is a slight voice from a private room. The groaning sound is obviously a loss in this spiritual mind confrontation, and Drunkard, who presided over the auction, seemed to have expected it a long time ago. He didn't care about this situation. As for the City Lord's mansion, no one came forward, letting those powerhouses compete in deep water. Along with each and every one being shouted out at high prices, the atmosphere of the auction became extremely intense, making the martial artist sitting in the hall watch dumbstruck. Yang Kai also gained a lot of insights, and only then realized how rich the background of these powerhouses backed by the family sect is. This auction lasted for more than an hour, and the Principal Source Fruit was finally won by the Principal Source Stage powerhouse of a private room of A block at a high price of 11 million. 11 million? Looking at the entire star boundary, even those second and third class sect forces may not be easy to take out, but if they can create a few Principal Source stages because of this, so that sect's overall strength if it goes up, it's a good deal. So far, this auction is completely over. Yang Kai and Kang Seren exited together. Many martial artists also left the auction hall excitedly, talking in groups of 3 or 4 about what they saw and heard on this time auction. Brother Yang, when I go back a few days to make preparations, we will set off to go to that place, hoping that will not let me down. In a secluded place, Kang Seren whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai naturally knew what the place he was talking about was referring to, and nodded at the moment. Okay, then I will wait for Brother Kang news. Say goodbye first. Kang Seren cupped one fist in the other hand and turned to leave. After he left, Yang Kai also turned around and walked in one direction. After a while, I entered a street, randomly found a tavern, ordered a drink, and sat by the window, eating and drinking. The reason why he didn't immediately return to his own cave mansion was naturally because he wanted to track Liu Yan. He was not easy to use in Maplewood City. He could only wait for the Flying Saint Palace group to leave Maplewood City. Flying Saint Palace is also considered a big force in the South Territory. The reason for coming to a small place like Maplewood City is naturally because of the last time Van Million Bird Phoenix appeared. And then 5 The Colors Treasure Tower opened, and news of the auction assembly came out. The trip of a group of Flying Saint Palace was naturally delayed and they never left Maplewood City. But Yang Kai estimated that they shouldn't be staying for a long time, so they waited quietly for the right opportunity. Yang Kai also didn't expect this first grade is 2-day time. During this period, a group of people from Flying Saint Palace have been living in an inn and never left. And he can also vaguely sense Liu Yan's aura, so he is not worried about losing it, nor is he worried about being discovered by the principal Source 2-layer powerhouse Liu Yi. Yang Kai secretly guessed that the reason why the people of Flying Saint Palace stayed in Maplewood City might be because Ning Yuanxing wanted to subdue Liu Yan. His guess is correct. At this moment, in an upper room of the inn, Ning Yuanxing stared at the round bowl on his hand annoyed. Under the pinch of magic arts, a flaming red bird appeared in the round bowl immediately. Silhouette of, and that Liu Yi has been guarding Ning Yuanxing's side, and seems to have never left. Slut. Ning Yuanxing didn't know what was going crazy, and yelled at Liu Yan. Roar at the moment. Hurry up and show his human form. Don't think that you are acting stupid as this gentleman. I don't know if your sanity is not low. You can definitely understand the words of this gentleman. Liu Yan, who has been issued many restrictions, just fanned wing, and floated quietly in the air. No trouble. Only inadvertently, Ning Yuanxing suddenly opened the beak, a thunder fireball with purple arc sandwiched in a fiery red ball, and then suddenly struck Ning Yuanxing. This kind of thing seems to have happened many times, so Ning Yuanxing is not surprised. He didn't even mean to avoid it. Instead, Liu Yi, who had been guarding the side, waved his hand and law power surged. Then, thunder fire suddenly disappear without a trace. Hey, the temper is not small. Okay, this gentleman likes you this kind of. Since you have been reluctant to show your human form, then don't blame this gentleman for being ruthless. Attendant Liu, prepare, let's go back to the Holy Palace. Hearing this of Liu Yi standing next to him, happily said, "Less Palace Master. Do you want to go back?" Not bad. I have tried for 2 days, and still can't make this slut settle down. It's meaningless to continue to stay. Let's go back to the Holy Palace first. When the time comes, let Sir Father take the shot. Are you afraid that this guy will not give up? Ning Yuanxing said. Cold snort. The magic arts in his hand changed again. The force of restriction came from the round bowl, which sucked Liu Yan back again. After 1 hour, a group of Flying Saint Palace people withdrew from the room, casually dressed up in disguise, and walked towards the city gate. In the same inn, in a wing, Yang Kai, who is meditating, suddenly eyes opened. He sighed softly, and said, "Is it finally going to leave?" If the people of Flying Saint Palace don't leave, he would be really troubled. After all, he has promised Kang Saran to explore the cave mansion in a few days. If there is a conflict on a moment, it will be troublesome. Although this is not a major event, you even just need to explain to Kang Saran casually, but after all, it's a loss of trust. At this moment, the people of Flying Saint Palace are heading to the city gate. Obviously they are leaving Maplewood City, which is exactly what Yang Kai expected. He didn't at all immediately follow, but waited for a while before he walked out of the room and headed towards the same city gate. Half a day later, a plane above 1,000,000 li away from Maplewood City, Yang Kai was chasing forward. Because of the feelings with Liu Yan, he can clearly know the location of the Flying Saint Palace group of people, and he is not worried about being lost. But he didn't at all suitable flying secret treasure in his hand, and he couldn't catch up with the opponent for a while, which made him a little impatient. When he was struggling to move forward, Yang Kai suddenly felt that a powerful spiritual mind in front of him suddenly swept over. This abrupt situation made him complexion changed and his steps stopped. The spiritual mind has no murderous intention, but it is extremely gloomy and cold. After sweeping Yang Kai, it withdraws leisurely. Yang Kai stood in place, his face was gloomy and uncertain, and it took a long time before he whispered, "There are still people following the Flying Saint Palace people." It feels. It belongs to the surnamed Han. When he was in the auction before, the man surnamed Han used spiritual mind to oppress Kang Saran and Yang Chi, leaving him fresh in his memory. So Yang Kai immediately knew the identity of the other party after the contact. It's just that he didn't expect, besides his own thoughts on the people of Flying Saint Palace, there are others. If it weren't for the opponent's self-reliance and strong strength, Yang Kai might not be able to detect it if he didn't put the Void King stage in his eyes. Once when the time comes on, the person who attacked Flying Saint Palace might make this surnamed Han a bargain. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but put out cold sweat. Fortunately, surnamed Han's extra effort, otherwise things would be really troublesome. The other party probably wants to use spiritual mind to intimidate Yang Kai, so that he will retreat when he is in trouble, and don't come to mix up this muddy water. Changing to any Void King stage, I am afraid that I will turn around and leave, but Yang Kai has a reason to continue chasing. After a pause, Yang Kai continued to catch up, but at this moment, his mood was no longer so anxious, but at a moderate pace. Anyway, the surnamed Han's first look is to be embarrassed with the people of Flying Saint Palace. Yang Kai doesn't have to rush to take action. It is better to wait until both sides suffer from both sides. And the man surnamed Han will chase the Flying Saint Palace people. He wants to come also for Liu Yan. In the auction, his financial resources cannot compare to Ning Yuanqing, can only grab halfway. This idea of him coincides with Yang Kai. With the powerhouse surnamed Han in the vanguard, Yang Kai suddenly felt happy. While chasing after him, he was thinking about how to make a move unconsciously while he was chasing. It's best to prevent both parties from discovering own. But after thinking about it for a long time, he didn't come up with any good strategy, which made him quite depressed. So he could only make up his mind when the time comes. On the Flying Saint Palace in front of the ship, all the disciplines perform their duties and maintain the fast flight of the ship, naturally unaware of the two people chasing by the hidden aura behind. After another half day, almost when it was getting dark, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly expressed his expression, moved and looked into the distance. In the distance, there is a rays of light twinkling, and all kinds of bursts can be heard vaguely, and strong spiritual energy fluctuations are transmitted. That guy has done it. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and hurriedly ran the Nihility secret technique, quietly and quickly approaching the front. His Nihility secret technique, in addition to its miraculous effect in avoiding fatal blows, it can also hide its own blood and aura. This secret technique derived from Space Force is larger than normal sect. The hidden magic arts are even more powerful. Unless there is a martial artist who is more powerful than a great realm in Yang Kai, he can be discovered by careful investigation, and other people are generally impossible to perceive his existence. After flying forward for 1 hour, Yang Kai finally arrived. Under the moonlight, a beautiful ship is floating in the air. On the deck of the ship, there is a faint silhouette, looking in a certain direction. One of the silhouettes is surprisingly from Flying Saint Palace's Palace Master Ning Yuanqing. As for the others, they are naturally the disciplines of Flying Saint Palace. And in the sky about thousands and jang from the ship, the two figures are entangled in a ball at the moment, and they cannot be separated. Yang Kai looked closely and found that the two figures were Liu Yi and the man surnamed Han. They should have a long time to fight. Under the premise of the same cultivation level, the competition is naturally perseverance and the ability to adapt to the scene. From the scene, both did very well. Obviously, they have experienced many battles. According to this situation, it seems that there is still a fight. Martial Peak Chapter 2073. Chapter 2073. All Moon Cycle Heavenly Big Formation. Waiting for a while, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the secret treasure of Flying Saint Palace. At this moment, Ning Yuanqing is standing on the deck above, with a gracious expression on his face, as if he is not worried that Liu Yi will be defeated at all. The person rushes forward with pointing fingers. The disciplines of Flying Saint Palace are naturally nodded. And all around the building, there is a one-layer light barrier flowing with green dazzling light, which wraps the whole building. This is obviously a protection restriction for the ship. Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle. Now the two principal source two-layer powerhouses are fighting far away. Naturally, it is a good time for him to take the opportunity to start, but the restriction of the ship on that building is extremely strong at first glance, and Yang Kai is not even sure of a blow breaking it open, and wanting to break through unconsciously is fundamentally impossible. Yang Kai estimates that as long as the owner gets closer to the ship, his whereabouts will be exposed. He considered for a long time, and finally decided to stay still and continue to wait for the opportunity. Thinking about this, he turned his attention to the battlefield of the two principal source stages again. After such a long time, Liu Yi of Flying Saint Palace and the man surnamed Han are still playing evenly. No one is inferior to each other. But Yang Kai vaguely felt that something was wrong. If you say that a man surnamed Han has no confidence in his own, he rushes to attack Flying Saint Palace, it would be too reckless. Not only will he fail in the end, he may also offend Flying Saint Palace for no reason. People with a little brain will not do this. Since the man surnamed Han chose to shoot here, he must be backed by own. Thinking of this, Yang Kai heart startled, and suddenly I feel a little grateful that On has no impulsive action just now. Who is your excellency? Why not come and announce your name? So sneaky and shameful. Is it interesting? In the sky, Liu Yi holds a principal source grade long knife secret treasure. The brilliance of the knife was flowing, and after a hard blow with the man surnamed Han, he stepped back and asked. Not far from the other side, the man surnamed Han also floated far away under the influence of great power. He turned a long sword leisurely in his hand, pointed finger towards Liu Yi, said with a sneer, "You can't recognize who I am. It's because of your shallow knowledge and complaining about others. It's ridiculous." Liu Yi frowned and Shen shouted, "I know you're surnamed Han, but God, how many people have the surname Han underneath? I don't care where your excellency comes from. If you retreat, this Liu hasn't happened since today. But if you continue to struggle, that's the enemy of my Flying Saint Palace. This Liu will not show mercy anymore." Flying Saint Palace. The man surnamed Han smiled at hearing this, and sarcastically said, "It's scary. Why? Do you think a trifling Flying Saint Palace can? Is this Han afraid? Don't say it's Flying Saint Palace or Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace hasn't wanted Lao Tzu's life for a year or two. Lao Tzu is still alive." Huh? Liu Yi was shocked, looking at the man surnamed Han with a look of shock, startled by his remarks. In the entire South Territory, Star Soul Palace is the overlord not just in name only, but also in reality. Within the South Territory, Star Soul Palace commands the world and everyone dares to follow. But judging from the remarks made by the man surnamed Han, this guy seems to have some kind of enmity with Star Soul Palace, and he has been living freely, and his life is quite moist. You. In the depths of Liu Yi's heart suddenly emerged a rumor that On had heard more than 10 years ago. The complexion was surprised and pointed to the man surnamed Han and said, I know who you are. It turns out that you are the Han Leng who was kicked out of the wall by Star Soul Palace 10 years ago. Star Soul Palace had an Emperor Senior Stage Elder level powerhouse seat. The named disciple made a big mistake. Originally, he was to be executed according to the rules of Star Soul Palace, but he didn't know where he got the news in advance. He killed several fellow apprentices who were holding him and escaped from Star Soul Palace. Ever since then, back then, there was a lot of trouble. Many disciples of Star Soul Palace went out looking for news and traces of this traitor. They wanted to capture him back to Star Soul Palace in a proper way, but unfortunately no one succeeded. Instead, this traitor found a chance to kill many people. This matter has always been a stain on Star Soul Palace, and other sect people dare not talk about it directly, and only talked about it in private. For more than 10 years, Star Soul Palace has never relaxed its capture and tracking of this traitor, but unfortunately it has never been able to succeed. Later, there were rumors that the traitor was an illegal child of the Emperor Senior Stage Elder Powerhouse, and that Elder personally released him back then. Of course, no one is true or false if this kind of news is true or false. Got it? Liu Yi, as a high-level member of Flying Saint Palace, has natural contact with these top secrets, and he also knows that the traitor is named Han Leng. Originally, Liu Yi didn't expect the true identity of the man surnamed Han, but after the other party said something like that, it was immediately understood. You really are the traitor Han Leng of the Star Soul Palace? Yes, and how? Opposite, Han Leng admitted without shy, with a sign on his face with the successful smile of the vice trick. Hey said, I recognize it now, it's too late. Liu Yi's hearing this, a sudden heart, subconsciously whispered, not good. When the words are over, he turns around and flies towards the ship. The complexion also becomes hurried, as if something terrifying is about to happen. But at this moment, Han Leng unexpectedly expressed his expression and pinched spirit art. With the changes of magic arts, in the sky, the bright moon burst into rays of light. Human eyes make it hard to see everything ahead. A white light beam suddenly shot down from the moon above and poured directly into Han Leng's body. The next moment, with Han Leng's body as the center, moonlight radiates towards all directions. With only 3 breaths of effort before and after, several dozen li in a radius, it was instantly shrouded by an inexplicable force, and it seemed to be cut off from the entire world by this force, and placed in this area. Within several dozen li, raises the head and looked at it, only to see the sky full of silver moons. Those moons have different shapes, including full moons, waning moons, and crescent moons, but there is no star. At this moment, it seems that it has become another world. All moons cycle heavenly big formation. Liu Yi's face suddenly became incredibly pale, and he explained the reason for this change. Hey. Han Leng's body has long been disappeared. At this moment, his voice is radiating in all directions, making people unable to distinguish the source. Yes. You can recognize this formation. You can die and stare at it. When did you arrange it? Liu Yizi asked with a cold face. Knowing that you are members of Flying Saint Palace, you will naturally know your whereabouts. What's so great about arranging a formation in advance? Blame your little palace master for being too supercilious, thinking that Flying Saint Palace no one dares provoke. Han Leng's voice continued to float. Not far away, on the boat upstairs, Ning Yuanxing's face is also very ugly. Although he was staying on the ship, it seemed to be extremely safe, but at the moment he was also wrapped in the all-moon cycle heavenly big formation. Judging from Liu Yi's face like an enemy, he also guessed that this formation was a bit unusual. Thinking about it, he suddenly rushed to the Flying Saint Palace disciple on the boat and said, all of them go out quickly to support the attendant Liu. This gentleman is here to meet you. Liu on the boat. Besides him, there are more than a dozen martial artists of Void King stage, and most of them are in the Void King 23rd layer environment. Together, they are a powerful force. Those people are hearing this, but they don't have many hesitates. They all show their strengths and fly up from the boat upstairs to welcome Liu Yi. Don't come out. Liu Yi yelled subconsciously, but it was too late. The moment these people flew out, in the sky, the countless silver moons of different shapes actually shot out one after another clear moon, in the sky. Incomparable, no damage. However, many Flying Saint Palace disciples have extremely rich combat experience. Before understanding the formidable power of this formation, they naturally wouldn't let you hit casually, so they all avoided. But one of the martial artists of Void King 2 layer avoided it and was hit by Wu at once. Soundlessly, the left half of the Void King 2 layer martial artist's body melted away. His bodyguard Saint Yuan did not play a role at all. It seems that he noticed a slight strangeness. He turned his head in a daze, and what he saw almost made him the soul flew away and scattered. The screams came out immediately, this person directly downloaded it head-to-head. Before landing, the person has lost aura. Such a weird scene imprinted in other people's eyes, and almost everyone was sucked in a cold breath, and they felt cold all over. Hey. Liu Yi sighed heavily. Although he was a little bit slanderous about Ning Yuanqing, he didn't have much to say. Instead, he changed his words. Since I have come out, just follow I break the formation together. All moon cycle heavenly big formation is really amazing, but now there are not many Gao Ming who arrange him, so let me wait to join forces to kill a blood path. Those Void King's stage was flustered when he saw the tragic death of his companion, but Liu Yi's soothed feeling immediately calmed down, and all of them looked shocked and gathered towards him. Han Leng's sneer came from all directions, and did not reveal the silhouette of the owner at all. Under his control, the countless silver moons flickered again, and moonlights flew out in all directions. Towards flying a crowd of people came from Saint Palace. Block. One of Liu Yi yelled, and took the lead in cutting out the long knife in the hand of On. The blade light suddenly appeared, forming a giant torn with a length of more than 10 feet, and struck forward. The others I didn't dare to neglect, and quickly displayed the power of secret technique, took out secret treasure. In an instant, the multicolored rays of light twinkling got up, together with it one after another silver light strikes. However, the stalemate only took a while, and the silver light broke through the team of flying Saint Palace and pressed forward. Liu Yi's eyes shrank, and suddenly he burst out, "Stop!" Someone who reacted quickly heard it, and immediately flashed to the side. The reaction was a little slower, but I was lucky enough to escape under Liu Yi's reminder. But in this way, the flying Saint Palace people who had just gathered together were immediately beaten up and down. Not waiting for them to continue to hug the group, the power of all moon cycle heavenly big formation was once again urged, and countless moonlight twinkling came again. This time, the martial artists of Flying Saint Palace were not so lucky. They just stabilized their figure and had not even had time to catch their breath. 3 of them had no time to avoid Yu's attack. Was hit head. Martial Peak Chapter 2074. Chapter 2074 Self-Destruction. Like the previous scene of the Flying Saint Palace disciples' tragic death, these moonlights that were motivated by all moon cycle heavenly big formation are incredibly lethal, and it seems it is also extremely corrosive and penetrating. Those martial artists who were hit by screamed and watched the body parts of On melt and disappeared in a very short time. All of their guards, Saint Yuan, didn't work at all, and even a martial artist's secret treasure was corroded in half. Attendant Liu, help me. One person did not die immediately. A large hole was penetrated by Yu in the abdomen. You can clearly see the internal organs wriggling, struggling to fly towards Liu Yi, while crying for help. And near the wound on his abdomen, the corrosive force was like a tarsal maggot, which could not disperse, and quickly corroded other intact flesh and blood until he flew to Liu Yi's body. At that time, the wound on the abdomen had become a circle larger than before, and Bai Sensen's bones were exposed. Liu Yi's eyes flash with fierceness. When this person approaches, he waved his fist on his head. With a snap, this person's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. Flying Saint Palace disciple, which is still alive around, keep quiet out of fear for a moment. Each and everyone looked at Liu Yi in fright. He can't live. Liu Yi said furiously shouted, rather than let him suffer, it's better to give him a good time. Ha ha ha. Han Leng's there was a loud laugh. Are the people at Flying Saint Palace behave so cruelly? This Han is a long-term experience today. Liu Yi was ridiculed by him for a while, and suddenly some fly into a rage out of humiliation. Li shouted, surnamed Han, if you have the ability, you will show your figure and fight with this Liu. What kind of ability is with the power of formation? Fun. Ridiculous. This Han with the help of the power of formation, it doesn't count as ability, so do you count as ability if you bully more? Han Leng dismissed it. Liu Yi's vision will be invalid, so he can only turn his head again and shout at the Flying Saint Palace disciple who are still alive. What are you still doing? If you want to survive, you will try to attack this formation. Everyone was hearing this, and they didn't dare to be scornful, and they quickly displayed own's best at formidable power and attacked all around aimless. Although Liu Yi's cruelty just now scared them in their hearts, but they also knew that he was right. Being enveloped by this all-moon cycle heavenly big formation, if you want to survive, you can only continue to attack. A bunch of clowns. After Han Leng's neared, his body shape suddenly appeared somewhere in the air, his magic arts changed, and countless moons were shot out again in the Sylvan Moon, and these months actually gathered towards one place, and soon it gathered into a huge beam of moonlight, from which the oppressive aura that made everyone trembling in fear emanated. Go! Han Leng waved his hand, and the huge moon flower attacked a certain discipline of Flying Saint Palace. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against. The discipline didn't even have time to make an evasive action, so it was directly enveloped by this aura, and instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. And Liu Yi seems to have been waiting for this moment. When Han Leng's figure was exposed, he sprayed a mouthful of blood essence on On's long knife, and the long knife was slightly trembled and disappeared in place. When it reappears, it's already in front of Han Leng. Cut it off directly. In Liu Yi's nervous way, I and see, Han Leng's figure was cut into two pieces, breaking apart from it. Liu Yi's face was overjoyed, but soon he discovered that something was wrong. Although Han Leng's body was cut open, there was no fresh blood flowing out strangely, and under the twisting, it was so disappeared. What he focused on was an illusory shadow of Han Leng. Han Leng himself had long been hidden again. Liu Yi's frowned. It feels tricky. In terms of cultivation level, he is equivalent to Han Leng, and his battle strength is also comparable. It is reasonable to say that the impossible is so obvious that the opponent has such an advantage, but with the help of all moon cycle heavenly big formation, he can't catch the trace of Han Leng, can only be beaten passively. For a moment anxious, the huge moonlight not at all disappeared, but bounced back and forth within the range of thousands feet. Continuously there was a Flying Saint Palace disciple, which was melted and cleaned. In just a dozen breaths of effort, there are only two Void King stage martial artists left. The two people looked at each other, and they all saw the intention to escape from each other's eyes, knowing that if they don't escape, they will undoubtedly die. So the two people flew towards the place where the ship was. Were twinkling, shrouded one of them, and this person disappeared into the world before he could scream. The last person managed to escape to the front of the building, and shouted, "Let's let the subordinates go in without Palace Master." On the deck of the building, the Ning Yuanxing complexion stood there in panic. Disciples' cry fell on deaf ears, but some flustered and exasperated said, "Go away, don't lead that thing over." "Less Palace Master, you." The disciple looked at Ning desperately. Yuanxing, before the words were finished, had already attacked behind him, directly punching a hole in his chest. Boom. A loud noise. The residual force of Yu hit the protective cover of the building, and suddenly there was a whoosh sound, as if something had been corroded. The protective cover of the building was also flickering. Ning Yuanxing couldn't help but stepped back several steps, and fell on the boat. Fortunately, the ship grade on this building is not low. It seems to have the principal source grade level, and the defensive power is also quite good. The remaining power of the moonlight has not been able to break through the power of the defensive shield. So that's how it is. I finally caught you. At the moment when Warwick disappeared that month, Liu Yi suddenly came to the front of the building, with a long knife in his hand. Sputtering void. One silhouette suddenly appeared in front. It was Han Leng of complexion ashen. There was a hole in the original robe, which should have been cut by Liu Yi. Two people are facing each other in front of the boat. Han Leng's face is gloomy, and Liu Yi's expression grave. "It looks like you have a clue." Han Leng's face was slightly pale. It seemed that it was too much to maintain the operation of formation. "Yes." Liu Yi put the long knife in front of him. "All moon cycle heavenly big formation. This Liu has heard about it for a long time. I saw it today and realized that it was just an auxiliary formation. I thought I was hiding in the moonlight. This Liu couldn't see it." Han Leng laughed a long time. "Attendant Liu has a sharp eye. This Han has tried to hide his whereabouts, but he doesn't want to be discovered by you. Since I discovered the weak spot, this place is your land of burial today. Liu Yi's long knife pointed at a distance, and his voice was cold. Han Leng curled his lips and said, "Then it depends on whether you have this ability." While speaking, he pinches magic arts again. The countless silver moons are light trembling. "Do you still want to repeat the same trick?" Liu Yi shouted sharply, and the long knife in his hand slashed all around fiercely. One after another, the power of the law swayed freely, making it tremble. Yan Yu stabilized, and he proudly said, "All moon cycle heavenly big formation. Just this." Really? A strange meaning appeared on Han Leng's face, and the whole person suddenly bloomed. The dazzling rays of light appeared, as if his whole person had become a full moon. What? Liu Yi turned pale with fright, instinctively felt a trace of dangerous aura, hurriedly took out a shield-like secret treasure in front of him. The shield was spinning slowly and quickly. It becomes the size of a desktop, protecting Liu Yi's whole person behind. At this moment, Han Leng seemed to be ready, and a word cry came out, and the dazzling rays of light suddenly turned into a sword glow of shocking, spurring Liu Yi like an arrow from a string shoot over. Not only that, but it seems to be controlled by Han Leng. All around the silver moon that was originally stabilized also blasted out moonlight, pouring into the sword glow. The sword glow suddenly grows larger, and in just a short breath, it becomes a huge monster that is 10 jang long. The sensational coercion dropping from the sky not only made Ning Yuanxing's face pale when sitting in the boat, but Liu Yi, who was guarded by the owner's secret treasure behind him, was also a sense of crisis. Kind of death aura pounced on her face. Until this time, he didn't know that owner had underestimated Han Leng and the All-Moon Cycle Heavenly Big Formation. All-Moon Cycle Heavenly Big Formation is the formation of Star Soul Palace. As the overlord of South Territory, this set of formation is naturally outstanding. Although Liu Yi can see some clues, he has no see all the methods, and look down on the fate of this set of formation. It is Death God's summon. Less Palace Master, run away. Liu Yi's clenched the teeth, suddenly shouted, while biting the tip of his tongue, suddenly spraying his own blood essence forward. The secret treasure shield guarding him in front of him burst into rays of light, and the protection seems to have become stronger, but the long knife in his hand is buzzing. Violent power. Even the capital of Liu Yi is vaguely uncertain. Self-destruction? Amidst the shocking sword glow, Han Leng's exclamation sounded, with a hint of fear. In this world, not all secret treasures can be self-destruction. Only some special secret treasures have this ability, and once the owner self-destruction, it can produce huge destructive power, but if you do so, let alone the loss of secret treasure, the owner will definitely suffer different degrees of damage. Liu Yi above's long knife secret treasure is principal source grade low rank secret treasure. The formidable power of self-destruction is definitely not low, and Han Leng doesn't dare to be light-hearted. Don't think about it. Han Leng complexion fiercely spurred the sword glow more vigorously, hiding himself in it, hoping to take Liu Yi's life before the secret treasure self-destruction. The brilliance flashed, and the shocking sound came out. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth swayed leisurely, and even the laws of this space were chaotic for a moment. In the place where Liu Yi was, a black hole in space suddenly appeared. The power of secret treasure self-destruction actually broke the space, showing how terrifying it is. Endless suction came from the black hole, swallowing everything around it, and then suddenly recovered. And under the influence of heaven and earth law, it was restored. In the sky, many silver moons are dim, seemingly because Han Leng's final blow has drained the power of all moon cycle heavenly big formation. Han Leng's figure is also revealed from the side. At this moment, his complexion is extremely hideous, bloody, and his left arm is twisted at a strange angle, which looks terrible. Marshall Peak Chapter 2075 Chapter 2075 Be careful behind the back. The last blow of the two principal source two layers caused Han Leng to suffer a serious injury. After he stabilized his body, he spit out a mouthful of purple. The dark fresh blood and the extreme aura suddenly wilted a lot, and Liu Yi has disappeared, and even within this radius of thousands feet, there is no aura of his. Only the shield's secret treasure that he took out before is now in tatters. The sky fell, the surface was dim and spirituality was lost. This shield-like defensive secret treasure has been destroyed. Even this secret treasure is destroyed, and Liu Yi's fate can be imagined. Damn it! Han Leng gloomy face, gritted his teeth and screamed, and another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and his breathing finally became much smoother. It wasn't until this time that Ning Yuanqing, who had been hiding in the boat watching the battle, finally reacted. He got up hastily with expression, pinched Spirit Heart with trembling hands, and the beautiful boat buzzed. After turning a direction, he must quickly escape from here. Even the capital of Liu Yi was lost in the hands of Han Leng. How can Ning Yuanqing have the guts to stay? At this moment, I just thought about the farther I could escape, the better. But how can Han Leng allow him to do this? As soon as there was a movement on the ship, Han Leng cold snort, braced himself and stood up. His figure shook. He disappeared again in place. Immediately after that, the many sylvan moons that had been dimmed turned bright for a moment, and the formation buzzed, once again converging into a terrifying beam of splendid light, and went straight to the boat's strikes. Han Leng is obviously going to kill to the last one, otherwise Flying Saint Palace will never let him go if things are spread out today. The moon's splendid light was cast off like electricity, and it hit the protective cover of the tall ship at once, and the huge force knocked the strikes of the small tall ship over and over, standing on the deck of Ning Yuanqing for a while without notice. Gulu fell to the ground with a sound. Whoosh! The harsh sound sounded. The powerful corrosive force contained in the moon's splendid light beam continuously consumed the power of the ship's protective shield, and Han Leng also revealed at this moment a little figure. He is actually hidden in the moon's splendid light beam. The long sword in his hand bursts with dazzling rays of light, and with the power of formation, he wants to break through the defense of the ship in one fell swoop. Senior Han, why kill to the last one? You let me go. Okay, if you let me go, I don't think anything happened today. Ning Yuanqing has a Void King 3-layer cultivation level, but seeing Han Leng attack like fierce tiger descends the mountain, he lost his square inch for a moment and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. He basically didn't expect to fight hard. Han Leng didn't say a word. His eyes became more and more ruthless. Ning Yuanqing was so scared that the soul flew away and scattered, begging for mercy even harder. Kaka. The crisp sound, like the death knell of death, passed into Ning Yuanqing's ears, causing his face to turn pale suddenly. His eyes focused and he immediately looked when it came to the scene that made him. The soul flew away and scattered. A gap had been cracked in the protective cover of the ship, and the lookout would be unable to support him. Crack. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger, and there are more cracks beside the weak. Soon, many cracks are intertwined like spider web. Faintly there is something to be unsupported. Finally, along with Han Leng's loudly shouted, the protective shield of the ship finally shattered, and at the same time, the many sylvan moons that enveloped this piece of small world also disappeared. All moons cycle heavenly big formation. After exhausting the last trace of energy, it is automatically destroyed. The moon's splendid light beam disappeared, and Han Leng wrapped the sword light, and the imposing manner laced sharply in front of Ning Yuanqing. The long sword in his hand was only closed one by one, and people appeared. Ning Yuanqing behind is not far away. Ning Yuanqing seemed to instinctively perform a defensive action when his life was threatened, but that was all. After a while, Ning Yuanqing's forehead, there was a little red. The whole person fell on his back and hit the deck of the building with a sound. After the secret treasure belonging to Flying Saint Palace was uncontrolled, it turned and fell from in the sky, and finally fell to the ground, splashing a piece of dust. Not far away, Yang Kai Expression, who has hidden his body, has seen the battle from the beginning to the end, indifferent, squinting to search for Han Leng's silhouette. This guy, by the strength of oneself, has destroyed so many martial artists in Flying Saint Palace. Although he has used the formidable power of formation, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. But after such a big battle, he must be very tired. Maybe even half of the usual battle strength cannot be used. Yang Kai feels that if Owner now makes a move, there is basically a 90% chance of it. This is a typical Sandpiper and Clam war together. However, the only somewhat dreaded thing about Yang Kai is that Han Leng must not hide any trump card, or follow the example of Liu Yi to have a self-destruction secret treasure. If it is really this kind of, then he has to peel off his skin if he doesn't die. While Yang Kai's mind was changing, Han Leng had already emerged from the ship in front of him. He seemed to have checked Ning Yuanxing's body with a space in his hand ring. After a short while, when the rays of light flashed on the palm, something like a round bowl appeared. He lightly squeezed, smiled satisfied, and put the round bowl back into the space ring. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately understood that the purpose of his trip was indeed the same as own. It was all for Liu Yan, and Liu Yan was sealed in the round bowl. After finishing all this, Han Leng did not leave immediately, but suddenly raised his eyes and looked sharply in the direction of Yang Kai. Coldly said, "Boy, look after so long, is it enjoyable to watch?" Yang Kai frowned, "Not at all," immediately showed his figure. Han Leng saw this, sneaked, and continued, "What? I need this hand to invite you out personally." While speaking, the long sword in his hand has been twinkling slight rays of light are gone. Yang Kai finally showed a hint of astonishment on the face of Yang Kai, knowing that the other party is not fooling the profound void, but really knows the existence of Own. He simply no longer hides, but generously disperses the Nihility secret technique, revealing the silhouette. Han Leng raised his brows and blurted out in praise, "Good Gao Ming's concealment magic. Interesting." Yang Kai looked at him and said with a smile, "Senior Han is overwhelmed, and Gao Ming's concealment magic has not been seen through by you. But I don't quite understand, how can Senior Han see through it? It looks like you are like Own hidden secret technique is very confident." Han Leng looked at Yang Kai up and down. It seems that because Yang Kai only has the Void King 3-layer cultivation level, so there is no nervousness at all. Instead, he said, "I really can't see through my ability, but ... if you are surrounded by all moon cycle heavenly big formation, then the situation is different." Yang Kai suddenly nodded, "So that's how it is." Han Leng looked at Yang Kai indifferently said, "Why, you brat is hiding here. You want to do in the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. What's the matter?" Yang Kai laughed and said without hesitation, "I have this idea, but if Senior Han can give me the round bowl, I can leave immediately. Do you want that fire attribute item spirit?" Han Leng expression sank, as if he had thought of something, nodded and said, "It turns out that you have overpriced on auction." "Yes, it's a pity that the financial resources are not as good as people, so I can only think of other ways." "You want to grab something from this Han? Do you know how to write death words?" Han Leng smiled contemptuously. "Since I dare to come, I naturally depend on it. Senior Han has just fought a battle and it consumes a lot of money. This time is my enemy." Exactly what a wise decision. Listening to Yang Kai talking leisurely, Han Leng's eyes twitched. A Void King 3-layer, what qualifications dare to be so impudent in front of the owner? But just as the other party said, since he dared to come, he must have reliance on it. This reliance would definitely make him not afraid of owning it. Thinking of this, Han Leng couldn't help but sink. Now he doesn't want to fight another battle. Although the injuries he suffered before were not fatal, they were not minor. Most importantly, there was not much left within the body source strength. Okay, no one has dared to be so impudent in front of this Han for a long time, kid. I remember you. I hope you can live long enough. Han Leng looked at Yang Kai for a moment, suddenly sneered and said a thoughtless sentence. Yang Kai corner of the mouth raise, said with a smile, "Senior Han, it's better not to run away immediately. Unfortunately, I am very good at tracking and escaping. You are afraid it's can't escape." While speaking, Yang Kai's space force was ups and downs, and his body suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, he has appeared on the other side of Han Leng, as if he had been standing there. How is Han Leng experienced and knowledgeable? At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. He said in shock, "What kind of body is this? Such a secretive, inexplicable movement speed, even though it is not as good as own." It seems that what he said just now, that he is very good at escape tracking, is not false. If this kid uses this method of continuous sneak attack to harass Owner, Owner is afraid that he will be exhausted. Han Leng's face suddenly became gloomy. Yang Kai opened his mouth, and when he was about to speak again, his eyes suddenly widened, and he stared at Han Leng's behind with an incredible expression, like a ghost in the day, and immediately shouted, "Be careful behind." Han Leng couldn't help but sneered. Such insignificant ability dare to juggle in front of this Han. He thought Yang Kai was deliberately trying to divert his attention force, and then take a sneak attack. This kind of trick is so naive that even a child can't be fooled. How could he be fooled by a martial artist who has experienced battlefield? If you really believe Yang Kai's words and look at the back, Han Leng determines that owning the next moment is about to be attacked by Yang Kai's. But as soon as he said what he said, he felt something was wrong. There really seems to be some strange movement behind it. Han Leng had a shiver in his heart, and he quickly urged his source strength to protect his body all around. At the same time, he would float forward with a little under his feet. But no matter how fast he moves, it is already too late. Behind him, there was a sharp showing a cyan spike under slightly trembled, and he thrust forward. The speed of the spikes is so fast that even the space seems to be burst, forming the visible ripples of one layer naked eye. Martial Peak Chapter 2076 Chapter 2076 Goodbye Wood Demon. Han Leng's bodyguard source strength was unable to stop the spike at all and was directly pierced. Then, a tiny hole appeared on the forehead. The spike penetrated his entire head, showing its strength. Han Leng is also very powerful. He did not die immediately after suffering this fatal injury. Instead, the complexion turned his head in shock. After seeing who was the sneak attack owner, he cried out in surprise, "Why are you? This is impossible." He thought that the sneak attack owner Liu Yi, who had the same strength behind him. After all, after the last blow, Liu Yi's whole person disappeared. Judging from the situation at the time, Liu Yi was either already crushed to pieces, or seized the opportunity to hide. Han Leng, after being attacked by a sneak attack, thought that Liu Yi disappeared because of the latter reason. But when he saw who the clear sneak attack owner was, he realized that Own was wrong. The sneak attacker who stood behind Own and showed a sly smile to Own was not Liu Yi at all, but Ning Yuanqing, who was killed by himself. This kind of scene made him unbelievable anyway. Ning Yuanqing only has the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. He stabbed to death with long sword himself, and he was searching Ning Yuanqing's body just now. At that time, Han Leng had already confirmed the death of the opponent. How can the dead come back to life? However, when Han Leng noticed Ning Yuanqing's distinctive features, he suddenly seemed to understand something, muttered, "This is actually..." The words fall. When his head tilted, he was breathless. At the same time, Yang Kai not far away only felt the feeling numb on his scalp. Cold sweat came out all over his body, looked ahead, and exclaimed, "Wood Demon." From the point of view he was standing on, the scene that happened just now was almost clear. While he was talking to Han Leng, Ning Yuanqing, who should have died no longer, stood up strangely and silently, then opened his mouth and shot a cyan from his mouth. The wooden thorns just pierced into Han Leng's head with no difficulty. Han Leng was so easy to be recruited. Of course, some of the reasons his strength was greatly reduced after the war, but also partly because of Yang Kai's shouting. Han Leng mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was swindling him, so simply didn't expect a fatal danger to strike behind him, and it was too late when he realized it. How can the martial artist spit out that cyan wood thorn in his mouth? This thing is very similar to some things that Yang Kai saw in Five Colors Treasure Tower and Maplewood City before. so he immediately recognized it. This is really the ancient wood demon who made trouble in Maplewood City before. On the day that wood demon was a disaster for Maplewood City, the 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses personally took action, and Maplewood City died as a result of thousands of martial artists. After the turmoil, City Lord's mansion issued a statement to Wood Demon. The disaster has been lifted, so everyone can feel at ease. Now, it seems that this is obviously the City Lord's mansion's method to appease everyone. Wood Demon simply has not been completely wiped out, and the weird wood species is deposited on some martial artists. It's just this time that the storage is extremely concealed. Not only was it not even noticed by the 6 Emperor Senior Stages, even Ning Yuanxing himself and Liu Yi who had been guarding him were not found. If it were not for Ning Yuanxing's sudden death this time, the wood species would definitely not be exposed. If the host died, the wood species would naturally no longer need to be hidden. All these are coincidences. Yang Kai's heart is in a flash. He has already figured out what happened, and his heart sank. In those few days in Maplewood City, he also participated in the hunting of Wood Demon clone. He knew that this thing was difficult and difficult to destroy. Moreover, at that time, a dozen or even dozens of people joined forces. Still unavoidable damage, but now he is the only one. While his mind was changing, Ning Yuanxing heard a weird gurgling noise, and with this noise, Han Leng's flesh body quickly dried out. This is exactly one of Wood Demon's weird abilities, which can quickly swallow the essence of living beings, thereby strengthening itself. Ning Yuanxing originally only emitted the power fluctuations of Void King 3 layer, but as he continuously swallowed the essence of Han Leng's flesh and blood, the aura actually climbed steadily, and soon broke through to Void King 3 layer peak, and then to the level of Principal Source stage. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, knowing that it would be too late if he didn't make a move. He couldn't help loudly shouting, "Don't think about it." While speaking, a burning flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Long sword is exactly his energy body from Fire Sword Chi, condense of 5 elements indestructible sword Chi. He shook his figure and urged Space Force to deceive Ning Yuanxing in front of him. Then he swung his sword and cut it down. With a blast, the air becomes extremely hot. Wood Demon is the existence of wood attribute, and the power of fire attribute is its nemesis. Moxioki once told Yang Kai that when the Wood Demon clone was wiped out in Maplewood City in those few days, Yang Kai also verified many times. For Wood Demon clone, fire attribute is more effective than Space Force. This sword took Ning Yuanxing's head directly. If it hits it, it will definitely break him into two. But how could Wood Demon clone allow Yang Kai to easily succeed? Ning Yuanxing's mouth was wide open, and the cyan spikes in his mouth still pierced through Han Leng's head, continuously devouring his flesh and blood, and his eyes. But the middle is light flashed, arms swept out, amidst the explosion and distortion of Crackle, suddenly turned into two thick vines, like a flood dragon going out to sea. One swept toward Yang Kai, and the other blocked in front for protection. Call Kai Kai. After the fire sword was cut off, I saw a small cut in one of the vines, but failed to cut it completely. Ning Yuanxing suffered below. A weird sound came from his mouth. At the same time, another vine has swept in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he dared not stay in place, and immediately a twinkling disappeared in midair. The vine took a moment. The flame burned on another vine that was cut by Yang Kai, but after a burst of azure light flashed, the flame was extinguished, and the vine that was about to be broken was restored as before. How come? Yang Kai revealed his silhouette again, startled. In Maplewood City that day, several Wood Demon clone died in his hands. Although the life force of these Wood Demon clone is extremely tenacious, it is difficult to be killed, but never which Wood Demon clone is so tenacious and powerful as the one in front of me. In the previous blow, Yang Kai didn't leave his hand at all. According to reason, it should be cut off the opponent's vine and inflicted heavy damage on the opponent. But now this wood demon clone is unscathed. This unusual discovery made Yankai feel a little alert, vaguely feeling that the wood demon clone in front of him might be unusual. At the moment when Yankai's shot was fruitless, Han Leng's whole person had been sucked into a man. Ning Yuanqing took back the wooden thorn in his mouth, and there was a trace of twisted face. Satisfied expression. Principal Source 1 layer. Yankai felt the aura emanating from Ning Yuanqing's body. His face suddenly cold. On the opposite side, Ning Yuanqing glanced at Yankai bitterly, as if to blame him for ruining his own good. Under the shock of his body, the clothes on the surface of the body were shaken into countless pieces, scattered in all directions, and from his abdomen, chest cavity, and thighs, one after another cyan vines suddenly emerged. The tops of those vines are extremely sharp and comparable. The sharpest sword. Suddenly, Ning Yuanqing's whole person changed drastically. How can he be a little human at this moment? It's just a wood demon, only on the part of the drunk. There are traces of Ning Yuanqing's facial features. The countless vines are flying around, like poisonous snakes, making people look at one's hair stand on end. Part of the flying vines thorns towards Yankai, like a magic whip falling from 9 heavens above, making people trembling in fear, while the other part sweeps towards all around, killing those dead. The corpse of flying Saint Palace disciple one after another rolled up, piercing the top spikes into their bodies, consuming their flesh and blood essence. The sound of swallowing something came out, and the bodies of many martial artists dwindled at a speed visible to naked eyes. Wishful thinking. Yankai's expression became severe when he saw this, and he waved the condense fire sword chi in his hand. Kai. One after another sky-splitting sound. The scorching fire sword chi accurately penetrated the corpses of flying Saint Palace disciple, and the boundless heat burned these corpses instantly. The wood demon clone of Principal Source stage is already difficult enough. How can Yankai give it a chance to continue to strengthen? When wood demon clone saw this, he turned around and faced Yankai. On the drunk, there was a shrill scream from the facial features of Ning Yuanqing, as if he was extremely angry. Immediately, its body swung, and countless wood whiskers grew from its roots, which burrowed down like earthworms and took root. Next, wood demon clone shook, and countless vines attacked Yankai like arrows. Yankai grinned, and after using Space Force to avoid the blow, he waved his hand to release the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder jackal. Fuck it. Yankai snorted sharply, and a twinkling rushed in front of wood demon, and the flames on his hand-long sword condense billowed with heat, like a big mountain smashing down from the top. At the same time, the purple and blue swords in the hands of monster insect queen swung into two-color eyes of light, and the icy domain diffused out, and snowflakes fell in the sky. Snow as clear sky. The snowflakes were spinning and falling slowly, but every snowflake was as sharp as a knife. When it fell on wood demon's vine above, a small wound appeared on the vine, and there was a green fluid flowing from the wound. The icy domain entered the vine along the wound, which greatly hindered the vine's self-healing ability. Monster Insect Queen took the opportunity to bully her body, and her two swords came out, cooperating with Yankai's movements, continuously cutting all around. And the blue flame thunder jackal is hiding in the distance, one by one in his mouth. Cyan flame balls blasted toward wood demon desperately, making a peng-peng crackling sound. For a moment, Yankai teamed up with the two blood beasts to suppress wood demon clone without any counterattack, and could only be passively beaten. Martial Peak Chapter 2077 Chapter 2077 Nemesis. It's not surprising that this kind of scene will appear. The wood demon clone in front of me has been promoted to the Principal Source 1 layer level because it has swallowed the essence of Han Leng's flesh and blood. But Monster Insect Queen is able to exert the strength of Principal Source 2 layer at this moment. Blue Flame Thunder Jackal is not weak. Although the cultivation level is the same as Wood Demon Clone, it can utilize the power of Fire attribute, which is exactly the nemesis of Wood Demon. With Yankai, if you can't suppress Wood Demon Clone, that's a strange thing. One person and two blood beasts, in cooperation with each other, cut Wood Demon's countless vines to pieces. Fragments and sections of the vines that were chopped down fell to the ground and flowed from the fracture. The green liquid and the broken vines wriggle continuously like maggots, like living things. However, after the green liquid dries out, all these vines have dried up, instantly turning into dead wood, and when the wind blows, they become ashes. Wood Demon Roar continued, urging his own power more and more anger. One of those vines was cut off and another one grew again. For a moment, there was an inexhaustible posture. Seeing this, the complexion can't help but get coldly up. He always felt that this Wood Demon clone was a little different from what Owner had dealt with before, and it was a bit too difficult to deal with. This made him always alert, entangled with Fire Sword Chi, not a Wood Demon's chance to deceive. In such a battle of T Kung Fu, although Yang Kai and the two blood beasts seemed to have the upper hand in the scene, they have been unable to give Wood Demon a fatal attack, and they have fallen into a stalemate. At this moment, the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, which has been urging the fire attribute power to attack Wood Demon, seemed to have a lack of power, and the fireball ejected from his mouth paused for a moment. Kai 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 kai. A strange noise came out, and one after another roots suddenly sprang out from below the earth, which immediately entangled the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal. Those roots are what Wood Demon plunged into the soil before. Blue Flame Thunder Jackal whimpered and struggled, but still couldn't get rid of the shackles of the roots. A vine took the opportunity to stab, and with a puff, it pierced directly into the body of the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal. In the next moment, Yang Kai's scalp feeling numb swallowed again. That vine started to swallow the essence of Blue Flame Thunder Jackal. Blue Flame Thunder Jackal itself is 11-step monster beast, with principal source 1 layer cultivation level. After being killed and condensed into Blood Beast by Yang Kai, the essence of flesh and blood is not at all lost. But because of Golden, the moisturizing of Blood Silk Thread becomes more powerful. Wood Demon swallowed it so much that it almost healed its previous injuries. The twisted facial features on the trunk showed a trace of surprise and joy at this moment. When Yang Kai saw it, his heart suddenly shook, and he didn't even want to think move immediately, and shouted back. With his shouting, he was entangled with roots. The Blue Flame Thunder Jackal shakes. It turns into a golden blood silk thread, and it lasses back towards Yang Kai leisurely. After taking back this golden blood silk thread within the body, Yang Kai silently felt it, and the complexion became ugly. In just such a short time, the power of blood contained in this golden blood silk thread disappeared. There is 1/3. In other words, the power of the blood of Blue Flame Thunder Jackal was swallowed by 1/3. If he wants to make up, Yang Kai will definitely have to supplement with his own golden blood. On the other side, Wood Demon suddenly went mad. It seemed that because he failed to swallow all the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, he became very angry. It actually no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned its attention to Monster Insect Queen. Swallowing the Blue Flame Thunder Jackal just now gave it a huge benefit. At this moment, I naturally want to repeat the trick. At the feet of Monster Insect Queen, the ground splits open, and countless roots fly over like snakes, trying to entangle Monster Insect Queen. But how can Monster Insect Queen make it easy? The purple and green swords dangled in two colors, one after another. The bitter sword Chi flew all directions like an arrow, and the cold law power lingered around its body all around, and the speed of those roots would be greatly reduced as soon as they entered. Not only failed to cause any harm to Monster Insect Queen, but also suffered a lot of damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai felt relaxed. If two blood beasts can't be used in this kind of battle, I am afraid this time is really troublesome. Now it seems that Monster Insect Queen's performance is much better than he expected. After all, it is a fusion of sword intent psychic and blood beast, and the battle strength that can be exerted is not comparable to Blue Flame Thunder Jackal. Yang Kai was about to rush up again, and when he joined Monster Insect Queen to besiege Wood Demon, he suddenly moved in his heart and sensed an anxious call. The call came from Liu Yan, who was sealed. Although Liu Yan was sealed in the round bowl, he seemed to be aware of the fighting from the outside world, So he motivated the mark Yang Kai left in her spiritual mind in her early years. Stunned, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and cursed that On was a little stupid. On only wanted to join hands with two blood beasts, but didn't expect Liu Yan's existence at all. Liu Yan is a pure fire attribute item spirit, even though the cultivation level at this moment is not as good as the two blood beasts. But in this kind of battle, I'm afraid it is stronger than the battle strength of two blood beasts. As long as you get Liu Yan out first, are you afraid of trifling a wood demon? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes immediately aimed at the corpse of Han Leng on the left side of Wood Demon's body. I gave Monster Insect Queen an order in my heart. While Monster Insect Queen was fighting Wood Demon, Yang Kai shook his body and came directly to the front of Han Leng's corpse. He picked up all the two space rings in his hand. Two space rings, one is Han Leng himself, the other is Ning Yuanqing, and the round bowl that seals Liu Yan is stored in the latter space ring. After success, Yang Kai will return immediately. But at this moment, Wood Demon seemed to have also noticed Yang Kai's small movements. While countless vines drew towards this side, a thin ray of light shot out from its body within the body. Fleeting. Yang Kai was startled, and quickly blocked the vine's attack. After waiting to be blocked, he fluttered back, expressing gloomy and uncertain. He just saw a faint rays of light shooting from Wood Demon within the body, but he didn't see where it went. Spiritual mind swiftly swept over Ona's body without noticing any abnormalities, which made his face difficult to look. Check again carefully, but still nothing is found. Yang Kai clenched the teeth, temporarily no longer paid attention to, but will seal Liu Yan's round bowl, taken from Ning Yuanqing's space ring came out. Spiritual mind poured into the round bowl. Yang Kai immediately felt the presence of Liu Yan. Master. Liu Yan called, "It's nice to see you again. I know you won't leave me alone." Yang Kai laughed, said, "Of course I won't care about you. It's not the time to relive the old days. I will first find a way to unlock this seal. There is an enemy that needs you to deal with." Okay. After Liu Yan complied, there was no movement. Yang Kai floated to the distance, carefully checking the restriction of this round bowl. This round bowl is a special kind of seal secret treasure. It is not of great value. It is mainly used to seal an energy body such as Liu Yan. After being sealed, Liu Yan cannot be unlocked from it. Open the restriction, but the person who gets the round bowl can easily unlock the restriction from the outside. The power of Yang Kai divine consciousness is not comparable to that of the ordinary Void King stage, so it only took 10 minutes to get a clue. Spiritual mind pours into the round bowl. Layer upon layer releases the power of restriction. After the seal was completely broken, Liu Yan's joyous voice came from the round bowl, "It's okay." The words fell, accompanied by a loud cry. The sound of Liu Yan turned into a firelessing out of the round bowl. Chew. The ground, the temperature suddenly rises in the air. Liu Yan spread his wings. His huge body almost obscured half of the sky. His eyes burning like flames swept down, and he was fixed on Wood Demon who was fighting Monster Insect Queen. Immediately, she whispered in her mouth, like a meteorite dropping from the sky, rushing down. At this moment, Wood Demon is fighting Monster Insect Queen. Although the cultivation level of the two sides is a small stage difference, even Monster Insect Queen has mastered the Cold Law power, but still only barely tied with Wood Demon. Without Yang Kai's restraint, it could not even have the slightest upper hand. It can be seen how powerful Wood Demon is. And when Liu Yan was wrapped in flames from the airstrike, the twisted facial features on the trunk of Wood Demon finally gave an expression of fear and panic. This expression faced Yang Kai. I have never joined forces with the two major blood beasts. Countless vines shot Liu Yan from under a swing on the ground. Each vine, like a javelin with full strength, was terrifying. Liu Yan didn't care about it. With a single mouth, a scarlet-haired pillar of fire spouted from the mouth. In the pillar of fire, even purple lightning bounced. All the vines that struck were turned into ashes under the scorching power, and occasionally a few were not burned, but also passed directly through Liu Yan's body, but did not cause any damage to her. Liu Yan is originally an energy body, without substantial existence. How could he be injured by this kind of attack? It can be said that she is the real nemesis of Wood Demon. Any of Wood Demon's abilities is ineffective to her, but she has to be restrained in attributes. Not only that, the strength of thunder mastered by Liu Yan was transmitted to Wood Demon through those vines, causing it to tremble above the ground, as if it had been electrocuted. Most of Liu Yan's flames are obtained by devouring Sun's true essence and refining. Her strength of thunder comes from a group of psychic dry thunder fire flames devoured back then. The fierceness of the flames, even if Liu Yan is not comparable to Vermilion Bird Phoenix's extinction black flame, is not comparable to ordinary flames. How can Wood Demon resist? After Liu Yan's body of flame passed Wood Demon, more than half of Wood Demon's vines were burned. The originally hideous and distorted facial features are now full of expressions of lose one's head out of fear. It didn't dare to stay in place anymore. Its body flickered, and all the roots that had been stuck in the ground were recovered. The short roots under the tree roots were as sharp as legs and feet, and turned away. Rush. It flees in anticipation of the wind. Marshall Peak Chapter 2078. Chapter 2078 Wood Seed. Yang Kai, who has been waiting for an opportunity, has been waiting for this moment. How can Wood Demon escape when he sees an opportunity? Under the secret technique blessing of the space, I came directly to the front of Wood Demon, staring at it with cold eyes, and opening and closing his hands. A huge moon blade formed leisurely. Just when Yang Kai was about to release Moon Blade to give Wood Demon the final blow, Wood Demon screamed in his mouth, and with this scream, Yang Kai suddenly screamed on his arm stinging, the hand wrist shook, and Moon Blade shot out like this. The sound of Kai Kai erupts, even if the huge Moon Blade is condensed by Space Force and is not the nemesis of Wood Demon, it is still powerful at this moment. Although Yang Kai lost his accuracy at the last moment and failed to hit Wood Demon's key, but also directly cut its body. The cut is flat, and blue-green color liquid flows out from it, which is as spectacular as a fountain. And Liu Yan took the opportunity to pounce, turned into a fire, and wrapped Wood Demon. Not far away, Monster Insect Queen is holding two purple and blue swords, posing in a weird posture. The two swords above and rays of light flash together, and as it turns around, a huge sword glow flew out directly and smashed into the battle group of Liu Yan and Wood Demon. In an instant, Wood Demon's sharp neck came out. At the same time, Yang Kai stepped back a few 10 Jiang complexion ashen, and tore off Ona's clothes, staring at the right arm of Ona. At the next moment, he exclaimed in silence, Wood species. At this moment, on his right arm, in the flesh and blood, there is a light cyan rice grain-sized thing embedded in it. With its agitation, the power of his own blood is like uncontrolled, rushing towards this thing, being swallowed crazily by it. With the infusion of blood and energy, this little thing actually showed signs of breaking out of its shell. Yang Kai immediately understood what this was. This was obviously the wood species of Wood Demon. The delicate rays of light that had passed before. No wonder that even the 6 Emperor Senior stages were unable to completely eradicate Wood Demon. Originally, the wood species was so concealed that he could not find out after carefully inspecting the body of the owner twice before. If not for Wood Demon just thought, if you want to prevent the owner and escape for your life, I am afraid that the wood species will not be activated. It is precisely because of the activation of the wood species that Yang Kai's Moonblade loses its accuracy. In Maplewood City, what happened to the martial artists parasitized by the wood species? Yang Kai couldn't be clearer anymore. It only takes a short time and the martial artists will be swallowed up and transformed into Wood Demon clone without saying. Yang Kai doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of those people. Eyes looks at the energy and blood that this wood seed swallows more and more. Yang Kai clenched the teeth, the tiny spacer's blade is condensed on the fingers, and then he grabs their wood seed. Location, accompanied by a muffled roar, that piece of flesh and blood was directly torn off by Yang Kai. Suddenly, fresh blood dripped on my arms. The mass of flesh and blood torn down by him was swallowed up by the wood species in a short time without his control, and the wood species also turned into a seedling. From the seedling above, shoots out tiny vines, and wants to invade Yankai again. Yankai cold snort, took directly out of mysterious boundary bead, shook his figure, and entered mysterious small boundary. In the space of mysterious small boundary, Yankai held the wood demon seedling clone, and the flame suddenly burned on the palm, completely wrapping the wood demon seedling. With the sharp scream, the wood demon clone, which has not yet formed, was burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yankai took out a healing medicine pill from the space ring and swallowed it. Sit cross-legged, with the help of the law power in mysterious small boundary, carefully checking each of the owners an inch of flesh and blood. He is really afraid of the wood species. With the power of his divine consciousness, it is impossible to detect hidden wood species, but it is different in mysterious small boundary. He can use heaven and earth law here. This kind of inspection is countless times more thorough than his own spiritual mind inspection, and it can really relieve the troubles. After some investigation, Yankai finally determined that there were no other wood species on Owner except the previous wood species, and he was relieved. After such a period of recovery, the injuries on Yankai's arm are almost intact. His golden blood within the body already has strong healing ability, supplemented by his powerful physique. That kind of injury is not worth mentioning at all. After sighed in relief, Yankai shook his figure and left mysterious small boundary. Returning to the plane above, Yankai looked around and found that the place was peaceful, without the slightest movement of fighting. Not far away, Liu Yan, who had turned into a human form, leapt lightly to Yankai's side, and finally Yilu smiled on the cold and glamorous pretty face and called out, "Master." Yankai nodded, glanced at the ashes over there, and asked, "Killed?" Liu Yan nodded, "Killed." While speaking, she turned her head and looked at Monster Insect Queen again, indifferently said, "The new help the host is looking for is good, much better than me." Yankai looked at her at a glance, it seemed to be aware of something, said with a slight smile, "Although it is good, it has great growth limitations. Principal Source 3 layer is probably its peak. Unlike you, you have an own mind, so good practice, you will be better than it in the future." "Yes, Master." Liu Yan lowered his head and responded, but the corners of his mouth were raised in a small arc uncontrollably. Yankai waved at Monster Insect Queen, and Monster Insect Queen immediately flew over and was re-entered into mysterious small boundary by him. Turning around and looking around, the wilderness above is a mess. In this half-day's work, 2 Principal Source 2-layer powerhouses and a dozen Void King stage martial artists died here, which made Yankai a little bit sigh. "Look and see if there is any space ring left." After Yankai gave an order, he and Liu Yan searched. Not much time. Yankai has 7 or 8 space rings in his hands. These space rings belong to the martial artist of Flying Saint Palace. What's stored inside? Yankai didn't pay attention. "Go and see, there will not be too much, nor too little." The ring of Ning Yuanxing and Han Leng has long been put away by Yankai. As for the ring of Liu Yi, I don't know if it was destroyed during the war or where it went. Anyway, he couldn't find it. So Yankai couldn't help but regret it. After all, that is the ring of Principal Source 2-layer powerhouse, and there must be many good things. "Master, how to deal with this thing?" Liu Yan looked at the boat on the ground, with curious rays of light in the beautiful eyes, and asked while looking. She separated from Yankai in the Starlight Passage. After entering Star Boundary, she did not have time to appreciate the many wonderful things of Star Boundary. She knows very little about the secret treasure of this ship, just know it is a flying secret treasure. Naturally put it away. Yankai grinned, went to the front of the ship and turned a few times, showing a satisfied expression. Yankai has personally learned how fast this thing flies. He had been following behind this ship before, and he couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried. In the subsequent war, The protective cover of the ship on this building could even withstand the attack of all moon cycle heavenly big formation. Obviously, it was extremely protective. This is definitely a flying secret treasure of principal source grade. Yang Kai currently lacks a flying secret treasure for transportation. How can you let it go when you encounter such a good thing? Although this is the property of Flying Saint Palace, if Yang Kai is seen by someone with a heart when it is used in the future, it is very likely that he will be linked to the death of Ning Yuanqing. But as long as you are careful, it will be fine if you don't use it in front of outsiders. The building is too big for Yang Kai to sacrifice for a while to make it smaller. He can only use the huge divine consciousness and put it into the mysterious boundary bead, and wait for it to be processed slowly in the future. Let's go. Yang Kai greeted Liu Yan and was about to return to Maplewood City. Now that Liu Yan's affairs are resolved, he can accompany Kang Saran to explore the cave without any worries. Mansion. But at this moment, when a gust of wind blew, Yang Kai, who was about to turn away, couldn't help but stop, and looked suspiciously towards somewhere. What's wrong? Liu Yan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, but watched intently for a while. Suddenly his figure shook, and he came to the place where Wood Demon Clone was killed. Here, there was originally only the ashes of Wood Demon Clone after being burned, but under the gust of wind just now, twinkling of rays of light in the ashes attracted Yang Kai's attention. Keeping down and pushing away the ashes, Yang Kai immediately saw something. He stepped back suddenly, with a vigilant look on his face, and almost let go. Is a moon blade flying out? Liu Yan came along, stood beside him, and the beautiful eyes swept over there. After seeing what was in the ashes, he said softly, "Seeds." She turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rushed at her, gently nodded. Liu Yan then walked forward, stretched out her hand to inhale, and pinched the seed on her fingertips. This thing is indeed a seed, only the size of a grain of rice. It is obviously something left over after Wood Demon was burned. Can survive Liu Yan's burning flames. This seed is naturally not a thing. It is obviously the wood species of Wood Demon. The reason why Yang Kai has such vigilant performance is precisely because of this. He had suffered a lot just now, and even his flesh and blood had been detained by the owner to avoid the crisis. Once I was bitten by a snake. I was naturally afraid of ropes for 10 years. It's just that the weird thing is that this wood species is very different from the wood species planted on Yang Kai's arm before. It is not a green color, but two colors of gold and silver. Each is divided into half. The left half is golden light twinkling. The right half is silver light twinkling. It looks very strange. Are there any questions? Yang Kai asked warily. Liu Yan nodded and said, "There is indeed a problem. There is also a strange divine soul power in this kind. It seems that it is not dead yet." I know. Yang Kai gnashing teeth. If he didn't get out of sight just now, but took the wood seed with his fingers, he might be parasitized again, and this wood seed is unusual at first sight. When the time comes, may not be as simple as a piece of flesh and blood can be solved. Fortunately, he also has Liu Yan, who is exactly the nemesis of Wood Demon, who is not afraid of its peculiar ability. Okay, good. This guy dared to give me a set. Yang Kai sneered and waved, "Come with me." While speaking, strength wrap Liu Yan and lead her directly into mysterious small boundary. Marshall Peak Chapter 2079. Chapter 2079. By coincidence, in mysterious small boundary, Yang Kai sits cross-legged, expressing ancient well without ripples. Not far in front of him, the pill refining furnace purple void cauldron is standing there. The cauldron lid is closed, but a kill to the last one is playing in the cauldron. From time to time, the sound of peng peng is heard in the purple void cauldron, as if something is struggling to hit this pill refining furnace, trying to escape from it. At this time, Yang Kai would inject a force into the purple void cauldron to suppress the resistance. With the passage of time, purple void cauldron becomes extremely red, and the surrounding space is a little distorted by the high temperature baking. The movement in the tripod is getting weaker and weaker. After a full day, Ding calmed down completely. At the same time, Yang Kai was finally called by Liu Yan. He stretched out his hand and opened the purple void cauldron. Liu Yan immediately turned into a flame, shot out from the cauldron, and slid around in front of him, and turned into a human race form. "Master!" Liu Yan yelled, and then he held a wood seed that intersects gold and silver in his hand, and said, "Master can rest assured, now I make sure it can die no more." "Good job." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, took the peculiar wood species, and spiritual mind poured it in and found that it was as Liu Yan said, a strand of divine soul power that was originally hidden in this wood species has long since disappeared cleanly. The power of divine soul is obviously owned by Wood Demon, divine soul indestructible. Wood Demon is immortal. But Yang Kai dropped it in purple void cauldron, and after spending a day and night with Liu Yan, how can Wood Demon's remaining divine soul power be preserved? Has long been wiped out by the scorching heat. At this moment, the seed in Yang Kai's hand can no longer be regarded as the seed of Wood Demon, but the seed of Wood Demon's body before the channeling. Yang Kai didn't know what Wood Demon's body was before channeling. After all, he had never seen this kind of seed before. But since it can be burnt by Liu Yan and owned together, insisting on 1 day and 1 night without any damage, it is obviously not an ordinary thing. If this seed is planted, after tens of thousands of years, perhaps it will give birth to spiritual wisdom and become another Wood Demon, but it has nothing to do with the previous Wood Demon. What are you going to do with this thing? Liu Yan glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "I don't know. What do you think?" Yang Kai raises the head and looked at her. Liu Yan also shook the head. "Let's do it." The owner Roan looks at, "But I always feel that the two forces flowing in this kind of child have a lot of effect." "Oh, what do you see?" Yang Kai astonished asked. "It's just a feeling." "You really want me to say it, but I can't say it." Liu Yan laughed. Yang Kai nodded lightly, pinched this peculiar wood species and groaned for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Then he shook his figure and went directly to the medicine garden of mysterious small boundary. Then he looked for a corner position, pulled a little dirt away, and planted the wood seed in his hand. He doesn't know what this wood species is and what it does, but if it can take root and grow up, he might be able to figure it out. Under the whole world, what place is more suitable for planting this wood than the medicine garden of mysterious small boundary? In this medicine garden, there are countless heavy earths buried underneath, and there are 5 earth arteries beads to supply the world's spiritual energy. In this place, the wood species will greatly shorten the growth time, which will not take a few years. Yang Kai can figure out what it is. After a closer inspection, Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. And then he shook his body and came to Liu Yan again. "The matter here has been processed. I want to return to Maplewood City. You will follow me. I have something to ask you." Yang Kai looks at Liu Yan. "Okay." Liu Yan was nodded, his figure shook, turned into a flame, and directly rushed into Yang Kai. Within the body disappeared. Yang Kai left mysterious small boundary, recognized the downward direction, and swiftly drove towards the direction of Maplewood City. Somewhere about 10,000 li from Maplewood City, the Flying Saint Palace Gate is located. Surrounded by mountains and steaming clouds, the gate of Flying Saint Palace is a grand and magnificent image. On a certain peak of these mountains, an old man with naked torso, hair and beard all white, sits facing east, cross-legged, closed pupil. Between breathing and breathing, from mouth the white aura sprayed out of his nose, that one after another aura actually seemed to have spirituality, turned into various birds and beasts, and disappeared in the mountains and forests in the blink of an eye. Looking at his posture, I don't know what mysterious cultivation technique is in practice. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes suddenly, and the light in his eyes almost condensed into substance, which made people shudder. "HMPH," old man said, "don't bother if you have nothing to do, talk about it. What's the matter this time? If it's a trivial matter, be careful of your head." The old man didn't turn his head back. Suddenly said coldly, a few tenzangs behind him, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe is hearing this, and he immediately freezes, with a piece of cold sweat on his forehead oozing out, cup one fist in the other hand, trembling said, "If you go back to the palace master, the life card of the less palace master is broken." From the words of the middle-aged person, the old man is indeed Flying Saint Palace's palace master Ning Boyang. Yuan Qing's life card is broken. Ning Boyang hearing this, the expression suddenly became cold, and the temperature on the mountain also dropped sharply. "Yes." The middle-aged man dared not lift his head, solemnly replied, "HMPH, that little bastard is really a short-lived ghost. If it breaks, it will break." Ning Boyang said indifferently, "Huh?" The middle-aged man started for it. It seemed that he didn't expect his son to die, and his attitude as Lozi was so indifferent. Should Palace Master be a wild species? The middle-aged person couldn't help thinking about it. Since Yuan Qing is dead, let Yuan Zhu be the Palace Master. You do this, and there is no need to disturb old man. Ning Boyang instructed. Middle-aged man, how dare to neglect? He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I must obey the Palace Master's order." In addition, although Yuan Qing is not a tool, it is me how to say it. Son, it's the young Palace Master of Flying Saint Palace. Someone dared to ride on Flying Saint Palace's head to poop and pee. It's not plausible. Go and find out who did it. Lift his head to see me. Yes. The middle-aged person bowed again. Go ahead. Ning Boyang waved his hand. The middle-aged person immediately retreats silently. Star Soul Palace, the overlord of Star Boundary South Territory. A similar scene is happening. In a secret room, a short old man was listening to the report of a beautiful woman in front of him. After listening to it, he frowned and said, "The life card of that little evil creature is really broken. If you return to Honored Master, Han Junior Brother's life card is indeed broken." Beautiful woman said respectfully, "This evil creature is as slippery as a loach." Old man couldn't catch his whereabouts personally. He would die. Old man cold snort, "What a waste." The Honored Master has calmed down. The Han Junior Brother is now dead. Regardless of the identity of the person who shot it, it can be regarded as clearing the door for the Honored Master. The beautiful woman said with relief, "To clean up the sect?" The old man hummed, "Why do you need someone to intervene in the old man?" The disciple said something wrong. Honored Master, don't blame it. Hearing this, immediately express a sigh. Look up, who made it? Besides, you Han Junior Brother has a token in your hand. Old man can ignore other things, but the token must be taken back. Old man said solemnly, "Token?" The beautiful woman hearing this startled, wondering, dare to ask Honored Master, "What kind of token is it?" The old man lightly glanced at her and said, "If you can see it, you will naturally know what token it is." It's useless to say more now. Yes, then the disciple will handle it quickly, and Honored Master will wait for the good news. Dare to say more, and hurriedly quit the secret room. After the beautiful woman left, the little old man looked gloomy and uncertain for a while, and then suddenly cursed, "Little beast, you are lucky if you didn't die in old man's hands." Putting it that way, after you exited the Starlight Passage, you fell into the Black Blood Swamp? Yang Kai asked as he galloped toward Maplewood City. The Black Blood Swamp is not too far from Maplewood City, and it is more than 100,000 li. Yang Kai has also heard of the existence of this swamp. Liu Yan's voice sounded from his heart. I also know that owning this kind of existence can easily arouse the coveting of others. So I have been hiding in Tibet and dare not show up in front of others. What happened later? Yang Kai asked. Later, I fought with many monster beasts in that swamp. Some monster beasts seemed to want to devour me, but I escaped without any danger. Later, I once had a monster beast. When beast was fighting, I was discovered by a passing powerhouse. That guy had the cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer. Not only did he easily kill the monster beast, he also caught me and sealed it in the round bowl. Liu Yan, looking back on what happened recently, it seemed to be a little bit scary. Fortunately, the cultivation technique of that person's practice is completely incompatible with my attribute, so I didn't get my idea. It just so happened that he heard that the auction assembly was going to be held here in Maplewood City. He brought me here. It's a coincidence to hear you say that. Yang Kai slightly smiled, nodding. To meet Liu Yan again, there are indeed many coincidences. After he escaped from Blue Feather Sect that day, if he didn't come to Maplewood City directly, there would be nothing more. When the time comes, he absolutely wanted Mr. Liu Yan. And once Liu Yan this kind of existence is caught, he will definitely not survive for too long. When the time comes, he must be integrated into Secret Treasure, or be swallowed and absorbed directly by martial artist to enhance his own strength. Anyway, it's a blessing to be able to reunite with the Master now. By the way, the Master, Xiao. How is it? Liu Yan suddenly asked. Both Yang Kai's two with great help, Liu Yan and Xiao can almost be said to be Yang Kai's right-hand man. They have always stayed together in mysterious small boundary before. They have a lot of feelings for each other and naturally care about each other's whereabouts. Yang Kai expression shook the head and shook the head. There is no news about it. I hope it will be alright. Liu Yan also lowered his tone. In the hometown of Star Territory, with her and her small ability, she is almost invincible. But after coming to Star Boundary, Liu Yan discovered that there are too many powerful people in the world, and she will be others seize the seal. Xiao may not be without this kind of crisis. Marshall Peak Chapter 2080 Chapter 2080 Token. After Yang Kai returned to Maplewood City, the sky was already dark. He drove into the city with ease and went straight to Cave Mansion. When the Cave Mansion's restriction was turned on, Yang Kai stepped into it. Not waiting for him to stand firm, he heard a happy voice suddenly came over. Mister, you are back. Yang Kai couldn't help but startled it, etc. After turning his head and looking at it, I remembered that there was another person in the Cave Mansion of One, the small girl Jiang Ruoxi of Jiang family. He has been traveling outside these years, basically alone, and now suddenly he has other people to accompany him, and he is really a bit uncomfortable, and he has been busy with Liu Yan these few days. Almost I forgot the existence of Jiang Ruoxi. After came back to his senses, Yang Kai gently nodded at her. Mister has worked hard for a few days and worked hard outside. Jiang Ruoxi lowered his head and said softly, her voice is very small. If it weren't for the extremely quiet inside Cave Mansion, Yang Kai would not even be able to hear it. Glanced over her body, Yang Kai noticed that the small girl seemed a little nervous, and her two little hands stirred her own clothes, quite a little fidgeting. Master, who is this girl? I seem to be very afraid of you. Liu Yan's voice rang in the heart, with a hint of teasing. Look at her, not high in strength. Could it be that his master from where I was kidnapped? But the small girl is a good one. You need to look good. You need to have a figure. Tut. Do not wait for Liu Yan to finish. Yang Kai thought thoughts and threw her directly into the mysterious boundary bead, cutting off contact with her. In mysterious small boundary, Liu Yan froze for a moment, and then hummed, "Be a guilty conscience." After she finished speaking, she found the place where Sun's true essence was. It turns into a fiery bird to wrap Sun's true essence, swallow Sun's true fire, and strengthen itself. In Cave Mansion, Yang Kai looked at Jiang Ruoxi, waited restlessly, opened the mouth and said, "You have been waiting here?" "Here? It's impossible to see her as soon as I entered Cave Mansion." "No, the servant girl just walked here." Jiang Ruoxi replied with his head down. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't believe her. He turned his head and looked around all around and found that Cave Mansion seemed to have been cleaned up again, as clean as new, and couldn't help saying with a slight smile, "Sit down. I have something to say I want to tell you." Jiang Ruoxi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need for Mr. Just stand." The servant girl. Yang Kai sighed and stretched out his hand to pull her. When she came over, she pressed her onto a chair and sat down while she was stiff. On walked to the other side and sat on another chair. After considering the wording slightly, Yang Kai said, "Ruoxi, I call you that. Is it okay?" Jiang Ruoxi slowly shook his head without saying a word. Yang Kai laughed, trying to slow down his tone as much as possible, saying, "If you don't speak, then it's okay. It's this kind of, I brought you out of Jiang family, Not for you. I don't want to do anything to repay you. The matter between Jiang family and I was just an agreement made by your great-grandfather Jiang Goxuan, so now Jiang family and I have settled, and no one owes anyone. Mr.'s great kindness to Jiang family, Yuoxi will definitely remember in the heart. This lifetime work is extremely hard, and I will repay Mr. Jiang, Yuoxi said softly, although his voice was soft, but his tone was extremely firm. Yang Kai nodded, said, whatever you want. I just want to tell you that the reason why I brought you out of Jiang family is because there may be things you need to help in the future. Jiang Yuoxi still lowered his head and said, if Mr. is sent, Yuoxi will definitely work hard. Since Mr. brought me out of Jiang family, I am not a member of Jiang family. Mr. wants me, whatever I do, I will do as long as Mr. is happy. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit like playing the lute for a cow, so helpless. He could only say, you said that. I don't know how to explain it to you. So, don't call me Mr., and don't call yourself a slave. I'm older than you. You can call me Big Brother Yang in the future. How can that be? Jiang Yuoxi lifts the head, waved his hands again and again, and found that Yang Kai was looking at her, and quickly lowered his head, and said, this is absolutely not possible. The slave can't be rude to Mr. Your brain seeds. Yang Kai was exasperated. Jiang Yuoxi expression panicked, thinking that Yang Kai was really angry, and quickly got up and knelt down. When Yang Kai saw this, he stretched out his hand and let her sit back down again. Forget it. I won't entangle you with these things. But now that you are by my side, and I will ask you to help me in the future, I won't treat you badly. You should take this thing first. Right. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle from the space ring, opened the cap, and inside was a spirit pill with a pill mark. What is this? Jiang Yuoxi glanced curiously. A poison. Do you dare to eat it? Yang Kai said in a serious manner. Once he had finished speaking, he knew that Owen was a bit nasty, and he felt disdainful for a while. Jiang Yuoxi pursed his lips and said, Mr. lied to me. Yang Kai expression didn't explain too much, but said, take this thing, take it down, and then known to find a bedroom, and practice it. I'm going out in a few days. Stay here obediently and don't run around. Does Mr. go out again? Jiang Yuoxi raises the head, took a look at Yang Kai, pursed his lips, and asked, do you want a servant to accompany you? No, just take care of the owner. Yang Kai got up, slightly smiled and walked straight to the practice room in the owner normally. After Yang Kai left, Jiang Yuoxi re-looked at the spirit pill. After looking at it for a while, he couldn't see anything famous. He stretched out his hand and put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed, and found that the fragrance was beautiful and beautiful. As the eyes flashed, I didn't know what to think of. The complexion turned red, pinched the spirit pill and put it in his mouth. Spirit pill enters the abdomen, and immediately turns into a stream of heat, rushing to the limbs. Jiang Yuoxi complexion changed. How dare to neglect! He rushed into the smallest bedroom, meditated cross-legged, silently cultivated. The spirit pill she served was naturally the leopard essence developer pill that Yang Kai spent a few 100 source crystal photographs. With the help of this spirit pill, Jiang Yuoxi is promoting the Void King. Before stage, its own aptitude will be fully grown and will greatly shorten the time required for practice. Small girl is young, but she has a lot of knowledge. Naturally, she knows that such a spirit pill with a pill mark is very valuable. Maybe you can use the entire Jiang family's financial resources to get this kind of spirit pill. I am naturally grateful for Yang Kai's generosity. On the other side, in the room, Yang Kai waited to see Jiang Yuoxi taking the essence developer pill and going to meditate practice. Then he waved his hand and turned on all the restrictions in the room. Immediately, he took out nearly 10 space rings and began to organize the harvest. After 1 hour, Yang Kai complexion happily looked at everything in front of him. Of these nearly 10 space rings, Source Crystal alone allowed him to harvest more than 8 million. Among them, Hanling's Source Crystal has the most, almost 6 million. Think about it. At the auction assembly, Hanling was competing with Ning Yuanxing for Liu Yan, but he bid more than 6 million yuan. If he didn't have so many source crystals in his hand, how could he dare to speak casually? So many source crystals make Yang Kai to be wild with joy. He worked so hard to accumulate before, but he only saved 1 million source crystal. After an auction assembly, he spent a few $100, and now he has won over 8 million in one shot. It seems that Yang Kai will not have to worry about source crystal for a long time in the future. In addition to the huge number of source crystals, there are naturally some medicine pills and the like. But these medicine pills are of little use to Yang Kai. As an alchemy expert, he is also a little unsightly, but it can also be sold. The gain in secret treasure is not small. In addition to the exquisite buildings still lying in the mysterious small boundary, Yang Kai has gained as many as 3 of the secret treasure of principal source grade alone. One of them is the long sword that Han Leng used before. Although it only has principal source grade low rank level, it also makes Yang Kai satisfied. The other one is an armor suit owned by Ning Yuanxing. The armor suit is made from no known materials. The grade is the same as principal source grade low rank, but it is a defense secret treasure. Its value is naturally higher than long sword. This third piece is naturally the ink jade cauldron that Han Leng previously bid for. This is the pill refining furnace of principal source grade middle rank. It has many magical effects. Han Leng spent a lot of money at the time. When photographed, it is estimated that Yang Kai will be cheaper soon. In addition to these 3 principal source grade secret treasures, the others are some Void King grade secret treasures, which are also very valuable to put together. There are also some other materials, including medicinal herbs for pill refining, and minerals for item refining, neat and tidy, all sorted by Yang Kai. All the things here, what Yang Kai cares most about is a token-like thing. If Yang Kai remembers correctly, this thing should be found from Han Leng's space ring. The token is not big, only palm size. The golden light is brilliant, the front is engraved with a lifelike true dragon pattern with the head and tail swinging up, and the back is written in ancient text a dragon character for flamboyant. Yang Kai released the spiritual mind and used his own power to carefully inspect this side of the token, and found that the owner could not distinguish its material, searched for the information in his mind, and did not know what the token was for. But since Han Leng, this kind of powerhouse can be cherished and placed in the space ring, the origin of this token is probably extraordinary. Yang Kai decisively threw it into the mysterious boundary bead, waiting to study it slowly in the future. Afterwards, he put away the medicine pill and secret treasure, and spiritual mind released it. He noticed that Zhang Yuoxi was using the leopard solution essence developer pill to improve himself within the body. After the progress went well, he stood up. Half a day later, in the black market of Maplewood City, Yang Kai sold off the many trophies that his owner had accumulated during the recent period. In the black market of Maplewood City, there are no goods and no food, and buyers will not ask about the source of these things. Although the price is much cheaper than outside, it is better than being safe and concealed. Yang Kai didn't sell all of them in one store, but found a few more stores so as not to be shown anything. During the whole process, he also dressed up in disguise, and even used divine consciousness to shield his face. I believe that with the martial artist level of Maplewood City, no one can see his true face. After Yang Kai returned from the black market, the number of source crystals he had passed the tens of millions mark, and he suddenly became rich. Martial Peak Chapter 2081 Chapter 2081 Yuan Cauldron Mountain. 2 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating several newly acquired principal source grade secret treasures in Cave Mansion. Suddenly expression moved and took one out of the space ring after the communication compass came and spiritual mind poured it into it. The expression was overjoyed and quickly stood up. After a while, Shi Shiren left Cave Mansion and went straight to the city gate. 1 hour later, in a small wood about 30 miles away from Maplewood City, Yang Kai fell from a high altitude. Before he could investigate all around, a familiar silhouette appeared in front of him, laughed, holds the fist saying, Brother Yang is so fast. Brother Kang, I've been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai also smiled at the other party and replied, the person in front of me is naturally Kang Saran. After Yang Kai received his subpoena, he immediately understood that the other party was ready, but the two people not at all walked out of Maplewood City together, but acted separately. Converge here. Kang Saran is also a cautious person, which fits Yang Kai's appetite. Nothing, I just arrived, and I haven't breathed a breath. Brother Yang, you will come. Kang Saran said with a smile, since Brother Yang has already come, it should not be too late. Let's set out now. While speaking, with a mouth, spit out a long shuttle-like secret treasure from the mouth. This secret treasure stretches in the wind and quickly becomes a 30-feet-long shuttle-shaped object around. Kang Saran pinched a few magic arts and shot a principal source power forward, and then secret treasure immediately exposed a small opening. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately understood that this is also a flying secret treasure. It was unambiguous at the moment, and stepped into it. After Kang Saran also entered, he was prompted by him. Long shot. A secret treasure galloped forward at a very fast speed. Let Brother Yang laugh. My flying secret treasure only has Void King grade middle rank level. The speed is not very fast, but it is better than saving power. It is better than flying on foot with you and me, Kang Saran said while utilizing On's flying secret treasure. Yang Kai nodded and said, enough. I just don't know how long it takes to get to the destination. About 3 days or so. Kang Saran said, just right. I also told Brother Yang carefully about the situation there. Yang Kai said, I am about to ask about this. At the moment, two people are staying inside secret treasure to talk. After getting up, after Kang Saran's narration, Yang Kai learned that the place where the cave mansion of the wonderful Pill Great Emperor 3 Discipline Gongsun Mu was located was a place called Yuan Cauldron Mountain. This mountain looks like a treasure pot from a distance, so it is called Yuan Cauldron Mountain by people nearby. The Yuan Cauldron Mountain is within the sphere of influence of the Raging Fire Palace. In the early years, Kang Saran also went to explore quietly by himself, but unfortunately he was not strong at the time, and he could not break the cave mansion's restriction. In the end, he went away with excitement and returned in defeat. According to his estimation at the time, even if Gongsun Mu's cave mansion restriction has fallen into disrepair for a long time, it cannot be broken by the martial artist of the Void King stage independently. At least the martial artist of the principal source stage will have it. This ability. That's why he had to invite Yang Kai to go with him. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he went alone, he would be powerless. The reason why Yang Kai was invited is that on the one hand, Gongsun Mu is proficient in pill refining. His cave mansion is absolutely attractive to Yang Kai, and he is not afraid of Yang Kai's rejection. On the other hand, it was also because of these days that he had contact with Yang Kai, which made Kang Saran feel that he was a credible person. Otherwise, for such a major event, how would Kang Saran rashly invite others to cooperate, even relatives and friends, in the face of huge interests? There are many examples. Since Brother Kang and Yuan Cauldron Mountain are in the sphere of influence of Raging Fire Palace, then we have to be careful when the time comes, otherwise it will be difficult to be found by the people of Raging Fire Palace. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning after listening. Although his time in Maplewood City is not long, he still knows much about Raging Fire Palace. The forces near Maplewood City. Originally only Raging Fire Palace can compete with City Lord's Mansion, because in Maplewood City, the strongest is City Master Yuan Shan, which has the cultivation of principal source 2-layer level realm, and in Raging Fire Palace, there is also a principal source 2-layer surnamed Luo Palace Master. Unfortunately, the surnamed Luo Palace Master was burnt to death by the Antiquity Holy Spirit Vermilion Bird Phoenix in the Jade Clear Mountain. Today's Raging Fire Palace should be greatly reduced. Brother Yang, don't worry. Kang Saran hearing this smiled. I asked a friend before, but Raging Fire Palace is now too busy to take care of it. How can I take care of us? What do you say? Yang Kai stunned. Kang Saran said, Brother Yang, You should have heard that the original Palace Master Falls of Raging Fire Palace is in Jade Clear Mountain, right? Yang Kai nodded. I didn't stop to hear that the owner was also there at the time. If it weren't for mysterious boundary beat to hide, he would definitely be buried with Luo Palace Master. Luo Palace Master Falls, Raging Fire Palace is now a piece of sand. The remaining two Vice Palace Masters in the temple are now busy fighting for power. Reliable news? Yang Kai frowned. Nature and reliable. Kang Saran slightly smiled. Not to mention that they are now fighting for power. And Yuan Cauldron Mountain was originally on the edge of the Raging Fire Palace. It was extremely desolate. I explored it in the early years. At that time, I didn't even see a silhouette. So Brother Yang, don't have to worry too much. This time we just need to be careful. We must be unconscious. This is the best way. Yang Kai nodding with satisfaction. At the moment, the two people don't talk much about it. They just chatted casually. Two people have the same cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. They are all prepared to hit the bottleneck of Principal Source stage. Naturally, there are many common topics. Along the way, we will exchange practice experience and ourselves. With the understanding of Principal Source stage and law power, time flies quickly. During this period, the two people took turns controlling the long shuttle to fly the secret treasure so that everyone's strength could be restored. 3 days later, a treasure pot-like mountain caught the eyes of two people. Is that Yuan Cauldron Mountain? Yang Kai raises the head. Not bad. Kang Saran's gaze reflected a hint of enthusiasm, as if he was very yearning for the mountain ahead. In the Five Colors Treasure Tower, he failed to get the Principal Source fruit. In the auction, he did not have enough financial resources to bid. Now his hope of promotion to the Principal Source stage is all counted on Gongsun Mu. The cave mansion is now, and naturally I look forward to the refined Principal Source pill in the cave mansion. Yaodi, Kang Saran frowned, looking in front of Divine Dynasty. At the same time, Yang Kai also suspiciously said, no, Storekeeper Kang, it's not the same as what you said over there. It seems very lively. With Yang Kai's vision, even after a few hundred miles away, he could see a lot of silhouettes moving over there, and from time to time, there were one or two flowing lights flying up and down, which seemed quite lively. Kang Saran couldn't help but complexion sank and stood up all at once. And at this moment, a stream of rainbow light flew on the head, and a silhouette stood blurred in the rainbow light, welcoming the two people straight. Kang Saran complexion changed, and the secret treasure, which was controlling the owner's flight, stopped. After a while, the rainbow light flew to the front, and the rays of light dissipated, revealing the silhouette of a person. This person looks about 30 years old, has a Void King 2-layer cultivation level, and wears clothes. Above, there is a burning mark on the chest, which is quite eye-catching. The discipline of Raging Fire Palace. Kang Saran startled and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, motioning him to don't be impatient. At this moment, the Raging Fire Palace disciple in front of me shouted, this place is within the sphere of influence of my Raging Fire Palace. Friends in the shuttle, please show up. Kang Saran frowned, and winked at Yang Kai after he pondered for a moment. Then his figure shook, and his figure appeared simultaneously with Yang Kai. The opponent's Raging Fire Palace's disciplined spiritual mind swept away and found that both Kang Saran and Yang Kai's cultivation level were one layer higher than him. It didn't mean to panic at all, but held the fist saying, dare to ask two friends, but I came for this Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Kang Saran was hearing this, and he couldn't help but think that the secret operation of the owner had been exposed. For a moment I don't know how to answer. Fortunately, Yang Kai took the conversation right away, opened the mouth and said, yes. Since it's all for Yuan Cauldron Mountain, just follow me, come on. The Raging Fire Palace disciple hearing this was not surprising. Instead, he waved to two people and led the way towards Xiang for Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Kang Saran and Yang Kai looked at each other, and they were a little confused. However, this is the end of the matter. You can only settle for what you have come, and take one step at a time. At the moment, Kang Saran put away his long shuttle secret treasure, followed by Yang Kai, 2 people behind, the Raging Fire Palace disciple behind, and galloped toward Yuan Cauldron Mountain. With a distance of 300 li, it will be there in a short while. Before waiting for the group of 3 people to fall down, a buzzing sound suddenly came from inside Yuan Cauldron Mountain, as if the mountain within the body was rolling over by thunder, deafening. Kang Saran and Yang Kai, 2 people's complexion changed simultaneously, subconsciously stimulating the power within the body to prevent accidents. And the Raging Fire Palace disciple leading the way in front of it looked unpleasant. Not only did he stop his pace, but also raised the head with interest. Following his gaze, Yang Kai also raises the head and looks. The sound of muffled thunder rolling over has continued, from bottom to top, as if something was about to rush out of Yuan Cauldron Mountain. After a while, there was a loud noise. From the top of the mountain, a cloud of 5 colors is actually sprayed out. The glow encircles, layer upon layer, spread out quickly like ripples, and gradually disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai couldn't help taking a deep breath, showing an astonished color on his face. It smells so fragrant. What is this? Kang Saran, expression gloomy and uncertain, and also drew the air sharply from the side. At this moment, the air was full of strong fragrance, which made people smell refreshed. This was heard by the Raging Fire Palace disciple who led the way. He looked back at Kang Saran and said, "Too, could it be that not attracted by this natural phenomenon?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately said, "That's right, I just don't know what this natural phenomenon is, so I want to come closer and have a look." Hey, I don't know what caused this natural phenomenon. I just heard Zong Palace Master and Lian Palace Master say that this should be a sign that rare treasure is about to be born. Marshall Peak Chapter 2082. Chapter 2082 Negotiation. I have had a cold for several days and it's so uncomfortable. Zong Palace Master and Lian Palace Master. Yang Kai, hearing this, couldn't help but startled. It is the original 2 Vice Palace Master of Raging Fire Palace. One is called Zong King and the other is called Lian Yuming. Kang Saran explained quietly from the side. Yang Kai showed a clear color, looked down, and quickly locked the 2 principal source stage powerhouses standing not far away, thinking that the 2 people should be Zong King and Lian Yuming. The 2 Vice Palace Masters of Raging Fire Palace all have the strength of Principal Source 1 layer, and the same is true for the 2 people. There are also Raging Fire Palace marks on their clothes, which should not be wrong. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he was practicing in the 5 Colors Treasure Tower, he met a guy named Zong Zijin on the Soaring Dragon Altar, who had a Void King 3-layer cultivation. The level is also from Raging Fire Palace. From this point of view, Zong Zijin and Zong King are very likely to be related by blood, even the father and son may be. After a while, the natural phenomenon disappeared, and at the same time, the fragrance in the air disappeared for an instant. The Raging Fire Palace disciple who led Yang Kai and Kang Saran over just beckoned and flew down with 2 people, holding the fist saying in front of the 2 principal source stage powerhouses, reporting back to 2 palace masters. 2 more people were attracted by the natural phenomenon of Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Hearing his report, one of the 2 principal source stage powerhouses is taller. Nodded, spiritual mind swept over Yang Kai and Kang Saran, 2 people, and said indifferently, "Come on. Just take it to the side and set it aside." Yes. Then Raging Fire Palace disciple complied, leading Yang Kai and Kang Saran, 2 people aside, and said, "You and you wait here. If there is action, you will be notified." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai quickly stopped him. "What else?" The Raging Fire Palace disciple seemed rather impatient. Yang Kai grinned, got up, reached out and quietly stuffed a little source crystal for him, and whispered, "It's this kind of friend, I want to ask, what's the situation now? If it is convenient, can you explain it to me?" The Raging Fire Palace disciple felt the number of source crystals continuously sent from Yang Kai in his sleeve, and then smiled with satisfaction and said, "Also, what can be the case? Let's be honest, this Yuan Cauldron Mountain doesn't know what's going on. and there is a predecessor cave mansion. If this natural phenomenon hadn't been revealed, I'm afraid no one would know. You see, we the two palace master and many elite disciples in the palace rushed here, and they came to this predecessor cave mansion. Predecessor cave mansion? Yang Kai pretended to be extremely surprised. Abruptly focusing on the eyeballs, he said, "Since you found the cave mansion, why not explore Raging Fire Palace alone? Not only does not block the martial artist, but also welcomes us here." Why? The Raging Fire Palace disciple, hearing this, looked around, and whispered, "If you can explore alone, what do you think there are others? It's just that the two palace masters have tried it, and they can't break it. This cave mansion's restriction, this cave mansion seems to be left by an Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. The power of restriction is still very strong even after countless years. All the elites of our Raging Fire Palace are on the same side, and it's nothing to take that restriction away, so I can only rely on external forces." Listening to what he said, Yang Kai suddenly showed his expression, "So that's how it is." Aside, Kang Saranis frowned. Obviously he was a little surprised. After all, he came to quietly explore this cave mansion back then, and felt that although the restriction was powerful, it would not be difficult for Principal Source Stage Powerhouse. But now it's not good to ask questions rashly. According to you, Gideon seems to intend to break through the restriction with the help of outsiders like us? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "This is natural. So many people have great power." Yang Kai laughed. "With the help of me and other forces, I naturally have no objection, but if the restriction is really broken, how should the contents be distributed?" The Raging Fire Palace disciple, hearing this, shook his head and said, "I will not clear this. This is something that the two palace masters need to worry about." "Okay, let's say everything." "Here, my friend, don't be impatient." When the words fell, this person walked away without any explanation, and did not give Yang Kai a chance to ask questions. After this person left, Yang Kai glanced at Kang Saran, and the two people walked aside tacitly, their expressions a little ugly. "Really didn't expect things will become like this." Kang Saran frowned. "If we knew this before, we should have come to investigate sooner." "Hey, this natural phenomenon is now. As soon as it comes out, I'm afraid that everyone who sees nearby will rush over. There shouldn't be any difference between coming early and late. Since the two Principal Source Stage can't break the restriction even if it's done personally, it's our two people. I'm afraid I can't do anything about strength. Although there are disadvantages in this situation, it is not necessarily unprofitable." "What do you say about Brother Yang?" Kang Saran stunned at him. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Storekeeper Kang has resources that no one else has. This is an advantage." Kang Saran, hearing this, thought. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yes. The things I have are of great value." What the two people refer to is naturally the internal roadmap of Cave Mansion, the descendants of Gongsunma's servants. What was given to Kang Saran not only included the specific location of Cave Mansion, but also the internal route. With this thing in hand, no matter how many people go in, Yang Kai and Kang Saran are not afraid of losing the opportunity. Furthermore, according to the news that Yang Kai has inquired about, the people at Raging Fire Palace only know that there is a cave mansion in this Yuan Cauldron Mountain. As for whose cave mansion, what is in it is all I don't know. Thinking of this, Kang Saran's mind relaxed, and looked at each other with Yang Kai, closed pupils, meditating calmly and waiting. With the passage of time, more and more martial artists are attracted by the natural phenomenon and rush to Yuan Cauldron Mountain. However, the strength of these martial artists is mixed. There are a lot of Void Return stages. Void King stage there are only a dozen. In addition to the martial artists who have gathered here before, the number of people has exceeded the 70 mark. 2 days later, the two Principal Source Stage powerhouse of Raging Fire Palace glanced at each other. Zong King gently nodded and said, "We are almost there. Let's start." Lian Yuming, he also nodded and said, "The night is long and dreamy, it's time to do it." The words fell. The two people stood up at the same time. As soon as the two people moved, The martial artists gathered here opened their eyes one after another and looked at them. Zong King swept his eyes down, opened the mouth and said, "Everyone should have been attracted by the natural phenomenon here. Please, everyone here has been waiting for such a long time, and I am going to Raging Fire Palace Vice Palace Master Zong King. There must be many people who know it. The name of the Vice Palace Master, I know it naturally, but the Vice Palace Master dare to ask you what is the so-called when we gather here. What's the famous inside Yuan Cauldron Mountain?" asked the impatient martial artist immediately below. Zong King, hearing this, faintly smiled and said, "This friend's question is good, and Zong is also going to explain this to you." What is the inside of Yuan Cauldron Mountain? Zong is actually not very clear. He only knows that there is an ancestor cave mansion, and it seems to be the cave mansion left over by the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. The cave mansion of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. It's actually inside Yuan Cauldron Mountain. This place used to be desolate. I have passed by here many times. How can I not expect to explore it? Hey, what a loss, it's so big. In an instant, everyone talking at once heard the noise. Some were very upset, some were extremely excited, and some had expression changes. Zong King said with a smile, "This cave mansion, I've explored the Raging Fire Palace before. Although I broke the previous second layer restriction, I couldn't break the last one layer restriction, so I always can't enter. Therefore, I can only rely on the power of your friends. Later, I will work with my Raging Fire Palace. As long as I break the last one layer restriction, I can open the cave mansion, get a glimpse of it." The previous second layer restriction has been broken. Kang Saran showed a looking thoughtful expression. He had been suspicious before that Raging Fire Palace has two principal source stage. Why can't Powerhouse break open the restriction? Now it seems that it is not impossible to break open, but blocked at the last one layer. Thinking about it, it makes sense. His previous probe was not at all wrong, but he couldn't probe deeper restrictions at all with his strength. If it weren't for the occurrence of this natural phenomenon, just relying on him and Yang Kai, two people, even if they could break the second layer restriction in front, they would be blocked by the three-layer restriction. Thinking of this, Kang Saran felt a little more balanced. Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse's cave mansion, everyone should know what it is, and judging from this natural phenomenon, Zongma can also guarantee that there are definitely good things in the cave mansion, and that things, it is very likely that spirit grass wonderful medicine is about to mature. The natural phenomenon is obvious. The 5 colors of sunlight spray and the ripples spread, and there is an attractive fragrance. This natural phenomenon exactly secret treasure can only the rare spirit grass wonderful medicine can be produced. Zong Palace Master, I would like to ask, if the restriction is broken, how should the contents be distributed? Your Raging Fire Palace has a powerhouse. If you really want to snatch it, I won't fight back. Opportunity. A sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was erratic, making it hard for people to figure out the source of the sound. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was silent, and looked at Zong King with scorching eyes. Obviously everyone was very concerned about this issue, and it was also the place that everyone worried about. Zong King, hearing this, did not mean the slightest irritation, but said with a slight smile, "You can understand your concerns, but Zong can guarantee that if you can work together to break the restriction, well, whoever gets the good stuff in it will get it. Zongmu and elder brother Lian will never shoot at any of you." Lian Yuming had been standing next to him in silence, and right now nodded. "Zong Vice Palace Master, there is no proof in your mouth. Just a word from you. How can we all trust you? When the time comes, you and Lian Vice Palace Master, even if we do, we can't resist." The sharp voice came out again. Zong King slightly smiled. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he quickly froze on a skinny man, looking at him with deep eyes and saying, "If this friend really doesn't believe in Zongmu and elder brother Lian, then you can go, we will never force you." Martial Peak Chapter 2083 Chapter 2083 Breaking the Prohibition. In the crowd, the face of the thin man who was stared at by Zong King changed slightly. making it difficult to look. But he was also a bachelor. Seeing that his whereabouts were revealed, he simply no longer hides, but holds the fist saying, "Vice Palace Master, forgive me, I just fumbled." Since the two palace masters have this promise, then I naturally believe in two. In this situation, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Zong King has already put his words here, and others can't force him to swear and so on. If you want to enter the cave mansion, there is only one choice: believe Zong King's words. So the skinny man judged the situation and hurriedly complimented. Listening to what he said, Zong King smiled with satisfaction and looked around and said, "If there is any friend who has doubts about this, you might as well ask them all. Zong can give you one after another answer." The whole room is silent. Zong King nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, it seems that you are all prepared. If this is the case, then it should not be too late. Let's get ready to do it. But the ugly thing is first, we will crack it later." During restriction, if anyone dares to go to work but to fish in troubled water, he should not blame Zongma for being ruthless. Everyone even said they didn't dare. At this time, Lian Yuming, who has been standing next to Zong King, said, "Now, old man will explain to you the characteristics of this restriction. You can work hard together later, and listen carefully. Now, this ancestor cave mansion is definitely left over by an Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. The restriction outside cave mansion is divided into 3 layers. The first 2 layers is not difficult to crack. My fellows at Raging Fire Palace have already. The only thing that is difficult to handle is the 3rd layer. If you want to crack it, you must have enough power. If the power is not enough, you can't break it. Once the 3rd layer can't be broken, it will be broken before. The first 2 layers will also be repaired quickly, and my Raging Fire Palace will be stuck on the 3 layer. Later, my Raging Fire Palace's discipline will try to get rid of the first or second layer that was repaired before. Everyone, my friend, Brother Zong and I jointly cracked the 3 layer. Don't you have any comments? Naturally, there is no opinion, but Vice Palace Master, what's the cracking method? Could it be that everyone just needs to attack restriction? Someone asked below. This is also an issue that everyone cares about. Lian Yuming, hearing this, nodded and said, "The power goes back to the power, but you can't use brute force. It must be done with the power of secret treasure." It's this kind of, old man has a secret treasure in his hand. It happens to be used here. While speaking, he suddenly handed his wrist, and a dagger about 2 fingers long appeared on the palm of his palm. The dagger appeared dark in color with a different edge. Mang circulation is a good thing at first glance. Principal source grade secret treasure. Someone criticized out in surprise, showing an expression of envy. The martial artists who came here are basically all of Void Return Stage and Void King Stage. They don't have the secret treasure of Principal Source grade at all. Now when I see this dagger, I am naturally surprised. Yes, the old man dagger is exactly the general Principal Source grade secret treasure, but a Principal Source grade middle rank secret treasure. It also has a feature: the greater the power poured into it, the greater the damage that can be exerted. So if you use old man's ability to push this dagger with all your strength, it will not be able to exert its full effect. Later, after I and Brother Zong have started, we will pour our own power into this dagger. The middle is enough, and the rest is left to old man. Lian Yuming said with a complacent expression, as if he was very satisfied with the dagger of own. It turns out that Vice Palace Master Lian has such a peculiar secret treasure, so it must be no problem to crack the restriction this time. There is a martial artist below, cheering up. If there is any problem, it depends on whether you can exert enough energy. Lian Yuming took the hand wrist and put the dagger back away, shouted, "If you have no other problems," then he rested for a quarter of an hour, and after a quarter of an hour, we started to act. After speaking, he took the lead in the closed pupil to get up. Seeing this, other people naturally hurriedly adjust their breath, trying to achieve peak in their own state. And that Zong King was not idle, walked in front of the many disciplines of Raging Fire Palace, talked to them carefully, and their conversation did not deliberately cover up, so everyone can still listen to the clear. Seeing that Zong King was just telling the timing of Raging Fire Palace's many disciplines to crack the restriction, everyone was relieved. Brother Yang, be careful later. I always feel that something is wrong. The people at Raging Fire Palace shouldn't be so easy to talk. Kang Saran's voice suddenly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai quietly nodded. The martial artists present are not fools. Naturally, many people have concerns and doubts in this regard, but at present, no one will risk offending Raging Fire Palace and put this issue on the table. Only the owner secretly vigilant and acted by chance. A quarter of an hour later, Lian Yuming and Zong King gathered together again. The former suddenly shouted, "Time is here, come with old man." While speaking, flew upwards immediately. When other people saw this, they naturally followed in a hurry. In a short while, everyone came to the hillside of Yuan Cauldron Mountain. There is an abrupt stone platform on this hillside. The area of the platform is not small enough to hold dozens of people. In front of the platform, there was a bare stone wall. After arriving here, Lian Yuming and Zong King asked everyone to stop, and the owner flew to the stone wall and checked them carefully. "That's the entrance?" Yang Kai asked Kang Saran quietly. Kang Saran is nodded, not at all talking. After a short while, the two vice palace masters of Raging Fire Palace flew back and stood still in front of everyone. Zong King said, "Everyone, Zong and elder brother Lian just checked and confirmed sure enough, the restriction has been repaired. Let's do as we discussed earlier. If we can break the restriction in one fell swoop, then we can enter the cave mansion of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse to get a glimpse of the Emperor Senior Stage cultivation technique and medicine. Pill, secret treasure. Maybe they are all inside, and I will definitely be worthwhile to wait." When I said it, many people showed emotional expressions, and their blood boiled over. Zong King's face suddenly grumbled, and he shouted, "Raging Fire Palace disciples, let's do it." After that, the dozens of elite disciples of Raging Fire Palace suddenly divided after 2 rounds. Each formed a weird formation, centered on one of the most powerful martial artists in each formation, and continuously picked up mysterious magic arts. Among these people, Yang Kai saw the silhouette of Zong Zijin, and he was the center of a group of people. With the power of the people in Raging Fire Palace, a surprising scene appeared. The power of these people seems to be connected together, and they are no longer distinguished from each other, and the two Raging Fire Palace disciple as the center. Aura went straight from the Void King 3-layer to the principal source stage level. This is obviously a special secret technique of Raging Fire Palace, which allows the caster to connect the power to the degree of improvement in a short time. After a while, the leader of one of the group of people snorted, and suddenly a sharp sword appeared in his hand. A force poured into it. The sharp sword was slightly trembled in the void, and then rushed forward. Directly inserted into void. In front of that, the dazzling restriction rays of light of 1 layer suddenly lit up, blocking the long sword. But under the desperate urge of the martial artist, this restriction was quickly cut apart. At this moment, the discipline of the second wave Raging Fire Palace, led by Zong Zijin, also activated the power of secret technique. Zong Zijin was blessing with the power of everyone, and the rays of light flashed in his hand. He didn't know what secret treasure was used, and he threw it straight forward, bursting out a group of rays of light. The rays of light swept over the restriction that was broken by the first 1 layer, and soon triggered the block of the 2-layer restriction. From the power of restriction, the 2-layer restriction is much thicker than the 1 layer, but it still cannot stop the martial artists such as Raging Fire Palace. In a short while, the 2-layer restriction was broken opens an opening. At this moment, Lian Yuming, who has been waiting, loudly shouted, "Shoot!" After that, he took out the previous dagger secret treasure and held spirit art, changing like a butterfly through flowers. Zong King, hearing this standing beside him, poured his own power into the dagger without thinking. At the next moment, dozens of martial artists from outside have also used techniques to pour their power into the inner dagger. The dagger hummed, and as countless forces poured in, its volume actually changed. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge monster that was about 2 jang long. It is the multicolored rays of light. Lian Yuming's arms trembled violently, and there was a hard expression on his face, as if the power of utilizing the huge control also puts him under tremendous pressure. He only insisted on not 10 breaths, so he had to loudly shouted, "Go!" As he pointed his hand, the 2 zang long daggers whizzed. It shot out with a blast, skimmed over the 1-layer restriction and 2-layer restriction, and cut directly into the void. Bang! There was a cry. The dagger shook slightly. Lian Yuming's body trembled, and other martial artists who poured power into the dagger at this moment also seemed to feel a huge power bounce back, making no few people complexion slightly changed. In front of the dagger, the thicker 1-layer restriction twinkling has played rays of light, fighting against the dagger, so that the dagger can no longer make any money. Lian Yuming looked a little ugly when he saw this. He kept changing several spirit art in his hands, and couldn't break the 3-layer restriction even for a moment. The situation was suddenly deadlocked. And what makes the situation worse is that Zhong Zijin suddenly shouted at this time, "Father, the 2nd-layer restriction is about to be repaired." While speaking, he is responsible for breaking at the opening of the 2-layer restriction crack. Twinkling turned white light, and the slit was repaired at an extremely fast speed, forcing him and other Aging Fire Palace disciple to desperately push the energy to maintain it. Status quo. Zong King's face suddenly became gloomy when he saw it, and shouted, "Everyone, success or failure is in this one action. If I can't break the 3-layer restriction, I will never be able to enter this ancestor cave mansion. Do you still want to retain your strength? Could it be that you don't want to see what good things are in Cave Mansion?" Martial Peak Chapter 2084. Chapter 2084 Abandon one's benefactor after achieving one's goal. As soon as Zong King's words came out, everyone's expressions were awe-inspiring, and a few others expressed expressions. Obviously, as Zong King said, cooperate. The martial artists of the 2 principal source stage action did not use their full strength, and they all counted on others to exert more effort so that they could enjoy their success. If the 3-layer restriction is broken in one fell swoop, it's okay, no one will blame it, but now the 3-layer restriction has reached a stalemate in the cracking process, leaving some people in a situation embarrassed. Zong King said again, "Zongmu doesn't know what you think, but Zongmu wants to see what kind of treasure is inside." The words fall, he drummed with the power of the body, and poured more fiercely towards the dagger. In the crowd, someone saw this and couldn't help but yell, "Since the Vice Palace Master is so confident, then I have to hide something. If I don't take action at this time, I will wait when." While speaking, this man no longer hides his clumsiness, and tries his best to mobilize Sentuan. The rest of the people looked at each other, their eyes were firm, and they all cheered. In a flash, the already huge dagger has been enlarged a lot, obviously because it has received more power. And such an increase made Lian Yuming feel a little faintly uncontrollable. He couldn't help but complexion changed and shouted, "Okay, thanks to everyone's help. Old man has just tried his life, and I want to break this restriction." He opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of red blood essence toward the front, turning it into a blood mist, covering the dagger. Soon, the blood mist was completely absorbed by the dagger, and the multicolored dagger immediately added 1-layer red rays of light on the multicolored dagger, and the turbulent dagger was stabilized again. Along with Lian Yuming's angry roar, the dagger and the 3-layer restriction clash with earth-shaking, and the energy between heaven and earth, spiritual energy, is suddenly chaotic. Kaka. Finally, a light sound came out, and everyone heard that sound, and they couldn't help but feel happy at the complexion, because of the solid 3-layer restriction, finally opens an opening. Lian Yuming changed magic arts once again, making an imposing manner like a tiger, urging the owner's principal source grade middle rank secret treasure to cut forward fiercely. With a bang, the 3-layer restriction is instantly fragmented, like a shattered mirror, it just fell apart. At the moment when the 3-layer restriction was broken, The 1-layer and 2-layer restriction also disappeared like a bubble burst. "It's done!" someone shouted with joy. Some people are already moving in shape, ready to rush forward. But at this moment, Lian Yuming and Zong King suddenly took a dozen feet toward retreat. At the same time, those Raging Fire Palace disciple also made the same action, simultaneous retreat. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Without a word, he grabbed Kang Saran, who was about to rush forward, and flew back a few tenjiang distances. The next moment, whiz whiz whiz's voice suddenly burst out. One after another dazzling rays of light shot out from the stone wall in front, as dense as raindrops, and fell into the crowd. "What is this? Not good! Hide away!" Screams, loudly shouting. Those unsuspecting the martial artists scattered round saw something wrong, so naturally they evaded again and again. The attack speed that can be laced from the stone wall is so fast, it doesn't wait for these people to be guarded before they come close. The next moment, screams sounded one after another. The martial artists on the volley shoot fresh blood like dumplings, falling from the sky. The more powerful martial artists burst into a ball of blood mist. Skeleton doesn't exist. Dozens of martial artists fell over, half of them in an instant, and none of the Void Return stage level survived. Even if the remaining Void King stage survived, everyone would take it. The injuries, the more serious ones, were missing arms and legs, which looked terrible. In the extreme distance, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink, and Kang Saran looked pale, with a lingering expression. If Yang Kai hadn't caught the chance just now and pulled him a hand, he would probably not die or be seriously injured at the moment. After the restriction is broken, there really are other traps. Zong King's words suddenly came from the side. Lian Yuming gently nodded beside him. "Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise..." He turned his head while speaking and looked towards all around. The rest are still alive. Seeing his eyes, the martial artist was filled with righteous indignation, with an angry expression on his face. No one dared to say anything, because everyone knows that nothing is useless now. Although Raging Fire Palace is not kind at this time, but when going out, where is the no intrigue? Where is the no intrigue? If Own fails to guard against, how can you blame others? The only blame is that Own doesn't show much attention. Even more, how? The Raging Fire Palace is still intact, and the two principal source stage powerhouses sitting there, and has not taken the initiative to shoot at other people. Now if you blame them, maybe they really want to kill them. To the last one, who will not do this kind of stupid thing, huh? Zong King suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai and Kang Saran, who were standing a few tenjiang away, lightly exclaimed, and seemed surprised that these two people were safe. But he didn't care too much, but said to the people of Raging Fire Palace, "The restriction is open, let's go in." While speaking, "Take the lead to expose the stone wall." The entrance rushed away. The rest of the people at Raging Fire Palace also follow closely from behind. After a while, the people at Raging Fire Palace left thoroughly. Until then, there was a foul-mouthed voice, but now those martial artists can only get addicted to their mouths. With heavy casualties, who has the guts to explore the Ancestor Cave Mansion? Not to mention whether there is a more terrifying restriction. Just say that the bad guys like Raging Fire Palace are not easy to mess with. Entering them in this state is definitely 9 deaths and still alive. So after scolding for a while, many people flew away immediately, looking for a place to healing. Yang Kai and Kang Saran looked at each other, and the faces of the two people were very ugly. Although it has long been known that the people at Raging Fire Palace are not so good at talking, no one didn't expect that they would murder a person with a borrowed knife and cut off potential competitors directly. Up, among the foreign martial artists, only Yang Kai and Kang Saran, two people who are still intact, are the only ones who rush into it. If they run into the Raging Fire Palace team, what will they end up? People know it well. Just when the two people were undecided, the sound of Hong Long Long came from the cracked hole in the stone wall. Upon hearing the sound, the two people were startled, raises the head and saw the opening was closed at a subtle speed. This entrance can't exist for a long time. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help changing, and he quickly said, "Brother Kang, enter or not?" Kang Saran's expression changed. He also hesitated in his heart. His eyes looked at the hole about to be completely closed, and then clenched the teeth and said, "Brother Yang, go back. I'll go in alone." He obviously doesn't want to put Yang Kai to be dragged down. At the end of the speech, she flew directly towards the stone wall. After a while, he stepped into Yuan Cauldron Mountain, and when he looked back, the hole was closed. As if aware, Kang Saran turned his head and saw Yang Kai smiling and looking at On. He didn't find out what Yang Kai was and came in with On. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Brother Yang, if you have something to say later, we will solve it first. Get rid of the trouble in front of you." Yang Kai laughed, then turned around and stared at the front. In the front, there are two Void King 3-layer Raging Fire Palace disciples looking coldly at this side with a bad look. The figure on the left is tall, perhaps because of the practice of the fire attribute cultivation technique. His skin is red, even his hair is red, and the one on the right is short and fat with a big belly. Staring at Yang Kai and Kang Saran, two people with a smile on his face. His face is fat, his small eyes are narrowed, and his eyes are out of sight. Kang Saran frowned when he saw this. Naturally, he knew that these two people were left by the Raging Fire Palace to guard the entrance, in case anyone else enters here. Thinking about it, he holds the fist saying, "Two, what does this mean?" The tall martial artist on the left heard this, and did not speak, but the fat martial artist said with a smile, "It's what meaning? Don't you still not clear it?" "Everyone understands. I won't say more nonsense. Now this entrance has been closed, and it seems that no one else will come in. Two, I think. Are you here for a longer and shorter time with my fellow apprentices, or sit down and talk casually and pass the time?" Kang Saran complexion changed. Low shouted, "What your excellency said, yes. Are you not going to let us pass by?" The obese martial artist cupped one fist in the other hand, and said, "The two Vice Palace Masters' orders, I dare not follow the order, and friends, don't make us embarrassed. Anyway, we also worked together to restriction just now, which is also a bit emotional. Raging Fire Palace is a good way to play." Kang Saran complexion ashen, said solemnly, "Yuo Kang, does someone insist on living here?" Humpty martial artist complexion sank, cold light appeared in his narrowed eyes, and his tone was cold. "If it's this kind of, then don't blame me. Fellow apprentices is ruthless." Wait. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted. The pudgy martial artist immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. He thought that Yang Kai was trying to say something, but he could see it, but it was a ray of light slashing toward the owner like an arrow from the string. Pumpy martial artist complexion changed, without even wanting to take a deep breath directly. His already pudgy body suddenly became more obese, and his body shape soared. He opened his mouth, and a ball of fire spewed out of his mouth, turning into a fire dragon, and greeted the rays of light from the opposite side. At the same time that the two people started to work, Kang Saran and another tall man also reacted. Kang Saran said nothing, suddenly took out a club-shaped secret treasure in his hand, and source strength poured in. After that, the club-shaped secret treasure immediately turned into a purple rays of light, blasting towards the tall man. When the tall man saw this, he was shocked and not panicked. When he flipped his wrist, he grabbed a long knife and shouted, "The sword rolls the river." The long knife leaning out, between the twinkling of the sword, the hot power overflowed, and the unrolled bolt of white silk-like flowing light greeted Kang Saran's secret treasure. Hong long long. There was a loud noise. 4 Void King 3-layer rushed their hands in this small tunnel, and the force they aroused seemed to break the entire mountain. Martial Peak Chapter 2085. Chapter 2085 Investigation. There was a booming sound, and the knife skills displayed by the red-haired man at Raging Fire Palace collided with Kang Saran's secret treasure, bursting out dazzling rays of light, terrifying. The extreme energy fluctuation spreads and spreads all around. At the same time, Yang Kai and the obese martial artist also took hands. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack came suddenly, the obese martial artist was obviously not an ordinary person. Since he can participate in this operation, and was left by Zong King and Lian Yuming to guard the cave entrance, naturally the elite of Raging Fire Palace, with the ability to jump over the ranks to fight, took a deep breath. After his body became more obese, he spit out a fire dragon in his mouth and sprayed it forward, making Yang Kai almost inevitable. After the fire flashed, Yang Kai's silhouette seemed to be melted away and gradually disappeared. The fat martial artist frowned. He instinctively thought that Yang Kai shouldn't be killed so easily. But looking around, he couldn't see Yang Kai's trace at all, which made him feel a little bit in his heart. Inevitably a bad feeling came out. At this moment, a peculiar power suddenly emerged from behind him. Once that power took shape, it enveloped him like a cage. For a moment, he only felt that the space where he was all around suddenly it became extremely viscous, for no reason gave birth to a feeling of falling into the swamp. And this power not only affected the flexibility of his body, but also affected the operation of his power within the body. Domain. How is it possible? The fat martial artist exclaimed in shock. He is also a martial artist at the Void King 3-layer level. His own domain has reached the realm of big accomplishment. When confronting the enemy, the domain will naturally be shrouded in his body all around, guarding against unexpected events. But when the enemy's domain was displayed, he suddenly felt that his domain was completely suppressed. The same Void King 3-layer, how can the other's domain be so terrifying, compared with his own domain? It is as ridiculous as a child playhouse. Moreover, in the domain of the opponent, there seems to be a weird power that can affect space power. He was shocked. He bit his tongue and squirted out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, he screamed wildly, desperately urging the source strength of owned within the body, wanting to get rid of this domain of bondage and suppression. The cracks sounded, and the fat martial artist's bones rubbed against each other, which made people feel sore in their ears. Behind him, Yang Kai saw this, his eyes cold. A long sword leisurely appeared on the palm. Within the body power poured into the long sword, accompanied by a clear sword cry. With the sound, Yang Kai's body wrapped in the sword light, turning into a whirlwind, the rays of light twinkling on the tip of the sword, cut towards the neck of the fat martial artist. Before the sword light arrives, a force of hard to describe envelops the fat martial artist. The figure of the fat martial artist couldn't help but tremble, and the small eyes that had been squinted suddenly became round, as if he had seen a ghost in the day, with an incredible color on his face. The rays of light flashed past, Yang Kai emerging heavily in front of the fat martial artist, holding a sword in one hand, and lightly throwing one drop of the red blood bead on the blade. The fat martial artist stood in place, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, with a hoop in his throat, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only hold out 2 words, the law. The words fall. The fat martial artist's fat body is like a punctured balloon, which quickly dries up. At the same time, a blood red trace appeared on his neck, and the fresh blood suddenly appeared. The fountain spouts normally, and the head is lifted up by this impulse. With a slap, the headless body of the fat martial artist fell on his back. You dare to kill me, senior brother. Seeing this, the red-haired martial artist couldn't help. The soul flew away and scattered, shouting loudly. Compared with the death of the own senior brother, he couldn't believe that Yang Kai could succeed in such a short time. What kind of strength the own senior brother is, he can't be clear. But it's raging fire. How could the elite of the palace elite be cut off the head by a guy who is also a Void King 3-layer in 2s or 2s? While he shouted, he was Susu inhaling cold breath, only to feel cold all over. Yang Kai raised his head and coldly said, "What about killing? The next one is your turn." The red-haired martial artist was shocked and shocked the retreat again and again. Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kang, you don't need to show mercy anymore. The word is over." Yang Kai has wrapped the sword light again and cuts down towards the red-haired martial artist. At this point, Kang Saran is also clenched the teeth, fully urging the power of the own secret treasure, and attacking the red-haired martial artist. Although the strength of the red-haired martial artist is not weaker than that of the fat senior brother, Yang Kai and the two people with Kang Saran are not easy to provoke. With the two people joining hands, the red-haired martial artist has to be beaten. For his part, there is no counter-attack at all, and, due to the terrain, the red-haired martial artist can't even escape. 5 minutes later, the red-haired martial artist also fell in a pool of blood. Until then, Kang Saran seemed to recognize Yang Kai again, looking at him up and down, with surprise rays of light in his eyes. Although storekeeper Kang has met Yang Kai for a short time, this is the first time that he has joined forces in a real sense. Before that, Kang Saran didn't know that Yang Kai's was so powerful. Brother Yang's longsword is the secret treasure of principal source grade, isn't it? Kang Saran looked thoughtful at the weapon Yang Kai was holding. Yang Kai grinned, nodded and said, "Exactly. This longsword is exactly the one used by Han Leng before. After Han Leng died, he naturally became Yang Kai's trophy. Although Yang Kai itself has not reached the principal source stage level, it has absorbed that many broken law power in the Five Colors Treasure Tower, so it can also use some law power slightly, supplemented by this longsword and the spatial secret technique. Kill martial artists of the same level as easy as blowing off dust. Brother Yang was able to mobilize law power. It seems that the promotion is not far away, so Kang is envied. Kang Saran sighed. Although he is much older than Yang Kai, and the time to reach Void King 3 layer is much longer than Yang Kai, he has never touched the threshold of the law so far, and he has been stuck in principal source stage. Besides, the comparison between the two sides at this moment made him admire and frustrated. Brother Kang, don't worry, as long as you find the principal source pill here. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get promoted? Yang Kai casually comforted. Kang Saran's eyes lit up and nodded, exactly. Then, two people will pick up the space ring of the dead Raging Fire Palace martial artist, and one person will take one. Then continue to explore inside. What is the inside of this cave mansion in Gongsun-mu? Yang Kai and Kang Saran did not have time to investigate carefully. After all, the fat martial artist and the red-haired martial artist were caught by the fat martial artist and the red-haired martial artist as soon as they came in. It's blocked. Looking at it at the moment, there is a tunnel in front of which is not too spacious. The tunnel is all around. I don't know what strange stones are dotted and emit bright rays of light, so it is not dim. The two people walked forward slowly while investigating carefully. They did not encounter any danger, nor did they encounter the Raging Fire Palace, who again. There are traces of the Raging Fire Palace martial artist on the road ahead, but they are nowhere to be seen. I don't know where they went. About 5 minutes later, the two people suddenly stepped into a spacious stone chamber. After entering the stone chamber, I looked around. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a stunned color, because there was no way to go, and the situation in the stone chamber was also obvious at a glance, except for many stone tripods carved with stone. Besides, there is nothing else. There are a lot of stone tripods, and roughly at least 30. What makes Yang Kai feel weird is that the people at Raging Fire Palace are not here. Brother Yang, what's the situation? Kang Saran looked stunned. Yang Kai shook the head, cautiously released spiritual mind and inspected the stone chamber, and found not at all dangerous traces, opened the mouth and said, "There is no fork in this road. The people at Raging Fire Palace should definitely be here, but they are nowhere to be seen now. Could it be that there is any transmission formation here?" When Kang Saran heard it, it made sense and immediately opened the mouth and said, "Why don't you look for it?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Kang, I will check this stone chamber. You can look at the road map and see if you can find a way out." Okay. Kang Saran complied, took out a piece of yellowed animal skin paper from On's space ring, frowned and looked at it. Yang Kai took advantage of this time to carefully search every corner of the stone chamber. The stone chamber is not big. After a while, he returned to the original point again, looking back and forth on the stone cauldrons. If there is anything suspicious in this stone chamber, then there are undoubtedly only these stone tripods. But he also used spiritual mind to investigate it carefully just now. There is nothing strange about shiding. It is not an item refining material itself, just an ordinary stone. I looked back at Kang Saran and saw that he was still searching the animal hide paper, and he didn't seem to have any clues yet. Yang Kai didn't bother him, but walked to a stone tripod and stretched out his hand. Touched. As soon as Yang Kai's hand came into contact with the stone tripod, a strange caca noise suddenly came out. At the same time, a hole suddenly opened where Yang Kai stood. As soon as he sank, he immediately fell down. Yang Kai, heart slightly startled, without panic, turning within the body strength, wanting to fly into the air. Something that surprised Yang Kai happened. Just when he was running his power, a huge suction came from under his feet. Before he could fly, he sucked him into the black hole on the ground. At this time, Yang Kai really changed his complexion, and only had time to speak, and the whole person fell straight down. Above his head, the originally split black hole was reclosed at this moment, making him plunge into darkness. Brother Yang. On the side, Kang Saran was shocked when he heard the movement, and quickly got up and rushed towards this side, but it was still too late. When he arrived at the place, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Gazing at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, Kang Saran's expression changed several times, and finally clenched the teeth, reaching out and grabbing the stone tripod that Yang Kai had touched before. Nothing. Not at all. The imaginary ground cracking happened. Kang Saran tried several times before he determined that owning this kind of was useless. As a last resort, he could only turn his gaze to the other stone cauldrons, one after another tentatively, until the seventh stone cauldron was tested. A crack appeared under his feet, and the whole person was like Yang Kai, falling downwards. Marshall Peak Chapter 2086. Chapter 2086. Strange Test. All around it was dark. Yang Kai only felt that On's body was continuously falling downward, as if it would never end. Raises the head, and there was no light at all. Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle. Although he was a little surprised by the situation in front of him, he was not too panicked. What happened before in the stone chamber made him want to understand one thing. Those stone tripods should be the media that touches the mechanism, so he can't use spiritual mind to find out any clues. Only when it is touched will the mechanism trap in the stone chamber be opened. Thinking about it this way, the people at Raging Fire Palace should have fallen into this kind of trap. So the stone chamber above was empty. I just don't know if Kang Saran will follow, or if there is a martial artist from the Raging Fire Palace below. He didn't dare to be careless. His power was operating quietly, ready to kill if he found something wrong. Not much time. A ray of light suddenly appeared below. Yang Kai quickly released divine consciousness and swept it down. After a while, his expression became weird, because there is still a stone chamber below, but it is a little different from what he imagined. The martial artist who is not at all Raging Fire Palace in the stone chamber is also empty. After a while, Yang Kai fell into the stone chamber. Looking around, the stone chamber was empty. There was no stone tripod here. Not waiting for Yang Kai to observe carefully, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the stone chamber. Immediately, in the center of the stone chamber, a stone platform suddenly appeared. The stone platform rose slowly, and there was the sound of Hong Long Long. Yang Kai watched vigilantly. He waited until the stone platform was completely stabilized and found no danger. He frowned and walks slowly towards the stone platform. I came to the front of the stone platform, climbed up the steps, and soon reached the top of the stone platform. Formation? Yang Kai raised his brows and looked in surprise at a mysterious pattern that emerged on the flat surface of the stone platform, and from this pattern, he felt a little fluctuation of space force. Transfer the formation? Yang Kai was surprised, but he was sure that if the formation on the stone platform was activated, he should be able to be teleported to another place. However, this transmission formation is very different from what he has learned, so Yang Kai didn't dare to rush it. Instead, he paid close attention to it and wanted to see some clues. Looking at it carefully, Yankai found that under the formation of the stone platform, there was a line of small words blinded by dust. He cautiously stretched out his hand to remove the dust, and that line of small print was immediately printed in front of him. Fire attribute power is poured into the formation, and it can be activated, Yankai muttered, frowning. This is obviously a transmission formation, but why do you need to infuse fire attribute power? This makes Yankai a little confused. And what is the significance of such a special formation in this stone chamber? After thinking for a while, Yankai didn't want to understand, so he didn't think much anymore. He does possess the power of fire attribute, whether it is divine consciousness fire or fire sword chi, it belongs to the power of fire attribute, but he doesn't at all rush the formation, but waits in place quietly. Stand up. He wants to wait for Kangsaran, and then act together when he gets down. But to Yankai's disappointment, he waited in place for 1 hour, and no sign of Kangsaran was seen. Only before touching the stone tripod mechanism, Kangsaran must have seen the falling scene. With Kangsaran's temperament, it shouldn't be regardless of own, so Yankai is sure that he will definitely go touch the stone tripod mechanism. But until Kangsaran was nowhere to be seen, there was only one explanation: Kangsaran fell into another stone chamber. There should be more than one stone chamber here, otherwise, when the owner falls down, you won't lose sight of any raging fire palace discipline. Perhaps, all the people who fell have been separated, and they can't join hands at all. Of course, this is only Yankai's conjecture based on the status quo. He cannot verify whether it is true or not. Since he can't wait for Kangsaran, Yankai can only act alone. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitates, and reaches out to the front of the formation, urging the fire attribute power within the body to infused inside. The hot aura emerged. The entire stone chamber trembled suddenly, and the formation line on the stone platform suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Yankai knows that there is nothing wrong with it. This formation really needs the power of fire attribute to activate, and now it is more crazy to urge its own fire attribute power. Hong long long. After a series of sounds, the formation twinkling on the stone platform dazzled the dazzling rays of light, and wrapped the entire Yankai. When the rays of light dispersed, Yankai had disappeared. This is. Yankai turned his head and looked all around, and found that the place where On is now is still a stone chamber. If it weren't for the feeling of teleportation just now, Yankai was afraid that On had never moved. What the hell is this? Yankai frowned, puzzled. In the average ancestor cave mansion, there are many restriction formations. This is understandable. No cave mansion of a martial artist does not arrange these things, but the cave mansion in front of you is a bit strange. Many stone chambers were exactly the same, and the first stone chamber he passed through, he just needed to pour fire attribute power into the formation to pass safely. There was no difficulty at all, and there was no danger. I just didn't know this stone. What's more particular about the chamber? Just as he was puzzled, the familiar buzzing sounded again. At the next moment, Yankai found that a stone platform exactly similar to the stone platform appeared in the center of the stone chamber. He is frowned, and can only slowly step onto the stone platform with the mentality of being at ease. Looking around, Yankai couldn't help but sigh softly. Because of the stone platform this time, there is no formation route, instead there are many grooves. In those grooves, there are different kinds of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs have been preserved by a special method, and they have survived for thousands of years without decay, and the medicinal properties are not lost. They look like the ones just picked. Yankai took a look and found that these medicinal herbs are extremely remote. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 the medicinal herbs can be recognized by the owner, and all the others are unknown. Immediately, he shifted his attention to the bottom of the stone platform, and he saw another line of fine prints there. Dust it off. Yankai stared at the line of fine prints and said, select from among them 15 kinds of poisonous herbs. Formation can be activated. Choose 15 kinds. Yankai startled, then carefully counted the number of medicinal herbs on the stone platform, and found all of them. There are only 25 types of medicinal herbs together. In other words, most of these medicinal herbs are poisonous. What does the master of Cave Mansion want to do? Yang Kai was full of doubts when he encountered this kind of problem, for the owner shook the head. He can only immerse himself in his mind, watching the 25 medicinal herbs in front of him intently. Although the small print on the stone platform does not explain the consequences if you choose the wrong one, Yang Kai also knows that you can't try it easily. This cave mansion, whether it is the cave mansion left over by Gong Sun Mu or not, are absolutely the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse's possession during his lifetime. With the means of Emperor Senior Stage, Yang Kai cannot speculate at all. Once the wrong selection is made, it may be the end of the fall here. He doesn't dare to make fun of his own wealth and life. All his expressions are extremely solemn. Well, this heaven heart orchid is poisonous. So is this filthy shade. Yang Kai looked at it for a while, and first took the herbs that Ono recognized from the groove, came out and put it aside. He was also cautious throughout the process, but after taking out the medicinal herbs, he didn't at all touch any restriction. It seemed that Ono was the right choice. After a short while, he selected 3 toxic medicinal herbs from them. He doesn't know all of the remaining medicinal herbs. On the one hand, it has something to do with his superficial knowledge of the Star Boundary products. On the other hand, it's also related to the indifference of the herbs placed here. Even though the native alchemy expert of Star Boundary came here, I dare not say that I knew all these herbs. However, as an alchemy expert, Yang Kai has studied the nature of medicinal herbs. The pharmacological properties of various medicinal herbs have their own rules and characteristics. So even if he does not recognize most medicinal herbs, it does not prevent him from judging whether these medicinal herbs are poisonous. Looking in front of the medicinal herbs and sniffing them carefully, Yang Kai quickly selected a few poisonous medicinal herbs from them. The toxicity of these medicinal herbs is very subtle, and most people can't judge it by aura. Only alchemy expert who has dealt with medicinal herbs all the year round, or people who have researched medicinal herbs, can have this kind of ability. After some tossing, Yang Kai chose 7 or 8 more, but it was half as many as 15. However, the remaining medicinal herbs cannot be judged by aura for toxicity. Yang Kai thought for a while and felt that he could only taste it himself and judge it by his tongue and his own feelings. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitates. He reached out and pinched a little bit from the petal of a pale blue flower, put it in his mouth and chewed. The next moment, Yang Kai complexion changed, and his face suddenly paled. While chewing the petals, a chill of icy heat suddenly filled his mouth, almost making his tongue was frozen. The flustered Yang Kai hurriedly used his power, which was able to be resolved. Although it is very difficult to deal with, but this one is not poisonous. After a while, Yang Kai looked at the pale blue flower with fear, not knowing what kind of medicinal herbs the flower actually contains such a huge coldness. Now that it is confirmed, he can only cast his eyes on the medicinal herbs. Following the same method, he squeezed a little bit into his mouth. After a while, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His face was blue and purple, and his expression was extremely distorted, as if he was suffering a huge torture. After 5 minutes, he opened his mouth and vomited, and a jet of dark blood arrow spurted from his mouth, and his aura was also wilted a lot. The poison is so fierce. Yang Kai's face was lingering. He just chewed a little bit and was poisoned by this poison. If he really swallows the herbal medicine completely, I'm afraid he will die immediately. Marshall Peak Chapter 2087 Chapter 2087 Cast Cave. Although the herbs placed in the grooves of the stone platform are tasteless, they are so toxic that Yang Kai is staggering. But if you want to leave this ghost place, you can only complete the requirements described in the small print on the stone platform. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and tasted the herbs he didn't recognize again. It took a full half a day for him to taste all the medicinal herbs that the owner didn't recognize, and could not be sure that they were poisonous. The various pains and tortures in it are simply not for outsiders. If it weren't for Yang Kai Physique's sturdy and powerful recovery ability, he would lose most of his life even if he was not poisoned to death. It was so. He couldn't make up 15. How come there are 13? Yang Kai stood in front of the stone platform, his brows condensed into a ball, and his face was incomprehensible. Since the master of Cave Mansion has left such a problem for those who enter to solve it, he will definitely not deliberately play tricks. In other words, among these 25 medicinal herbs, there are indeed 15 kinds of poisonous. Yang Kai has used all three methods of looking, smelling, and tasting, and only 13 can be determined to be toxic. The remaining 2 cannot be found anyway. How could this be? His eyes swept across the groove of the stone platform one after another, and he couldn't find the remaining 2 from it anyway. Just when Yang Kai faced the stone platform at a loss, all martial artists who entered the Cave Mansion were facing the same problem. The martial artists of Raging Fire Palace basically practice fire attribute cultivation technique, so the first stone chamber is not difficult for them at all. They are also like Yang Kai. Pouring into the stone platform, the fire attribute power was transferred to the second stone chamber. Even Kang Saran easily passed the test of the first stone chamber. Now, everyone is stumped by the problems of the second stone chamber. In a certain stone chamber, a Raging Fire Palace disciple looked at the 25 medicinal herbs and scratched his head. He is not an alchemy expert. He doesn't even know what these herbs are, let alone how to distinguish between poisonous and poisonous. After waiting for a long time, he selected several medicinal herbs that are definitely poisonous. The one dropped but can't be distinguished anymore. The eyes look at time keep passing. This Raging Fire Palace's discipline clenched the teeth. Just take out a medicinal herbs from the groove. The moment he took out the medicinal herbs, the entire stone chamber suddenly buzzed, and the stone platform in front of him sank at an extremely fast speed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This martial artist complexion was taken aback, and hurriedly floated backwards, running his powers for fear. The sound of buzz in the stone chamber, twinkling suddenly started to emit a little rays of light. The rays of light were densely packed, covering the 4 directions. Roughly speaking, there were hundreds of them. At first glance, it looks like a beast's eyeball, which makes people shudder. At the next moment, these twinkling rays of light were slightly trembled and simultaneously moved towards the martial artist's strikes, and terrifying energy fluctuations came out leisurely. When the martial artist of Raging Fire Palace saw this, a look of despair immediately appeared on his face, and he could only roar in his mouth before he was overwhelmed by the countless rays of light. After a while, when the rays of light dissipated, the Raging Fire Palace disciple had disappeared in place. There was only a pool of red blood and broken cloth on the ground to prove that this person had existed before. Not only this Raging Fire Palace disciple suffered bad luck, those martial artists who chose the wrong medicinal herbs all touched the restriction in the stone chamber and were killed on the spot in a breathing room. Skeleton doesn't exist. In another stone chamber, Kang Saran expression gravely took out a herbal medicine from the groove of the stone platform in front of him. After waiting for a while, he found that the owner was safe and sound, and he couldn't help taking a long breath. Although he is not an alchemy expert, he is the storekeeper of the Spirit Pill Workshop, and he is also a native Star Boundary martial artist. His knowledge and experience in herbal medicine is much more than that of Yang Kai today. After all, he can be regarded as the person dealing with medicinal herbs all day long. So although the test in the second stone chamber is somewhat difficult for him, it is not helpless to pass. In a stone chamber, Raging Fire Palace Vice Palace Master Lian Yuming looked at the 25 kinds of medicinal herbs on the stone platform in front of him, and he quickly selected more than 10 kinds of herbs in one go. Immediately after he pondered, he chose a few more, and made up the number of 13, and the medicinal herbs he chose were exactly the same as the medicinal herbs that Yang Kai worked hard to determine. There are only 2 kinds of Dudu. Lian Yuming's eyes are like electricity. and he traverses the rest of the medicinal herbs, searching in his mind for the knowledge that One has mastered in herbs. After 5 minutes, he suddenly smiled, calm and composed. Take out the remaining 2 medicinal herbs from the groove. And when he took out the last 2 medicinal herbs, the place under his feet suddenly lit up with rays of light, and a teleportation formation emerged leisurely, teleporting him to other places. In the stone chamber, the stone platform also sinks slowly at the same time. In the stone chamber, Yang Kai still has a sad face. In this period of time, he once again carefully distinguished the remaining medicinal herbs, but always it is impossible to determine which 2 are poisonous. Being at a loss, suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. Immediately, he quickly took off some of the remaining herbs, then merged them 2 by 2, carefully rubbing and grinding them. After a while, when he combined the 2 medicinal herbs and rubbed them together, a pungent and spicy smell suddenly permeated from his fingertips. This aura made people feel dizzy. It rose, and there was a scorching sensation from the fingertips. Yang Kai's profound darts of luck dispelled the discomfort in the heart, and expressed a joy, said with a laugh, "You are right. In this world, there are some medicinal herbs it is non-toxic, but if it is mixed with some special medicinal herbs, it may become highly toxic." This common sense is not only applicable to the pill refining world, but also for ordinary persons who have not practiced. It is not uncommon in life. Yang Kai didn't think of this one layer at first, but the situation now proves that his idea is correct. Remove the 2 reactive medicinal herbs from the groove with a certain face, and put them aside. The next moment, a teleportation formation appeared under his feet. After the rays of light flashed by, Yang Kai's eyes went dark, and the feeling of teleportation struck again. After waiting for him to stabilize his figure again, he turned his head and looked at all around, suddenly showing a strange appearance, nodded. Sure enough, the place is still a stone chamber, which is no different from the stone chambers I have visited before. In the middle position, there is also a stone platform. So far, Yang Kai has some faint speculation about the role of this place in his mind, and judging from the various clues before, it is most likely that this place is really the cave mansion of alchemy Grandmaster Gong Sun Mu. He suppressed the joy in his heart, stepped forward, and came to the stone platform. I fixed my eyes and found that there were 3 identical medicinal herbs placed on the stone platform. Judging from the aura distributed by the medicinal herbs, the quality should not be high, about the void return grade level. Reaching out to brush away the dust on the stone platform, Yang Kai looked at the kid on the stone platform and immediately understood the test content of this stone chamber. It was actually necessary to condense medicine liquid. As long as the purity reaches a certain level, the transmission formation in the stone chamber can be activated. Condensing medicine liquid is nothing for Yang Kai. He has done pill refining work thousands of times, and he has divine consciousness fire. This kind of special power can condense medicine liquid more easily and eliminate various impurities in medicine liquid. And for a medical herbs of void return grade, condensing medicine liquid is not so difficult. The thoughts got to this point. He no longer hesitated, and urged his divine consciousness fire to wrap one of the medicinal herbs. After a while, the medicinal herbs turned into 1-drop jade green liquid, and continuous impurities flew out of it, making the jade green liquid more clear and insightful. Because I have already had some guesses about the various tests here, Yang Kai spared no effort when condensing medicine liquid, and it performed perfectly. When he condensed all the 3 medicinal herbs into medicine liquid and placed them in the groove of the stone platform, the familiar transmission formation appeared again. For the next few days, Yang Kai spent time in one stone chamber, and every test given in the stone chamber there is nothing common with each other. There are those who test pill refining and draw spirit formation at all times. There are those who need to refine the spirit pill, and there are those who test the fire to grasp. Test all kinds of strange things. But all the content cannot be separated from the word pill refining. By this time, Yang Kai is completely sure of the previous guess in owner's mind. This is definitely Gong Sunma's test of the later generation's mastery of pill refining. He himself is an alchemy grandmaster, and it is not surprising that he will test this aspect. As a generation of alchemy grandmaster, he naturally hopes that the relics of Own can be obtained by people who are also alchemy experts, instead of being taken away by some insignificant people. The many previous tests are completely certain is a person a qualified alchemy expert. Perhaps Gong Sun Mu also wants to find a legacy heir for the owner. In the stone chamber, Yang Kai puts a spirit pill newly refined by Own into the groove of the stone platform. After a while, a familiar feeling of transmission it struck, the rays of light flashed, and he disappeared again. After Yang Kai regained his vision and looked all around for a while, he couldn't help but complexion, because the place where Own is now, finally it is not the kind of static stone chamber, but in a tunnel. The inside of the tunnel is abnormally dry. There is a faint tray of fire and a strange sound of glue in front of you. The scorching aura permeates all around, giving people a feeling of falling into the lava for no reason. Yang Kai urged his energy to protect himself, and walked towards the place where the fire was coming from. After a while, he entered a cave. I don't know how many places this cave exists underground, not at all artificial traces, it seems to be naturally formed. In front of that, a bright red firelight shone. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and found that the firelight turned out to be a flowing lava. The lava converges into a pool, and one or two bubbles pop up from below from time to time, bursting open, and splashing one piece. Promote Xia Ormo's WeChat letter public account. Everyone search on Momo Ben's on Chinese spying of Momo's on. Just pay attention. I hope you can pay attention if you have time. This is very important to Xiaomo's future. Thanks. Marshall Peak Chapter 2088. Chapter 2088 Jade Slip. The area of the cast cave is very large. Besides the lava pool, there are some other things. Before Yang Kai had time to look all around carefully, Liu Yan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Master. When he heard the call, he thoughts move and immediately moved. Liu Yan was released. Liu Yan not at all transforms into a human form, but maintains the form of fiery bird, quietly floating in front of Yang Kai, a pair of eyes staring at the lava pool in front. A trace of spirit is revealed. Desire emotions. What is useful to you below? Perceiving this, Yang Kai asked immediately. Liu Yan sent the message, it seems to be there, and it's not very useful. I will go and see. While speaking, he spread his wings and flew directly above the lava pool. He plunged in. Be careful. Yang Kai hurriedly exclaimed from behind. But Liu Yan was long gone. He couldn't help shaking his head slowly, and then he began to look all around. Although the area of this cave is not small, it is empty inside. So after the gaze is scanned, the situation is obvious at a glance. Soon, Yang Kai's attention was drawn to a certain place. There seems to be a humanoid object sit cross-legged there. Yang Kai frowned and spiritual mind released it. After some investigation, it was confirmed that the humanoid object was just a skeleton, not at all the slightest vitality and aura. I think it should have been dead for a long time. If there is no guess, this should be the corpse of Gong Sun Mu, the first generation of alchemy grandmaster. The three disciplines of the top 10 Emperor Senior Wonderful Pill Great Emperor, was supposed to be a heaven's pan with hands and eyes. It called the powerhouse of the wind and summon the rain in the star boundary, but now it has fallen to Yuan. The tragic end of a small place like Cauldron Mountain made Yang Kai sigh. He didn't know where Gong Sun Mu had offended the Wonderful Pill Great Emperor. He was kicked out of the gate wall and ended in such a bleak end. No one set his mind. Yang Kai walked over to the bone, waited in front of him, hugged cup one fist in the other hand, and bowed slightly to give a salute. Gong Sun Mu is a senior anyway, and even an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he died here, he would be enough to receive the gift of Yang Kai. After getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were immediately attracted by the things in front of Gong Sun Mu. Gong Sun Mu should have been here before he died, and not far in front of him. There is something that looks like a small pot, which looks like an ordinary person cooking. The wok used was generally in appearance, but it was much smaller in size, and below the small pot, there was the earth fire attracted by the formation, burning the bottom of the pot. What Yang Kai cares about is not the small pot, but the contents of the pot. In this small pot, there is a pot of thick medicinal soup. The portion is not much, about only one bowl, covering the bottom of the pot. From time to time, a bubble emerges from the medicinal soup, and the bubble bursts, emitting the glow of 5 colors, and at the same time, there is a strange fragrance that fills the entire rock cave. Smelling this scent, Yang Kai complexion moved. Because the fragrance is very familiar, it seems to be the aura he smelled outside Yuan Cauldron Mountain. At that time, outside Yuan Cauldron Mountain, that many martial artist was attracted because of the natural phenomenon that appeared in Yuan Cauldron Mountain, the 5 colors that burst out, the scent of light that filled the world. Everything are very similar to the present. Yang Kai suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression in front of him. In this way, the natural phenomenon of Yuan Cauldron Mountain is not because of the maturity of heavenly material and earthly treasure, but because of the medicinal soup. Yang Kai was immediately interested in this pot of medicinal soup, although he is 80% sure that this thick medicinal soup is definitely not a poison, and even has great benefits for martial artist. But he didn't dare to take it rashly before he understood it. His eyes turned. Yang Kai soon found a jade slip in front of Gong Sunma's bones. The jade slip seemed to be placed in front of the owner by Gong Sun Mu before he died. Zhu Zheng is very incomparable. At first glance, it was ready to be read by the latecomers. Yang Kai first used spiritual mind to probe, and after confirming that there was no danger, he reached out and grabbed the jade slip. The moment he held the jade slip, the mutation protruded. I don't know how many years I should have died. Gong Sun Mu, who has turned into a skeleton, suddenly moved. Then, 2 green rays of light appeared in the 2 eye sockets. That rays of light flashed away, suddenly condensed into a ball of light, pulsing towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback, and quickly fluttered behind to retreat, and at the same time mobilized the power of within the body to protect himself. What made him horrified was that the rays of light ignored the power of On's body protection and directly penetrated into On's chest, and it disappeared. In an instant, Yang Kai was shocked by the soul flew away and scattered, born out of cold sweat. Spiritual mind quickly checked himself, but weirdly found that On not at all any injuries. Within there seems to be nothing wrong with the body. The bones of Gong Sun Mu on the opposite side, after doing all this, collapsed into a ball, as if exhausted their last strength, and the countless bones turned out to be as fragile as flour. Many are broken. After a while, everything was calm. Yang Kai held the jade slip in his hand, his face was ugly stood in place. Just now, he definitely caught a kind of restriction of Gong Sun Mu. But with his spiritual mind, he couldn't detect clear. Obviously, this restriction is extremely hidden, and he can no longer solve it. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and sat down. Divine consciousness was immersed in the jade slip and looked carefully. He feels that since Gong Sun Mu intentionally left this jade slip, there must be some clues that may be able to let the owner know what happened just now. Spiritual mind scanned it, and the content in the jade slip was immediately obvious at a glance. Gong Sun Mu, 3 disciplines under the seat of the wonderful Pill Great Emperor, young and helpless, begging for a living, have to meet the Great Emperor, never give up, receive as a discipline, teach the Pill Way. The jade slip is really left by Gong Sun Mu. And this cave mansion is also owned by Gong Sun Mu. The information in the jade slip is very complicated. At first it was just a memory of Gong Sun Mu. This guy is the unfortunate person tasted the warmth and bitterness of the world when he was young, and almost starved to death. At the same time, he was also a lucky guy. He was actually spotted by the wonderful Pill Great Emperor and received it as a lower base disciple, following the Great Emperor. Practice. While learning the technique of pill refining, use aptitude, surpass 2 senior brother, Great Emperor loves very much, teaches each other, and has no selfishness. Pill refining technique also quickly surpassed two senior brother, and become famous for the rest of the year. Huang, I don't know how to converge. When the two senior brothers persuaded him, he was frigid irony and scorching satire. Brother, at the age of 300, you was promoted to the Emperor Senior stage and also to the Emperor Grade. Pill Master, the famous star boundary, I don't know enough. I want to be in pill way above surpass honored master, so I study the way of human pill, crippling life, hurting heaven. Eldest senior brother informs honored master. Honored master is furious, and his life ends. Studying, you was not convinced, accepted on the surface, it still remained the same in private, and it was out of control. When 350 years old, Yu's ice secret was revealed by the eldest senior brother again. Yu was furious, he fought against the senior brother. When he was seriously injured, the honored master couldn't bear it. He drove Yu out of the door and found Yu on Cauldron Mountain, where he lived in seclusion. In the Jade Slip, Gongsun was almost recorded in most life, according to his own statement. His aptitude in pill refining was almost comparable to that of wonderful pill Great Emperor. Unfortunately, he seemed a little eager to achieve success. He studied the way of Hu pill for surpassing wonderful pill Great Emperor. Gongsun Mu didn't say what this human pill way was, but the meaning revealed from the line made Yang Kai feel that this should be a very cruel pill refining technique, and the reason why he was kicked out of the door wall obviously has a lot to do with the way of human pill. Of course, part of the reason is that he shot the senior brother of Own, and even severely injured the senior brother of Own. After being evicted from the door wall, Gongsun Mu settled down in Yuan Cauldron Mountain. After a big change, his temperament seemed to have changed a bit, and he realized the mistake of Own. He wanted to return to the door of the wonderful pill Great Emperor many times, but he never saw the face of the wonderful pill Great Emperor, and finally Yu died alone in his cave mansion. The Jade Slip contains not only this information, but also Gongsun Mu's own understanding of pill refining. It can be said that this Jade Slip itself is Gongsun Mu's pill refining handbook. An alchemy expert is extremely valuable. Various pill recipes, various spirit formation techniques, receiving pill technique in pill refining. There are so many. The contents are called by any alchemy expert. I'm afraid I have to be wild with joy. It's just that Gongsun Mu also explained in the Jade Slip that everything in it is the crystallization of his own life wisdom and has nothing to do with everything taught by the wonderful pill Great Emperor. Without the permission of the wonderful pill Great Emperor, he did not dare and would not leave that knowledge in the Jade Slip. I don't know who you are, but now that you have passed many of the remaining tests and got this Jade Slip, it means that you are also an alchemy expert. Today, the remaining legacy is considered a successor. Now that the Jade Slip is in hand, it means that you should have won the remaining Dried Up Soul Seal. Dried Up Soul Seal has no harm within 100 years, but after 100 years, it can devour your divine soul. If you want to remove this seal, there are only two. One method is cultivation level surpass me, and the other is to find my honored master and ask him to take action. I hope you can see the honored master within 100 years, and give him this Jade Slip and ask him take me back to the door wall. As compensation, you can take the 10,000 precious medicine soup that I have worked so hard for the rest of my life to take, and you will appreciate the many benefits in the future. The content of the Jade Slip is gone. After Yang Kai finished reading, he held the Jade Slip and took a long breath, letting go of the worry in his heart. At the very least, he now knows what Dracone has just hit. Dried Up Soul Seal. I think it should be a kind of restriction issued by Gongsun Mu before he died. As long as someone gets the Jade Slip, the Dried Up Soul Seal will be activated immediately and enter and take the Jade Slip, human body within the body. And this imprint is harmless within 100 years, but it will devour divine soul for more than 100 years. 100-year time is not short. So Yang Kai doesn't have to worry about anything for now. As long as the owner's cultivation level exceeds Gongsun Mu within 100 years, the dried up soul seal can be lifted. Although Yang Kai does not know what cultivation level Gongsun Mu had before his death, he should be Emperor Senior Stage undoubtedly. 100-year Emperor Senior Stage. Yang Kai still has confidence in own. I am afraid that Gongsun Mu is Emperor Senior 3 layer. If this is the case, then he must become the great emperor before he can rely on its own ability to release dried up soul seal. Martial Peak Chapter 2089 Chapter 2089 10,000 Precious Medicine Soup. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai put the jade slip away solemnly. His temperament is also free and easy, knowing that it is useless to entangle the dried up soul seal now, so I don't think much about it. He cast his eyes on the small pot of medicinal soup above. According to the information left in the jade slip, this small pot of medicinal soup is the 10,000 precious medicine soup that Gongsun Mu spent the last half of his life cooking. What kind of material is this 10,000 precious medicine soup? Yang Kai doesn't even know what magical effect it has. Since this medicinal soup is a compensation for dried up soul seal, it is definitely beneficial to take it. Furthermore, Gongsun Mu's cave mansion has existed for thousands of years, and the time since his death is definitely not short. In other words, this pot of medicinal soup is at least cooked here 2,000 years. Thanks to the formation of the earth fire, we continue to boil it here continuously. Otherwise this pot of medicinal soup would have become a waste product. Yuan Cauldron Mountain has always been incomparably desolate and has never been a martial artist's attention. This should have been deliberately done by Gongsun Mu. The Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse used some means to isolate the leakage of Yuan Cauldron Mountain's spiritual energy. It is not difficult to make a little disguise and make people mistakenly think that this is a barren mountain. The sun is blooming, and the natural phenomenon of scented fragrance appears, which attracted the martial artist who saw this scene. The natural phenomenon is obviously caused by this pot of medicinal soup. When the heavenly material earthly treasure matures, there will be a natural phenomenon of heaven and earth. The extremely high-end secret treasure. When spirit pill is successfully refined, it may also cause a natural phenomenon of heaven and earth. The natural phenomenon of Yuan Cauldron Mountain is obviously due to the successful cooking of this pot of medicinal soup. Since it has been successfully boiled and it is of great benefit to itself, Yang Kai naturally has no reason to let it go. He sat cross-legged in front of the small pot, hit a few strengths, cut off the power of the earth fire drawn by the formation, and immediately reached out and picked up the small pot, telling the pot 1,000 precious medicine soup is in front of the owner. A closer look, Yang Kai found that this pot of medicinal soup is very thick, but it is crystal clear and near transparent, without the slightest impurities in it, and you can see the bottom at a glance. From below the medicinal soup the 5 colors bubble is constantly coming out, which is quite magical. The strong aroma makes Yang Kai refreshed. He has no idea what language to use to describe the scent of the tip of his nose. This kind of scent is incomparable to the most pure and holy virgin body scent, and Yang Kai has never smelled it. Have been to this kind of memorable fragrance. Along the way, practice has reached the level of Void King 3 layer. Yang Kai has not tried his tongue for a long time. With his strength and strong physical fitness, he doesn't need to eat something, but after the aroma entered his nose, he had a rare sensation of his index finger moving, as if he had been hungry for many days and hadn't eaten, wishing to swallow this little pot. After gritting his teeth, Yang Kai held the small pot to his mouth, opened his big mouth and started drinking. It's strange to say that this pot of 10,000 precious medicine soup seems to be extremely hot, but it is not at all hot after it is eaten. On the contrary, the temperature is suitable and the mouth is full of fragrance. It is better than anything Yang Kai has eaten. All are delicious. There is only one bowl of 10,000 precious medicine soup, and he drank it up right in one breath, without leaving anything. After a while, Yang Kai burped loudly, and all he vomited was the glow of 5 colors. I didn't wait for him to take a closer look at the taste of this 10,000 precious medicine soup. The lower abdomen suddenly became hot. One after another heat flow was like a substance, centered on the abdomen, quickly in the limbs, shuttle up, bringing up a tingling sensation. Yang Kai complexion changed. He hurriedly stuffed the little pot in his hand into the space ring, closed pupils, concentrating, holding his breath, and silently unleashing his own profound arts. Just after Yang Kai took away the 10 breaths from the small pot of 10,000 precious medicine soup from the same place, the entire Yuan Cauldron Mountain suddenly buzzed and trembled, and there was a violent hong-long-long sound. It was deafening. The earth shook, rubble rolled down, and the peaks slanted. The entire Yuan Cauldron Mountain suddenly broke into countless pieces and quickly sank downward. In the mountain within the body part, in the countless identical stone chambers, all the martial artists that are still alive, our complexion changed drastically. Just when they were suspicious and didn't know what happened, all the teleportation formations in the stone chamber were activated, and in an instant, the martial artist who was still alive disappeared in place. The next moment, a dozen or more li outside Yuan Cauldron Mountain, one after another silhouette emerges strangely and inexplicably, and everyone's expressions are uncertain. Elder Brother Lian, have you also been reported? Raging Fire Palace Vice Palace Master Zong King swept his eyes, immediately saw Lian Yuming, who brows is tightly knit, and quickly shouted. Hearing the shout, Lian Yuming turned to look at Zong King and found that the other party was also here. After astonished, he nodded and said, "Yes, it looks like you were also sent out." Exactly. Zong King's face was solemn, and he looked at Yuan Cauldron Mountain, which was shaking violently, and said suspiciously, "What happened inside? Why did everyone get out?" Lian Yuming, after thinking for a while, I asked, "Brother Zong, did you come across a stone chamber after you entered?" "Yes, they are all weird tests, which seem to be related to pill refining. Right now, Elder Brother Lian, you are proficient in pill refining. Those tests shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Lian Yuming, hearing this, slowly shook his head and said, "Old man has only passed 5th. It's just a stone chamber. I don't know what benefits will be gained after passing all the tests, but from this point of view, the owner of this cave mansion should be an alchemy expert." Zong King, hearing this, think after a moment, he nodded and said, "Elder Brother Lian's statement makes sense. If that is the case, you can ask if other disciplines have gained any benefits." While speaking, Zong King turned his head and looked all around. After finding that only a half of the elite disciple was left, the complexion changed. At a leisurely pace, his gaze was fixed on a silhouette not far away, and he was surprised. "Is it you?" Not far away, Kang Saran looked helpless. The moment he was moving in Yuan Cauldron Mountain, he was also teleported out. He was caught in the middle of many Raging Fire Palace disciples. He didn't dare to act blindly without thinking, so as not to cause others. Zong King noticed the misunderstanding at this moment, and he could only laugh at holding the fist, saying, "Maplewood City Spirit Pill Workshop Storekeeper Kang Saran, I have seen 2 Vice Palace Master Spirit Pill Workshop." Lian Yuming, hearing this, his eyes narrowed. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Spirit Pill Workshop. Exactly. While nodding, Kang Saran was sighed in relief in his heart. He indicated this time that he owns the origin of the identity is really helpless. After all, the fist is not as big as others, and I can only use the name of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to deter the opponent. Sure enough, after learning about the origins of Kang Saran, Zong King and Lian Yuming looked at each other and curbed their original hostility. The former said, "Spirit Pill Workshop Zongmu knows it. It's Storekeeper Kang of Spirit Pill Workshop." "I'm disrespectful. Vice Palace Master is polite." Kang Saran replied calmly. "Storekeeper Kang, do you know what happened in Yuan Cauldron Mountain?" Zong King asked in a deep voice. Kang Saran shook the head, saying, "Kang is also at a loss and doesn't know." "I remember that Storekeeper Kang had a friend by his side before. And that person is now where is it?" Lian Yuming asked, thoughtful looking. Hearing this, Kang Saran's face darkened. He glanced at the direction of Yuan Cauldron Mountain, and sighed. Since Brother Yang didn't show up here, I think there was something unexpected in it. It seems that Gideon has also damaged a lot of disciplines. This internal test of Yuan Cauldron Mountain is actually not simple. He really thought that Yankai Falls was in Yuan Cauldron Mountain. After all, even the powerhouses of Zongking and Lian Yuming, two principal source stage, have been teleported out. It is natural to imagine how people who have not been teleported will end up. For a moment, Kang Saran can't help feeling a little sad. On the one hand, he failed to find the principal source pill that owner needs in this Yuan Cauldron Mountain. On the other hand, it was naturally because Yankai accidentally fell. Zongking and Lian Yuming looked at each other, slightly nodded. They didn't see anything false from Kang Saran's demeanor, and they didn't want to hopelessly muddled with him. Zongking said, "In this case, Storekeeper Kang has changed his sorrows. Please come back. This Yuan Cauldron Mountain is also within the sphere of influence of my Raging Fire Palace. I will search again later." Kang Saran could not hear such an obvious expulsion order. After a long sigh, Chong Zongking and Lian Yuming hugged the cup, one fist in the other hand, turned around and headed towards Xiangf, where Maplewood City is located. After a while, accompanied by a loud noise, the entire Yuan Cauldron Mountain completely collapsed. After everything calmed down, Zongking and Lian Yuming led the remaining Raging Fire Palace disciple to search the ruins of Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Unfortunately, they searched here for 2 months. Almost the entire collapsed mountain has been evacuated, and there is still no discovery. I found a few corpses of the tragic death of the discipline. 2 months later, the people of Raging Fire Palace had to evacuate here. I don't know how many feet deep underground, inside the cave, Yankai's roar sound like a wounded wild beast is continuously heard. If anyone can hear it, I'm afraid I will be scared to flee here immediately. The medicinal power of the 10,000 precious medicine soup is strong and continuous, and it turns into one after another pure power after drinking it, ramming Yankai's flesh and limbs. After the meridians and flesh and blood within the body are corroded by this medicinal power, they continuously become more tenacious and powerful. The meridians are widened, flesh and blood are reshaped. Yankai is shaking violently, every inch of his body flesh and flesh, every inch of skin, even internal organs, bones. There is a tingling sensation, as if 10,000 ants have eaten one's body, and it is like the most painful torture in the world. The skin on his body surface cracks a little bit, and golden fresh blood flows out from the inside, which gradually condenses into blood coffee. Besides the blood coffee, it was once again covered by the newly flowing golden blood. Gradually, Yankai's whole person seems to be wrapped in the one-layer golden blood cocoon. From the outside, he can't see his silhouette at all. Only a powerful sound can be heard. The heartbeat is hammering like a war drum. I don't know how long this kind of situation lasted, as if it were countless years, and as if it was just a moment. With the passage of time, the sound of Yankai's roar from the blood cocoon gradually weakened, and finally disappeared, as if he had become accustomed to this kind of painful transformation. Marshall Peak Chapter 2090 Chapter 2090 Refining Principal Source Pill. Time flickered, it was half a year old. The cave has also been silent for half a year without any sound. On this day, the sound of crack suddenly came out of the blood cocoon that was wrapped in Yankai's, like the explosion of bones, densely packed and extremely crisp. With these noises, the blood cocoon was also leisurely crack a gap. Immediately afterwards, there were more and more gaps in the blood cocoon, making the whole blood cocoon look like a shattered mirror. Finally, with a bang, the blood cocoon burst open and turned into countless fragments, splashing all around, right in the center, revealing the stalwart body of Yankai, a black hair without Feng Feiyang, naked on his body. The skin is white, tender and delicate, even better than newborns. Yankai slowly opened his eyes. The divine light inside them was introverted, and his expression was bright. When he tilted his head, Yang Kai complexion became weird. At this moment, he actually gave birth to a different feeling. This feeling was very peculiar. It was like a new life. Looking down to check his body, Yang Kai's face was stunned. In these years, he has been running around all the year round, wind blowing and sun shining. All kinds of hardships have not only created his tenacious character, but also made him a fairly outstanding body. But now, a pot after the myriad treasures soup went down, his skin became whiter and tenderer than that of a woman, which surprised him a bit. I got up and tried it. I seemed to have become lighter than before. I clenched my fist slightly, and the infinite power immediately poured out from the flesh and blood continuously. He shook his fist at random, and a sound of explosion suddenly came out, and the air was hit with a visible ripple of naked eye, quickly spreading towards all around. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai expressed a joy, and immediately knew that the flesh body of On had gained a significant improvement. When the spiritual mind moved, Yang Kai looked inside the internal organs of On and found the internal organs of On. It turned out to be like a golden eagle user not only covered with a one-layer golden light, but also gave a sense of unbreakable impact. On exactly this way before. Think of it this way, all this is the credit of the myriad treasures soup. The 10,000 precious medicine soup seems to be able to develop the potential of the martial artist's flesh body, the tempering martial artist's physical quality, supplemented by his already powerful body, make this powerful to go up a level, becoming more and more colorful. Just let it go. Yang Kai can still clearly feel that there is a large amount of 10,000 precious medicine soup's medicinal power that has not been consumed and is still stored in the On skeleton, waiting for the passage of time, quietly transforming the body of On. This result made Yang Kai very satisfied. He thought that it was indeed a medicinal soup that had been boiled for 2,000 years. The effect was much more effective than taking any spirit pill. With the quality of this flesh body today, you can definitely go to refining Dragon's secret treasure. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, and checked his own strength. This check immediately made him startled. He discovered that the power of On within the body had all been transformed into source strength unconsciously, and there was no trace of Sentuan. Source strength is a higher level of existence than Sentuan. It is also a principal source stage martial artist who communicates with heaven and earth law and mobilizes the foundation of world strength. Without source strength, a martial artist is basically impossible to promote. Got the principal source stage. Yang Kai's own perception of law power is sufficient. The reason why he cannot be promoted to principal source stage is because the power within the body has not been completely transformed. In his original plan, even if he continued to take source congealing pill, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to convert all his strength into source strength, but now, this requirement has been advanced. Achieve. The credit is naturally attributed to the 10,000 precious medicine soup. This discovery made Yang Kai a little to be wild with joy. Now he is ready to be promoted to principal source stage at any time. However, promotion to principal source stage is an important thing, and this place is not suitable to welcome the baptism of heaven and earth energy. So Yang Kai does not intend to be promoted here. He still needs to find a suitable position. Thinking about this, Yang Kai has the intention to go. Turning his head and looking at all around, there is nothing worthy of his attention in the cave, but Liu Yan has not returned since he rushed into the lava pool, and he didn't know that he found it underneath. What good? When he came to the lava pool, Yang Kai took a look, and stunned to find that the temperature of the lava pool seemed to drop a lot, as if the internal heat had been sucked away by someone. Yang Kai thoughts move. Tried to communicate with Liu Yan, but did not get any response. This allowed Yang Kai to feel unhappy, knowing that Liu Yan definitely had the opportunity to own, so he didn't feel the call of On. Thinking of this, he simply stopped paying attention to Liu Yan, but started looking for an outlet. The cave is not big, and there is only one tunnel connected to it. He quickly found a transmission formation on the other side of the tunnel. After activating the formation, it immediately disappeared in the cave. 100 miles away from Yuan Cauldron Mountain, somewhere in a barren ridge, a strange Yankai silhouette emerged. He immediately released the spiritual mind and determined that all around was not dangerous. Then he looked at all around. After a while, his figure shook and turned into a flowing light, blasting towards the distance. Yankai not at all means to return to Maplewood City. Now his most important thing is naturally to be promoted to principal source stage, so he needs to find a quiet and undisturbed place. A few days later, he fell down on a barren mountain above, and looked around the environment all around, slightly nodded, quite satisfied. Although this place is desolate, the world's spiritual energy is not so rich, but it is more spacious and deserted. He has more relatives, friends and sect background than other martial artists. He was not guarded at the time of promotion, so he could only choose this kind of place. Insufficient spiritual energy is not difficult. When the time comes, you only need to place more source crystals all around to supplement the spiritual energy consumed for promotion. But just in case, he still spent 2 days searching the area carefully, cutting out some monster beasts who had settled here, and then returned. Promoting a great realm is very important to any martial artist. It is no better than breakthrough small stage. If it fails, it will most likely damage the foundation of martial art and make the martial artist go down. Life is lost under the baptism of heaven and earth energy. He naturally has to be careful. After that, he released the 2 blood beasts, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, and ordered them to guard in different directions. I believe that with the protection of 2 blood beasts, it shouldn't be what's the big problem again. After doing all this, he prepared with peace of mind. He didn't immediately attack the bottleneck of principal source stage. Instead he took out the jade slip left by Ink Jade Cauldron and Gongsun Mu, and while cultivating Ink Jade Cauldron with heart, went inside. Branded with the divine soul of On and the brand of life. While investigating the knowledge of pill refining in Jade Slip, a long time ago, Yankai tried to use pill refining to stabilize his own mind and prepare for the breakthrough. This method has been tried repeatedly, so this time is still the same. Time slowly passed. Yankai seemed to have completely forgotten the original intention of On when he came here, and the whole person was completely immersed in the world of learning pill refining knowledge within the realm. The pill refining information left in the Jade Slip may be extremely profound and difficult to understand to others, but for the Yankai who once triggered the great principal pill sound, clearly understood a trace of the pill way, said it is easy to figure it out. Various pill recipes, the name of medicinal herbs understands clearly in the mind within this month. Ink Jade Cauldron finally succeeded in sacrificial refining and became Yankai's pill refining furnace instead of Purple Void Cauldron. On this day, Yankai suddenly put Ink Jade Cauldron in front of him, and the divine consciousness fire surged and poured into the cauldron. Suddenly, a hot aura came out of the cauldron. The next moment, Yankai's fingers are linked, and a lot of high-grade medicinal herbs fly out from the space ring, and are put into the Ink Jade Cauldron in an orderly manner. In the pure divine under the burning of consciousness fire, it gradually turned into medicine liquid and condensed into a ball. After a while, new medicinal herbs were put in. Ink Jade Cauldron's heat is sometimes big and small, and there is a hint of medicinal fragrance from time to time. Yankai's expression is ancient well without ripples, without the slightest tension and impatience. The action of putting medicinal herbs is also slow, but the control of the heat is within seconds to peak, which is required for each and every one. Pill refining spirit formation is disillusioned in Ink Jade Cauldron under the seal carving of divine consciousness fire, and has a magical effect with medicine liquid. 3 hours later, Yankai flipped his hand wrist and a wooden box appeared on the palm. Under the surge of source strength, the wooden box opens on its own, revealing a spirit fruit the size of dragon eye in the wooden box. It's the principal source fruit that Jiang family patriarch handed over to him. In this world, there is only one spirit pill refined by principal source fruit, and that is the principal source pill that makes all Void King 3-layer martial artists jealous. If you let those Void King stage powerhouse know that Yankai is actually refining the principal source fruit as a Void King grade alchemy expert, I am afraid that even killing him will have the heart. Principal source pill, exactly normal spirit pill. The principal source fruit is the main material in the entire South Territory, and only Heavenly Marshall Holy Land has so few fruit trees, and they are always used by the owner and will not be sold outside, and are of great value. One can imagine the rarity of the supply. Dare to use principal source fruit to refine the alchemy expert of principal source pill. Which one is not of principal source grade? Void King grade alchemy expert has never dared to make fun of this spirit fruit. Yang Kai did just that. If he succeeds, he will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck of his alchemy expert and be promoted to principal source grade in one fell swoop. If he fails, the precious principal source fruit will become a mass of coke. After taking out the principal source fruit, Yang Kai's always indifferent expression became a little dignified, but without the slightest hesitates, he dropped the principal source fruit into the ink jade cauldron. Immediately, he closed the cauldron lid tightly with a solemn expression, and his hands changed into spirit art like butterflies wearing flowers. With the changes of spirit art, the medicine liquid in ink jade cauldron is constantly tumbling, making the sound of galulu. Each and every one spirit formation, which is invisible to others, was born in ink jade cauldron, shattered, and the cycle continued. Yang Kai's forehead gradually oozes a trace of sweat, as if pill refining this time is also an extremely difficult task for him. This kind of situation lasted for 5 hours. The long time mental concentration made Yang Kai consume a lot of it, and his face paled slightly. 5 hours later, he took the magic arts in his hand leisurely, took a deep breath, and quickly took out a few spirit pills for recovery from the space ring and plugged them into his mouth. Pill stove is still buzzing, and countless medicine liquids are merged and transformed in it, and magical changes have taken place. Marshall Peak Chapter 2091 Chapter 2091 Ghost Hand Shen 2. At a certain moment, there was a strange sound in ink jade cauldron. As the sound came out, a strong medicinal fragrance breath also spread. Come! This scent drifted into Yang Kai's nose and sniffed within the body, causing Marshall Dao Bottleneck, who had reached a critical point, to loosen slightly. Within the body's original calm source strength frantically circulate. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his hand and slapped ink jade cauldron. The cauldron lid flew up instantly. Immediately, he quickly displayed the 9 heavens mysterious pill secret art he had learned from great principal pill sound, and each and every one's dharma seal changed in his hand. One after another power poured into ink jade cauldron. After a short while, the noise in the tripod became more and more obvious. Not only that, but there was still something rolling in the tripod galulu. After a while, with the change of Yang Kai receiving pill technique, one after another flowing light suddenly lasses from ink jade cauldron. Yang Kai has been waiting for this moment long ago. Seeing this situation, hesitates. When he reached out, he grabbed the number of flowing light simultaneous at the palm. He doesn't have the time to look at the final result of own this time pill refining, only knows that he has 6 pills. Put these 6 newly refined principal source pills into the jade bottle that was prepared long ago. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a large number of source crystals stored in the space ring crash bang come out, center on himself, and wrap him around. In the previous time, Yang Kai killed many powerful enemies and obtained no less than tens of millions of source crystals from those enemies, but at this moment, for his own promotion, he threw all these tens of millions of source crystals. Put it out. After all, the world's spiritual energy here is not too rich. If you want to ensure the promotion needs, you can only use source crystal. As soon as source crystal appeared, a muffled sound came from Yang Kai's head. The world's spiritual energy was suddenly turbulent, and law power lingered all around. In a short while, a large black cloud appeared above Yang Kai's head. The cloud slowly rotated and gradually formed a funnel shape, all around a flying sand-running stone, sun and moon without light. It seems to have been pulled by some mysterious power, thrown out by Yang Kai, and gathered around the source crystal. They burst open at this brief moment, accompanied by a burst of crackle. It is one after another. Pure energy diffuses all around, and gathers in the sky. On top of Yang Kai's head, the black funnel vortex is growing at a speed visible to naked eye, and the momentum is terrifying. All around the world's spiritual energy that was not originally rich, but also because it was supplemented by a large number of source crystals, it became extremely rich. The place where Yang Kai was located was soon covered by a white mist. That white the fog is not the real fog, but the spectacle formed by the richness of the world's spiritual energy. Yang Kai seems to be unaware of this. He still sits cross-legged on the ground, closed pupils concentrating, and his expression is safe and quiet. He communicated with his own void mind crystal with his mind, and felt the heavenly law martial Tao, within the body gloom stars, star source. At this moment, he seemed to have received some pulling, and he was beating regularly. With the blessing of star source, Yang Kai can more clearly feel the law power all around. At the third layer of 5 colors treasure tower, he absorbed a lot of broken law power, and at this brief moment, he was sublimated vividly and thoroughly, allowing him to confirm his own perception, and his realm can be sublimated. Time slowly passed, the black funnel in the sky became more and more huge, almost covering the entire sky. Although Yang Kai deliberately chose a desolate place as the place of promotion, and even spent a few days clearing out the monster beast, which was 1,000 miles below it, some accidents always happened. His promotion this time is so loud that even if he is thousands of miles away, he will still be seen. When the black funnel that obscured half of the sky took shape, many martial artists in the distance watched the spectacle. Naturally, they were curious and rushed to the place of Yang Kai promotion. Want to see what happened. After these martial artists figured out that someone was going to be promoted to the great realm, and was about to welcome the baptism of heaven and earth energy, most martial artists stopped and looked away from a distance of hundreds of miles. The strength of these martial artists is not high. After all, the overall strength of the martial artists near Maplewood City is not very good. Most of them are Void King stage, Void Return stage, and even weaker ones exist. Feeling the violent degree of the gathering power in the sky, how dare they step forward? It's just to watch the excitement gather together, pointing fingers at the direction where Yang Kai is, discussing spiritedly. Among the crowd, there is a delicate young female who is wearing purple clothed and is about 20 years old. The cultivation level is only Void Return 2 layer, and she seems to be suffering from stubborn illness, but she wears it on a cold day quite a lot. There are a few Void King stage martial artists guarding her, young female, beautiful eyes staring into the distance for a while, and suddenly coughing slightly. Several Void King stage next to her heard the voice and glanced at her with concern, but everyone seemed to be accustomed to this scene, so not at all was to panic. After the young female became stable, they all looked back. In a short while, a Void King 1-layer martial artist flew back quickly from a distance, and a few twinklings came to the young female. "Young lady, I am back," the martial artist said solemnly. "Did you probe for Clear, who is being promoted?" The young female lifted her lips slightly, her voice very soft. The martial artist shook the head and said, "As entrusted by the young lady, the energy of heaven and earth over there is too violent, and that person is at a critical juncture of promotion. I dare not get too close. I didn't see exactly what that person looked like, but according to my observation, this person should be in the breakthrough principal source stage." Sure enough, it is the breakthrough principal source stage. The purple-clothed young female seemed early as expected, slightly nodded, while speaking. Beautiful eyes became brighter. Since this person chooses to break through principal source stage in this kind of place, it means that he has no relatives or friends, and no background in sect, so he is obviously a unique person. The powerhouse I went to is an object that can be attracted. Hearing this, several Void King stages who followed the purple-clothed young female were slightly nodded, expressing agreement with her. If you have a sect background, if you have relatives and friends, who would be willing to break through the great realm level in this wilderness. Only the kind of lone ranger who is forced to do so will do so. That being said, young lady, forgive me to speak bluntly, this person may not be able to break through successfully. Another solemn middle-aged man looked over though with a solemn expression on his face. Why do you say that? The purple-clothed young female turned her gaze to him. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile. The movement he caused is too great, and it is not something that the martial artist of Void King stage peak can bear. To say something that should not be said, if he can't bear it. This time the baptism of heaven and earth energy. There is simply no hope of surviving, there is no doubt that you will die. The other Void King stages heard this, they were even nodded, looking at the huge black funnel in the sky with a look of dreading. Obviously if they are allowed to bear this kind of energy baptism, it is absolutely impossible to have a chance of success. Purple-clothed young female black eyebrows frowned. So, this man is not very hopeful? The middle-aged man said, of course this is just mine in my opinion. If he really has the 110,000th chance to survive this catastrophe and pass this level, then his future achievements are probably beyond our imagination. Purple-clothed young female hearing this nodded, pondered for a while, and said, anyway, let's take care of him first. If he can really get promoted, he will definitely recite our favor. When the time comes, you can try to win him over. My kin family is now withered, and I rely on old ancestor alone to support me, and my luck is declining. If I can get this person to help out, my kin family can also take a breath. When a Void King stage martial artist heard it, simultaneous nodded and said, since young lady has said so, then we should act on our own. Just as this group of people is about to disperse, protect Yankai's promotion. At the time, the middle-aged man was suddenly frowned, staring in a certain direction, and shouted, not good. Someone is going to disturb him. Who? The purple-clothed young female hearing this was surprised. Looking in the direction of the middle-aged man, I saw a piece of rays of light flying quickly towards the place of Yankai's promotion. Not only did they not hide the figure of the owner, but they didn't even plan to hide their intentions. And everyone imposing manner menacing. Aura is not good. And the silhouette of the rays of light is 00, a rough count. At least there are as many as a dozen, and the rays of light on the leader is particularly bright. The purple-clothed young female slightly hesitates, then stomped her feet and said, come with me and see if we can negotiate one or two. When the words were over, she shook her loving body and moved towards flew over there. Middle-aged man turned pale with fright, and quickly caught up with a few others. Not far away, among the martial artists who were rushing towards Yankai, someone soon noticed the movement of the kin family group, and they immediately shouted to the front, honored master, someone is coming towards us. At the very front, an old man with a short stature, fat body, and almost all hair lost, was hearing this. He had a sudden stature and a pair of triangular eyes scanned, quickly fixed on the kin family group of people. Cold Snort said, several boys from the Void King stage, dare to come to bad old man's good deeds, but they are not brave. Honored master, do you want to treat them too? The speaker said while he reached out his hand and gestured his neck, making a vivid gesture. Old man hearing this, grinned and said, let's take a look. Since they dare to come over, they probably rely on something, but old man wants to see what their support is. Honored master, see you. The man patted a flattery. Not much time, kin family, led by the purple-clothed young female, came not far in front of the old man and the others. Purple-clothed young female. After all this rush, it seems that it is not a small consumption, and it is another violent cough, and even can't speak. The middle-aged man and the others who followed her rushed over, and the stars gathered around the young female, waiting to see the others leading short and fat old man and the iconic bald head. After that, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise, Ghost Hand Shen 2. Martial Peak Chapter 2092. Chapter 2092. Anxious for death. As soon as the words Ghost Hand Shen 2 were shouted, The faces of a group of martial artists in the Qin family turned pale. I can't help but say that simultaneous stimulated their own power, ready to shoot at any time. And there was also a hint of panic in the beautiful eyes of the purple-clothed young female. She is young, but her experience is extremely profound. Even more how? Martial artist near Maplewood City. There are not many people who don't know Ghost Hand Shentu. This guy is a martial artist of principal source 1 layer, but he doesn't know what evil art practice is. He is very vicious and vicious. He has been in the vicinity of Maplewood City all the year round. He relies on his own principal source stage, strong cultivation level, snatch and kill those weak ones. For many martial artists, the 4 words Ghost Hand Shentu represent a kind of disaster. Once they encounter this person outside, it means that the time of death is not far away. Moreover, this guy is not alone, and I don't know where he has acquired a group of strong men, all of whom have the cultivation level of the Void King stage. Most people are definitely not opponents when they meet. It's just a poke at the neck. This person is not only vicious, but also extremely clever. In the City Lord's mansion, the City Master Duan Yuanshan was led by City Master Duan Yuanshan, who sent powerhouses to encircle and track this guy many times, but they were all unsuccessful. The only chance was to severely inflict him on him, but let him escape. Since then, Ghost Hand Shentu seems to have settled down for a while, but anyone who is well informed knows that he is not safe anymore, but is no longer as unscrupulous as before. Now he started. The opponents are the kind of guys who have no background and no backing, and never provoke the Maplewood City family and the surrounding sect disciple. In this way, those powerhouses in the family and sect don't bother to care about this person. And City Lord's mansion is also impossible to hunt down this person forever, plus this person cunning like a fox. This has been so far away. It is also a coincidence that the place Yang Kai chose for promotion is not far from the gathering point of Shentu and his subordinates, so as soon as there is a movement, they will be found out. I understand that Yang Kai is a martial artist with no background and no backing, and he is at the barrier of the breakthrough. Where can these people let go? Naturally Simultaneous is dispatched, ready to fight. I ran into a group of Qin family members here. Hearing the middle-aged man's surprise, the bald old man sneered, "Since I know the name of old man, I dare to come over. You guys want to die." As soon as he spoke, the Void King stage martial artists who followed him all looked over with an unkind expression. There was a posture that the old man would besiege at the first order. Middle-aged man complexion slightly changed. He swallowed hard, and for a moment did not know how to answer. The purple-clothed young female gasped for a while, and seemed to have recovered. Then she pursed her mouth and said softly, "It turns out to be the famous Shentu Senior. Junior has blind eyes and ran into Senior. Please don't blame Senior!" Exclamation mark. Oh, Shentu squinted the triangular eyes and glanced at the purple-clothed young female. Hey said with a smile, "I can still be so calm in front of old man. The little girl doll's course is not small. Which one are you from?" Shentu has been walking around Maplewood City all the year round. It is natural to see that the purple-clothed young female has some background, otherwise it would not be so decent. If not for this reason, where would he be long-winded with purple-clothed young female? With his personality, I'm afraid that he would have killed him already. Junior's last name is Qin. The purple-clothed young female replied softly. Family name Qin. Shentu curled his mouth and said indifferently, "Old man heard that in the Maplewood City Qin family, there is a small girl named Ginyu who is young and ill, but is extremely smart. It's so much loved by Qin Koyang's old fogey. For this reason, he even went to the depths of the Black Blood Swamp to find a yang fruit to continue her life." "Isn't it you who said that?" Purple-clothed young female lightly coughed, nodded and said, "Senior Brightview, Junior is Kinyu, and I have to be pitied by old ancestor to survive to this day." He. Shentu gave a weird smile. The small girl is really good, she can face old man and doesn't change. No wonder Qin Koyang likes you so much with old fogey. But small girl, What can you do with old man? Kinyu Dai frowned and pondered for a moment. Since Senior asked, Junior will just say it. Senior, is it trouble finding that person? Shentu's eyes narrowed, not salty, not indifferent. Yes, and how? Kinyu said. Can Senior let go of that person? Shentu pouted, and said, give me a reason. That person is a high-ranking guest of my kin family, so. Kinyu replied quietly, so please also Senior show mercy. I will definitely come to the door to thank you kin family tomorrow. You kin family's high-ranking guest. Shentu grinned, smiling playfully, and said, small girl, you are smart. But don't treat others as fools. If this person is really you kin, how can the high-ranking guest of the family choose to be promoted in this kind of place? If it is your high-ranking guest of the kin family, Kin Koyang, then the old fogey can't protect him personally. You are such a fool to be an old man. I was said to be broken. Kinyu didn't seem to be embarrassed at all, said with a slight smile, Senior have good eyes, Junior. This little trick really won't stop you. But, although he is not the high-ranking guest of my kin family now, it does not mean not in the future. Can you please Senior be magnanimous? Kinyu was interrupted by Shentu raising his hand before he finished speaking. Shentu looked at her coldly, with bursts of chill in the triangular eyes, and said, small girl. This time old man looks at Kin Koyang's face. Don't care about you. If you dare, if you are entangled, don't blame old man for being ruthless. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and swept towards Kinyu with a huge force. Kinyu complexion greatly changed and went to retreat in a hurry. Several Void King stages who had been vigilantly gathered around her seeing this, simultaneous rushed to meet her, blocking her in front of her, accompanied by a muffled sound. Several people backed up several steps at the same time. This stabilizes the figure. Looking forward again, Shentu has taken a group of people and flew away quickly. Middle-aged man and the others with a look of lingering heart, looked back at Kinyu, opened the mouth and said, young lady, are you okay? Kinyu shook the head, said, thanks to the guards, I'm fine, but it's a pity that person. She looked into the distance, her expression sad. The middle-aged man said, in fact, there is nothing to be a pity. That person may simply not be able to survive this baptism of heaven and earth energy. The difference between early death and late death is not at all. The young lady has done his best. Next time you must not provoke Ghost Hand Shentu this kind of guy again. This time he sees that he puts us on the face of old ancestor. Next time we won't be so lucky. I see, I was the one who caused everyone. Kinyu nodded lightly. In the distance, Yang Kai seems unaware of this, and is still immersed in his own perception of martial Dao heavenly law, immersed in the shackles of the breakthrough principal source stage. Shwa. Shentu led more than a dozen Void King stages, simultaneously appeared beside Yang Kai, feeling the violent energy fluctuations here, and then raises the head, looked towards in the sky the huge black funnel, as strong as Shentu, cannot help but complexion slightly changed. He also came from this step, but when he was promoted to principal source stage, how could there be such a big movement? I'm afraid that even the 10% of the other party can't match. Even if he is allowed to bear this kind of baptism now, he is not so sure that he will survive it. Honored Master, it's too terrifying here. Let's get out quickly. Not far from the side, a Void King stage martial artist had cold sweat on his forehead, trembling all over, as if by that world. The coercion is extremely hard. Other people's expressions are also not easy. Once they step into this place, they feel something is wrong. The law power haunting all around is full of chaos, making their power within the body run somewhat obscure. Hearing this, Shentu nodded and rushed to Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, boy, the only fault is that you have a bad life. You have chosen to be promoted in this kind of place, and be careful in your next life. Hold on. The words fell, he raised his hand suddenly and fell down. Seeing his action, when even a Void King stage martial artist hits one after another martial skills rays of light, and he moves towards Yang Kai strikes. But before these rays of light touch Yang Kai's body, A one-layer dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared at 30 feet outside his body. Then the rays of light appeared oval, and Yankai the whole is shrouded in it. Boom boom. All the attacks fall on this light barrier above, sputtering layer upon layer ripples, but they can't break the slightest. Seeing this situation, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Yankai's closed eyes slowly opened, and his indifferent eyes swept across the people, indifferently said, "Why are there always you people who don't want to be alive? It's too long, so eager to die?" All the Void King stage he was staring at, there was a chill in his heart for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Just as everyone lost their senses, Yankai raised his hand. With the sound of Kai Chi, one after another Moonblade came out leisurely. "Not good. Hide away," someone yelled. But Moonblade's speed is so fast, it didn't wait for the time for these people to react before it hit him. Although there are martial artists who instinctively transport the protective power, these protective powers are like paper in front of Moonblade, unable to withstand a single blow. The pitch-black Moonblade flicked past, and the martial artist's humming sound was heard. There is no splash of fresh blood, but when the martial artists look all around, the complexion changes drastically. Because one after another crescent-shaped hole appeared in the body of the companion next to him. The wound was flat, but the flesh and blood that should have existed didn't know where it went. Minced meat and skeleton, it seems that exile is in the void. Through those weird wounds, the squirming internal organs imprinted in the eyes. The intense visual conflict caused several martial artists to scream in horror. Puff puff. Until then, there was no movement of fresh blood spraying. For a moment, Yankai was all around, and several martial artists looked incredulously falling down. The fresh blood sprayed from the wound was mixed with broken internal organs, and the scene was extremely bloody. Martial Peak Chapter 2093. Chapter 2093, Monster Insect with Double Swords. Shentu and the others' imposing manner came fiercely. I thought that Yankai would have nothing to fight back at the moment of promotion, but it was just a face-to-face encounter. The Void King stage martial artist on his side was half dead. This kind of accident naturally made the soul flew away and scattered for the rest. This is not over yet. Immediately after Moonblade, a blast of 5 colors of whoosh and whoosh came over. Before the attack, the fierce vigor had chilled the skin of the remaining martial artist. Cold sweat in the head. Sword chi. Shentu complexion changed, and at a glance it was obvious that the sharp sword chi contained in the glow of the 5 colors was actually full of 5 elements, with a lot of them. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, under the mutual coexistence, echo each other at a distance, and seem to enhance each other's formidable power. His expression suddenly became solemn, loudly shouted, and his squat body suddenly became bigger. From the fat body within the body, the dark aura suddenly filled him, enveloping him. Immediately, countless black tentacles grew out of his body, swaying around, covering the attacking sword chi simultaneous under his own attack. A series of energy collisions came out, and the tentacles extending from Shentu's body were torn apart by countless sword keys, but at the same time, those fierce sword keys were also blocked, and they failed to achieve success. Enemy. The many Void King stages who were saved by him all looked over gratefully, and one of them took a big shot of Shentu's flattery while palpitating. "Boy, at the point of promotion, you dare to do something with old man. I think you are impatient to live. If so, then take your life," Shentu said. Severe howl. Suddenly his hands there was a small shield with a ghost head. The small shield looks at not big, but the ghost head on it is lifelike, ferocious looking, hideous and terrifying. He urged source strength and poured it into the small shield of the ghost head. The small shield slowly turned into a real ghost head. It opened in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. Charged towards Yankai. During the attack, the ghost's mouth opened and closed, and balls of silver color ghost fire spewed from the mouth, flying out like arrows, looking extremely powerful. When Yankai saw this, his eyes couldn't help shrinking, but he still sat in place without moving. Those groups of silver-color ghost fires came to Yang Kai in a blink of an eye, and struck directly on his body, struck the chaos where he was. Huh? Shentu was taken aback, full of surprise. It seems that didn't expect to kill Yang Kai so easily. He is the power owner of Secret Treasure Clear, originally attacked the powerful secretive, supplemented by his own practices secret technique, not to mention a Void King stage. Even if the martial artist who is also principal source 1 layer is burned by the ghost fire, he will lose 1 if he does not die layer flesh and blood. Yang Kai is just a Void King 3 layer, and he is in the process of being promoted. After that many ghost fire attacks, how can he survive? Thinking about it this way, Shentu slightly nodded, thinking that Own really succeeded. Seeing that Yang Kai was swallowed by ghost fire, the remaining Void King stage made a series of sneer laughter, seeming to mock Yang Kai's overestimate one's capabilities. But their laughter hasn't stopped. Where Yang Kai was originally, a silhouette flashed, emerging ghostly. This silhouette is not Yang Kai, and who is it? Looking at his expression and state, he was not hurt by ghost fire at all, and he didn't even move. No one knows how he avoided those ghost fire attacks. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. Shentu's eyes widened too, with an incredible face. At this moment, a little golden light suddenly appeared in the twinkling of Yang Kai's left eye, and life's exterminator demon eye emerged leisurely, and the golden light, like a substance, quickly condensed into a lotus flower in Yang Kai's left eye. Shape. Seeing this lotus flower, Shentu deep in one's heart suddenly gave out a chill, instinctively felt something was wrong, but unfathomable mystery. He could not immediately look away. The lotus seems to be magical. The attraction of Ona has firmly absorbed the attention of Ona. The lotus flower is slightly trembled and disappeared at Yang Kai's left eye. Instead, in Shentu's consciousness, see, a budding lotus flower is slowly blooming, and the source of the blooming is the power of divine soul. Shentu suddenly let out a scream, and there was pain like a needle piercing in his mind. This kind of pain penetrated into the depth of one's soul and made him almost unbearable. The screams came out, making the remaining Void King stage startled, and they all looked at Shentu to see what happened to him. At this moment, the sound of Kai Kai broke through the air again, and one after another Moonblade, which was bigger than the previous one, flew out head, densely packed, countless. With the previous people as a lesson for the past. These people still not clear the powerful attack of Moonblade, and immediately a series of strange calls will be dispersed. Ning. Yang Kai said loudly shouted, law power was ups and downs, with him as the center. The space within the radius of thousands feet seemed to have heard some commands, and instantly acknowledged allegiance. Actually in this brief moment become extremely solemn. The movements of those Void King stages suddenly became as slow as a turtle. Puff puff. Moonblade easily ran over the bodies of those people, splitting them simultaneously into 2 halves. All of them have a crescent-shaped gap in their bodies. The flesh and blood of the place is even more exile into the endless void. The mutilated corpse shwa fell downwards. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked dead. Is this space principle? After he succeeded, Yang Kai revealed a looking thoughtful expression, forgetting that there is still a big enemy that has not been dealt with, and the whole person is directly caught in the kind of magic among sudden enlightenment. In my mind, enlightenment is normal, and the true meaning of space law is like an electric current, which floods his mind. He shook his body and was stunned at this moment. Within both eyes, his thoughts were woven in his mind at lightning speed. Feeling the law of space. Crack. One after another space crack formed around him, collapsed, and then reimproved under the repair of heaven and earth law. Continued to crack and collapse. In the place where he is located, the space seems to be no longer stable, and his vision has been distorted. Ah! A scream of ah! Lotus secret technique. The tossing life is not as good as the death Shentu is relieved. Ghost Hand Shentu deserves to be the powerhouse of principal source stage. Although he accidentally hit Yang Kai's life Lotus secret technique and the power of divine soul was drained, he finally woke up at the last minute, avoiding the misfortune of tragic death on the spot. Even so, Yuan Shi was seriously injured. The power of Divine Soul has been emptied that many, and it has hurt my soul. This kind of injury wants to recover. Exactly the problem that ordinary spirit pill wonderful medicine can solve. Unless Shentu finds Scream the spirit pill of Divine Soul of the crop, or practice some special cultivation technique, takes dozens of hundreds of years to repair the spirit as before. He forcibly endured the pain in his mind. His face looks sinister and turned his head around. He couldn't help but squat in his heart. He found that the Void King stage martial artist that Own brought was unexpectedly instead thoroughly. There is not one left, and the murderer still sits cross-legged in place peacefully. His eyes are piercing, and he seems to be caught in some insight. The space around him is undergoing some magical changes. Space crack is like a snake, covering a range of 10 jang. Space Force. Shentu narrowed his eyes and said in horror, at the moment, it is undoubtedly the best time for him to take a sneak attack, because the enemy is already in the process of understanding, and there is an impossible chance to react. But Shentu was not sure to break through that weird space. That one after another space crack was sharper than the best blade in the world, and it was not something that the flesh body could resist. If he really took a sneak attack, he might not wait for him to get close. Yang Kai will be cut into pieces by those countless space cracks. It's actually Space Force. This kid. At this moment, Shentu finally understood what kind of enemy the owner provoked. Cold sweat fell on his forehead and looked at Yang Kai bitterly, immediately turned around and flew out, wanting to escape from here. He doesn't want to stay here for long. He just wants to escape as far as possible. But before he could escape the distance of 30 jang, in the sky, there were crystal snowflakes, and the snowflakes were beautiful and white. The temperature of all around drops suddenly. Shentu fought a cold war for no apparent reason, and a death aura rushed toward him. After a long battle, Shentu realized that it was not good, and with a sudden big shout, the thick black chi gushed out from within the body again, wrapping him up and resisting the chill that invaded within the body. After doing all of this, Shentu saw the creator of the clear. It was a huge monster insect that was white, crystal clear and near transparent, and about 2 jang high. Shentu doesn't know when the monster insect appeared in front of Own. It is like a straight here, but Own magically failed to find it before. Monster insect within the body exudes a daunting ice-cold aura. The most weird thing is that the 2 pliers on the front end of this monster insect still hold 2 long swords. The long sword is one blue and the other purple. The extremely weird posture makes it look like the top swordsman in human race. Quite a bit of everyone's demeanor. What the hell is this? Shentu's eyes were about to bulge out, and he couldn't help making a loud noise. What I have seen and heard today is a surpass of his life experience. It's fine if you encounter a Void King stage who is proficient in Space Force. Although Space Force is difficult to practice, there are still people in Star Boundary who can practice successfully, but not as terrifying. That's all. Now a powerful monster insect from aura pops out in front of the owner. What makes Shentu most unacceptable is that this monster insect still knows how to use secret treasure, and it is a double Zord secret treasure. So secret treasure should have a Void King grade high rank level, right? Shentu was completely shocked. Just as he lost his senses, the monster insect in front of him suddenly turned the 2 long swords on his pliers. When the purple and blue rays of light twinkling rise, the temperature all around seems to have become colder, and the snowflakes in the sky are much bigger. A white light flashed by, and the icy domain suddenly filled. Monster insect queen disappeared in front of Shentu at this moment, appeared directly behind him not far away, still maintaining that weird posture, as if she had never moved. Martial Peak Chapter 2094. Chapter 2094, Breakthrough Principal Source Stage. Shentu stunned to stove in place, grinning, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. A piece of snow fell, falling on the top of his head. The next moment, accompanied by a light sound, centered on the falling point of the snowflake, Shentu's body suddenly divided into 2, red fresh blood spurted from the remnant body, 5 internal organs scattered, simultaneous falling downwards. Ghost Hand Shentu, who has plagued Maplewood City for countless years, died unexplainably. At the next moment, the successful monster insect queen also shook slightly and disappeared. No one knows where it went or where it was hidden. In the sky, all the falling snowflakes melted away at this time, and the icy domain that permeated this area also disappeared. In the distance, the onlookers were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at what happened in the distance. Although they can't see the clear because they are too far away, and don't know what happened, the deaths of the dozen or so Void King stage martial artists and Shentu's falls are true. Such a strong visual impact makes them feel like a ghost in the day. Everyone can't believe what Ona sees, and some people keep rubbing their eyes, as if they want to see more clearly. Shentu ... dead? After a long while, someone murmured and asked. The tone was so uncertain. Shentu really died and was killed by that person. No, Shentu was not killed by that person, but by another powerhouse. Yes, there seems to be a friend guarding this person. This powerhouse is good at strength. Fortunately, I didn't pay attention to that person just now. Otherwise, many martial artists onlookers secretly rejoiced. Quite a feeling of escape. After realizing that Yankai was promoted to breakthrough here not alone, but with the powerhouse secretly guarding him, how dare these martial artists onlookers stay in place? It was almost after discussion. Simultaneous withdrew back from several dozen leap places, watching from a further position, for fear of annoying the powerhouse that was guarding secretly. On the other side, Kin family, a group of people, is also dumbstruck. Shentu and the others in the past, the imposing manner was menacing, but no one didn't expect that the final outcome of those people turned out to be annihilation. Do you see who is clear who finally killed Shentu? Kinyu, a pair of beautiful eyes blooming with strange rays of light, stared at the place where Monster Insect Queen disappeared, and asked excitedly, Tao. Shentu is a principal Source 1 layer powerhouse, who can kill him in a single encounter, and at least is a principal Source 2 layer. If this person can be drawn into the Kin family, then the strength of the Kin family will instantly be equal to the City Lord's mansion, and the Kin family will also be protected by a strong in the future. Unfortunately, Monster Insect Queen moved too quickly and disappeared too quickly, and Kinyu didn't have time to see it clearly. After hearing her question, several martial artists from Kin family looked at each other in blank dismay, and they all shook their heads slowly. The middle-aged man said, Young lady, although I did not see clearly, that person seems to be using the secret treasure with double swords. Is there any powerhouse near Maplewood City that uses this secret treasure? Double swords. Ginyu revealed a looking thoughtful expression, before shaking his head for a long time. I haven't heard of it. The double swords are extremely difficult to use. If there is a powerhouse near Maplewood City and proficient in the technique of double swords, I will definitely hear about it. It seems that this person should be from outside. Several Kin family martial artists have listened. No doubt there is him. All secretly nodded. It's not just that the Guardian is strong, but the one who is being promoted is definitely not an ordinary person. Kinyu squeezed his red lips slightly, and beautiful eyes looked shiningly towards Yankai. It seemed that she wanted to see more clearly, but it was a pity that she was surrounded by rich world's spiritual energy, and she couldn't see Yankai's face at all. Middle-aged man hearing this, nodded and said, Yes, this man is at a critical juncture of promotion, and he can kill more than a dozen Void King stages. Obviously it is extraordinary, and what makes me wonder is why Shentu suddenly ran away. Kinyu expression moved and said, Shentu is cruel and bloody. If he will let him escape, it means that he has suffered a lot from that person. No way, young lady, this person is just a Void King 3 layer, he hasn't been promoted to Principal Source stage yet. Shentu is the Principal Source stage of Genuine. The middle-aged man has a stunned face. Then have you seen any Void King 3-layer breakthrough Great Realm that made such a big noise? Look there, it seems that even the space has collapsed a little. Ginyu pointed forward. The middle-aged man chuckled. I'm just Void King 3-layer. Where have I seen the breakthrough Principal Source stage scene? But although I haven't seen it, I feel it shouldn't be such a big scene. That's right, the stronger the strength, the greater the disturbance. Kinya's eyes rolled, lightly said with a smile, I am right about this. People are getting more and more interested. If you can recruit him. The middle-aged man saw Kinyu, but his young lady looked excited and knew that she was real. I started to solicit, and immediately said, then I have to wait until his breakthrough is over. Kinyu nodded lightly and said to himself, he should be able to succeed. At this moment, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly rolled across the sky. The sound was incomparable, gigantic, deafening, as if to split the world. The next moment, the black funnel that has been spinning in the sky suddenly strikes downward as if attracted by some force. And what the center of the black funnel points to is the place where Yang Kai is. Boom boom, the sky vibrates and the earth buzzes. The huge black hole is quickly connected with Yang Kai. The unimaginable power of heaven and earth, follow down the funnel, mudly pour into Yang Kai's body. This is impossible. Ginyu, who saw this scene, let out a soft cry, and her pretty face turned pale suddenly. The Void King stage martial artists who gathered around her were also complexion changed. The middle-aged man shook the head with a look of disappointment, and said, this person ... How far should heavenly law stop him? It seems that he is alive. It won't be possible. When a martial artist breaks through the great realm, the baptism of heaven and earth energy is true, but every martial artist's baptism is extremely regular, which can give the martial artist a breathe there, the time and the chance of recovery. No one has ever been directly connected to himself by the energy of heaven and earth when he was promoted to breakthrough, like Yang Kai. In this way, the funnel-shaped heaven and earth might will continue to pour into Yang Kai within the body continuously, and it is impossible for him to have a chance to breathe. Which Void King 3-layer can withstand this kind of shock? This is not baptism at all, but destruction. Even if the real principal source stage comes here, I am afraid it will be bombarded to the scum. The earth seems to be shaking more severely. Even if it is far away, all martial artists who are watching can feel the violent degree of the heaven and earth energy at this time, which is not something human can resist. Each and every one has a pale face. The gust of wind howled from far away, and in an instant, there was a flying sand-running stone, sun and moon without light. Kin family, everyone surrounded Kinyu, and they all mobilized the body protection force to block the incoming gravel and broken wood. In the distance, among the roar of the raging wind, a man's roar came, like a wounded wild beast, which made people startled. The voice is naturally Yang Kai at the center of the energy violent. As soon as the baptism of that world's ability reached the body, Yang Kai realized that this time was a big trouble. His clothes were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Unimaginable huge energy poured into the human head, poured into the body within the body from the acupoints, and swam into the limbs. The body is as strong as his, and he only persisted for less than 10 breaths, and his skin broke. The meridians swelled and hurt, and he couldn't help but feel like he would burst into death. Golden blood diffuses out from within the body, making his whole person quickly golden light. The powerful recovery ability is shown. The broken skin and flesh and blood are repairing themselves, but they often break again as soon as they are repaired. Just when he wanted to explode the pure golden blood within the body and maintain his own vitality, he suddenly felt a gentle force emerging among the flesh and blood of the owner and the meridians, that as soon as the power appeared, it quickly joined the process of repairing his body, and at the same time, the power of his floating vitality suddenly rose. The pressure is greatly reduced. Yang Kai complexion was overjoyed, and he quickly kept the trace of clear and bright in his mind, while opening his mind and body to accept the violent world energy. He checked his body. The result was much better than what owner had imagined, and all this was due to the gentle power that suddenly emerged. Soon, Yang Kai figured out what this force was. It turned out to be the medicinal power of the pot of 10,000 precious medicine soup that owner drank before. After drinking 10,000 precious medicine soup, although he was in retreat in the cave for more than half a year, he absorbed the medicine efficacy with heart, so that the flesh body got a kind of transformation, like shed the body and exchanged the bones. but the medicinal power contained in 10,000 precious medicine soup is too huge. It will not absorb at all for a while, and the rest of the medicinal power is stored in the flesh and the Meridian's skeleton. Only then did it emerge autonomously and become one of Yankai's promotion capital. After investigating and understanding, Yankai felt relieved. And when the medicinal power of 10,000 precious medicine soup continuously oozes from the flesh and blood meridians and skeletons, Yankai feels that there is not much pressure anymore. The flesh and blood are no longer painful. The meridians no longer sore, and the skeleton there was no more creak sound anymore. And with joy in my heart, I urged my own strength more carefully to impact the bottleneck of principal source stage. With the passage of time, under the baptism of the world energy, Yankai, regardless of the flesh body or within the body's power, seems to have received a peculiar sublimation and become more powerful and pure. Especially the source strength within the body, it was a lot more refined, worthy of his many years of hard practice. This unexpected joy made him to be wild with joy. Half a day later, a cackle sound came from the depths of the soul. Within the body, it seemed that some barrier collapsed. Yankai suddenly opened his mouth, a long whistle. And in this whistle, the bottleneck that bothered him for promotion also suddenly sees the whole thing in a clear light, so that Yankai's already powerful aura suddenly rose to another level. Principal source stage. Smooth breakthrough. Martial Peak Chapter 2095. Chapter 2095 turned out to be him. The barren hills are above, and the whistle spreads across the wild. Everyone who hears this voice can experience a joy and excitement from it. The middle-aged man of Kin family stole in place blankly, and was shocked for a long time before he said with difficulty, he actually succeeded. He simply didn't dare believe in own eyes. After all, the turmoil caused by the promoted person in the front is too big. It is not something that the Void King three-layer martial artist can bear. But at this moment, that person has really succeeded. The breakthrough has reached the principal source stage level. The shock to the middle-aged man was more violent than his sudden breakthrough to the principal source stage. On the side, Kinyu was also shocked. Although she faintly felt that the breakthrough person would not fail easily before this, she was still a little unacceptable when the other party's promotion really went so smoothly. A pair of beautiful eyes squinted slightly, as if to penetrate the barrier of space, to see the face of the promoted person in the distance. In the extreme distance, Yankai quickly reduced his joy after promotion, and continued to accept the baptism of the surging heaven and earth energy. The baptism that martial artist ushered in Breakthrough Great Realm is very rare. It can not only wash the body and spirit soul of martial artist, help the body and spirit soul to go up a level, but also in that energy it contains the meaning of heavenly law martial Tao. If a martial artist can clearly understand one or two from it, he will definitely benefit for life. Furthermore, Yankai this time break through his principal source stage, and he can also peek into law power from baptism. What Yankai wants to be clearly understood is naturally the space principle. He has mastered it, and what needs to be done now is to understand this law power more thoroughly. As soon as the whistling sound stopped, the energy of heaven and earth continued to pour down frantically. Yankai continued to sit in place, expressing ancient well without ripples. Unimaginable powers of heaven and earth poured into his body, while firming the foundation of his principal source stage, while tempering his flesh body and the source strength within the body. With a hint of magic attached to that energy, Yankai quickly became immersed in the comprehension of space principle. Time passed slowly. The black funnel in the sky slowly disappeared after half a day, and the cloudy sky was clear and bright again. But even so, many martial artists watching from a distance still can't see Yankai's face, because with Yankai's location as the center and within a radius of several thousand jang, the space is extremely distorted. It seems it's like being interfered by some forces. Those martial artists only think this is the repercussions of the previous breakthrough. Each and every one is speechless. However, after noticing that there was no excitement to see and no benefits to pick up here, they all dispersed. The Kin family group stayed and continued to watch from a distance. Time flickered, and 10 or so days passed. Yang Kai, who had been sitting cross-legged in place, suddenly opened his eyes, and the electric light in his eyes intertwined, as if he had gained a lot. Immediately, his eyes became clear and bright, and he flicked. Thousand Zhang's chaotic space suddenly calmed down under this brush, without the slightest abnormality. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai grinned. At the same time, Kinyu, who has been paying attention to this side from afar, suddenly expresses a sigh. Under the opening of the beautiful eyes, those eyes turned into purple in an instant, with purple rhyme in them. Circling endlessly, it seems to be a secret technique. The purple eyes add a touch of coquettishness to the delicate young female. She stared into Divine Dynasty and looked at it from a distance, and there were 2 faint purple lights lissing out from her eyes, shuttled through the void. In the distance, Yang Kai seemed to have some insight. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Kinyu was. The Life 6 Terminator demon eye suddenly appeared in the left eye, and the golden vertical eye shot out endless majesty. The eyes of both parties touched in midair. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a soft sound, and instantly disappeared from own Life 6 Terminator demon eye, and his eyes became peaceful. On the other side, Kinyu yelled in surprise. The lovable body stepped back uncontrollably, his face pale. Young lady. The middle-aged man of Kin family turned pale with fright. A flash came to Kinyu's side, reached out to support her, and asked with concern, "Young lady, what's wrong?" He didn't notice Kinyu's small movements just now, only thinking that her old illness had relapsed. Kinyu's forehead showed one layer dense cold sweat, and the purple eyes slowly disappeared. Hearing this shook the head, saying, "It's okay." She continued to stare, looking in the direction Yang Kai was in before, but stunned to find that there is no one there. Yang Kai has no idea when it disappeared. It turned out to be him, Ginyu murmured to herself. Apparently after she used secret technique just now, she had seen Yang Kai's face. She remembered all of a sudden, Owen and this man had met at the first 1 layer of the 5 colors treasure tower at that time, and Owen also told him how to find the entrance of the second 2 layer. "Who?" asked the middle-aged man, stunned. Ginyu pursed her lips and shook her head and said, "Nothing." Paused. She said again, "Go back." Middle-aged man frowned. "I vaguely feel that my young lady's behavior is a bit weird, but I don't have much to ask, so I can only escort Kinyu to Maple Woods City with other people." 100 miles away from the place of promotion, Yang Kai's silhouette appeared strangely under a blur. He stood in place and waited quietly for a while. 2 blood beasts, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, chased them from behind. Yang Kai took a look at them and put them away. Determined a direction, did not move, but disappeared in place. Only a hint of space force fluctuations remained in place. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Yuan Cauldron Mountain again. At this moment, Yuan Cauldron Mountain has long been in ruins. The mountains collapsed, the world was turbulent, and there were traces of man-made turning over. This should be the masterpiece of the group of people at Raging Fire Palace. Regardless of this, Yang Kai stood in the sky and sensed for a moment in silence. He can perceive that Liu Yan still maintains a peculiar slumber in a place where he does not know how many feet deep underground, and seems to have been absorbing the lava pool underground. Scorching power. Compared with Liu Yan at this moment, Oro is undoubtedly a lot stronger, and there are faint signs of a breakthrough principal source stage. Aware of this, Yang Kai expresses a joy, and immediately withdraws spiritual mind, so as not to disturb Liu Yan. Waiting around for a while, Yang Kai in the vicinity found a secluded location and sat cross-legged down. He wants to wait for Liu Yan here. After all, Liu Yan has been in the lava pool for a long time, and maybe he will come back suddenly. Thinking about it, he took out mysterious boundary bead, body flashed, and entered mysterious small boundary. As soon as you stepped into mysterious small boundary, Yang Kai felt a little bit of difference. This difference is not a change of mysterious small boundary, but a change of itself. Before I was not strong enough to touch law power, so I couldn't notice it. but now I'm promoted to the principal source stage and I can mobilize heaven and earth law for my own use. Yang Kai immediately noticed that in mysterious small boundary the law power is not perfect. It seems that something is missing. He perceives for a long time, but he has no clue and can only give up. After a flash, he came to embodiment. Since he came to Maplewood City and passed the Heavens Devourer battle law to embodiment, Yang Kai has not followed him anymore. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but startled, because the original huge monster has shrunk several times. The place where embodiment is located is full of abandoned rubble and dust. Obviously because of the practice of the Heavens Devourer battle law, the huge body has achieved remarkable tempering results. Although the body has become smaller, it is more solid and firm. Heavens Devourer battle law can use the spiritual energy of devouring heaven and earth as one's own, strengthen oneself, and cooperate with the natural talent divine ability of Stone Puppet Clan, which can be said to complement each other. Today's embodiment is only a few stories tall, and even so, it's a big guy. The various rare minerals that Yang Kai sent in before have been swallowed cleanly by him, to get rid of the weeds and keep the flowers, and turned into a powerful part of the owner. Because he is not a flesh and blood body, Yang Kai can't feel the power of embodiment. I don't know how much strength he can display, but Yang Kai estimates that he will not be too weak. Thinking about this in my heart, embodiment seemed to be aware of it. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the face of the Hantu, in a low, muffled voice, authentically. Want to try? Okay. Yang Kai tilted his head and beckoned at embodiment. Embodiment hey give a weird smile, and then slowly got up. As he stood up, many gravel dust accumulated on his body fell one after another. Because embodiment is a product of Yang Kai's spirit clone poured into Stone Puppet within the body, Yang Kai can clearly understand his thoughts and control his actions. Embodiment is not only an independent entity, but also a clone of Yang Kai's. Thoughts move. Yang Kai allows embodiment to play freely. At the next moment, embodiment strode forward, accompanied by a loud hong-long-long noise. He quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai. He suddenly bent over, made a left uppercut and pressed against the ground. Sweep over. Before the fist arrived, the violent wind had blown his face, making Yang Kai's rope hunt. Not only that, the fist strength shot from the fist actually plowed the earth into a deep arc-shaped gully. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was about to use 60% of his power to reach full state at once, and he greeted him with a punch. Bang! One big and one small, the two fists touched together, and the sound was shaking. The rings of light of one layer strength, centered on the contact point of the two fists, suddenly spread outwards, like a round sharp blade, which cuts the space in half. Embodiment grinned, showing a weird smile. Yang Kai was the complexion sinking, and the next moment felt an almost unmatched force coming from the right side of Own. Under a groan, he was directly shot out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the pure power competition, Yang Kai was completely defeated. Embodiment just got up, put his hand on his forehead, looked in place, and blew a whistle frivolously. The silhouette flashes forward, and Yang Kai returns suddenly. At this moment, he grinned and shook his right fist. The flesh and blood on his fist were blurred, and even white bones were exposed. How? Embodiment hey asked. To ask a question, when already knows the answer. Yang Kai couldn't help but rolled the eyes. Marshall Peak Chapter 2096 Chapter 2096 Seedlings. The birth of embodiment is very coincidental, and his strength is also very lucky. If the second stone puppet was born without spiritual wisdom, Yang Kai would not have thought of pouring the wisp of spirit of Own into it and turning it into an embodiment of Own. Had it not been for a chance in the hanging mainland, embodiment would not have grown so quickly. Because he refining over a whole hanging mainland, he can grow to this terrifying state in a short time. With that punch, what embodiment shook was equal to the power of a continent and the power of a world. Yang Kai, even though the flesh body is powerful and the realm is good, How can he resist the strikes of a continent with his flesh and blood body alone? It's not surprising to be beaten out and even injured. You should find me a stick like Xiao Xiao. Embodiment grinned. If there is a divine item like heaven-shaking pillar in hand, embodiment will be enough for single force subduing 10 meetings even if it does not use other power. Moreover, he can do even better than Xiao Xiao. Have a chance. After Yang Kai was nodded, his figure suddenly became blurred, and a shaking came to the sky above embodiment. As soon as he turned, a whip leg was swept down. On that leg, source strength is violent, and Yang Kai is obviously not merciful. Embodiment sees this, but it doesn't panic, just raises one hand horizontally and keeps it above, while the other big hand passes through the armpit, spreads out the 5 fingers to the mountain, and grabs it straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and loudly shouted in his mouth, "Ning!" The words fell, with a buzzing sound. The all-around space was affected by law power, and suddenly became solidified. Embodiment's movements were slightly stagnant, huge body was actually hindered by a huge amount, and reaching Yang Kai's big hand was no longer as fast as before. His body sank, and he growled in a low voice, "Broken." In the giant body, violent vigor burst out in an instant. Crack! The sound of a crackling sound came out, and the solidified space suddenly became loose. Relying on the brutal strength of his body, he forcibly broke the space principle suppression mobilized by Yang Kai, and continued to reach out to Yang Kai to grab it. Yang Kai didn't dare to go any further. He pressed his feet, and the sound of blasting sound came from the soles of his feet, and his body floated towards the back like an arrow from the string. Immediately, he opened and closed his hands together. The huge moon blade took shape leisurely, and released it without hesitation. The huge moon blade, pitch black as ink, like a machete, cuts towards embodiment's arm. Embodiment expression congeals, turning grasping into punches, punching out with one punch, like a tiger. The violent fist strength came out through the fist. Before the moon blade was cut down, it met in midair. With the sound of the hong long long, the moon blade disappeared and the fist strength disappeared. Before Yang Kai came back to his senses, embodiment had already stomped his feet. From the ground, a pillar of soil was shot out. Embodiment reached out and held it. The scattered soil pillar was when he scratched it. There was a flash of flowing light on the surface, and it instantly became as hard as iron, and suddenly it became a soil stick. With a grab and a shake of embodiment, the 10-foot-long soil stick blasted towards Yang Kai like a blast, with a sharp blast, as if to puncture the space. Yang Kai complexion changed. "How dare you stay in place?" Space Force haunted itself, twinkling to the side directly, let the soil stick hit empty. "Hey hey hey!" Embodiment seemed to have expected it a long time ago. Seeing this situation, I didn't panic. With a weird laugh, he bent over suddenly and put his 2 huge hands on the ground. The next moment the earth hummed and trembled. Below Yang Kai's, there were a sudden burst of earth dragons wagging their tails. The earth dragons were vivid. They were bearing fangs and brandishing claws and attacked Yang Kai. "Count, there are as many as a dozen, sealing all his escape routes." Dragon transformation. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, urging the golden holy dragon source power within the body. His right arm suddenly swelled up. The whole arm was transformed by one layer energy covered by the dragon scales. The right hand becomes the shape of dragon claw. Then he turned around and rushed into the earth dragon group. Soon, there were noises and blasts. The earth dragon broke down and collapsed. In the dust filling the sky, Yang Kai's figure appeared like a heavenly god and shot out from it. On the body surface, the 5 colors glow blooming. One after another 5 elements soared chi madly rushing towards embodiment. Embodiment saw this, just poked his mouth, stomped with 1 foot, and an earth wall immediately floated in front of him. The earth wall was the same as the earth stick before, with a flowing light flashing on the surface, and it became solid. Extremely. Kai. Sword chi strikes on the earth wall above. It was unable to break through the 1-layer defense, and was resisted by the coefficient. When the sword chi was exhausted, embodiment waved his hand and the earth wall blocking him collapsed. But before he could move anything, Yang Kai on the opposite side suddenly showed a weird smile, and then a golden light bloomed in his left eye. Not good. Embodiment screamed, and he had to look away in a hurry, but it was too late. When he saw the golden light, his attention was firmly absorbed. Above, I couldn't think about other things at all. My eyes became dull. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and embodiment shivered back to God. Yang Kai stood in front of him with a frustrated expression, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes for a moment, and couldn't help laughing heartily. After a long while, the laughter gradually subsided. Don't tell this story today, Yang Kai warned repeatedly. Embodiment nodded seriously and looked a bit different. Own fought with Own, tried all the means and all abilities, and finally forced to use Life 6 Terminator Demonite to gain the upper hand. If this matter is spread out, I am afraid that people will laugh out loud. But in this way, Yang Kai has some ability to determine embodiment with the current method of Own. There is no good way to deal with him except divine consciousness suppression. Law body and spirit is not as good as Own, and it is also as it should be by rights. He is a spirit clone of Own. How can it be compared to the main god of Own? Suppressing him with divine soul is tantamount to cheating. It's better to order him and let him lie there and beat the owner. Yang Kai feels ashamed to think about it. Is there any extra secret treasure? Embodiment asked suddenly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, looking at him suspiciously, but only after thoughts move. He understood what embodiment wants secret treasure to do, and immediately said in surprise, Heavens devour a battle law, even secret treasure also, can it be swallowed? Embodiment said, I'm just guessing, can it be tested? Yang Kai hearing this, nodded, fumbled for space ring to find out how many a secret treasure came and threw it to him. These secret treasures belonged to the previous group of Shentu people. The trophies from earlier were all taken by Yang Kai to the black market of Maplewood City in exchange for source crystal. After receiving the secret treasures, embodiment immediately sat down, held the secret treasure in the palm, and said in a low, muffled voice, the seeds planted seem to have sprouted. Yang Kai was taken aback, and quickly understood what embodiment was referring to. He immediately expressed his joy and disappeared from where he was. By the time he reappeared, people had already arrived near the medicine garden. There are only two things in the entire medicine garden that survive today. One is the eternal tree that Yang Kai got in his hometown Star Territory, and the other is naturally the gold and silver that Yang Kai planted on the corner that day of wood species. Eternal tree, Yang Kai tried to refining, but failed at all. In the end, it could only be transplanted into the medicine garden of mysterious small boundary. But because of the existence of eternal tree, there are a lot of vitality in mysterious small boundary. Yang Kai asked Yang Yan how to refining eternal tree and achieving undying indestructible body. Yang Yan didn't say clearly, making him very helpless. The wood seed came from the beheaded wood demon, because this seed was so peculiar that even Liu Yan could not burn it, so it was kept by Yang Kai. It's only been nearly a year now. This wood species has actually taken root and sprouted in the medicine garden, and it has grown into a seedling about 3 inches tall. The seedlings are also the same as the seeds. Gold and silver are 2 colors, half each. It looks very strange, and there is no similarity with the previous wood demon body, and I don't know what the reason is. Yang Kai stared at the 3-tall seedling blankly. He didn't recognize this thing. He hadn't even heard of this thing. But he could feel that there was a strange power in the seedling. This force is still very small, but if the seedling can continue to grow, it will definitely become stronger. Don't underestimate these 3-inch seedlings. This is the result that was planted in the medicine garden of mysterious small boundary for about a year. The medicine garden in mysterious small boundary has heavy earth, 5 earth arteries beads, and the vitality brought by the eternal tree. Planting here for 1 day is almost equal to 100 days outside. In other words, if it is planted elsewhere, even if the wood species can survive, It will take at least 100 years to grow to 3 inches tall. Thinking about this, Yang Kai is even more interested in this gold and silver seedling. The more difficult things are to grow, the higher the value will be. Didn't the eternal tree survive for endless years? It was only 3 feet tall. After confirming that the wood species has survived, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it. What is the use of this thing? We need to observe and inquire more in the future. In the following period of time, he sacrificed the longsword secret treasure used by Han Leng and the Flying Saint Palace ship in mysterious small boundary. Longsword secret treasure is the principal source grade low rank. It happens that he can also use it now. It can enhance a little strength. If it is supplemented by 5 elements indestructible sword chi, it can also be used as a killing strike. As for boats, they are naturally a means of transportation. Time flickered, and more than a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of mysterious small boundary again, and checked Liu Yan's situation again, and found that she was still sleeping underground and didn't know when she would wake up. Yang Kai frowned. After a few thoughts, he took out and flew up and headed towards Xiangfin Maplewood City. It is impossible to determine when Liu Yan will be able to exit, and he does not need to waste time waiting. Anyway, Liu Yan also knows that On is in Maplewood City, and it's the same to rush to Maplewood City to merge with On after exiting customs. He now needs to rush back to the cave mansion of Maplewood City to prepare for refining Dragon Bone Sword into the body. Marshall Peak Chapter 2097. Chapter 2097 is gone. A few days later, Yang Kai returns to Maplewood City. After entering the city gate, Yang Kai didn't have time to tell Kang Saran that he was safe, so he hurried back to the cave mansion rented by the owner. Take out the token. Yang Kai pours source strength into it, and shakes it at the cave mansion restriction. But to his utter amazement, the cave mansion restriction did not show any response at all, as if the token of On had no effect. It made him frown, but soon he remembered something. When Ona came to Maplewood City, the period of renting cave mansion seemed to be 1 year, and counting the days, this period should have passed 2 months ago. Once the deadline has passed, the right to use cave mansion will definitely be withdrawn. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little in his heart and realized that something was wrong. It doesn't matter if the cave mansion expires. At worst, he goes to the city lord's mansion to register and rent one again. It's just a matter of source crystal. He didn't store any expensive items in cave mansion, so don't worry too much. But before he left, the small girl from Jiang family was still in cave mansion. At that time, he and Kang Saran went to Yuan Cauldron Mountain to explore the cave mansion of Gongsun Mu. He didn't expect to delay such a long time. He thought it would not take long to return. Even before leaving, I didn't tell Zhang Ruoxi in detail, only told her to go out and left her here alone. Now that the expiration date of cave mansion has expired, and the use permission has been withdrawn, what about Zhang Ruoxi, that girl? Yang Kai looked around. Not at all. Seeing the delicate silhouette, couldn't help feeling a little anxious. When the owner left, Zhang Ruoxi only had the cultivation level of Saint King 1 layer. In this Maplewood City of dragons and snakes mingle, she has no power to protect herself, in case she is harboring malicious people with intentions are looking at them, and the consequences are disastrous. Will you own Zhang family again? Yang Kai muttered to himself. From Zhang Ruoxi's standpoint, if the right to use the cave mansion is taken back and then expelled from the cave mansion, he must first return to Zhang family. If it's this kind of, then don't worry about it. After all, Zhang family is not strong, but it also has 2 Void King stage. Just when Yang Kai had no clue, there was a wave of restrictions around him. Yang Kai was taken aback, turned his head and looked around, and found that the door of cave mansion had actually opened, and a pretty face of a young woman appeared from the inside. The young woman looked about 30 or so. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai with extreme vigilance, and said suspiciously, "Who are you?" Yang Kai quickly cupped one fist in the other hand and said, "Under Yang Kai, it was originally this cave mansion." The owner, young woman, frowned, said, This cave mansion is now rented by me. When I came in, there was nothing left in it. I know, I'm not here to find anything. Yang Kai slightly smiled, trying to be kind. Not looking for something? Seeing this, the young woman became more confused. Then what are you doing? Find someone, a young female. Yang Kai hurriedly said, she should have lived here, but now she has disappeared. I wonder if madam has seen it. When I heard Yang Kai was here to find someone, the young woman had a cluster of eyebrows and complexion slightly changed. He shook his head quickly and said, I haven't seen it. While speaking, he retracted his head and closed the door at the same time. Wait. Yang Kai saw this, and immediately understood that she must know something. How could she just withdraw like this? And when she stretched out her hand, she pushed the door against her. The young woman complexion changed abruptly and sternly said, what do you want to do? This is Maplewood City. Yang Kai cold snort. She jumped into the cave mansion and closed it easily at the gate. A pair of eyes stared at the young woman coldly, and at the same time a powerful aura burst out from within the body, directly pressing on the young woman. Principal Source Stage. Perceiving this terrifying aura, the young woman complexion has changed abruptly. She lost her voice, and looked at Yang Kai's beautiful eyes finally changed the taste. In Maplewood City, the level of martial artists is generally not high, and the Principal Source Stage powerhouse is not too much. Each one has a great background. It is definitely not something ordinary martial artists can provoke. So as soon as she noticed Yang Kai's cultivation level, the young woman was a little flustered. She is only a Void King 1 layer. How can she withstand the pressure of Principal Source Stage powerhouse? Although he was struggling to support him, his body immediately softened, and he stretched out his hand to support the wall next to him, and was not overwhelmed. She bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. Little brother, you and I have no grievances in the past, and I have no vengeance in the past, and I have never offended you. Please don't be too embarrassed. I am not embarrassing you, Yang Kai said with a cold face. Indifferently said, I only ask a few questions. You answer honestly. If you dare to deceive, I will call you not have the will to live and be unable to ask for death. You should know that I have this ability. Young woman hearing this, gritted her teeth and nodded lightly. Very well, let me ask you, have you seen that little girl? Yang Kai stared at each other with a pair of eyes, not letting the slightest change in her expression. The young woman groaned a bit, and then she was nodded with difficulty. I don't know if that little girl is the person you are looking for, but I did see a little girl, right at the door of Cave Mansion. Tell me, how old is she, what cultivation level, and what characteristics does she have? Yang Kai asked urgently. 1617 years old. If the cultivation level is Saint King 2 layer peak, it is about to break through Saint King 3 layer. It looks a bit weak, thin body, and soft-spoken. Yes, her hair is black and shiny and straight. She was right. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, making sure that the young woman saw Zhang Yuoxi, but he didn't expect. In this short time of less than a year, Zhang Yuoxi's cultivation level has been promoted from Saint King 1 layer to Saint King 2 layer peak, and it is almost to break through 3 layer. It seems that the little girl aptitude is not bad. Of course, there must be the credit of the Essence Developer Pill among them. You said you saw her at the door of Cave Mansion? What did she do at the door of Cave Mansion? Yang Kai frowned again. Young woman said, standing right at the door. Standing? Yang Kai stunned. Yes, just standing there. I rented here 2 months ago. At that time, she was at the door of Cave Mansion, but I didn't pay attention. Later I found out that she was standing all the time. There, I haven't moved. I asked her when I was curious. She told me that she was waiting for a Mr. Yang. Little brother, you are the Mr. Yang? The young woman asked timidly while raising the head looked towards Yang Kai, and she was shocked to find that Yang Kai was stunned there. Yang Kai's mind is fluctuating at this moment. Involuntarily imagined a scene in my mind. People coming, people going in Maplewood City. This cave mansion gate, a 1617 years old young female quietly stood in place despite wind blowing and sun shining. She is still completely motionless, sometimes watching around, but she never sees the familiar silhouette. In the noisy city, she is like an abandoned person, lonely, hesitating, at a loss. When the night fell and the cold wind hit, she could only curl up in place, shiver coldly. At dawn, the eyes opened and waited. Yang Kai's is inexplicably heavy. I think she is pathetic, and she invited her in and sit down, but she didn't agree. She told her to stand there and wait. Mr. Yang, little brother, I really didn't do anything to her. What? Don't embarrass me. The young woman looked at Yang Kai with a panic face, for fear that Yang Kai would vent his flame hair on her. You haven't done anything to her, so why didn't at first tell me the truth? On the contrary, you immediately closed Cave Mansion when I asked her whereabouts. You are obviously a guilty conscience. Yang Kai looked at the young woman faintly, with a thick murderous intention flashing deep in his eyes. The young woman seemed to be aware of it. A shiver hurriedly waved her hand and said, It's not what you think. I really didn't hurt her. Let's talk. Where is she now? Look at your expression and you seem to know something. Yang Kai gave a cold voice. Young woman shook the head. Yang Kai chuckled softly. It looks like you have some scruples. Little brother, don't force me. Let me go, as long as you don't force me to do anything you want me to do. The young woman begged for mercy, meaning something. Her while speaking expression became a bit charming. Her eyes filled with water. Yang Kai expression is indifferent, remains unmoved. A weird power suddenly lingers at the fingertips, and a low voice with an impatient taste, say, or die. While speaking, slowly poking towards the young woman's forehead. The young woman saw Yang Kai's stone-hearted heart, and finally panicked, and said, Go to Jiang family. Maybe you can find her there. Jiang family? Yang Kai's fingers stopped 3 inches away from the young woman's forehead, and the lingering power of the fingertips suddenly dissipated. He looked thoughtful at the young woman and said, No wonder you are so scrupulous. It turns out to be Jiang family. But Jiang families, why did people take her away? I don't know. The young woman shook her head. A month ago, a few men came over and talked to her, and then she followed them away. I was curious for a while, and quietly followed along and found that they were in Jiang family. I really don't know about the others. Even if you kill me, it's useless. She took the initiative to follow them going. Yang Kai frowned. Yes. Young woman nodded. Okay, many thanks. Mrs. sincerely tells you goodbye. Goodbye. Yang Kai arched his hand and rushed out. After Yang Kai left, the young woman fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, all her clothes wet with sweat. She has no sect, no faction, and she can practice to Void King one layer thanks to her own efforts and various opportunities. She has never been in contact with the powerhouse of Principal Source Stage, and she was so close by Yang Kai today. Fan coerced intimidation, really scared her to death. Fortunately, Yang Kai is reasonable, not at all what to do to her, otherwise she will be absolutely powerless to resist. After a while, the young woman regained her strength, and then suddenly got up, rushed into the cave mansion, and quickly packed up her things. After a short while, the young woman walked out of cave mansion, went straight to the outside of the city gate, and soon left Maplewood City. She doesn't dare to stay in Maplewood City anymore. In case someone from Jiang family traces it down and finds her head, she's in serious trouble. As far as she knows, people in Jiang family are not as easy to talk as Mr. Yang. Marshall Peak Chapter 2098. Jiang family. Jiang Yuoxi, just and honorable, Jiang family, Jiang Yuoxi, it is too late for regret. Moxioki, Jiang family, big brother Yang question mark. Yang Kai. Maplewood City, alchemy expert, Jiang family, Jiang family, Jiang Yuoxi whereabouts.